Chapter 787. Fan Shuixuan didn't stop even after her failed attempt. She planned to keep going without rest as she was afraid that she would never be able to climb the tower. Although she managed to avoid injuries after Tianyun saved her earlier, he wasn't able to save her this time as she wasn't that far up the chain. Need any help? Tianyun said as he walked over and extended his hand for Fan Shuixuan. No, thank you for your kindness, but I can do it myself. Besides, if you take another cultivator on your back, the chain would amplify its power, making it harder for the cultivators to climb. Fan Shuixuan said with determination to climb the chain. She then climbed the tower once again without showing her face to Tianyun. Are you not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King? Tianyun suddenly asked curiously. Fan Shuixuan was startled and jumped down the chain before standing in front of Tianyun once again. Who are you? Fan Shuixuan asked vigilantly as she didn't know where the man in front of her received that information. But Tianyun immediately noticed that the woman definitely knew that she was a descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. He already knew that Fan Shuixuan wasn't evil spirit race as he bought along the iron necklace with him, but it didn't glow red. I just took a guess there. This is after all, where ancient Netherworld Divine Nation once stood. So, the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King should he hear of all places. Tianyun said casually. He couldn't reveal that he had appraisal eye as it was something that would break the order around the three realms. How is that possible? I am not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Stop spouting nonsense, Fan Shuixuan said as she gritted her teeth in frustration. Well, it seems you have an innate ability to ignore those Netherworld's fire. That alone was a good enough proof that ancient Netherworld Divine King's blood runs through you. Tianyun said casually. You don't know what you are talking about. I don't have time to deal with crazy people. I am going up now. Fan Shuixuan said coldly as she climbed the chain once more. Wait, I heard that once you got into the tower you won't be able to get out again, is that true? Tianyun asked curiously. That is not true. Whoever saying it to you is a weakling. You can get out as long as you meet certain conditions. Fan Shuixuan indifferently said as she continued making her way up. She didn't climb that fast, but she was definitely determined. But, determination alone didn't seem to be enough as she lose her grip once more and immediately fall, but someone caught her midair before she hit the ground. You again, Fan Shuixuan said as she realized that it was the same young man that saved her earlier. Let me go. If you continue keep this up, the Netherworld's fire will freeze you. She said worriedly. Sure enough, her warning became a reality as many Netherworld's fire suddenly appeared before Tianyun. Under normal circumstances, Netherworld's fire would only attack several times, but as Tianyun was bringing an extra along the way, the Netherworld's fire came out more frequently. It's fine, I will take you up there, Tianyun said indifferently. At the same time, the laughter of the cultivators down on the ground could be heard as they saw how silly it was to bring another person along the way. They were already prepared for the climb, but they thought that the climbing part had to be done alone. They thought that it was impossible to climb the chain while carrying another person as the intensity of the Netherworld's fire increased several times the usual. After all, people could resist some Netherworld's fire if they had a strong fire, but no one could resist it in large amount. Therefore, if they were frozen because they were carrying another cultivator, it would spell the doom for both of them as there was no way they would be able to survive the fall. There were a lot of ice shards around the chain and almost all of it came from the cultivator's body that broke apart as soon as they touched the ground. Stop, if you continue to go up with me on your back, we will die. Fan Shuixuan said nervously. Just trust me, it is fine. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun kept getting faster as the Netherworld's fire did nothing to him. In fact, he was absorbing the Netherworld's fire and turned them into mastery for himself. Soon enough, Tianyun was already past the halfway mark for the chain and everyone was shocked by what they saw. The fire didn't even slow Tianyun down, and now, he was so close to reach the top of the chain. The chain will release heavenly yin fire soon and they both will die. A cultivator said as he looked up at Tianyun and Fan Shuixuan. Many cultivator nodded their head as they all agreed with that statement. The heavenly yin fire was hard to resist as it was, and now the heavenly yin fire would be a lot stronger as it was for two people instead of one. The scene that they had waited for finally showed itself as heavenly yin fire burst out of the chain. Be careful, Fan Shuixuan shouted nervously. Tianyun just smiled and kept climbing as heavenly yin fire reached his foot, but it was quickly absorbed to his body. Successfully absorbed Heavenly Yin Fire. Reward: 2.000 Heavenly Yin Fire Mastery Point. The so-called strongest fire was just a bunch of mastery point for Yi Tianyun. Chapter 788. This is impossible, Fan Shuixuan said as she watched the Heavenly Yin Fire disappeared into the young man's body. She didn't feel any cold sensation from Yi Tianyun himself, meaning that Heavenly Yin Fire didn't have any effect on him. But everyone else on the ground was also shocked. They clearly saw that a large amount of Heavenly Yin Fire came out of the chains, but it immediately vanished as soon as the fire came into contact with the young man's body. That is impossible. Heavenly Yin Fire is basically the upper tier flames. No one should be able to brush it off just like that. The cultivator on the ground said in awe. They were amazed by the fact that the Heavenly Yin Fire had no effect on the young man's body. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about what happened down there as he took his time climbing the chain. He didn't climb as fast as he could because he was expecting some more Heavenly Yin Fire to obstruct his way, and he wanted to turn it into mastery point. If he wanted to save some time, he could have just used teleportation to reach the top as he could see the place already. Finally, Yi Tianyun reached the end of the chain and helped Fan Shuixuan get back on her feet. Are you the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King? Fan Shuixuan asked with a surprised look on her face. The black robe that covered her face since they met was finally uncovered as she wanted to see Yi Tianyun closely. Unfortunately, I am not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. How is that even possible? How could you absorb Heavenly Yin Fire without the power of ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? Fan Shuixuan asked curiously. The world is a vast place. Although ancient Netherworld Divine King is amazing, he wasn't the only capable person out there. But why are you so familiar with ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? Are you his descendant? Yi Tianyun asked inquisitively. He already knew that she was, in fact, the ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant, but he just wanted her to admit it. I am not the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Fan Shuixuan said stubbornly. You can't say it out loud or something. Are you going to be punished if you confess? You know that your ancestor would weep if you disown them like that. Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. Fan Shuixuan glanced right and left worriedly before whispered. I am sorry, I am ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant, please help me. Fan Shuixuan said worriedly. She was worried about something, but she couldn't say it to the young man she just met. Don't worry, I didn't mean any harm. Yi Tianyun said casually. Fan Shuixuan sighed as she was expecting that her life would be in danger as soon as she blew her identity that she was indeed the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King. I am thankful that you have saved me and even carried me along to the top, but please keep my identity a secret. I will reward you later for your trouble. Fan Shuixuan said pleadingly. Don't worry, you don't have to give me anything. But tell me something, I want to know the situation over at ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun asked curiously. He didn't need whatever Fan Shuixuan planned to give him. Another heaven-level martial arts or sacred tool wouldn't be of much use to him right now. Information was the most important thing for now. The situation at ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. Well, just follow me, and you will know soon enough. Fan Shuixuan said as she walked to the gate. But remember this, although I did say earlier that anyone could get out of the tower, you have to pay a large sum of money to actually get out. Are you sure you want to do this? Fan Shuixuan asked indifferently. Don't worry, getting out of this tower won't be that difficult for me. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Well, come on then. Follow me. Fan Shuixuan smiled and opened the gate. She immediately walked inside the tower confidently while Yi Tianyun was following closely. Once Yi Tianyun stepped inside the tower, he could feel rippling energy all around him, and he immediately realized that it was recovery energy. At the same time, as soon as the door closed, a group of people soon appeared at the top of the chain wearing a black robe that covered their faces. The black robe seemed similar to the one that Fan Shuixuan wore earlier, but it seemed to be used primarily to conceal their bloodline from the outside world. But clearly, it wouldn't have any effect if they ran into Yi Tianyun. Why did you let the princess enter ancient Netherworld Divine Tower alone? A deep voice was heard among the group. The group fell silent as they didn't have any excuse regarding the situation they were in right now. It doesn't matter now, we have to catch up to her. Now we have to enter ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to catch her. It will be dangerous, and it would be hard to get out of that place. The deep voice was heard once again. Damn it, why does all this happen now? It won't be easy to take her back, he said, clearly frustrated about the situation. Great Elder, if we go in, we will be trapped inside for sure. Even if we have the ancestors' bloodline, it won't be easy. Another cultivator from the group said worriedly. Do you think we have another option now? The person with a deep voice said frustratedly. Everyone else fell silent as they immediately opened the gate and entered the tower. Chapter 789. Tianyun entered the tower and noticed that it was extremely spacious inside. He could see a vast grassland in the distance and a forest not too far from it. He could also see a huge city as big as a capital city at the center of the space. But the most intriguing thing that he could see was the rotating ladder that led to the sky and disappeared behind the clouds. When Tianyun took a step, the sky suddenly shone, and a bright light appeared on his arms. Suddenly, a flame burned on his arms and left a mark that looked like the fire itself. What is this? Tianyun asked confusedly to Fan Shuixuan. This is the flame imprint. In the past, only those who possessed this imprint could come and go inside the ancient netherworld divine nation. But now, this flame imprint was used to get past a level. In other words, without this imprint, you won't be able to get to the higher city inside the tower. Fan Shuixuan said solemnly. I didn't know the rules could be changed like that. Tianyun frowned. It wasn't a surprise that such a thing would happen, but it was sad to see such a powerful ancient netherworld divine nation would fall and be reduced to something like this. Well, it is the truth. A long time ago, ancient netherworld divine nation was the stronger divine nation on Ghost World, but as our bloodline diminished over the year, followed by the death of our tower master, everything changed for the worse. A group of strong people barged in and began killing the disciple with strong bloodline and took over the tower for themselves. Fan Shuixuan said with a glimmer of sadness on her face. Tianyun nodded as he understood the situation at that time. It would be a complete nightmare for the ancient netherworld divine nation at that time. The death of the tower master made it easier for the enemy to take control over the matter as they could just reconstruct the rules for themselves. It was unfortunate, but it was the right decision from the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline to flee this tower in the past in order to ensure the survival of ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline. Those monsters that drove them out of their own place. Was it the evil spirit race? Tianyun wondered to himself. It was something that Tianyun suspected as soon as he heard Fan Shuixuan's story because only evil spirit race had the ability to check others' bloodlines and took advantage of it. These people had the ability to take over someone else's bloodline, so gaining access to the tower wasn't something difficult for them to do. Wait, evil spirit race. Did you already know about them? I thought no one knew about them. If it weren't for them, our ancient netherworld divine nation wouldn't fall. They killed our best cultivators and even drove our bloodline away from the tower and took over everything that we have. Fan Shuixuan said with a furious look on her face. Of course, I already knew about them. I can sense that there is a lot of evil spirit race residing in that city in front of us. I never expect the ancient netherworld divine tower that once served as the best place to protect humankind from the demon has become the evil spirit race territory. This is ironic. Tianyun frowned. But it doesn't matter, the ancient netherworld divine tower is a top-grade artifact nonetheless, so it should be impossible for the evil spirit race to fool the tool spirit that manages the tower. Tianyun said casually. There is no such thing. The ancient netherworld divine tower didn't have any tool spirit. Fan Shuixuan said with a frown on his face. What? There is no tool spirit in this tower. Was it because your ancestor lacked the power to summon the spirit? Tianyun said with a frown clearer on his face as he couldn't believe what he just heard. Fan Shuixuan was quiet as she didn't give Tianyun any answer regarding the matter. Now that she thought about it carefully, there was no way a top-notch artifact like ancient netherworld divine tower wouldn't have any management on its own. Certainly, her ancestor would be the inadequate one that failed to wake. The tool spirit in the past. The tool spirit wasn't something that you could have attained as soon as a cultivator become the master of the artifact. It was something that had to be awakened by mastering the artifact itself. Since ancient netherworld divine tower didn't have any tool spirit, that meant the previous master of the tower has failed to master the tower. So, this is the main reason why the ancient netherworld divine nation has fallen. The previous master failed to awaken the tool spirit and couldn't react to the invasion of evil spirit race in time. Tianyun said coldly. He was surprised and therefore angry at the spirit race that stole the ancient netherworld divine tower for their own. You now know everything about ancient netherworld divine nation's embarrassing past. I beg of you to help me regain control over ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. If we succeed, you will be rewarded handsomely. Fan Shuixuan said sincerely. Relax, just believe me, I will purge the tower from evil spirit race soon. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Are you sure? I am looking for someone I can trust. If you aren't up for the task, you are free to go. I won't force you to fight my fight, but if you keep your promise to hide my real identity, I will be grateful. Fan Shuixuan said lightly. She didn't want to force anyone out of their will, which was why she questioned Tianyun's willingness as it was too quick. You are brave, but don't you worry, I don't have any intention to back down. So, tell me everything about the rules in this place so I can decapitate every evil spirit race on this place. Tianyun said as he grabbed Fan Shuixuan's hands. Chapter 790. Fan Shuixuan explained the general rules and various aspects of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to Tianyun along with the gist of the situation on Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation. Tianyun didn't push for any specific matter regarding the Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation as he knew that it was up to Fan Shuixuan whether or not she'd trust Tianyun later. This flame imprint turns out to be so useful later, Tianyun said as he looked at the flame imprint on his hand. He got it when he entered the first layer city, and it would be used to challenge the platform later to get access to second layer city. Tianyun learned that the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation had this system from the beginning to filter out the geniuses among cultivators. To reach the 9th layer city, where the Tower Lord resided, he had to clear the challenge of the 8th layer city, where the Elder resided, the 7th layer city, where the Master resided, and the 6th city, where the Deacon resided. Each city was huge, demonstrating that ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was really massive in size. It was no laughing matter as Tianyun realized how powerful ancient Netherworld Divine Nation really was in the past, but he was still not sure how could the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation have fallen. Tianyun also learned that the Tower Lord had the power to kill anyone inside the tower, but he couldn't use it anytime he wanted. Unfortunately, there was no Tower Lord at the moment, so this power was unusable. The strongest cultivator right now inside the tower would be among the elders. The election of Tower Lord wasn't so simple as it required layers of assessment before one could be considered a candidate to become a Tower Lord. The key that became the basis of all criteria would be the pure bloodline. This key was a major factor that would cause the evil spirit race unable to elect themselves to become the Tower Lord as the evil spirit race would never have a pure bloodline. The highest position that evil spirit race could attain inside the tower was only elder rank, but it was still good enough as they had a lot of power to create various rules inside the tower. This was where the flame imprint came in handy as it was used as a sort of currency inside the tower. Any cultivator could use their flame imprint to enjoy a lot of resources and even could use it to gain access to cultivation room according to the level of their flame imprint. The most noticeable use of this flame imprint would be the ability to control the Netherworld's fire, which couldn't be controlled with any normal means otherwise. The only downside from entering the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was the obligation to pay at least 5 flame imprints for those who wished to leave. 5 flame imprints. The evil spirit race won't let these people leave if that's the case. The evil spirit race would rather absorb their blood essence for themselves before letting such a good cultivator go. Tianyun said to himself. This made sense as those who possessed 5 flame imprints would already be in 5th layer city, meaning they were at least a genius cultivator with a good innate ability. When Tianyun was inside the city, he didn't see anything special as he saw many residents were selling things on the side of the road, like treasures and spirit medicine. The 1st layer city was a huge place where people grew various spirit herbs, and even demon beast appeared once in a while. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside the tower was far better than the outside, making it a suitable place to grind cultivation. Even so, there were still quite a number of people at the spirit refinement stage as they couldn't find suitable cultivation that could push their cultivation ahead. Tianyun also learned that there was barely any cultivator coming in nowadays. The tower population has been thriving since the ancient Netherworld Divine King's time, so there was no problem there. Moreover, the cultivator with good evaluation had a chance to obtain a good heaven-level martial arts. As a result, the cultivators inside the tower were even more hesitant to leave the tower anyway. That propaganda is the reason why these people are reluctant to leave this place. Little did they know that they were just cattle waiting to be butchered once they are mature enough. Tianyun said as he sighed. He knew that evil spirit race must have been already inside the tower, and they would be at the elder rank right now. Now, We have to climb up one layer at a time. Even if there are elders up there, they shouldn't have absolute control over the tower. We have to rush up and kill the elder to become a tower lord. Once we do, the ancient netherworld divine tower should return to what it was supposed to be. Fan Shuixuan said determinedly. Are you already aware that your elder is an evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun wondered. I had my suspicion in the past, but there is no way to really prove it, especially with their cultivation being so high. I can hide my own bloodline, but it was still tough to do so. Fan Shuixuan explained. I understand. Now we must make haste. I don't have much time here. Yi Tianyun said, and Fan Shuixuan nodded before walking towards the center of the city. A huge platform was in the center of the city, and many people were already fighting there. Killing the opponent or throwing them off of the platform would earn you a flame imprint. If you were out of flame imprint, you no longer had the right to challenge others and had to wait until you got another flame imprint. It wasn't that long after Yi Tianyun walked towards the center of the city, but the iron necklace on his chest began to glow red, meaning that an evil spirit race cultivator was nearby. He looked around and noticed a dozen of cultivators that might be evil spirit race cultivators on the side. They were just silently watching the participant on the platform instead of joining the fight. Yi Tianyun immediately jumped onto the platform and challenged one of the evil spirit race to be his opponent. You, come here and duel me, Yi Tianyun said confidently. Obviously, Fan Shuixuan was startled by what Yi Tianyun did, as she didn't understand why Yi Tianyun decided to make a move right away instead of assessing the situation at hand first. Chapter 791. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower had a wide range of cultivators, many cultivators that still couldn't move out to the city, and some people that were just hanging around. Most of the cultivators there were at the Spirit Core stage, while some of them were at Core Transformation stage or higher. But mostly, it was just the Spirit Core stage cultivator, as it seemed they were born in this city. The evil spirit race that Yi Tianyun saw was at the 5th layer Core Transformation stage, and he was the most powerful cultivator in their group. Wow, this brat is certainly new around here. He just challenged a patrol envoy without any hesitation. One of the evil spirit race said mockingly, while the other snickered mockingly. Other cultivators were surprised by Yi Tianyun's sudden challenge and shook their heads as they thought Yi Tianyun must be crazy. Did you seriously just challenge me, kid? Inspector Zhao, the evil spirit race cultivator that Yi Tianyun challenged, said with a mocking expression on his face. He stroked the 2 flame imprint on his arms to show that he was different from an average cultivator in the 1st layer city. This platform was the only place where killing people wasn't considered breaking the law of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, so a brutal battle among the cultivators was the common way to solve their differences. That was one of the rules that ancient Netherworld Divine King enforced to the tower, as it was part of his own belief. Murder was such a cowardly move that he condemned it throughout his territory. I am sure, but are you brave enough to step up to the challenge? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Why would I? You didn't have the qualification to challenge me. Inspector Zhao said mockingly. He rejected Yi Tianyun's challenge without any hesitation, even though everyone encouraged him to accept it. Some people understood that someone with a high status like Inspector Zhao wouldn't accept a challenge for a duel from some random guy, as he didn't gain anything from it. Wow, I don't know that inspectors are such a coward. How can a coward like you be chosen to be a patrol? It just doesn't make any sense, right? Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. It was only a provocation, but Yi Tianyun knew that Inspector Zhao would take the bait, as there was no way the evil spirit race would just sit idly after being humiliated like that. Careful now, boy, are you really sure you want to do this? Inspector Zhao said coldly. He, at first, didn't want to accept the challenge, as he wanted to preserve the cultivator as much as he could until they reached the peak of their power. That way, they would be able to reap the cultivator at their best, harvesting the best quality blood essence from them for evil spirit race to consume. Of course, I am sure, so what are you waiting for? I am waiting up here, Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Everyone shook their head as they thought that the young man was done for now. The inspector would surely kill him after taunting him impertinently like that. Yi Tianyun knew what these cultivators were thinking, but he didn't care. He just wanted to kill the evil spirit race as soon as he could. In actuality, Yi Tianyun didn't even care if the inspector refused his challenges, he would kill him in the end nonetheless. Inspector Zhao looked at Yi Tianyun coldly, and jumped over to the platform. The field instantly lighted up and created a dim barrier, meaning that no one could escape the battle, and the only way to get out was to kill the opponent or force them to surrender. Congratulations, you have successfully made me mad, Zhao coldly said as he walked slowly toward the platform. Two flames appeared in his hands, and as the flame's intensity increased, it turned into Netherworld's fire. The cultivators knew that the power that Inspector Zhao was using was the privilege of the patrol, and it had the absolute power to suppress people. This ability was the reason why people in the layered city hesitated to challenge any of them. Unless the young man in front of the inspector right now was some kind of genius, he wouldn't be able to win against the inspector. The inspector looked at Tianyun with the intention to attack, but he was suddenly gone. He tried to find Tianyun, but he couldn't find him on the platform. Suddenly, he felt something hit him, and he lost his consciousness. He didn't feel any pain at all, but it was clear that he wouldn't be waking up again in this world. People were startled by what happened as Inspector Zhao's head was cut off from his body with one attack. It was an insane scene as no one ever expected an inspector to be killed so easily. The inspector's powerful fire didn't even play any part as Inspector Zhao couldn't even react to the young man's attack. Tianyun sighed as he felt a little bit cruel challenging a core transformation cultivator while he himself was already Saint King stage expert. But to be fair, Tianyun did hold back considerably, but clearly, it didn't change anything. After killing Inspector Zhao, his flame imprint flew towards Tianyun, and thus added another flame imprint on Tianyun's arm. Tianyun was actually satisfied with the flame imprint system as it was so easy to follow. He just have to defeat 5 more cultivators to upgrade his flame imprint to earn the qualification to enter 3rd layer city. And of course, this was the standard procedure way, not an alternative that might immediately take him to the top. Tianyun's provocation to challenge the evil spirit race to take their flame imprint was his own way to reach the top quickly. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This way, he could also call out the evil spirit race inside the tower ahead of time. Chapter 792. Successfully killed Inspector Zhao. Reward: 120.000 Express, 5.000 CPs, 2.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Blood. Tianyun easily killed Inspector Zhao, and it obviously surprised Fan Shuixuan and everyone else. But Fan Shuixuan was surprised beyond everyone else as she understood that the one that Tianyun killed was an evil spirit race cultivator. You did it! Fan Shuixuan clenched her fist in the air excitedly. She finally saw someone bold enough to kill the evil spirit race. She couldn't forget the thick heavy smell of blood that was a characteristic of evil spirit race now wafting off from the corpse on the platform. But it was soon gone as the tower teleported it away somewhere else. It was a well-known fact that the platform would be maintained by the tower almost immediately, including disposing of the dead body as it would be used for the next fight. Next, Tianyun shouted towards another patrol. He pulled his spirit tool-grade weapon as it would suffice for now. Besides, it would give an impression that he might not be that strong. If he pulled out his divine tools right now, the evil spirit race cultivator might run away, and it would complicate things. His action startled everyone as no one expected that he would go after 2 patrols one after another. It was really impressive to see such a young man as brave as Tianyun. Damn it, human, this time, I will be the one that will kill you. Another patrol officer coldly shouted as he released his power and showed his true appearance. Clearly, he didn't care whether his cover was blown or not. He then pulled out 4 spirit weapons from his storage ring and held each sword in his hand. He released every ounce of his core transformation aura, which affected everyone that watched the fight on the sideline as they trembled in fear. Inspector Liu is going to kill that young man, one cultivator from the side said worriedly. It was pitiable as that boy may have a bright future, but once Inspector Liu uses his 4-armed sword's secret art, no one would be able to hold him off. Another cultivator said with a disappointed expression. The murmur among the cultivators was heard from the side as they didn't even realize that Inspector Liu had transformed back to his evil spirit race form. But aside from the 4-arm, Inspector Liu's appearance didn't look that different from any normal cultivator. It seems the evil spirit race has made up a lie regarding their appearance. People seem to think that it was some kind of martial art right now. Tianyun said with a frown on his face. How dare you kill Inspector Zhao? You are dead meat, kid. Inspector Liu said coldly before rushing towards Tianyun and swung his weapons around, trying to cut Tianyun in pieces. Tianyun just dodged it slightly, but he made it look like he was trying hard to dodge the attack. Fan Shuixuan clenched her fist as she watched Yi Tianyun from the sidelines. She thought that Yi Tianyun was in a dire situation. If Yi Tianyun were wounded by the evil spirit race cultivator's attack, it wouldn't be pretty. She really wanted to help Yi Tianyun right now, but that was impossible as the tower had acknowledged the battle, and no one would be able to penetrate the barrier of the platform. The bypassers also shook their heads as they thought that Yi Tianyun would die this time. They thought Yi Tianyun should be grateful for his victory against Inspector Zhao and left right away, but he turned greedy instead and challenged another patrol to the duel. The other patrol also felt the same thing. They thought that Inspector Liu wouldn't lose against a teenager, and the annoying, arrogant young man would finally be killed for his arrogance. There was no way the young man would be able to dodge the attack for long, but it was all just a thought. "Hey, is that it?" Yi Tianyun said as he swiped the swords on Inspector Liu's hand aside and pierced his chest with one attack. "This is impossible," Inspector Zhao said as he looked at the sword on his chest. He wanted to rip the sword out and ran away, but he knew that it was the end of him as he felt his strength fading. Successfully killed Inspector Liu. Reward: 150.000 Express, 8.000 CPs, 2.800 SPs, Evil Spirit Blood. Yi Tianyun didn't get anything good from killing both inspectors as Evil Spirit Blood was the only item worth mentioning. Inspector Liu's flame imprint also burned and catapulted towards Yi Tianyun, then settled inside Yi Tianyun's flame imprint. Since Inspector Liu's flame imprint was the same as Inspector Zhao, it didn't give Yi Tianyun the additional flame imprint. Yi Tianyun sighed as he thought that this took too long. He wanted to earn his flame imprint much quicker. Meanwhile, the other patrols were shocked beyond belief. The inspector that they thought should have the upper hand against the young man was killed easily. Furthermore, Inspector Liu was at core transformation stage, meaning the young boy must be at core transformation rank. Or was it void spirit rank? They never thought to stumble upon a young man that already reached void spirit stage here in ancient netherworld divine tower as there was. Barely any genius cultivator left their faction. But as they looked over to Yi Tianyun once more, they noticed that the young man was a little bit out of breath, so they thought that the young man should be easy prey now. "Is there anyone else who wants to fight me?" Yi Tianyun said as he pointed his sword at the patrol. "I'll go next," another patrol said as he smirked to Yi Tianyun. He noticed that Yi Tianyun was out of breath, so he thought it was going to be an easy one. But none of them knew that Yi Tianyun was just acting, and they fell right into his trap. Chapter 793. Yi Tianyun wanted to deceive more evil spirit race cultivators so that he could supplement his flame imprint as he didn't want to drag things down. He wanted to rush towards the third layer city as fast as he could. The third layer city and above was when the real fight started as the first and second layer was for the beginner cultivators. Yi Tianyun kept challenging the evil spirit race cultivator one after another. Yi Tianyun even pretended to succumb to exhaustion once in a while to make sure that the evil spirit race kept on coming. Yi Tianyun smirked as he found the situation was a little bit funny. The evil spirit race didn't seem to notice that Yi Tianyun killed them effortlessly. Their arrogance surely would become their downfall. "Big brother Yi, what are you doing?" Fan Shuixuan said anxiously as she also believed that Yi Tianyun was already exhausted, but he still challenged another guard callously. "You are dead now, stupid human." Another patrol jumped up the platform and immediately rushed towards Yi Tianyun with his sword drawn. Yi Tianyun dodged it in the last second, deliberately letting the blade rip his clothes while seemingly faking an injury. "Damn it," Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. He let the patrol attack as much as he wanted while he was constantly dodging the attack before piercing the patrol's heart with his own sword. The patrol was killed with a single attack, but the most important thing was Yi Tianyun's act actually fooled everyone. Inspector Huang died. The people were startled as they didn't think that it was possible. "Come on to the next one," Yi Tianyun said as he stood with the support of his sword, keeping up his acting. "Damn you, human, let me be the next one," another patrol said as he walked towards the platform. Yi Tianyun has already killed 3 patrols so far, and the evil spirit race obviously couldn't forgive what he did. They had never lost against a human before, but this time they were killed successively by this human, so they couldn't contain their anger any longer. The patrol began attacking as he jumped up into the platform, and Yi Tianyun kept up his act before attacking the patrol with a desperate and seemingly weak attack. Of course, it wasn't truly a weak attack as it instantly penetrated the patrol's chest easily. Once again, another patrol died from Yi Tianyun's attack. Tianyun received another flame imprint, and this time, it seemed the flame imprint would be able to reach the third layer after one more challenge. Come on, who's next? Tianyun said as he clutched his sword as if he would fall as the wind blew, but obviously, it was just acting. Is this brat doing this on purpose to lure the patrol to their death? A cultivator said from the side as he started to suspect Tianyun wasn't exhausted at all. I don't know, but it might be true. Another one said with a frown on his face. Tianyun noticed that people started to doubt him, so he knew he couldn't pretend to be exhausted for much longer. Damn it, how could you kill my companion with that weak attack? Fine, this is my turn. Another patrol said as he jumped to the platform and released all of his power. He even showed his true appearance as he pulled out 4 swords and rushed towards Tianyun. But Tianyun disappeared from his sight, and as he frantically tried to look for Tianyun, a flash of light went through his body. He looked to his side and saw Tianyun stand not too far from him with an indifferent look on his face. He moved his body as he wanted to attack Tianyun when he realized that his body was suddenly cut in half. The patrol has already been cut by Tianyun's attack, but he wasn't bright enough to notice it. Successfully killed Inspector Hua. The flame imprint from the last patrol was catapulted towards Tianyun and settled on his arm, but this time, the third flame imprint finally appeared. This guy, it's all just an act. He was neither weak nor exhausted. The patrol said with fear in their eyes. Fan Shuixuan was surprised by this turn of events as she was really worried about Tianyun earlier. Big Brother Yi is only pretending to be exhausted. Even I buy that for a second, Big Brother Yi. Fan Shuixuan said with a frown on her face. Tianyun just smiled at Fan Shuixuan as he didn't know what to say to that. He turned his head to the rest of the patrol and noticed their cold eyes full of killing intent looking straight at Tianyun. But one more thing that Tianyun noticed was that the patrol couldn't hide their greed as they thought Tianyun was premium meat. A young man with incredible innate ability would be a huge boost to the evil spirit race cultivation. A genius finally come. We have to report this. The patrol said among themselves. We don't have to do anything. Once he gets to third layer city, someone will defeat him for sure. Another patrol said expectantly. The other patrol nodded as they believed that would be the case too. Now, anyone else wants to fight me? Tianyun said as he stared at the patrol. But the cultivators on the side looked down as they didn't want to fight Tianyun. They know that there was no chance for them to win against Tianyun. Tianyun noticed that he wouldn't get another fight in this city, but it wouldn't matter right now as he already had the third flame imprint. He could just leave this city and challenge the next one. Furthermore, the cultivators in this city weren't good enough, so it would probably be better to get to the higher layer. After all, there was no threat to him here. Chapter 794. Don't you want to avenge your fallen companion? Tianyun said to the patrol coldly. We are only a patrol. Don't mix us with some thugs that would come down and fight. One of the patrols, who was obviously an evil spirit race, said helplessly. What a bunch of cowards. At least your companion did fight me to avenge their fallen comrade earlier, unlike you, a bunch of cowards hiding behind the pretext of duty. Tianyun said tauntingly. He deliberately made it sound as taunting as possible because he wanted to reel in those evil spirit race people to fight him. Tianyun didn't have any interest in fighting other cultivators as his objective was solely to destroy the evil spirit race. Tianyun had other bloodlines that he could use to mask his sealing heaven-defying king bloodline, so he believed that the evil spirit race people wouldn't be able to detect his bloodline. The only thing they would see was the dragon god bloodline, and Tianyun suspected that it should be enough to bait such a greedy race. The evil spirit race patrol that Tianyun taunted was indeed irritated by his taunt. The ancient netherworld divine tower was now their territory. Although they couldn't control the tower, they were in charge of it nonetheless. Seeing someone trample on their pride like this obviously angered them. In fact, one of the patrols wanted to jump into the platform. But another patrol dragged him away. Are you crazy? You won't be able to defeat that brat. I hate to say this, but his cultivation is really strong for his age. It's probably best to leave it to the third layer city to deal with him. The patrol said as he dragged his comrade away from the platform. They were definitely furious because of Tianyun's taunting, but they tried hard to keep a level head. Let's get out of here, the patrol said to each other as they left the platform area. After they all left, Tianyun sighed as he failed to purge evil spirit race from the first layer city, but Tianyun was still satisfied that he could kill 5 of them here and got his hands on the third flame imprint. Some residents of the city snickered as they began to think that the patrol wasn't that tough. However, they knew it was still impossible for them to win against the patrol right now. After Tianyun went down the platform, Fan Shuixuan immediately rushed towards him joyfully. "Big brother Yi, you are so powerful. I didn't expect you to win against those people, but it turns out you are just pretending all along," she said with a big smile on her face. "Well, it was easy to lie towards your enemy, but the hard part is to fool your allies." Tianyun smiled. "You are mocking me, aren't you, big brother Yi?" Fan Shuixuan said while puffing her cheeks. "Well, it doesn't matter now. I'm heading to the third layer city after this, and you should stay here as this place is probably a lot safer than the upper city." Tianyun said solemnly. "Why did you help me out? Who are you really?" Fan Shuixuan wondered out loud. "It was too soon for me to tell you, but it's just that your goal was in line with my own goal, so I'm not really helping you out," Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun then patted her head before heading towards the stairs beside the platform to go to the second layer city. "Be careful up there, I will catch up with you soon," Fan Shuixuan shouted at Tianyun. She was determined to follow Tianyun up as soon as she could. She immediately psyched herself up as she wanted to earn her own flame imprint. Tianyun smiled as he left Fan Shuixuan behind. He didn't want to bring Fan Shuixuan with him because it was easier for him to act alone than having an additional burden. The interior of the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was easy to explore, so he didn't need her guide anymore. After all, the first layer city might be best for her due to its safety. Tianyun climbed the winding stairs with many other cultivators that had 2 flame imprints on their arms. These people clearly have triumphed over their opponent to get their hands on the second flame imprint. Tianyun noticed that the stair itself was also a type of test as it was a little bit difficult, unlike normal stairs. Obviously, Tianyun ignored these people and walked up the stairs indifferently. He could feel the gravity was different on the stairs as it was more difficult to make his way up. He overtook other cultivators easily, surprising them as it took everything they got to keep going. Tianyun didn't care about these cultivators that looked at him with awe and envy. As he went higher, the flame imprint on his arms started to flash, and as he got to the top of the stairs, it flashed brightly, granting him permission to enter the second layer city. As soon as Tianyun stepped his foot on the top of the stairs, he saw patrol not far from the stairs giving him an intimidating look, but clearly, they weren't Tianyun's concern right now. The first thing that Tianyun noticed as soon as he entered the second layer city was the spiritual power on the second layer city that was much stronger than the first layer city. But the environment was still the same as. There were green trees, a mountain, a river, and a small city. "Do you want to join our faction?" Suddenly, a cultivator came over and asked Tianyun to come with him. But not long after, another cultivator intervened and asked Tianyun the same question. Tianyun sighed and ignored these people as he didn't want to stay here for too long. So, he immediately walked towards the stairs in the middle that connected the place with third layer city. "What is going on? Isn't that guy new here? Why is he heading to the third layer city right off the bat?" A cultivator was confused by what Tianyun was doing. Chapter 795. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower hasn't changed much, and the rules in second layer city were a little bit strange. The second layer city had the highest population out of the entire city inside the tower, and the average cultivation level in this city was core transformation stage. The first thing that cultivators needed to do here on second layer city was joining a faction. The faction would keep watch on other factions, and once they gauged the power of their enemies, they would order a challenge. This was also why Tianyun didn't want to stick around the second layer city, as it was too much of a hassle for him. In the third layer city, everyone was free to challenge anyone without any restriction. The cultivators on third layer city couldn't even refuse a challenge as the rules stated that everyone had to accept the challenge in any condition. That was why the second layer city was the most populated city inside the tower, as it was safer for the cultivator to be here than on the third or higher level. They could even trade flame imprint here on second layer city as there was no punishment for deliberately losing a duel. The worst thing that could happen to a cultivator was losing their flame imprint and being forced to go back to first layer city. There was no other punishment other than that, but this rule applied to the third layer city and higher too. The moment they had less flame imprint than the city's requirement, they would be forced to go back to the previous city. This rule wasn't really that important for Yi Tianyun as he only wanted to destroy the evil spirit race, and he had no intention to stay at second layer city anyway. It was better to challenge the evil spirit race on the third layer city as they couldn't reject the challenge notion. The only condition where the challenge would be invalid was when the cultivator was injured or already participated in a challenge recently. This was to make sure that the cultivator had the time to recuperate from their previous duel before starting the next one, making it a fair challenge. This was why the third layer city and above was the best place to gain flame imprint, as rejecting a challenge was pretty hard to come by. Soon, Yi Tianyun reached the third layer city and immediately sensed that the place was definitely better than the second layer city as the spiritual energy was richer and thicker than the second layer city. Yi Tianyun realized that as he go up a level, the condition would be so much better for cultivation. "Hey, newbie," a cultivator near the stairs called Yi Tianyun over. The cultivator seemed to assess Yi Tianyun's appearance and frowned as soon as he realized that Yi Tianyun didn't have any faction badge on him. "Which faction did you come from?" the cultivator asked curiously. Obviously, this cultivator was there to pick up his own faction's cultivator that has successfully collected the flame imprint. This kind of behavior was normal as it would be safer to cultivate in groups than cultivating alone in this competitive environment. That was just how it worked here on ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. It was a great place to cultivate, and the flame imprint could be exchanged for some martial arts or some medicine that could help the cultivation grow faster. However, Yi Tianyun didn't have any interest in joining any faction at all as it would just increase his workload later. "I don't have any faction, and my goal is to challenge the city lord here," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Starting from third layer city, the city was managed by a city lord, and those who could defeat the city lord in battle would become the new city lord, thus speeding up flame imprint they got and mastering greater martial arts. "You want to challenge the city lord?" The cultivators that heard Yi Tianyun's word were confused. Their first thought is that the newbie was too arrogant for his own good as there was no way a newbie would win against the city lord as soon as he arrived at the city. But Yi Tianyun didn't care about their opinion as the only thing that mattered for Yi Tianyun was to gain flame imprint to go to higher layer and kill the evil spirit race, purging them from the tower. Yi Tianyun walked away from cultivators on the stairs and immediately walked towards the city palace. He believed that the city palace would be full of evil spirit race people. There was no way the evil spirit race would let other groups control the city in their territory, so the evil spirit race should be highly concentrated in the palace. Soon, he arrived in front of the palace, and he was immediately stopped by some cultivator. "Who are you, newcomer?" the cultivator asked as they had never seen Yi Tianyun before. They didn't know that Yi Tianyun had just arrived at third layer city just a moment ago. Yi Tianyun knew that he couldn't kill or even less fight the evil spirit race he met outside of the platform that had been designated for that purpose. This was the sole rule that couldn't be violated inside ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. If this rule was violated, the offender would be punished severely. Yi Tianyun ignored these cultivators and walked towards the throne room directly. He saw blood flowing down the stairs from the throne room and many piles of bones on the side. If any other cultivators saw this scene, they would definitely shiver on their way as it was so gruesome. But obviously, Yi Tianyun was different from any other's cultivator. Although the city lord that was obviously part of the evil spirit race couldn't kill his victim, he could just keep them alive. Of course, the victim would be badly injured, and the victim would be silenced throughout the entire process to make sure that he wouldn't be interrupted. Yi Tianyun wasn't surprised. He already expected every city lord in each city would be an evil spirit race cultivator, so this gruesome scene wasn't such an unexpected sight he would see on his way towards the city palace. There was no doubt on his mind that he would kill all this city lord as soon as he went up a level inside the tower. "Hey, trash city lord. You are garbage and disgusting creature. Come down here and accept my challenge," Yi Tianyun shouted coldly. Chapter 796. Someone rushed inside the throne room and saw the true face of city lord Qin Shang. He immediately burst into anger and threw the cultivator on his hands to the ground, but the cultivator was immediately enveloped in bright energy that delayed her fall, keeping her alive. But even if she was still alive, at the state she was in, it was almost the same as dead as her flesh and blood had been consumed by the evil spirit race. "Human, how dare you enter my throne room?" City Lord Qin Shang shouted furiously. The guards that were guarding the perimeter rushed inside as soon as they heard Qin Shang shouted. They immediately surrounded Yi Tianyun as they couldn't kill him either. "You are not human, how dare the enemy of all living?" Beings in this world assume the position of the city lord. Didn't you guards see that you have been serving an evil spirit race that consumes humans like mere cattle? Tianyun already knew that the two guards that charged in just now weren't part of the evil spirit race. What are you talking about? Are you trying to pit us against our lord? The guards said as they rushed towards Tianyun to grab him. Tisk, you guys are really pathetic. Tianyun said as he gently waved his palm towards the guards. His attack instantly killed the guards, but he didn't get punished as it was just self-defense. The flame imprint on the guard's arms was immediately catapulted towards Tianyun, further increasing his own flame imprint. Interesting. I don't know how you find out about our true identity, but you are going to die. City Lord Xianxia coldly said as he walked down his throne and pulled out a giant axe. Tianyun saw that Xianxia had 4 flame imprints on his arms, meaning that he was powerful enough to go to the 4th layer city, but chose to stay here and took the city lord position as his own. Nevertheless, Xianxia was only at the 6th layer void spirit stage. He was certainly powerful compared to the average cultivation level on the 3rd layer city. But still, it didn't matter against Tianyun. But then again, Tianyun couldn't attack first as he was still bound by the ancient netherworld divine tower's rule. But clearly, Xianxia was too furious to think rationally as he suddenly charged towards Tianyun. The flame imprint on his arms suddenly shone, doubling his power as he attacked Tianyun. Because of his status as the city lord, he could use the flame imprint to increase his power. You are dead meat, human. Now, become our food. Xianxia shouted as he smashed his axe towards Tianyun's direction, and netherworld's fire burst out of the axe, freezing everything on its path. Tianyun neither dodged nor did anything as he just stared at Xianxia with a bored look on his face. Xianxia didn't really saw Tianyun move, so he thought that Tianyun must have been frozen, so he attacked once more. But as soon as Xianxia got close enough, he was startled as his axe was stopped. Amidst the ice that froze the air around him, Tianyun wasn't affected at all. In fact, Tianyun held the axe's blade like it was nothing. He didn't even bother to move from his position. How did you attain this much power at such a young age? Xianxia asked confusedly as he truly didn't expect a man at Tianyun age would be able to stop him like this. He tried to push the axe to cut the young man's hand, but it didn't even budge. City Lord Xianxia, there is an absurdly strong human rushing from the bottom. He already crushed our patrol. From the way it sounds, his cultivation was way above void spirit stage. But surely, he would taste very great once we got our hands on him. An evil spirit race guard reported as he walked slowly to the throne room. But as he saw what happened inside the throne room, he was startled as he didn't expect the human he mentioned was already inside Xianxia's throne room. It's him. He was the man that killed our patrol earlier. The guard shouted as he held Tianyun's poster to make sure he was looking at the right guy. However, he was too late. Xianxia has already attacked him, meaning Tianyun was free to retaliate. Once Xianxia attacked, the duel commenced, and it wouldn't end until either side lost their lives or gave up. What was it? I will become your food. Wow, I wonder how a weakling thrash like you can ever beat me. Tianyun said tauntingly. He then slammed the giant axe that Xianxia was holding to the ground, dragging Xianxia along with it. Now, it seems that you're the one that will be the prey, Tianyun said as he held the axe up again and swung it towards Xianxia. Xianxia immediately transformed back to his evil spirit race form and tried to defend himself by extending his extra arms to block the axe, but unfortunately for him, his speed and defense were not enough to block Tianyun's attack. The axe cut through Xianxia's arms before going right through his head. Successfully killed City Lord Xianxia. Reward. Tianyun didn't care about the reward he got from killing Xianxia as the only important thing for him right now was the flame imprint. The flame imprint on his arms burned intensely as Xianxia's flame imprint integrated itself into Tianyun's arms. Now, he would only need one more flame imprint to upgrade his flame imprint to the 4th flame imprint. Tianyun also noticed that a blue ring emerged around the flame imprint, and Tianyun realized that it had to be the mark of the 3rd layer City Lord. Chapter 797. Even after killing City Lord Xianxia, Tianyun wasn't satisfied at all. For him, it was only the beginning of his goal to purge the evil spirit race from ancient netherworld divine tower. But he has already taken a significant step now as only a City Lord could challenge the higher level City Lord. Furthermore, the city lord couldn't refuse another city lord's challenge regardless of the circumstances. The city lord challenge was different from the regular challenge. The city lord could reject the regular challenge as long as they provided a certain condition to the challenger, for example, defeating certain people before earning the right to challenge the city lord. This was a given provided that the city lord bore the responsibility to take care of the city they were in charge of. Tianyun didn't know who bore the city lord position in a higher layer, but he speculated that all of them would be evil spirit race cultivators. This position provided so many benefits that there was no way the evil spirit race would let such an advantageous position fell into other races' hands. Tianyun was very lucky that Qin Sheng charged straight at him without thinking earlier. If Qin Sheng kept his composure, Tianyun had to wait for a certain amount of time before he could deal with Qin Sheng. Now, let's continue our fight, Tianyun said as he turned his attention to the guards that attacked him earlier. He expanded his aura and covered the entire room. The guards immediately felt a foreboding shadow of death and thus immediately tried to escape, but unfortunately for them, their decision was a little too late. Tianyun flashed in front of them and blocked their escape route. "Stop! Don't kill me!" The guards screamed while assuming a defensive position as they subconsciously tried to protect themselves. But once again, their action was futile as Tianyun easily cleaved them in two with the big axe that Qin Sheng used earlier. Tianyun got the guard's flame imprint, and he successfully upgraded the fourth flame imprint while the fifth flame imprint started to show itself faintly. Surely, it would be hard to upgrade the fifth flame imprint as the guard was only at the third flame imprint. It surely would be far easier to just go up another level instead of challenging the guards on the third layer city to upgrade his flame imprint. But when he checked the city lord's status and found something that might be useful later, he found that the city lord had the authority to judge anyone they deemed a sinner regardless of whether they really violated the rules, as it was up to city lord's decision whether to punish the cultivator to duel or not. But still, the trials for the sinner only worked on those with the same level of flame imprint as the city that the city lord managed, meaning that Tianyun's privilege as the city lord wouldn't work on those that had fourth flame imprint or above. The most useful thing was that the city lord privilege could ignore the rule that prohibited challenging those who had just participated in another duel recently, meaning that there was no time given to the sinner to recuperate. But it was understandable as the city lord was supposed to set a trial instead of challenging the sinner. The city lord had a chance to hold 3 trials each month, meaning that Tianyun could kill 3 cultivators of his choice each month without evoking the tower's punishment. Tianyun then rushed towards the cultivator that Qin Sheng toyed around with earlier. He equipped the longevity necklace and longevity ring to help the poor cultivator. The female cultivator was badly injured as Qin Sheng also damaged her soul. Her blood essence has already depleted, meaning that Qin Sheng has feasted on her for quite some time. Although Tianyun has equipped his best equipment to save the female cultivator, it didn't mean he was omnipotent. Furthermore, the female cultivator was dying. This was beyond him unless he had the full set of longevity set. "Thank you for killing that monster," the female cultivator said with a smile on her face. Even though she didn't want to die, at least she could see her enemy met the end he deserved. After expressing her gratitude to Tianyun, she died on his hand. But she died with a smile on her face. Tianyun sighed and covered the bodies in the room with his immortal fire. He didn't want the odor to spread further. Besides, he did it to honor the female cultivator to make sure no one could see her badly injured body. Tianyun then walked out of the throne room as he didn't have anything else to do in this place, but as soon as he opened the door, he saw that many cultivators had gathered on the bottom of the stairs as they heard the commotion on the city palace. They heard that someone was challenging the city lord, but they thought there was no way the challenger would win as the city lord was a very powerful cultivator. There was no way someone on third layer city could defeat such a man, but once they saw Tianyun coming out of the throne room and the blue ring on Tianyun's arm, they knew that the previous city lord had been killed. "City lord," the cultivator shouted in surprise as they didn't want to get into the new city lord's bad side. They were terrified as the situation changed so fast, and they didn't even know the young man who successfully killed the previous city lord in such a short amount of time. Tianyun stared at the cultivator coldly, but since he didn't feel any evil spirit race's presence among the crowd, he ignored them and started to walk towards the stairs that would bring him to the fourth layer city. But suddenly, a man rushed towards Tianyun with strong killing intent. "I challenge you, young man. How dare you kill City Lord Qin? Do you realize what you have gotten yourself into?" The cultivator shouted coldly. The iron necklace on Yi Tianyun's neck started to glow red, meaning that the cultivator that rushed towards him right now was part of the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun looked at the cultivator coldly, and as soon as the cultivator rushed close enough to where he was, Yi Tianyun split the cultivator in two with the big axe that he got from Xianxia earlier. His goal was to slaughter the evil spirit race, so there was no need for him to hear anything they have to say. Chapter 798. Everyone witnessed the cultivator came as sudden as he accused Yi Tianyun of killing the previous city lord in cold blood, but he was immediately killed by Yi Tianyun without so much effort, instilling fear deep on their hearts. We didn't mean any harm. We're just here to see the new city lord with our own eyes. The cultivator said with their head down. Do you know about the evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun asked the cultivators coldly. Evil spirit race? We don't know about them. The cultivators said while shaking their heads. They have heard about it, but they didn't know about them specifically. But it was normal for them to be unaware of the evil spirit race. After all, the demon war was already 1,000 years ago, and most of the records depicting the war were either lost in history or destroyed by the evil spirit race. Some big countries still passed down the story about the war and the evil spirit race, but the cultivators there surely didn't care about it or just solely forgot about their existence. Moreover, the cultivator inside the tower right now was more likely to be a rogue cultivator or cultivators from small faction trying to turn their lives around. Well, you will know about them soon enough. They are the enemies of the three realms. Yi Tianyun coldly said as he turned around and walked towards the ladder leading to fourth layer city. The cultivators seemed confused by Yi Tianyun's word as they didn't know what was going on. The story about the evil spirit race was scarce. In all honesty, the evil spirit race did really well on their parts to stay hidden. They could hide so well that no one knew about them, and they probably killed those who knew about them too. After Yi Tianyun left for the fourth layer city, some cultivators came to third layer city, but they were surprised by what had happened. Qin Sheng has been killed, and the man who has become the new city lord has gone up to fourth layer city. We have to report to the elders. The city lord of third layer city has been killed, and the city lord in the upper city is in danger. One of the cultivators said nervously. They were the evil spirit race cultivator that was ordered to stop the young man that came out of nowhere and started challenging their patrol on the first layer city. They came to the third layer city as they didn't find the man in the second layer city, but they were shocked upon realizing that they were already too late. They knew that they might be too late to inform the fourth layer city as climbing the ladder to the fourth layer city would take some time. Besides, they didn't have any other means of communication other than going to the said level themselves. Yi Tianyun kept going without any problem. The ladder towards the fourth layer city might be more challenging than those in the lower level, but that didn't mean it could halt Yi Tianyun's progress. But even if everything seemed easy right now, Yi Tianyun knew that he would soon face someone that might be more challenging than any other opponents he had battled with in the past. Soon, Yi Tianyun arrived at fourth layer city and noticed nothing out of place from the third layer city, except for the spiritual energy that was clearly more potent than that of the third layer city. Like the first time he came to third layer city, some cultivators approached and asked which faction Yi Tianyun came from. This was a normal question as all cultivators there on ancient netherworld divine tower wanted to survive by grouping up. I am not associated with any faction, Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. He then left the confused cultivator and proceeded towards the city lord palace. But the cultivators earlier chased after him as he couldn't fathom what Yi Tianyun had said. Wait, did you just say that you didn't have a faction up here? How did you get to come up? Did you already fight every single faction there is down there? The cultivator asked confusedly. This isn't the right time to talk. I want to challenge the city lord right away. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. What, did you want to die, brat? Why would you challenge the city lord right away? The cultivator asked as he was baffled by Yi Tianyun's word. Seriously, this place has gone nuts. There was this hot woman that came up in the past that also did the exact same thing as this brat. And look at that, he already has the city lord imprint on his arms. Another cultivator said as he overheard what the previous cultivator was talking about with Yi Tianyun. But look kid, Xinjiang, the city lord of this fourth layer city was actually the older brother of the city lord you just killed. If he knew that his brother was dead, you would be in serious danger. The cultivator said while shaking his head. Yi Tianyun wanted to ignore these people, but he was intrigued about the woman who took the same path as him. A woman did the same thing I do. Yi Tianyun said to himself, but he knew that it wasn't the right time to inquire about that as he had to complete his own mission. So, he ignored the cultivators and walked straight towards the City Lord Palace. He looked around on his way there and noticed that the average cultivation level was the late court transformation stage or early void spirit stage. The cultivation level of this place wasn't bad, but it wasn't something that Tianyun needed to concern himself with now. Suddenly, he heard a loud banging sound from the City Lord Palace. Tianyun looked really close and saw that the sky above the palace was filled with Netherworld's fire, but there was another flame that tried to pressure the Netherworld's fire. Immortal fire, Tianyun said to himself as he recognized the orange-colored fire. Tianyun thought about it for a while and arrived at one conclusion. The only person he knew that was also capable of controlling the immortal fire was Bai Shuiwang, the lord of the Phoenix race. He knew from the cultivator earlier that a hot woman was walking the same path as he does, and if it were a woman, the probability that it was Bai Shuiwang increased exponentially. He rushed towards the City Lord Palace and went right through the crowds. Sure enough, he immediately saw Bai Shuiwang fighting against Qin. Both of them were at Spirit King peak stage, making the battle even more intense. It really is her, Tianyun said to himself as he was surprised by this situation. Chapter 799. Tianyun didn't expect Bai Shuiwang to be here out of all places, but more importantly, why would she leave the Phoenix race behind? But it was most likely because Bai Shuiwang had learned about the evil spirit race. There was no way Phoenix clan and evil spirit race could coexist anyway, so here she was. Tianyun then observed the crowds and was a little bit surprised that he found some other elders of the Phoenix race among them, which was none other than shopkeeper Yi. With that knowledge, Tianyun wouldn't be surprised if he found some other Phoenix clan elders here later on. The Phoenix clan's cultivation was indeed strong, but Tianyun wasn't sure whether they could take on the evil spirit race that had already taken control over the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower by themselves. An explosion surprised everyone as Bai Shuiwang's immortal fire and Qin's Netherworld's fire collided again, causing an explosion that would easily kill any normal cultivator. Immortal fire might be stronger than Netherworld's fire, but Qin's Netherworld's fire was a lot more intense than Bai Shuiwang's immortal fire, so she was losing ground at the moment. I didn't expect to see a Phoenix bloodline in this place, but I welcome you gladly. Qin laughed maniacally. He released the power of his City Lord's flame imprint, empowering his Netherworld's fire further. Qin licked his lips as he was delighted to see Phoenix clan here. He really wanted to consume their bloodline so that he could further improve his power. As for Bai Shuiwang, she was trying hard to find a weak spot on Qin's defense. She knew that she couldn't win against Qin's Netherworld's fire, so she had to put everything to her own wits to win the battle. She knew that she couldn't prolong the battle like this. Otherwise, she wouldn't have any chance of winning. I'll wipe the grin out of that ugly face today, Bai Shuiwang said coldly. She tried to increase her immortal fire's firepower and summoned the Phoenix Phantom Shadow to assist her. She immediately clashed her immortal fire with Qin's Netherworld's fire once again. My ugly face. It's so hard to see past your spiteful word, woman, Qin said coldly. He used his Netherworld's fire to enhance his body, thus increasing his power several folds. This place is my territory. Even if you are the great Phoenix race, you're powerless here, Qin coldly said as he started to wave his giant axe around. The giant axe was similar in terms of appearance to what Qin Sheng used in his fight with Tianyun earlier. The giant axe could just split Bai Shuiwang in half, and Qin's attack wasn't slow either. As time went by, it was clear that Bai Shuiwang was in a dire as she looked exhausted, while Qin didn't seem to be out of breath at all. Bai Shuiwang tried to dodge the attack with her amazing speed and successfully dodged it by a hairbreadth, but to what end? That is enough, Lord Bai, shopkeeper Yi shouted as he didn't like the way things went. Bai Shuiwang herself knows that she was pushed to a corner, but she didn't want to admit that she lost just yet. There was nothing she hated more than losing. Furthermore, she really wanted to kill all these evil spirit race scumbags. Lord Bai, it is okay, leave everything else to me, Tianyun said as he walked across the crowds. Every eye was immediately focused on Tianyun as they heard his arrogant words. Divine Envoy, shopkeeper Yi shouted surprisedly. He didn't expect to encounter Tianyun here out of all places. Bai Shuiwang also glanced towards the voice inside as she used the last ounce of her power to empower the immortal fire for the last time. She turned into a huge phoenix and started to rush forward to attack Qin. She successfully hit Qin Jian, that was caught off guard since he didn't expect that Bai Shuiwang still got a fight left in her. She charged at Qin Jian like an arrow, resulting in Qin Jian not having enough time to get away. Bai Shuiwang herself didn't continue the battle as she rushed towards the edge of the platform and jumped out of it. The barrier that protected the platform immediately disappeared as it marked the end of the battle with Qin Jian's victory. At the same time, the flame imprint on Bai Shuiwang's arm was catapulted towards Qin Jian as then reward for his victory. "I will let you win this one," Bai Shuiwang said with a smile on her face. She immediately disappeared as she was teleported back to the third layer city due to losing her qualification to stay in fourth layer city. She didn't have the fourth flame imprint anymore when she lost her duel against Qin Jian, but it didn't really matter for her. "I didn't expect to be down by that woman," Qin Jian said as he was annoyed by Bai Shuiwang's last struggle. He thought that he could win easily against Bai Shuiwang, that he was caught off guard at the last moment. Furthermore, Bai Shuiwang has escaped his clutch, further annoyed him since he couldn't get his hands on the rare phoenix bloodline. But at the same time, Tianyun stepped up into the platform with his gaze still on Qin Jian. "I challenge, Qin Jian, the city lord of fourth layer city," Tianyun said coldly. "No thanks, you aren't from phoenix bloodline. I don't have any reason to fight you." Qin Jian waved his hands dismissively. "It doesn't matter whether you are interested or not. This duel is already a decided matter," Tianyun said as he showed Qin Jian the blue circle on his third flame imprint, a sign that he was the city lord for third layer city, and the duel between two city lords couldn't be rejected. "You are the third layer city's city lord. You killed my brother," Qin Jian said as his eyes reddened and filled with fury. "Well, for a weakling and a trash race like you and your brother, death is already the best thing I could give," Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. "So, are you sure you don't want to fight me?" Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 800. "You killed my younger brother." Qin Jian shouted furiously. "How dare you, stupid human, kill my younger brother? I will make sure you die a painful death," Qin Jian shouted as he was consumed with rage. The barrier of the platform was erected as a sign that the duel officially began. Tianyun knew that Qin Jian would be easily provoked as soon as he showed that his brother had been killed and thus took advantage of it. The evil spirit race was a race that would easily lose themselves in rage, especially those that never experienced it before. They easily lost their senses as they blindly attacked with rage, so Tianyun should be able to end it rather easily. "There are a lot of people that want me dead, but you are actually weaker than most of them." Tianyun mocked Qin Jian without showing the slightest worry of Qin Jian's incoming attack, further provoking Qin Jian. The cultivators on the side that watched the fight began to frown as they doubted that a young man like Tianyun could win against the city lord. They still didn't know about the evil spirit race, but surely, they were about to find out. "How dare you, a trash like you, dare to mock me?" Qin Jian furiously shouted as he began to swing his huge axe towards Tianyun. The fifth flame imprint on his arms burst out, enhancing Qin Jian's power even further than when he was facing Bai Shuiwang. "Devouring the heaven," Qin Jian shouted as he released his aura completely. His body was immediately shrouded with the netherworld's fire, and the axe on his hands grew as it got even bigger than before, while also completely covered with the netherworld's fire. At this point, Qin Jian didn't care about his identity at all. After all, nobody on this place really knew about the evil spirit race. Even if some of them knew about evil spirit race, he didn't have to worry. After all, they could be dealt with later on. Divine Envoy, watch out for his power. He could utilize the tower's power since he is the city lord here. Shopkeeper Yi shouted as he was worried that Tianyun would fail to defend against the enemy attack. Tianyun didn't really mind Shopkeeper Yi's word as he already knew about it from his previous fight, but Qin Jian was still leagues apart from Tianyun. "Even with that much netherworld's fire, that's all you got? How pathetic," Tianyun said as he activated the fourth flame imprint on his hands and summoned his immortal fire. The cultivators on the side once again thought that Tianyun lacked combat experience. Although Tianyun's fire did seem impressive, it wouldn't be able to stop Qin Jian's fire. Furthermore, Qin Jian's fifth flame imprint was one level above Tianyun's fourth flame imprint. "You are too naive, kid," Qin coldly Jian said as he waved his axe over towards Tianyun's head. He was confident that Tianyun wouldn't be able to defend against his attack, so he focused himself on attacking. As he swung his axe, it radiated an intense fire attack that would definitely engulf everything it touched. But Yi Tianyun calmly raised his hand and stopped the axe with minimum effort. The fire headed straight towards Yi Tianyun, but as it collides with a mortal fire that Yi Tianyun has summoned, it disappeared. The netherworld's fire that was brimming with power just a moment ago disappeared without a trace. The weak-looking immortal fire that Yi Tianyun summoned earlier completely devoured Qin Jian's fire. How is this possible? Qin Jian said as his complexion turned pale. He used everything he got to kill his brother's killer, but he couldn't even graze his clothes. The cultivators that watched the duel intensely were clearly stunned and confused by what just happened. They didn't understand why a young man such as Yi Tianyun could block such an overwhelming attack from their city lord. Furthermore, the young man's weak little fire completely overpowered the city lord's intense fire. Now, do you still think that the human race is trash? I already cut your brother in half, and I am about to do the same thing to you. Now, where is the power that you evil spirit race bragging? Yi Tianyun said challengingly. Qin Jian tried to pull the axe from Yi Tianyun's hands, but it didn't budge, not even a millimeter. City Lord Qin, I'm here to inform you about the third layer city's city lord. We have to discuss. The guard rushed to the platform, but they were stunned as soon as they saw that their city lord was being overpowered. Qin Jian's storage ring immediately flashed, and another giant axe appeared on his hand. Qin Jian immediately abandoned the axe Yi Tianyun held and immediately swung his new axe aiming for Yi Tianyun's waist. But clearly, Yi Tianyun wasn't having it and immediately struck Qin Jian with the axe that he was holding. Fortunately for Qin Jian, Yi Tianyun attacked him with the handle of the axe, not the blade, so Qin Jian was thrown to the barrier of the platform that served like a wall. Clearly, even though he was still alive, Qin Jian was heavily injured. How can a human possess this much power? Qin Jian said as he was terrified of Yi Tianyun's monstrous power. He immediately stood up again, but this time he wanted to get out from the barrier to save himself. The fact that Yi Tianyun had killed his brother earlier wasn't important anymore. Human race is far more powerful than what you can imagine, Yi Tianyun said as he clenched his fist and punched Qin Jian's head. A beam of blue light appeared as Yi Tianyun's fist landed on Qin Jian's head and covered Qin Jian's body. As soon as the blue light disappeared, everyone was surprised as Qin Jian was already frozen solid, turned into an ice sculpture. Chapter 801. Everyone was confused when Qin Jian was frozen solid as it seemed Yi Tianyun was using immortal fire instead of netherworld fire. Successfully killed Qin Jian. Reward: 360 million express, 56.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Race Blood, Axe of the Evil Spirit Bone, Soul of Evil Spirit Race. Yi Tianyun gained a lot of evil spirit related stuff out of killing Qin Jian. But he didn't seem interested for the moment and chose to take a look at them later. Everyone else in the vicinity was clearly still stunned as they didn't expect someone like Qin Jian, who had a better flame imprint, would be defeated so easily. That is not the power of immortal fire. It wasn't the netherworld fire either. It was the heavenly yin fire. A fire so strong that only a select few can possess. A cultivator shouted on the side. Everyone was even more surprised as they heard this claim. They have heard that if they got to the 8th layer city, they would have a chance to make the power heavenly yin fire their own, but clearly, this young man in front of them was already able to control it. The people in the upper level of the tower had much better resources than those living in any level below. That was why it was very rare to see anyone from the higher floor came down willingly. At the same time, the flame imprint from Qin Jian's arm was catapulted to Yi Tianyun's arm, evolving Yi Tianyun's flame imprint to the 5th flame imprint. As soon as his flame imprint has successfully leveled up, Yi Tianyun kicked Qin Jian's ice sculpture to the ground, shattering it to pieces. Yi Tianyun didn't feel any mercy towards the evil spirit race, and therefore, he wouldn't leave any trace of the evil spirit race behind. With Qin Jian died, Yi Tianyun successfully became the city lord of the 4th layer city. But now that he relinquished his right of becoming the city lord of 3rd layer city, the role of city lord on 3rd layer city was vacant. Anyone who wanted that status could get it as soon as they were qualified and finished a certain assessment. You are too late, he is already dead, Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at the guard that came to report back to Qin Jian. It was clear that the guard was scared of Yi Tianyun as he began to backpedal. Yi Tianyun instantly knew that the guard must be part of the evil spirit race and let out his killing intent with a smile on his face. The guard immediately turned around and fled the scene as he wanted to get away from Yi Tianyun, but it was already too late. Yi Tianyun flashed towards the fleeting guard and created a barrier that trapped the guards within. The spectators around immediately jumped aside as they didn't want to get caught in whatever was going on. Yi Tianyun immediately threw a ball of flame and froze the guard just like what he did to Qin Jian earlier. Successfully killed the guard of 4th layer City Palace. Reward: 31 million Express, 16.000 CPs, 2.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Race's blood. Killing these people was a good resource for Yi Tianyun as he got a good amount of sin points. It was obvious as the evil spirit race has done a lot of awful things. But right now, the cultivators on 4th layer city thought of Yi Tianyun as nothing but a cruel person since they didn't know why he killed the guard out of the blue. They didn't know anything about the evil spirit race, so what Yi Tianyun did only seemed like a discrimination. Divine Envoy, you are as powerful as ever. No one else could match you in this realm. Shopkeeper Yi said with a smile on his face. It seems I was concerned for nothing. Shopkeeper Yi said with a sigh of relief. Thanks, but are you here to destroy the evil spirit race too? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, we acquired the information about the evil spirit race and found out that they have made the ancient netherworld divine tower. Now that the Phoenix clan is in a stable condition, we plan to eradicate the evil spirit race from the ghost world. Shopkeeper Yi answered enthusiastically. The Phoenix clan has always cared about their surrounding, and it was understandable that they would try to eliminate the evil spirit race due to the danger they possessed. Yi Tianyun was obviously satisfied by the Phoenix race's fast response. Yi Tianyun also knew that the evil spirit race was trying to control the Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation to take control over Heavenly Netherworld Divine Tower. This place was the best cultivation spot in the ghost world, if not across the 3 realms. That was why Yi Tianyun had to take over the tower as soon as possible before the evil spirit race found a way to take control over the tower completely. I am done here. I am going ahead to 5th layer city to challenge the next city lord. Yi Tianyun said casually to shopkeeper Yi. Yi Tianyun wanted to get things done as soon as possible. If he could reach the 8th layer city soon, he would have an equal footing with the evil spirit race reigning over the tower. Once he reached the realms of Elder, these evil spirit race wouldn't be able to do everything the way they wanted anymore. Chapter 802. Yi Tianyun quickly ascended to the 5th layer city as he wanted to conquer the tower as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun knew that he got to control ancient netherworld divine tower as soon as possible as there was a chance the gate to another world could be opened in this exact place. If he was too late, more demons could come and devastated the 3 realms with ease. Furthermore, he already promised himself to destroy the evil spirit race, and it was aligned with his quest. When he came to the 5th layer city, the number of cultivators inside was far smaller than the number of cultivators on the previous floor. The cultivation of these cultivators was also far higher than people on the previous floor as Yi Tianyun noticed that most of them were at Spirit King stage. It's the new kid. He is the new 4th layer city's city lord after defeating the 3rd and the 4th city lord consecutively. That kid must be thinking of challenging Master Su Changming. But does the city lord want to accept his challenge? The cultivator wondered as he talked with another cultivator. Well, I guess we will have to wait to find out, hee. The other cultivator said enthusiastically. There was no one waiting at the entrance of the stairs this time. It was obvious that the news about Yi Tianyun conquering each floor has reached this floor, so no one thought of receiving him this time. 4th layer city lord, are you here to challenge Master Su Changman? One of them said with a big smile on his face. They clearly didn't know Yi Tianyun's name, but since Yi Tianyun was the 4th layer city's city lord, they just called him by his title. Su Changman, an evil spirit race cultivator that named himself with a common surname in this world. Now that's hilarious, Yi Tianyun said while shaking his head. It was obvious that the evil spirit race was trying hard to blend in with the people of this world. What are you talking about? The cultivators asked as they were confused by Yi Tianyun's word. Don't you know those people that called themselves the city lord or the elder of this place is actually evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun challengingly asked as he looked around the area. These people were at Spirit King stage, so they should have heard about the evil spirit race before. Well, we have heard about it before, but what is the problem? One cultivator asked as he was confused. I have heard that the evil spirit race was a race that could devour another cultivator to gain their power. Another cultivator chimed in. Since some of you already knew about them, then you should get the big picture already. Yi Tianyun said casually. I don't think it matters right now. They have nothing to do with us anyway. They can eat any cultivator for all I care as long as they don't bother us. Another cultivator said indifferently. Yes, that is true. As long as we got along fine with them, they wouldn't do anything to us. Other people's lives have nothing to do with me. Another cultivator said indifferently. Do you really think that you'll be alright as long as you leave them alone? Tianyun coldly said as he began to think that these cultivators didn't seem to get it even after what he said. Boy, are you sure your head is alright? Are you seriously thinking that you are some kind of savior that comes here to save us? Don't you hear us? As long as we leave them alone, they wouldn't do anything to us. Another cultivator said annoyedly. Yeah, that's right, they are the master of this tower, and there is no merit in picking a fight with them. It's wiser to follow them than putting the odds against you. The cultivator nodded as they agreed with that wise word. They looked at Tianyun with disdain as they thought that nothing good would come from listening to Tianyun. But Tianyun didn't really care about these people. Obviously, a human that tried to leech off the evil spirit race was the enemy of humanity. But then again, there was no need for Tianyun to save them here, as the enemy of humanity should perish as soon as the evil spirit race that they adored so much disappeared from this world. Now, if someday the evil spirit race successfully rules over the three realms and then one day they had the urge to devour a cultivator that may be your family in the future, will you still bow your head to serve them? Tianyun asked coldly. What are you talking about, you idiot? That is impossible. If by any chance it happens, I will serve them more devotedly as I am sure that they would treat us better that way. The cultivator tried to mock Tianyun. I will judge you, Tianyun said coldly, and an intense light immediately enveloped the cultivator. The cultivator in question tried to run away, but he was too slow, so the sharp light pierced the cultivator's heart, killing him in an instant. Tianyun was furious that the cultivator was so adamant about serving the evil spirit race. Nothing good would come from letting this kind of people walk freely in this world. The cultivators even went as far as mocking those that tried to dethrone the evil spirit race. This was why there was no need for Tianyun to show mercy to this kind of people. Evil spirit race should be exterminated, and nothing could compromise Tianyun from achieving that goal. The evil deeds that the evil spirit race has done were unforgivable, and killing them as quickly as possible was his way of showing mercy. But then again, Tianyun wasn't surprised to hear that some humans even went as low as sacrificing their own family to gain power and advantages over others. That kind of man would have no problem at all lowering their heads to the evil spirit race as long as they gained benefit and status over others. Fortunately, there weren't that many people who would stoop that low in the three realms. Otherwise, Tianyun's hard work would amount to nothing. Chapter 803. Tianyun killed every cultivator that stood in his way, be it evil spirit race people or not. He realized that most of the cultivators in this level were traitors that would gladly serve the evil spirit race without hesitation to save their hide. So, there is no point in letting these people live. Run away. The cultivators shouted in panic as they knew that Tianyun would use his city lord's title to kill anyone he deemed worthless. They didn't know for sure how strong Tianyun was, but Tianyun was definitely a lot stronger than them. Tianyun just looked at the fleeing cultivator coldly without the intention to go after them. Killing people that have lost their will to fight was a waste of time. Furthermore, none of the evil spirit race cultivators was among them. After that, Tianyun immediately walked towards the city lord palace as his goal was to kill the city lord and ascend the level. At the same time, two of the fleeing cultivators earlier didn't escape towards their faction, but instead, they ran towards the city lord palace. Master Su, we are in danger, the cultivator said nervously. What happened? Su Changmin curiously asked as he sat on his throne. The cultivator that killed the Qin brothers has come to this city to challenge you, my lord. The cultivators reported nervously. Su Changmin waved his hands to the guards and looked at the cultivators closely. Su Changmin's appearance was far different compared to the ordinary evil spirit race as he looked like a nerd with his thin body and nerdish look. Then again, the six-flame imprint on his arms said otherwise. What did he tell you earlier? Did you have any information about him? Su Changmin asked curiously. He said that you are part of the evil spirit race, one of the worst races out there, and he promised to get rid of every single one of this race from this tower. The cultivator answered nervously. We didn't believe what he said as we know that Master Su is so kind and always rewards us for helping out in the city. If he comes here, we will protect you, my lord. The other cultivator said confidently. They tried to assert their loyalty in front of Su Changmin as they deemed it necessary to get the rewards they wanted. It seems you are loyal to us, evil spirit race. When our evil spirit race dominates the three realms, do you still choose to stand with us against your own race? Su Changmin asked curiously. Of course, it's a given to serve the dominator. The three realms weren't even that strong if compared to you, my lord. The cultivator said confidently. Yes, my lord, we are willing to work hard to stand with you. We will do as you ordered. The other cultivator said confidently. Clearly, they wanted to take advantage of this situation as they thought that joining the evil spirit race would reap so much benefit. Interesting. Do you really want to abide by my order? Su Changmin asked curiously. Yes, my lord, we've always wanted to join your cause for a long time ago. We promise you that we will never betray you. The cultivator said at the same time. Trial. Su Changmin shouted casually, and both of the cultivators were immediately enveloped inside the dual barrier. Suddenly, Su Changmin returned to his evil spirit form and immediately grabbed one of the cultivators before devouring him completely. The other cultivator was too shocked to realize that he was in a dire situation as he trembled on the floor. Why? The cultivator asked while trembling on the floor. I have no intention to make trashes like you to be my subordinate. Obviously, you are not worthy enough to entrust my back on. You betrayed your own race without any second thought. What would stop you from betraying us in the future? Su Changmin said sinisterly. The cultivator was too scared to reply, so he cried to his heart content as he felt regret beyond belief. He didn't expect Tianyun's words to be the truth. He then tried to stand up and escape the dual barrier as he thought that he would be safe once he got out of the dual barrier. But clearly, he was far too slow compared to Su Changmin's speed. Su Changmin intercepted him in an instant and stared at the cultivator coldly. I will let you live, but I need you to do something for me. Su Changmin said coldly. Anything, my lord, the cultivator said while keeping his head down, obviously scared of what would happen next. Drag that cultivator's name through the mud. Turn him into the enemy of your race. Su Changmin said coldly. All right, I will do as you told. The cultivator nodded. He didn't care what would happen to Tianyun as his life was what mattered the most. Then, get out of my palace. Su Changmin coldly said as he was disgusted by the cultivator's existence itself. The cultivator nodded and hurriedly ran out of the palace, but before long, the cultivator's body was thrown inside the palace once again, and this time he was dead. Wow, I am a bit surprised that you didn't consume this traitor. A figure walked to the palace's door. It was Tianyun who came here to challenge Su Changmin. I challenge you to a duel, worthless trash. Tianyun coldly said as he stared at Su Changmin. Every evil spirit race out there was all worthless. There is nothing more distasteful than sharing this realm with such a disgusting race. Chapter 804. Tianyun heard the conversation between Su Changmin and the two cultivators earlier. Tianyun wasn't even angry at the two cultivators, he just felt pity towards them. It was obvious that people like them would sell out their own race to gain some leverage in life without a second thought, but they were clearly unfortunate to think that the evil spirit race would want them in their ranks. It was like a dog wagging its tail in front of a starving crocodile. You want to challenge me? Are you qualified to do so? Su Changmin said coldly. Well, it doesn't matter. Even if you refuse the match right now, you won't have any rights to decline again in 1 week. Tianyun said coldly. Su Changmin was a proud evil spirit race that came from a strong family. He was at the 4th layer Saint King stage and even had good control over the Netherworld's fire. Su Changmin could be said a genius as he was still considered young in evil spirit race's standard. Su Changmin also has been taught the exclusive evil spirit descend, evil spirit swallow, and evil spirit devouring the sky martial arts with combat power reaching 4.5 billion points. It needed to be said as a normal Saint King stage cultivator at Su Changmin level only had around 2 billion points combat power. Furthermore, Su Changmin didn't even have any weapons on him, and his clothes didn't even seem like it could enhance his power. Su Changmin was definitely a genius among the evil spirit race. The previous two city lords definitely were nowhere near Su Changmin's level. The two could be compared to the old ancestor on mortal world, which didn't even come close to Su Changmin's level as he was unrivaled in the mortal world, but Tianyun didn't really care about this fact. In a week, you will be crushed like a bug you are. Su Changmin said coldly. Good, I sure hope that you can. Tianyun said indifferently. He knew that a duel between two city lords couldn't be avoided, so Yi Tianyun wasn't worried that Su Changmin would keep rejecting his challenge, as it wasn't something that could be done. The only way for Su Changmin to avoid the duel would be leaving the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower altogether, as he would be teleported to complete the duel no matter where he was, as long as he was still inside the tower. That kid has the smell of sealing heaven-defying king's blood within him. I have to kill him no matter what. He is the enemy of our race, Su Changmin said as he turned around. A dark figure appeared from the shadow in the corner of the room with 6 arms and a dark body. This figure obviously one of the evil spirit race. That kid is a strange one. His cultivation is much more complicated than you think, and he might be much stronger than you. Kang Yuheng said as he looked at Su Changmin coldly. If you fight him, you may die. If he continued to climb the tower at his current rate, the elder would be worried for sure. Kang Yuheng said with a frown on his face. This is impossible. There's no way that kid is that strong. Su Changmin said as he refused to believe it. He is the one that destroyed the heavenly netherworld divine nation. Is this information enough to convince you? Kang Yuheng said calmly. Su Changmin was surprised and immediately shook his head. Although they've spent their lives inside this ancient netherworld divine tower, it didn't mean that they were completely isolated from the information in the outside world. The news that most people knew was that the heavenly netherworld divine nation was destroyed by the effort of the Phoenix race, but if Yi Tianyun were really the one that did all of it, then he was far more powerful than what Su Changmin thought. That kid is definitely the main perpetrator that destroyed the heavenly netherworld divine nation, Kang Yuheng said confidently. Su Changmin frowned as the grudge against Yi Tianyun suddenly arose within him. The evil spirit race has invested so much for the heavenly netherworld divine nation's prosperity and growth. One of their old ancestor-level cultivators was even dispatched there to watch over the development of that divine nation, but unfortunately, that cultivator was killed. Su Changmin knew that he was nowhere near the old ancestor's level, so he knew that he wouldn't win against Yi Tianyun. Now, our scouts say that they spotted the Phoenix race cultivator below. They heard the Phoenix race cultivator called him their divine envoy. That is proof that the man earlier was the main perpetrator of that incident. There is no way the Phoenix race would call a human their divine envoy without some special circumstance. Kang Yuheng said indifferently. So, are you still planning to fight him? Kang Yuheng asked curiously. No, I shouldn't fight him. But how can I avoid his challenge? No matter what I do, the duel would commence in a week. Su Changmin asked desperately. He was nervous as he knew that he had no way to win. That is true, but what if he died before the challenge started? Kang Yuheng smiled evilly. Dying before the duel started? Who could kill that monster? Did the ancestor want to deal with him on their own? Su Changmin asked curiously. If Yi Tianyun was really the one who destroyed heavenly netherworld divine nation, then the one that could stand against him was only the ancestor-level cultivator. Why would you think only an ancestor can end his life? We can use something else to finish him off. In the meantime, do whatever you want to do, and we will take care of him for you. Kang Yuheng said confidently with an evil smirk on his face. Su Changmin just nodded as he left it all Kang Yuheng's hands. Chapter 805. Yi Tianyun went down to the 4th layer city immediately after leaving Su Changmin's palace. There was no need for him to wait in 5th layer city, so he decided to go back to the city he had already conquered. Furthermore, he wanted to check on Bai Shuiwang and Fan Shuixuan. When he found out that both of them were still stuck below, he made his way to the 3rd layer city and immediately saw a commotion at the City Lord Palace. When Yi Tianyun got closer, he saw that Bai Shuiwang was the center of that commotion and that she was showing off the new flame imprint on her arm, clearly, a sign that she had already received the City Lord imprint. She couldn't become the 4th layer city's City Lord, but she didn't have any issue conquering the 3rd layer city. Yi Tianyun knew that Bai Shuiwang had absolutely decimated the evil spirit race in the 3rd layer city, so she earned the qualification rather quickly. She really is a cunning woman, Yi Tianyun said to himself as he watched Bai Shuiwang's big smile from the crowd. The 3rd layer city didn't have any Saint King expert, so she'd obviously become the strongest here. But nevertheless, this title of the 3rd City Lord does not reflect her real strength, as she deserved the 4th City Lord status. There were 2 other Phoenix race in the scene. It was Elder Yi, or rather known as Shopkeeper Yi, and Elder Lei. Both were obviously strong elders to boot. But compared to Elder Yi that already received his 4th flame imprint, Elder Lei still had the 3rd flame imprint. But according to the information that he got from Shopkeeper Yi earlier, They've been stuck on the third layer city for almost 3 months now as Qin Shang rejected their challenge every time. When they realized that their challenge would never be answered, Elder Yi and Lord Bai decided to go to the fourth layer city to challenge Qin Jian. That was when Yi Tianyun entered the tower and caught up to them. "Congratulations for becoming the third city lord," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face as he walked towards Bai Shuiwang. "Thank you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Did you receive any information regarding the evil spirit race too?" Bai Shuiwang asked curiously. "That is not the case. I came here to find the Holy King of ancient Netherworld divine nation. I didn't expect to find the evil spirit race was already taking over this place." Yi Tianyun said honestly. "I guess that is to be expected. Anyway, we can't let these evil spirit race wrap their hands around this tower any further." Bai Shuiwang said solemnly. "That is what I'm planning to do, Lord Bai. I want to exterminate them from this tower, but it's such a hassle to find them one by one. That is why I devised a plan to exterminate them in one fell swoop." Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. "All right, I will trust you to do a good job," Bai Shuiwang said with a smile on her face. Yi Tianyun nodded his head and bid farewell with the Phoenix race for now. Yi Tianyun planned to search for Fan Shuixuan, and he wondered if Fan Shuixuan was still stuck at the second layer city. But when Yi Tianyun searched for Fan Shuixuan and couldn't find her on the second layer city, Yi Tianyun figured out that he should check the first layer city. But as soon as he reached the stairs leading to the first layer city, he saw a familiar figure that had a powerful netherworld's fire. It was Fan Shuixuan. She finally reached the second layer city. Maybe because she looked a little frail, people kept challenging her one after another, and that was why she was late to reach the second layer city, and also the reason why her netherworld's fire became so strong. Even if it was just a second flame imprint, her netherworld's fire couldn't be matched by the third flame imprint. It seemed people failed to notice that she was a strong spirit core cultivator despite her frail look. But still, her goal to climb to the top was still just a dream. Her cultivation was too low to push beyond third layer city. Yi Tianyun then noticed many cultivators frowned as they looked at Fan Shuixuan. Clearly, they've already heard about what Fan Shuixuan had done in the first layer city. Obviously, they all acknowledged the fact that Fan Shuixuan had much better control over the netherworld's fire than anyone they had seen. It was to be expected as Fan Shuixuan was the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king. It was natural for her to be able to control the netherworld's fire better than anyone else at her cultivation level. After she reached the second layer city, she didn't immediately go for a challenge, but instead, she meditated to control her power. She knew she wasn't strong enough yet, so she couldn't afford to be too hasty. "It seems you're not half bad," Yi Tianyun praised as he approached Fan Shuixuan. "Ah, nice to see you again. But wow, how could you already receive the fifth flame imprint so quickly?" Fan Shuixuan said with a shocked expression as she saw the flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's hand. "Look at that, you even have the sign of the fourth layer city lord on your arm," she said with the same expression. She didn't think that Yi Tianyun had gone for that long, but he has made a rapid progress for such a short amount of time. The goal here wasn't just to climb the tower but also to fight many opponents to obtain the flame imprint, which granted access to the floor above. Considering how fast and how far Yi Tianyun has gotten was too great to be true. "Well, I think I am still a little slow. Hadn't the fifth layer city's city lord refused my challenge, I would've gotten the sixth flame imprint by now," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "You are a show-off," Fan Shuixuan said with a pout on her face. "Princess, why did you come here?" At the same time, an old man came hurriedly to Fan Shuixuan's side. "Great Elder, why did you follow me here?" Fan Shuixuan said as she was surprised to see the old man that turned out to be her great elder. Yi Tianyun frowned as Fan Shuixuan turned out to be not just any ordinary cultivator. Chapter 806, Shouldn't I Come? The great elder said as he tried to act calm in front of Fan Shuixuan. The great elder then told Fan Shuixuan to follow him as that wasn't the best place to talk. "Big brother Yi, come with me," Fan Shuixuan said as she held Yi Tianyun's hand. "This is your internal affair. I think it's best for you if I just wait here," Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Fan Shuixuan tried to give Yi Tianyun her most convincing puppy eyes, but clearly, the great elder agreed with Yi Tianyun's word. "Missy, he is right," the great elder said with a sigh, but he immediately noticed the fifth flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's arm and the fourth city lord imprint on his fourth flame imprint. The Great Elder was clearly surprised by this. His name is Yi Tianyun. He is the one that saved me before. He even got the fifth flame imprint rather quickly, even though he came here at the same time as me. Great Elder, Big Brother Yi promised me that he would eradicate the evil spirit race from this place. Fan Shuixuan said with a pout. Is this true, young man? Fan Qingyan, the Great Elder, asked Yi Tianyun. It is true, Great Elder. Why won't you trust me? Fan Shuixuan said with a frown on his face. Yi Tianyun sighed before nodding. He felt nothing bad would come out from the Great Elder knowing about him anyway. He then followed Fan Shuixuan as it seemed she would have it her way. The Great Elder then took them to a cultivation room and created a barrier that prevented anyone from entering the room and contained their voice inside the barrier. Why did you promise to help us? What do you want from us? Fan Qingyan asked rudely. If you want some kind of reward from us, I think we can work it out as long as it is a martial arts or treasure. Fan Qingyan said solemnly. He didn't know Yi Tianyun's intention, and as far as he was concerned, no one would work for free. I am not really helping you. My goal is to get rid of evil spirit race from the three realms. It just happened that my and Fan Shuixuan's goal were aligned. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. In the first place, I'm here to find ancient netherworld divine king's descendant and seek their cooperation to eliminate all evil spirit race in the ghost world. Yi Tianyun said casually. What, are you serious? Fan Qingyan said as he was surprised by Yi Tianyun's word. Yi Tianyun then explained some general knowledge that he already knew about the three realms and the evil spirit race, including the existence of the demon on the mortal world. This is our ancient record. The evil spirit race's root was indeed starting from the mortal world. Just who in the world are you? How did you get your hands on this information? Fan Qingyan asked solemnly. Fan Qingyan didn't deny the fact that he was the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king. He knew that it was best to let the people that would help him in the future know about this information. I am the descendant of heaven-creating divine king and sealing heaven divine king. Yi Tianyun said calmly. You never cease to surprise me, don't you? Fan Qingyan said as he was shocked to hear Yi Tianyun's identity. He wasn't a descendant of one divine king, but two of them. You are also the descendant of the divine kings. No wonder you want to exterminate all evil spirit race, but you aren't willing to disclose this information before. What's with the sudden change of heart? Fan Shuixuan said as he felt disappointed after knowing this now. There is no point in me sharing this information earlier as I didn't know what your position in ancient netherworld divine nation was, so it wasn't necessary at that point. Yi Tianyun said honestly. How rude, Fan Shuixuan said as she was angered by Yi Tianyun, who seemed to look down on her. She didn't even want to look at Yi Tianyun anymore. What evidence do you have to back this fact up? Fan Qingyan said as he gazed at Yi Tianyun. Although Fan Shuixuan said that he was trustworthy, Fan Qingyan couldn't just trust him unconditionally. I can release the aura of sealing heaven divine king, but can you sense it? I can also release the aura of heaven creating divine king as long as you can sense it too. Yi Tianyun said casually. No problem, we always had a good relationship with the two divine kings, so we have the understanding about the two divine kings' auras so that we can recognize it once we meet with their descendant. Fan Qingyan said confidently. Yi Tianyun nodded as he knew that ancient netherworld divine tower had been blessed by heaven creating divine king and sealing heaven divine king. Therefore their power could be sensed around the tower. The divine rune on the ancient netherworld divine tower was created by heaven creating divine king while the tower itself was made by sealing heaven divine king. As for ancient netherworld divine king, he was a cultivator that specialized in refining pills. Although it might be shocking to hear that the divine king was an expert pill refiner, it was the truth. He had the strongest fire among the divine kings, and the pills that he made were exceptionally potent. Alright, Yi Tianyun said as he released heaven creating divine king's aura. Fan Qingyan immediately nodded as he felt the familiar power. Now I believe you, young master. I am sorry for ever throwing my suspicion in your direction. Fan Qingyan said reverently. Fan Qingyan wasn't just some weak cultivator, he was at the third layer Saint King stage, but even if he was older than Yi Tianyun, he still showed his respect as it should be. Descendant of heaven creating divine king was rare, plus Yi Tianyun also had sealing heaven divine king's blood in him. That's alright, now I want to know your plan to deal with the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun asked curiously. We have a plan, but sadly we couldn't act on it immediately. We couldn't sneak in our people inside the tower as they would be found out immediately. We are in a big shock as we heard that the princess was entering the tower earlier, as we were afraid that she would be taken in by the evil spirit race immediately. Fan Qingyun said honestly. I am sorry for being too late to introduce her properly. She is the princess of ancient netherworld divine nation, Princess Fan. Because of our lord, Princess Fan's father has committed suicide by coming here. Because of that, no one else in our family retained any control over the tower. She is our only hope to regain control over the tower once she masters the tower someday. Fan Qingyun said solemnly. I didn't expect she was such a prominent figure. Yi Tianyun said as he looked over to Fan Shuixuan. Yes, in fact, before our lord comes here, we are expecting some sort of signal to charge inside the tower to take it over, but the signal never come. Fan Qingyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood the current situation, but he never expected that the Holy King of ancient netherworld divine nation's status would be unknown. He wasn't sure whether the lord was killed here on the tower and already consumed by the evil spirit race, or he was still lying in wait for the right moment to strike. Chapter 807. Yi Tianyun finally grasped the current situation now. Fan Shuixuan's father, the ancient netherworld divine nation's holy king, Fan Tianyun, already snuck into the tower a few years ago and has been missing ever since. They were waiting for the signal from Fan Tianyun that never came. It was a pretty simple signal, which was making one of the floors radiate light to the outside world by taking over that floor first. But clearly, the signal had never come. The ancient netherworld divine tower was like a huge country with 9 cities. Obviously, each city was armed with a weapon to attack the outside world, and this was what Fan Tianyun was aiming at, as only city lord could control the weapon. This plan clearly had some risks to it, as the evil spirit race would be immediately notified if there was a situation on the said floor, but that probably wouldn't happen if the ancient netherworld divine nation had already infiltrated the tower at that time. Now that Fan Tiancheng's whereabouts were unknown, Fan Shuixuan wanted to carry out the plan herself. Fortunately, they could conceal their bloodline power from others. It was only thanks to the appraisal eye that Yi Tianyun was able to discern that she was the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king. But even so, not everyone from ancient netherworld divine nation could do this, so they wouldn't be able to stick around the tower without thorough preparation. I'm intrigued about this situation. I will help you find your father. I will check his whereabouts as soon as possible. Yi Tianyun said curiously. Yi Tianyun knew that the city lord had the power to find any cultivator he wanted inside their city, and that should be enough, as it would give information for Yi Tianyun where to start searching. Thank you for your kindness, big brother Yi. Please find my father, Fan Shuixuan said helplessly. But first, since you're here already, what are you planning to do? Yi Tianyun asked curiously to Fan Qingyun. Our plan isn't that complicated either. We will pick up the pace and take over the city lord position as soon as possible. We have to take the city lord position in a higher floor too, as we will be able to take the tower back if we can gain the city lord power of the higher floor. Fan Qingyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood what they were planning to do. Well, if that is your plan, then it was already in full swing. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun had already conquered the 3rd and 4th floor, and in merely only 1 week, he would take over the 5th floor as well. But Yi Tianyun knew that he had to help take control of the tower completely, so Yi Tianyun immediately went back to the 1st floor and opened the Divine General Summoning Command. He didn't hesitate to use this command, as he deemed it absolutely necessary to increase manpower in this situation. He immediately called for the 12 golden hairpins, as he knew that they were the best option here right now. Although he had stronger generals, the 12 golden hairpin harbored a deep grudge against the evil spirit race. A flash of light enveloped the room, and the 12 golden hairpin appeared in front of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun smirked as he realized that not even the highest grade of divine relic could stop the divine general summoning. It was a testament to how absurd Yi Tianyun's ability really was. The 12 golden hairpin themselves were confused by this situation, as they didn't understand how they found themselves at a completely different place all of a sudden. They were doing their duty like normal, but suddenly a flash of light enveloped them and took them away. Furthermore, they felt something warm on their hands almost immediately, which was the materialization of flame imprint on their arms. Yi Tianyun smirked as he had already calculated it all. He knew that the tower would also give the flame imprint to the 12 golden hairpin, but if he summoned them on the higher floor, the tower would only teleport them back to the 1st floor anyway, as they wouldn't have the qualification to stay on the higher floor. It was better to summon them on the 1st floor, as they wouldn't be as confused. Young master, They shouted at the same time as they noticed Yi Tianyun in front of them. They immediately bowed as a sign of respect. Get up, don't be surprised. I summoned all of you here this way because I have work for you to do. Now, first thing first, you can't die in this place. You have to protect your life with the utmost care. Second, this tower was infested by the evil spirit race, and I want you to get rid of them from each floor. Now the last thing is that this place is the perfect environment to cultivate. I hope that you could become stronger as you exterminate the evil spirit race in this place. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun immediately explained where they were and the rules of this place. The 12 golden hairpins were clearly surprised to hear Yi Tianyun's explanation, but they regained their composure almost immediately. Is there anything you want to ask? Yi Tianyun asked. No, we understand it all, young master. The 12 golden hairpins said in unison. They nodded their head and immediately scattered, challenging any cultivator to gain the flame imprint to make their way up the floor. Soon enough, the bottom floor was ruled by these 12 pretty girls. They might look harmless, but once the cultivator accepted their challenge, they knew that their appearance was deceiving. Yi Tianyun order is simple. The 12 golden hairpins were to exterminate any evil spirit race that they spotted. If any human got in their way, they could also get rid of them to make things easier. Everything would become far easier. Yi Tianyun said as he looked at the 12 golden hairpins before returning to the 5th layer city. He now had to wait for Su Changmin to accept his challenge in 1 week. Other than that, he got nothing else to do. Chapter 808. Yi Tianyun returned to 5th layer city, but someone immediately greeted him as soon as he got there. 4th layer lord. The cultivator greeted respectfully. Yi Tianyun just nodded and walked towards the inner city as he was too annoyed to pay attention to these people. 4th layer lord. We, Rainflower Nation, are here to show you our utmost respect. Would you like to invite us as your guest this time around? A cultivator said as she showed his respect to Yi Tianyun. She was wearing a black robe, and her face was actually beautiful for a cultivator's standard. But still, Yi Tianyun wouldn't trust anyone easily. He looked at the cultivator with cold, suspecting eyes. The cultivator took a step back as she was afraid that Yi Tianyun would attack her. What did you want to tell me? I don't have the time to deal with stuff I'm not interested in. Yi Tianyun said coldly. I am sorry if we are offending you, my lord. Our Rainflower Nation wants to invite 4th layer lord to cooperate. We would be happy if my lord can hear us out first. The woman said while paying respect to Yi Tianyun. I am not interested, Yi Tianyun said coldly before kept walking. He neither wanted nor needed to cooperate with anyone right now. If he really needed it, he would be the one recruiting the people he needed to join his cause before carrying out his conquer. For Yi Tianyun, it was better to just do everything alone. In fact, Yi Tianyun reached the 5th layer city all alone. It would only increase his burden if he cooperated with anyone else at this point. For now, cooperating with ancient netherworld divine nation that had the same goal as him was the best, as they didn't burden him with any unnecessary stuff. 4th city lord. Don't worry, we know that you want to challenge the 5th city lord, but without preparation, you won't win that easily. Rufeng asked in panic as she saw that Yi Tianyun had no intention to hear them out. So, what can you provide for me? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We will provide you many medicinal pill from the top site of 5th layer city. Rufeng said hurriedly. Do you think I'm short on that? Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. 4th city lord, we are sincerely want to cooperate with you. I know that your cultivation is strong, but we excel in medicinal pills. We have many strong 6th grade medicinal pills, and we even have some special cultivation area that you can't get in even with your status as the 4th layer city lord. Rufeng said confidently. This special cultivation area is special because there was the martial arts left by the divine king inside, and those who are qualified should be able to get their hands on it. Rufeng explained confidently. In order to win Yi Tianyun over, Rufeng exhausted all possible means to make sure that Yi Tianyun would cooperate with them. Honestly, Rufeng didn't lie. There was indeed a special cultivation area that required many requirements before someone could enter. This area was a much more efficient place to cultivate compared to other areas on the same floor. This was the privilege given to those of genius bloodline to cultivate here on ancient netherworld divine tower. Rufeng clearly waited for Yi Tianyun to accept her offer. She also believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't reject such an offer as it would help them in the long run. Not interested, Yi Tianyun said indifferently and went on his way. He didn't need any Divine King's martial arts as he already had the martial arts of sealing Heaven-Divine King and Heaven-Creating Divine King. Rufeng was clearly shocked when Yi Tianyun's rejected her offer. She couldn't believe that Yi Tianyun would reject such offers without hesitation. Please wait, 4th Layer City Lord. Please tell me what you need. We will try our best to grant your desire. Rufeng said desperately. Yi Tianyun sighed and turned his attention towards Rufeng once again. I want to be the Tower Lord. Can you make me the Tower Lord? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Rufeng immediately fell silent after hearing what Yi Tianyun wanted. Clearly, they couldn't grant what Yi Tianyun wanted. If they could do it, then they wouldn't need Yi Tianyun's cooperation in the first place. That is too difficult, my lord. Would you kindly reconsider? Rufeng asked worriedly. You know, I didn't expect you to betray your own race just for your own sake. Yi Tianyun said coldly towards Rufeng. What, 4th Layer Lord, all we want is to cooperate with you and help us on growing our faction. Rufeng said confusedly. She didn't understand what Yi Tianyun meant by what he said earlier. Yi Tianyun looked at Rufeng coldly, and Rufeng couldn't help take a step back out of fear. Tell me what information you had, and I will hear you out for now. Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. He then told Rufeng to follow him to a somewhat more private area. Once Yi Tianyun knew that they were safe from any prying ears, Rufeng began to tell Yi Tianyun about the current situation and the information about the 6th Layer City Lord, Kang Yuan, as much as they knew. Rufeng even gave Yi Tianyun several medicinal pills and brought Yi Tianyun to the special cultivation area. But Yi Tianyun immediately frowned as he saw the special cultivation area and the medicinal pills that Rufeng gave. The special area was quite dangerous, and the medicinal pills were highly addictive. This special area and medicinal pills were trouble instead of blessing. From that alone, Yi Tianyun knew that something was fishy. What is this petty trick? Who told you to give me this? Yi Tianyun coldly said as he didn't think anyone would give him something like this if they wanted to get on his good side. It was clearly the evil spirit race's scheme to get rid of those that annoyed them. Fortunately, Yi Tianyun wasn't stupid. He wouldn't fall for something like this. Chapter 809. This is a nuisance. Yi Tianyun shook his head as he walked towards Rufeng. The girl herself didn't know what was going on, and so, she took Yi Tianyun to a restaurant and ordered a top-quality wine with a great meal of the day. The restaurant was close to the special cultivation area, and it was built on the convenience of the cultivator in the area as they would need wine and food. Even if they didn't need to eat, the desire for wine and good food didn't go away that easily. So, for Yi Tianyun, this was not so bad in the meantime. As they were eating and enjoying the food, Rufeng left the table, saying that she wanted to go to the bathroom, but she went out to the alley instead as a man was already waiting there. What are you doing here? This is not part of our plan. We can't fail now. Remember that we have to finish the contract before the time limit. The man said to Rufeng coldly. I don't know what to do anymore. He isn't interested in the special cultivation area and the medicinal pills. All he wants is to eat and drink in this place. Rufeng said frustratedly. Damn it, if we can't force him, just keep him busy. We have to find other ways to convince him. The man said frustratedly. I understand, Rufeng said as she nodded and returned to Yi Tianyun. The man looked at Rufeng as she returned inside the restaurant before leaving too. Rufeng took a seat and back to eating as if nothing happened. They're trying to tempt me with all sort of things to avoid the duel with Su Changman, huh? As I expected, evil spirit race was too cowardly to do things right. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Clearly, the news about the destruction of heavenly netherworld divine nation barely reached this place, which explained why the evil spirit race barely knew anything about Yi Tianyun. But apparently, Su Changman has already got the information about Yi Tianyun and the destruction of heavenly netherworld divine nation. Otherwise, he wouldn't try to avoid the duel with Yi Tianyun like this. Another day came, and Yi Tianyun was still wandering around 5th Layer City with Rufeng on his side. He had to admit that the scenery around 5th Layer City was beautiful. Ancient Netherworld Divine King really created a magical palace here on Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. There was a lot of medicinal herb and demon beast here to help the people in the city grow. This abundance of life was not created by the tower, but instead, they were teleported inside as life couldn't be created no matter how powerful one was. As time passed, suddenly Rufeng was stopped by a man. She nodded her head and excused herself to Yi Tianyun by saying that she would catch up soon. They were clearly frustrated as they saw Yi Tianyun walking around the 5th layer city instead of cultivating inside the special cultivation area they had prepared in advance. They clearly became more desperate as the day of the duel between Yi Tianyun and Su Changmin was getting closer. Rufeng, what is happening? You go to the restaurant on the first day and mountain hiking on the second day. Are you taking this seriously? The time of the duel is getting close. The man said frustratedly. In the city palace, Lord Su Changmin kept pressuring Rainflower Divine Nation to get there. Contract done, as he was desperate here. That brat wasn't interested in anything I suggested. It doesn't feel like he has the desire to do anything at all. The Rainflower cultivator on the side said to Su Changmin as they kept observing Yi Tianyun from afar. If you can't make that brat enter the special cultivation area before the last day, you all will die, Su Changmin shouted desperately. I understand, my lord. The Rainflower cultivator said while trembling in fear. Now, get out of my way. I am done with you. Su Changmin shouted furiously. The Rainflower cultivator immediately rushed out of the palace as he was scared of Su Changmin's rage. If they can't do anything to stop that brat, I will have to participate in the duel, Su Changmin said as he wiped the cold sweat on his face. He was scared as the brat he just said has destroyed the heavenly netherworld divine nation before. Thus, he knew that he wouldn't have the strength to fight him on his own. There was no way someone who already won against an elder rank would lose to someone of Su Changmin's caliber. Of course, Su Changmin had the option to escape from the tower to avoid the brat, but the old ancestor would definitely search and execute him from dereliction of duty. The Rainflower cultivator that rushed out of the city palace earlier immediately made his way towards Rufeng. He gave his ultimatum to Rufeng to take Yi Tianyun to the special cultivation area as soon as possible. He also told Rufeng that Rainflower Divine Nation would be destroyed if she failed to do so. Rufeng promised that she would complete the mission as soon as possible with worry in her eyes. The next day, Yi Tianyun didn't go hiking or sightseeing, but instead, he walked around the city market to check out the unique merchandise sold in the city. Once again, the Rainflower cultivator that saw what Yi Tianyun did was frustrated as Yi Tianyun didn't seem to have the slightest intention to enter the special cultivation area. 4th layer city lord. Didn't you say that you would visit the special cultivation area today? If you don't go in now, your time on the 5th layer city would be cut short. A man appeared out of nowhere and persuaded Yi Tianyun to enter the special cultivation area. Oh well, I am thinking of visiting after I am done with the city lord, Yi Tianyun said casually, but he noticed how anxious the man was. The man was shaken when he heard Yi Tianyun's answer as he immediately realized that he had failed his mission. My lord, I am afraid that it can't be done. If you miss the timing, the special cultivation area would be closed indefinitely. The man lied out of desperation. If that's the case, then I guess I'll have to go when it's open next time. Maybe after I have become the new 5th layer city lord, wouldn't you agree? Yi Tianyun said casually. He already knew that the man was a traitor of the human race, so he wanted to toy with them around his palm for as long as he could. Chapter 810. Yi Tianyun had given them the benefit of the doubt by saying he would enter the special cultivation area when he became the 5th layer city lord. Surely, the value would be greater then. But these people still insistently suggested Yi Tianyun enter the special cultivation area before he became the city lord of the 5th layer city. Clearly, these people's intention was to assassinate Yi Tianyun before he could challenge the city lord. No matter what these people were trying to do, it would be futile against Yi Tianyun. In fact, Rufeng already knew that Yi Tianyun was aware of their intention, which was why she wanted to stop the man from being overly persistent as it would only make things worse, but she couldn't do it. They were all frozen from fear as Yi Tianyun looked at them menacingly. If you have nothing else to say, return to wherever you came from. I will enter the special cultivation area when I want. Yi Tianyun waved his hands effortlessly. I promise you that it won't take your precious time. Just go in for a little while. The man kneeled down before Yi Tianyun. If they couldn't convince Yi Tianyun to enter the special cultivation area, their Rainflower Divine Nation would be destroyed. At the same time, Su Changmin came out of nowhere and glared at them. I trusted you to deal with him, but you can't even convince him to do what you want. You are a bunch of trash. Get out of my sight. Su Changmin said furiously. They were startled but immediately thanked Su Changmin before walking away, but before they could leave, a red barrier stopped them in their place. Did I say that you could go? Yi Tianyun said menacingly. 4th layer city lord, What do you mean by this? The men said as they noticed that they were being judged by Yi Tianyun. A group of evil spirit races. Dog, you thought I didn't know what you are planning? You have to pay for your insolence. Yi Tianyun said coldly. The two people that Yi Tianyun stopped took his punch head on. Their bodies shook, and their organs were smashed. Although there were no external injuries from Yi Tianyun's punch, their internal organs were smashed. Their flame imprint was immediately absorbed into Yi Tianyun's flame imprint as a sign that they were already dead. How dare you say that evil spirit race was trash? Don't think for a second that I am afraid of fighting you, you stupid human trash. Su Changmin said furiously. Well then, if you really mean it, then let's have a fight right here, right now. Let us prove who is the real trash. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. Su Changmin immediately fell silent as cold sweat was dripping from his forehead. Why would he accept Yi Tianyun's challenge when he knew that he didn't have any chance to win? This brat sure has a big temper. A tall, handsome cultivator made his appearance suddenly. He was none other than Kang Yuan, the one behind this scheme to hinder the duel between Yi Tianyun and Su Changmin. He wanted to trap Yi Tianyun with some addictive, but his plan clearly didn't work out so well. 6th layer City Lord. Yi Tianyun looked at Kang Yuan and saw the flame imprint on his arm. Why are you here? Do you want to fight me too? Or do you want to judge this unsightly man here? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Why would I do that? We had a misunderstanding from the beginning. Why don't we strike a deal instead? Kang Yuan said casually. Sure, let me hear what you have to say first. Yi Tianyun said nonchalantly. Alright, let's talk somewhere else more private. Kang Yuan said casually. How important is this talk? Can't we just talk it out here? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. No, we can't risk someone else hearing what we are talking about here. Are you afraid that we will team up and take you down? Kang Yuan said with a smirk on his face. Wow, where is that coming from? If you are so insistent that this is that important of a matter, then come on, let's find somewhere private. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Alright, come on, Kang Yuan said politely. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed Kang Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Changmin and Kang Yuan were grinning at each other as they thought that Yi Tianyun was so easy to fool. This brat is too arrogant. Maybe because he has strong cultivation at such a young age, but even so, our strategy will work for sure this time. Kang Yuan said with a mind linked to Su Changmin. Yi Tianyun couldn't hear what they were talking about, so he followed Kang Yuan and Su Changmin to the city palace. As soon as he entered the palace, the area was immediately covered with 5 strong barriers, meaning that he challenged 5 people at the same time. The duel didn't have a strict rule, so a person could challenge as many people at the same time without any limitation. Suddenly, 5 evil spirit race cultivators leapt towards Yi Tianyun, with their original appearance bared open. Meaning that they already released their 4 arms in the back. Attacking in a group, Yi Tianyun sighed as he looked at everyone in the room. In addition to Kang Yuan and Su Changmin, there were 3 other cultivators that were equally as powerful as Kang Yuan and Su Changmin. At least they were at 6th or 7th layer Saint King stage. Brat, I didn't expect you to be this stupid. You are just like Big Brother Kang described, so proud and arrogant. You think that you are the most powerful person in this world, don't you? I have never seen someone would willingly follow their enemies like this. Su Changmin said while laughing comically. This time, you will die with no one here to save you. Su Changmin said excitedly. The 5 evil spirit race people immediately released the power of their flame imprint. The 3 new evil spirit race wasn't a city lord, but they were a deacon of evil spirit race, so they would play the support role here to make sure Su Changmin and Kang Yuan win this battle. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower allowed the existence of deacon rank and elder rank cultivator to rule over the tower. You are correct, I am the strongest one here. Is there a problem with that? Yi Tianyun said coldly. He already expected the evil spirit race would swarm him as soon as they realized that they couldn't fight him head-on, but then again, it was a good source of experience point for Yi Tianyun. He might even use his express card here. After all, he got to fight 5 Saint King stage cultivators. Chapter 811. Yi Tianyun just stayed calm and let them laugh all they wanted. You are an arrogant bastard. This time you will die miserably. Kang Yuan said with a smirk on his face. You destroyed our heavenly netherworld divine nation, but you have the Phoenix clan on your side back then. Now that you are alone, there is no way you can win. Kang Yuan said proudly. Yi Tianyun was startled by the information in Kang Yuan's possession. Did evil spirit race have an informant outside of the tower? But nevertheless, the information that Kang Yuan had was a little bit off. Although Phoenix race did help Yi Tianyun destroy Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation, they just helped in the aftermath of the destruction. The one that killed their holy king, imperial preceptor, and even the old ancestor was Yi Tianyun alone. Kang Yuan ordered the other 4 to attack, and the 5 of them held their arms to the air. The Netherworld's fire that came out of their flame imprint immediately condensed together and converged into a thick heavenly yin fire. The temperature inside the room immediately dropped as heavenly yin fire's cold properties permeated throughout the room. The cultivator outside of the city palace was immediately alerted as they noticed a thick ice was forming on the city palace's gate. They tried to get inside, but they couldn't even get close as it was too cold. Of course, some of them have the ability to resist the cold, but they chose to stay and observe the situation further as they felt a strong, menacing aura from inside the city palace. What happened here? I don't think this aura comes from Master Su, a cultivator said outside of the city palace. Yes, this aura is too strong to be Master Sus, another cultivator said as they were quite sure that Su Chengmen wouldn't have such a strong aura. Their curiosity really took a turn as they really wanted to know what happened inside the city palace, but they couldn't go in. Inside the city palace, the energy from 5 evil spirit race cultivators condensed and formed an airtight flame network. They thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to escape their attack as they had completely surrounded every corner of the room. It is true that I am arrogant, but honestly, ganging up on me with only 5 people. Aren't you the arrogant one here? Yi Tianyun nonchalantly said as he wasn't worried at all. Their combination attack was comparable to the Saint King Peak stage's attack, but surely he already defeated such an opponent with the same intensity of attack in the past. You are crazy. The people we sent outside were powerful, but don't you dare think that we would be weaker inside this tower. This place is ours, and you will not be able to get past this point. Su Chengmen said coldly, we will give you 2 choices now. The first one is to join us and become our slave. We wouldn't rough you up too much, don't worry. After all, you are a powerful individual, and we wouldn't want you to die just like that. Although you already killed so many of our comrades, we will give you a better position later once we conquer the 3 realms. Or, you can choose to die here by our hands. Kang Yuan said coldly. So, which one do you choose? Su Chengmen said with a smirk on his face. Both of them were too confident that they would definitely win against Yi Tianyun here, so they had no reservations in front of Yi Tianyun whatsoever. You want me to become your slave? Is your brain the same size as a dog's or something? Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. He clearly wasn't worried at all. Well, you just have to choose. I will give you 3 seconds to consider your option. If you don't choose anything by that time, we will attack you immediately. Don't you dare say I didn't give you a chance later. But honestly, I want you to reject our offer. Kang Yuan said with a smirk on his face. Kang Yuan was confident in his power. He trusted the power that ancient Netherworld Divine Tower had bestowed him. He thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to withstand his power that was empowered by ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. 1. Kang Yuan began counting, while the other 4 evil spirit race were snickering as they looked at Yi Tianyun mockingly. 2. Kang Yuan said while slightly raising his voice. Yi Tianyun just smiled as he let Kang Yuan count all he liked. I have decided, I will take the 3rd choice. That is killing all of you. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, and immediately he disappeared from their sight. Yi Tianyun teleported behind Kang Yuan and pulled out the strongest sword in his arsenal, the Evil Spirit Divine Sword. He even equipped the Desolate Ancient Set, increasing his combat power beyond these cultivators' expectations. The cultivators were startled as they lost Yi Tianyun from their line of sight. But suddenly, Yi Tianyun appeared behind one of the evil spirit race cultivators and started attacking. Yi Tianyun thought it was too fast to kill Kang Yuan and thought he should start with the mobs first. Even if the cultivators were shrouded with intense heavenly yin fire, it wasn't enough to withstand Yi Tianyun's attack. As Yi Tianyun swung his sword, he cut the first evil spirit race cultivator in half. At the same time, the immortal fire immediately consumed the evil spirit race's corpse. As the immortal fire was intensified by the desolate ancient set, the evil spirit race's corpse turned into dust in a matter of seconds. Successfully killed MIRC, evil spirit race Saint King Cultivator. Reward: 27.6 billion express, 1.200.000 CPs, 20.000 SPs. Yi Tianyun used his X32 Express card, X100 Express card, and 8x10 Express card. Combined with his crazy Express mode, he had a combined X221 Express per kill. It was to be expected that Tianyun would get a huge amount of Express. Chapter 812. A strong evil spirit race cultivator was killed in an instant. The large formation that they used to restrict Tianyun's movement immediately became insignificant as the heavenly yin fire network shrank down in size. Everyone was horrified as they couldn't even see Tianyun's movement. The next moment, Tianyun's figure swiftly passed across the room. His desolate ancient set gave off a faint yellow light as he glided through the room. Although the cultivators in the room were at Saint King stage, they couldn't tell what Tianyun's cultivation level was. Tianyun's cultivation base was at the 7th layer Saint King stage, not that much different compared to their cultivation level, but what they felt was more powerful than an early stage Divine King. Then they saw a black flame burst forth as another evil spirit race cultivator was killed and quickly turned to ashes by the effect of the immortal fire. Successfully killed an evil spirit race cultivator, Miter. Reward: 2.7 billion Express, 430.000 CPs, 20.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Sword, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Soul, X50 Express card. Tianyun was satisfied by the amount of Express that he got from the kill. This was what he needed the most right now, but it was a pity that there were too few Saint King stage evil spirit race in the room. He would get so much more Express if only there were a little more Saint King stage experts here. I got another Express card. Well, it wouldn't hurt to use it right away, Tianyun said excitedly. X50 Express card activated. Total Express multiplier right now is X262. Tianyun didn't hesitate at all. He used another Express card that he just got. He couldn't buy another one as right now. The price for a X50 Express card inside the crazy shop was more than 4 million crazy points. He would have already bought another one if it were cheaper. He immediately rushed towards another evil spirit race as their heavenly yin fire could be considered obsolete right now. We have to escape, quickly. Tianyun shouted frightenedly. His arrogance from earlier disappeared without a trace as he realized how powerless they were against Tianyun. It was a mistake to challenge Tianyun with only 5 of them. In front of an absolute powerhouse, their tricks and plan were all for naught. But it was already too late. They were too late to respond to Tianyun's attack, and another evil spirit race cultivator was killed. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, Mahui. Reward: 31.5 billion Express, 410.000 CPs, 13.000 SPs, Blood of Evil Spirit Race, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bones, Evil Spirit Armor. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 8th layer Saint King stage. Tianyun leveled up again. The Express that he got from these evil spirit race cultivators was astronomical. But still, leveling up was supposed to be this easy. The hard part came after he couldn't find any other high-leveled cultivator that he could kill. It would be pretty hard to level up to if he couldn't get his hand on another Express card. He would need to kill dozens of Saint King expert just to level up without the help of Express card. Even so, it was still much faster than a standard cultivator, but it was still too slow for his liking. Without the help of Express card, Tianyun really couldn't be satisfied by the amount of Express he got from killing these Saint King stage cultivators. After he leveled up to 8th layer Saint King stage, Tianyun's combat power crushed these evil spirit race cultivators' existence. He then easily caught up to Su Changmin and Kang Yuan that tried to escape the city palace and kicked them down to the ground, rendering them unable to escape. The kick was really powerful as they couldn't help but vomited so much blood from the impact. What is this? Didn't you say that you were very powerful earlier? Come on, get up and entertain me some more, Tianyun said as he walked casually in front of Su Changmin and Kang Yuan. The two of them were horrified by Tianyun's power, and now, they didn't know what to do to get away from Tianyun. They overestimated their power in front of Tianyun, and now it was clear that their power was nowhere near Tianyun's level. After all, Tianyun already destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation. They thought that the Phoenix race must have played a huge role in destroying the Divine Nation, but it turned out Tianyun alone was enough. Our estimation was wrong, and it turned into this disaster. But don't be so full of yourself. Even if your cultivation is strong, you won't be able to get rid of evil spirit race from the 3 realms. Hell, on the higher layer of this tower, only death awaits you. You will become our food at the end of the day, Kang Yuan said spitefully. Although he was in complete shock and fear, he wouldn't beg for mercy. This was their discipline of life. It was better to die than surrender to their enemies. Great, then I am looking forward to fight your old ancestor. Let me see how fast I can destroy them. Yi Tianyun walked closer to Su Changmin and Kang Yuan. But when he walked close enough, Su Changmin and Kang Yuan suddenly shone brightly. The spiritual energy around them began to go wild as they were about to explode. They didn't want to die in Yi Tianyun's hand and chose to blow themselves up to maintain their dignity. But unfortunately for them, it took too long. Before they could blow themselves up, Yi Tianyun's sword had already cut their body. The spiritual energy that had gone haywire around them immediately stabilized while they felt that they could no longer move their body. The next thing that they felt was extremely excruciating pain from being burned alive by Yi Tianyun's immortal fire. No, both of them screamed as they tried to endure the pain, but it was all for naught as they turned into dust almost immediately. Their death was no different than the other three evil spirit race that Yi Tianyun killed before them. None of their trace was left behind. Chapter 813. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, Mi Sula. Reward: 26.2 billion express, 400.000 CPs, 18.000 SPs, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, Mi Telly. Rewards: 27.5 billion express, 460.000 CPs, 20.000 SPs, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone, X50 express card. After killing the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun noticed that the name of the evil spirit race cultivators that he killed was completely different from their name in public. It was obvious that the evil spirit race had a different name that they used in public. However, their name wasn't something Yi Tianyun needed to concern himself with, as they were just a pile of express regardless of their name. Yi Tianyun wouldn't let them kill themselves as he still needed their express. Yi Tianyun has been using his appraisal eye from the get-go, so he got the notification that Su Changming and Kang Yuan were about to self-destruct. There is a lot of express here. I am halfway to 9th layer Saint King stage, Yi Tianyun excitedly said as he was satisfied by the amount of express. He was truly happy that he got to come to ancient Netherworld Divine Tower before doing anything else. If he exterminated the entire evil spirit race from the tower, getting to Divine King stage wasn't even a dream. His crazy leveling system was truly impeccable as it allowed him to become a Divine King with minimum effort compared to other cultivators that need to have absolute cultivation and talent to reach Divine King stage. The evil spirit race's body immediately turned into ash, while their flame imprint was catapulted toward Yi Tianyun and enhanced his own flame imprint. He did not only get his 6th flame imprint but also got the 7th flame imprint as well. Which meant that he had already reached the level of Deacon. Originally, he wanted to climb the tower floor by floor, but who knew that the evil spirit race would help him leap through the floor like it was nothing. I guess the evil spirit race would be cautious in the future, knowing that their rank easily fell apart in my presence. Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Since Kang Yuan that he fought earlier was the city lord of 6th layer city, Yi Tianyun didn't feel the need to go to 6th layer city anymore, so he planned to skip ahead to the 7th layer city next. But the evil spirit race in the top would be cautious as they lost contact with 5 of their men in a matter of minutes. Well, no matter what kind of trick they use, I will break them all, Yi Tianyun said while smirking expectantly. He walked out of the palace as soon as the barrier disappeared. The cultivator outside immediately poured inside to see what just happened, but they were startled as they only saw Yi Tianyun alone. There was no one else inside the palace except for Yi Tianyun. Look at his arm, one of the cultivators said as he saw the amount of flame imprint on Yi Tianyun's arm, 7th flame imprint. It is a deacon rank. Did he just challenge a deacon? A cultivator said as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's flame imprint. How could this be? He just entered ancient Netherworld Divine Tower a few weeks ago. Isn't this too fast? Another cultivator said with a shocked expression. They really couldn't believe how fast Yi Tianyun did everything on his own. An elder rank was the strongest existence in the tower right now. There is no tower lord right now, but it was a mystery to everyone too why no one took the position of tower lord from the elder rank. However, Yi Tianyun knew why no one assumed the tower lord's seat this whole time, and it was because none of the elder rank had the qualification to take it for themselves. The Tower Lord of Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower must have a pure bloodline of Ancient Netherworld Divine King. Tianyun didn't bother paying attention to these cultivators and just walked away indifferently. Some of the cultivators who watched him leave looked at him with awe, while others looked at him complicatedly. They watched Tianyun climb the tower towards the 6th layer city. Once Tianyun was out of sight, they immediately cheered as the position of 5th layer city lord was now vacant. Surely, everyone in the city wanted to take it for themselves. After Tianyun reached the deacon rank, the position of 4th layer city lord and 5th layer city lord immediately became vacant. Surely, fierce competition of the said layer ensued. Soon enough, Tianyun reached 7th layer city as he skipped the 6th layer city, but when he arrived at 7th layer city, he immediately heard someone. He already killed 3 of our deacon. The cultivator said coldly. Yes, he killed 3 deacons and 2 city lords. But they are a bunch of trash anyway. Our cultivator that can't even stand up against some human is just a waste of space. Another cultivator said coldly. Tianyun immediately used his appraisal eye to look for these cultivators and found that they were close by. Tianyun noticed that these evil spirit race cultivators didn't even bother hiding their unsightly appearance as their 6 arms were out in the open for anyone to see. Tianyun also noticed that they had the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline on their bodies, but it wasn't very apparent. They finally noticed Tianyun on the end of the stairs and smirked evilly. Brat, you are very brave coming here after killing our people. The evil spirit race cultivator said menacingly. Their cultivation was very diverse as the lowest was at Spirit King stage cultivation while the highest seemed to reach the 3rd layer Saint King stage cultivation. But Tianyun was too lazy to pay any mind to them right now. The 7th layer city was so extravagant that it could no longer be called a city. The buildings were a bunch of luxurious houses, but even so, the smell of thick blood swirled across the area. There was no doubt that the evil spirit race killed and ate the body of the cultivator from any race that came to this floor. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the distance, and something dropped from the light into a mountain. But after a closer inspection, Tianyun realized that it wasn't just any ordinary mountain, it was a mountain made from cultivator corpse. Tianyun was startled as he finally realized that the cultivators' corpses had been teleported to this place. Tianyun now realized that the evil spirit race cultivator in this place has been using this floor to eat any corpse that was dumped into this place. Chapter 814. The mountain wasn't made out of the soil but from corpses. Because of the cold temperature in this place, the corpses didn't rot as fast. The decomposition of the corpse has turned slower than what they could think of. Meanwhile, the place was swarmed by evil spirit race, picking up corpses for them to feed on. Tianyun activated his appraisal eye to the full extent this time around and tried to look around the area. He has confirmed that there was only the evil spirit race in this place, so it went without saying that Tianyun was the only human in the entire area. Tianyun speculated that the cultivators from other races besides evil spirit race would be killed immediately after coming to this level. There was no way the evil spirit race would let anyone else become a new deacon or elder of ancient netherworld divine tower. It was unfortunate for the cultivators that thought they could gain much more benefit as soon as they reached 7th layer city. But it was unfortunate too for the entirety of the realms knowing that the dead was teleported to this place. Upon closer inspection, Tianyun noticed that the corpses were only around void spirit rank to Spirit King rank, so where were the other stronger cultivators' corpses? He didn't really know about it for sure, but he betted those corpses would be in the 8th layer city. 8th layer city should be the home of the evil spirit race old ancestor. It was a common thing to know that they would receive abundant resources to cultivate. In evil spirit race's case, those resources were corpses of the stronger cultivators. The cultivation of the evil spirit race in 7th layer city ranged from Spirit King stage to Saint King stage, but they weren't that powerful. The corpses of the Spirit King cultivator would be wasted for these guys, so they gave them to the old ancestors instead. Tianyun couldn't help but compliment the evil spirit race a little as no faction on Ghost World, or even Heaven World had this many Saint King stage experts. This place has been taken over by the evil spirit race for a long time, so it couldn't be helped if this place had become their home, their paradise. No wonder the evil spirit race didn't strive in the outside world if they had this kind of place. They could consume as many cultivators that they wanted here, speeding up their cultivation even more. It was reasonable for them to stay here to cultivate rather than go outside to create havoc. Wouldn't they be free to go out whenever they want then? Tianyun wondered, But still, the situation here on 7th Layer City was too shocking for him. This ancient netherworld divine tower has really fallen. It was such an unfortunate place where many desperate cultivators tried their hardest, but in the end, they would end up as these evil spirit races' food. Tianyun threw a crystal over his head, and it emitted a dim light. This crystal was a recording crystal that recorded the situation around it. It could be said that it was a perfect item to record evidence in this place. He believed that once this footage was shown to the outside world, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower would be a mess. What are you doing, kid? Do you seriously think you can get away from this place alive? The evil spirit race cultivator immediately surrounded Tianyun. They were not the deacons of evil spirit race, but it wasn't clear whether they were more powerful than the deacons. But still, they were nowhere near Tianyun's level. Do you think you can stop me? Tianyun said coldly. The tower's rule was still applied to this floor, meaning that they couldn't carelessly make a move here. If they attacked Tianyun first, he would be free to retaliate, and it would yield a good result for Tianyun. You sure are an annoying brat. You think you can kill the 5 of us now? Are you seriously thinking that you are invincible here? The cultivator said coldly. You know there are so many of you arrogant humans before, but in the end, they turned into our fodder. You won't be any different, kid. Another cultivator said while licking his lips disgustingly. Tianyun kept recording everything that happened here without a care about what these people would do. But suddenly a loud voice was heard from the city, coming towards them. The 5 evil spirit race cultivators who surrounded Tianyun immediately looked towards the city. Several cultivators appeared, and the 5 cultivators earlier immediately formed a passage to let them through. These people were the deacons here in 7th Layer City. Their cultivation was truly one of the best in the entire tower. The strongest among them was at St. King Peak stage cultivation. It was incredible for a cultivator to achieve this rank. But Tianyun pondered for a moment that if the deacons of the 7th Layer City was at St. King Peak stage, wouldn't they be stronger on the higher floor? These cultivators had a strong physique aside from their huge bodies, and they also had 8 arms. This was the first time for Tianyun to see the evil spirit race with so many arms. With every step they took, the ground began to shake. The ancient netherworld divine tower was a powerful divine tool, but these behemoths could make it vibrate with their power. Tianyun was clearly stunned and a little shocked that they were able to achieve such a thing, but that was not all. There was one person in the middle of the group that was clearly different than the other. Tianyun immediately observed him with his appraisal eye to see what kind of person he would be fighting against. Demon God, Mij, 1st Layer Divine King Stage Cultivation Base. Each of the 8 arms has a grip force of 10.000 pounds. Has an extremely rich ancient netherworld Divine King bloodline. Far superior to anyone at the same level. Martial arts. Violent evil spirit dash. Combat power. 51.5 billion points under normal circumstances. It was crazy. His combat power has reached 51.5 billion. Seriously, Divine King Cultivation Base was such a powerful existence. It was the highest combat power that Tianyun ever saw from his enemies. Chapter 815.1 Stone Layer Divine King Stage, Demon God Mij. It was not a surprise that the evil spirit race finally reached a Divine King stage. There was just so much resource here for them to grow. The cultivator who has worked hard to develop their cultivation just basically became food for evil spirit race. The only option for these cultivators was to get out of ancient netherworld divine tower before they reached the 6th layer city. However, since the tower provided so much resource, the thought of leaving never crossed their mind as they didn't know that the evil spirit race awaited them at the higher level. Once they reached the 6th layer city, it would be impossible for them to leave. Furthermore, if they persisted in their pursuit to achieve greatness in the tower, death was the only thing that awaited them once they reached 7th layer city. Divine King Stage Expert, do you wish to fight me? Tianyun said indifferently as Demon God Mij walked towards him slowly. This Demon God Mij seemed pretty young, unlike the old man that he encountered when he destroyed Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation in the past. But Tianyun knew that Mij wasn't actually young. His vitality simply improved so significantly once he reached Divine King Cultivation. Human Race Young Expert, you've reached 7th layer city in such a short period of time. It was truly amazing. I haven't seen a human that reached 7th layer city like you before, especially since you are so young. Mij said with a voice full of majesty. Yi Tianyun felt a little bit of pressure from Mige's voice, but it wasn't really something that he needed to be cautious of, while the other evil spirit race has been kneeling behind Mij, worshipping him like some kind of god. So, is it your turn to fight me? Yi Tianyun said coldly as his eyes were filled with killing intent. He was excited to find out just how strong a divine king could be. More importantly, Yi Tianyun would get so much stuff from killing a divine king. It could be his elite kill after so long. Young human, you are truly too arrogant for your own good. But it's already over for you. Demon God Mij said as he saw that Yi Tianyun was too eager to fight. But it was probably right in Mige's eyes, as he would have noticed that Yi Tianyun was only at Saint King stage, and a Saint King stage cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against a divine king expert. Okay, surely you think all humans are beneath you, considering you devour anyone that comes your way except your own race. Yi Tianyun said coldly, how dare you speak like that to Elder Mij? One of the deacons shouted angrily. If you're trying to talk your way out, then don't bother. I already knew that you've been devouring our race. You are disgusting, and it shall not change. If you want to fight, then I am down for a fight. Yi Tianyun said confidently, I almost forgot that you have to disguise yourself in order to survive, but it was natural. Nobody would want such a disgusting thing anywhere near them. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly, impudent bastard. Mij said furiously as he immediately released his aura, and terrifying power immediately put pressure on the ground, trying to knock Yi Tianyun to the ground. But Yi Tianyun still felt at ease as Mige's power didn't affect him whatsoever. He knew that Mige's power was monstrous, but still, it didn't affect him. Evil God Suit and Desert Ancient Set was too strong, so facing against Divine King Cultivator wasn't a big deal for Yi Tianyun right now. Furthermore, Mij was only first layer Divine King stage cultivation. It might be another story if Mij was at the 4th layer Divine King stage or higher. Is this all you got? Yi Tianyun indifferently asked as he stood motionless, not affected by Mige's power whatsoever. The evil spirit race stared at him with wide eyes as they couldn't believe what they were seeing. They already bowed down and worshipped Mij, but they couldn't stand back up because of Mige's sheer pressure. But a young brat like Yi Tianyun wasn't even affected by Mige's power. You sure are something else. Do you know why I didn't kill you right away? That is because I don't need to. Here in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, I can further enhance my monstrous power with the tower's power, so killing you too fast wouldn't be entertaining enough for me. Mij said as he released more power now. So, you want to dominate me? You aren't the first to plan something like that. Do you plan to turn me into your slave? Forcing me to help you destroy the human race outside? This is what I call a no-brain cultivator. Yi Tianyun said as he shook his head. Wow, it seems that I don't have to say anything else. Although your cooperation would be a pleasant surprise, that's not too shabby either. You will become my food now. Demon God Mij said as a flash of light appeared on his hand, and a huge demon staff materialized the next moment. Although it was a huge weapon, it was still at lower grade divine tool. Mij slammed his staff on the ground and shouted judgment for everyone to hear. In an instant, a huge barrier appeared, containing Yi Tianyun and Mij in it. The evil spirit race on the side immediately got away from the barrier as they didn't want to get caught inside the barrier. Young human, I will give you a chance to attack me before you die in fear after that. Mij said as he looked down on Yi Tianyun. He had such a huge body that Yi Tianyun was like a small child in front of him. He wanted to force Yi Tianyun to submit and make him despair over absolute power. Die in fear. I have never killed people in fear, nor will I die in fear. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Evil God transformation. Yi Tianyun said coldly, and soon after, Yi Tianyun's figure began to distort and suddenly got huge while the surrounding area became inky black. This inky black stuff was the evil flame aura that was enough to burn anything it touched. But more importantly, Yi Tianyun's figure was now the same height as Mij. Chapter 8:16. Not only did Yi Tianyun get bigger in size, but he was also able to perform a long-range attack. Although becoming larger didn't mean his combat effectiveness increased, his combat power certainly grew stronger. Now, the only thing that Yi Tianyun needed to do was to dominate the entire area. Prepare yourself, Yi Tianyun said as he finally made his move. The evil spirit sword that he held became larger, matching his current huge body now. Yi Tianyun rushed forward and swung his sword at Mij. A black light burst out of Yi Tianyun's dark eyes that enveloped the earth and the sky. Slash of the evil spirit flames. Yi Tianyun roared, and an unquenchable fire immediately erupted like a volcano. At the same time, the desert ancient set began to glow yellow faintly. It was the effect of the set, multiplying Yi Tianyun's combat power significantly. Yi Tianyun's combat power began to increase exponentially until it stopped at 88 billion points. This was the strongest attack that Yi Tianyun had ever thrown. After all, there was no opponent strong enough for him to do his best like this. When he got to the first layer Saint King stage, his combat power reached 40 billion points, and now that he was at the 8th layer Saint King stage, he easily surpassed it and essentially doubled his combat power. This was something that no cultivator could hope to achieve, for the average combat power of Saint King Peak stage was at 30 billion points. Yi Tianyun hasn't reached the Saint King Peak stage just yet, but his combat power has easily reached 90 billion points. It is the result of his evil god suit and desert ancient set's effect. Yi Tianyun easily surpassed Mige's combat power with all these effects. Mij himself remained vigilant all the time. Although he sensed that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was much lower than his, he sensed danger from Yi Tianyun's attack, like he would die if he tried to block the attack. Earth and sky shatter. Mij waved the staff on his hand forward, and the space in front of him immediately suddenly vibrated and started to contort to block Yi Tianyun's attack. Mij didn't use a weapon on each hand as the staff was all he needed. His combat power has risen from 50 billion points to 80 billion points. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the distorted space in front of Mige's earlier, and an instant explosion occurred, but the space vibration that Mij used to defend himself began to crack, and that was not all. A glass-shattering sound could be heard from the barrier as the barrier wasn't omnipotent. The evil spirit cultivator that was closer to the barrier began to feel the burst of energy that came from Yi Tianyun and Mige's technique colliding with each other. Some even couldn't withstand the pressure and dropped dead on the spot. The cultivators that realized that they were still in the line of fire began to back off from the barrier as far as they could. This power is too scary. That human sure is strong. A cultivator began to speak when they recovered from their shocked state. They thought that their old ancestor, Mij, would suppress Yi Tianyun and crush him with absolute power, but it turned out the human was as powerful as Mij himself. After the explosion occurred, the two figures were seen standing in the middle of it all. Yi Tianyun didn't have a single scratch on him while demon god Mij was severely wounded. Some part of his limbs has turned into ash, while some others have a trace of severe burn on them. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun came out on top from the last exchange. All cultivators in the vicinity were shocked. The god that they worshipped just lost to a young human and was in such a miserable state now. You haven't broken through Divine King stage yet, but how could you be so strong? Mij asked while keeping his cool as he tried to endure the pain that he got from Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun's transformation and attack took less than a second. If Mij weren't prepared, he would have died instantly. You are spewing so much nonsense, Yi Tianyun said as he swung his sword forward one more time, intending to end this duel once and for all. Another explosion shuddered the city as immortal fire fell from the sky and filled the area. Ancient Netherworld Divine King's power. Mij roared as a faint blue light from the sky enveloped his body and healing his injuries. At the same time, his power rapidly increased, and a layer of fire covered his body like an armor. A phantom shadow in a human form appeared behind Mij. It was odd to see an evil spirit cultivator like Mij had a human phantom shadow instead of an evil spirit race form. But still, this was the power of Divine King. The flame that condensed around Mij was most likely the power that he got from ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline, not the evil spirit race's original power. Undoubtedly, the ancient Netherworld Divine King would leave behind his martial arts and techniques, but it was unfortunate that the evil spirit race got their hands on them before a good descendant could claim it. Now, Mige's combat power began to rise and reach 93 billion points. Simply summoning a phantom shadow increased Mige's combat power close to 10 billion points. No wonder the evil spirit race dared to claim the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower for themselves. Chapter 817. Foolish human, do you think you can win against me? You are too naive. I will let you taste the power of ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline, Mij shouted as he brandished the staff in his hand. The phantom shadow behind him mimicked his move and immediately swept over the sky, the chilling flame that Mij used was trying to freeze everything in the area. Mige's combat power under the Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's blessing and Ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline easily reached 98 billion points. His power was clearly outstanding. Compared to his earlier attack, this one was clearly much more powerful. Tianyun narrowed his eyes and then threw a black ball in front of himself that quickly enveloped his body and formed a thick shield. "What is that?" Mij said as he was startled by the ominous shield that Tianyun used, but nonetheless, he didn't stop his attack. Once Mige's attack hit Tianyun's shield, it dispersed, and the shield that enveloped Tianyun's body didn't budge at all. Not even a crack could be seen in that pitch-black ball. Mij was clearly shaken as his powerful attack didn't even make a dent on that shield. But as Tianyun knew that Mij wasn't in a position to attack, he immediately countered Mij. The evil spirit sword in his hand emitted a cold light, and Tianyun quickly rushed towards Mij with his sword pointed at his heart. "Moon flash," Tianyun shouted as a dragon emerged from his sword and enveloped it. This was the power that he got as he activated Dragon God's bloodline. It went without saying that his combat power rose once more as he activated the Dragon God's bloodline power. It was so fast that everyone couldn't see what happened, not even Mij had the chance to react to Tianyun's attack. "How could you have that black ball?" Mij asked as he recognized it as the divine tools that was supposed to belong to the evil spirit race, and it should be in mortal world right now. "Think for yourself. If this divine tool is in my possession, what do you think happened to its previous owner?" Tianyun said playfully. It was such a no-brainer question as heaven-devouring divine treasure was the treasure of evil spirit race on mortal world. There was no way they would let a human take it, so there was no doubt the evil spirit race that safeguarded this divine tool was no longer in this world. "How dare you!" Mige's body twitched as Tianyun pulled out his sword from Mige's body. Mige's body split in two, and a fountain of blood splattered all around over Mige's split body. Successfully killed Demon God Mij. Reward: 91 billion Express, 2.5 million CPs, 250.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Staff, Evil Spirit Bracelet, Evil Spirit Ring, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Blood. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 9th layer Saint King stage. He got so much experience from killing Mij. Before he killed Mij, Tianyun activated a X100 Express card and X50 Express card, plus the effective X32 Express that he got from his crazy leveling mode. He got X182 Express from killing Mij alone. It was unfortunate that Mij wasn't an elite enemy. If he were, Tianyun would have gotten a better reward now. Tianyun knew that he would get a lot of Express from killing Mij, and that was why he exchanged his crazy points with the Express card earlier. Now, Tianyun even got useful information that heaven-devouring divine treasure was capable of withstanding a divine king's attack. He now knew that he didn't have to try his hardest to kill a divine king. Even if his combat power wasn't as high as a divine king that he would fight, it didn't necessarily mean that he would lose against a divine king later on. What happened earlier was the perfect example as Tianyun's combat power wasn't higher than Mij, but it was close. He used the heaven-devouring divine treasure to block Mige's attack and perform a counterattack immediately, resulting in Tianyun's effortless victory. It was fortunate for Tianyun that he had so many equipments that could enhance his power, and the crazy damage mode that also did the same thing. Otherwise, it would be impossible to fight against Mij. Master Mij lost. The evil spirit cultivators on the side were all dumbfounded by the scene unfolding in front of them. They never imagined the god that they worshipped would die by a human's hands. The flame imprint on Mige's body was immediately catapulted towards Tianyun, and he successfully gained the 8th flame imprint. He hasn't been at the 7th layer city for long, but he was already qualified to enter the 8th layer city. Tianyun was truly terrifying. Judgment, Tianyun shouted, and the 5 deacons in front of him were immediately enveloped by the barrier. They were startled and tried to escape, but it was impossible for them to escape the tower's barrier. "I will take out the trash, now die," Tianyun shouted as he raised the evil spirit sword above his head and swung it down towards the 5 deacons. The 5 deacons couldn't react to Tianyun's attack and were swallowed by the attack, killing them instantly. Successfully killed evil spirit cultivator, Mir. Reward: 23.6 billion Express, 250.000 CPs, 15.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Sword, X50 Express card. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Cultivator, MIDI. Reward: 24.6 billion Express, 280.000 CPs. Successfully killed. The 5 deacons turned into Yi Tianyun's Express. With this much Express, Yi Tianyun once again leveled up. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to Saint King Peak stage. Chapter 818. Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 times in a short period of time. He was only one step away from becoming a divine king himself. This was why he used the Express card without hesitation. There was just too much experience in that place, and he obviously had no intention to just let it go to waste. The 5 deacons that he fought just now were all at a high Saint King stage cultivation. It was the perfect Express source for him right now. It was such a hassle to level up once he got to the Saint King stage as the Express requirement increased by several folds. I am one step away from becoming a divine king, Yi Tianyun said excitedly to himself. If he kept moving forward, he would break through to divine king stage in no time. Yi Tianyun was certain that he wouldn't have any problem handling the demon that was sealed in the mortal world once he reached divine king stage, as he still had crazy damage mode that would multiply his power. I need 500 billion Express to level up to divine king, Yi Tianyun said as he saw how much Express he needed to level up. It was surely an impressive leap, as he only needed 100 billion Express to level up to Saint King Peak stage. The requirement to reach the divine king stage sure was high. It reminded him of the normal cultivators that were prone to get stuck at this stage as they just seemingly couldn't break through to the divine king stage. Yi Tianyun, however, knew how much Express he required to level up, so he wouldn't get stuck here, but the problem was obtaining that much Express. Thus, Yi Tianyun thought that he had to go slow from now on. Judgment, Yi Tianyun said as the barrier enveloped the surrounding evil spirit race cultivator. Another 5 Saint King level cultivators were enveloped in the barrier, and Yi Tianyun immediately got rid of them without any hesitation. The 5 of them turned into Yi Tianyun's Express. The 5 of them gave around 100 billion of Express in one go. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivator immediately fled the scene as they were afraid to be Yi Tianyun's next victim. Then again, Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to continue anyway, as he didn't have the right to duel anyone anymore according to the tower's rule. It was such a shame that he was only be able to judge 10 people at most with his current city lord status. He had to wait a month before he could judge the same number of people once again. He could also use one of these flame imprints to increase his judgment limit, but it was such a waste to use his flame imprint like that. He is terrifying. He has the cultivation level of a divine king, the evil spirit race cultivator shouted as they ran away from Yi Tianyun. Of course, you dimwit. If that weren't the case, there is no way he would be able to kill old ancestor Mij. Another cultivator shouted annoyedly. Didn't you see the divine tool that he used earlier? It seems to be the same as our heaven devour divine treasure, right? Why does he have our divine treasure on him? Another said as they seemed to notice the divine tool that Yi Tianyun used to block Mige's attack earlier. Heaven-devouring divine treasure should be on the hand of our old ancestor in mortal world. We haven't been able to contact them in a while as it was difficult to get to mortal world from here, so that divine tool might just be stolen from them. Another said unsurely. Several of the cultivators that weren't escaping from the scene leisurely analyzed Yi Tianyun as they knew that Yi Tianyun had reached the limit of his judgment. They didn't think that Yi Tianyun could defy the tower's rule, as he would be kicked out and banned from entering the tower ever again. Of course, their thought aligned with Yi Tianyun's, as he had no plan to attack them illegally either. The power of the ancient netherworld divine king sure was strong. Unless he had breakthrough to divine king stage, he wouldn't dare to break the rule of the tower. He glanced at everyone and sighed before walking towards the 8th layer city stairs. If he couldn't do anything in this place, then he didn't have to stick around for too long. He just wanted to kill the evil spirit race in this tower, so he must keep going. He could kill all of these evil spirit race that was swarming the tower all at once if he became the tower lord, and Yi Tianyun was planning to be one. Becoming the tower lord meant he could change the rule of the tower to his will. Once he did, he could even kick out as many people as he wanted without any repercussion. Adding it with his power to detect the evil spirit race, Yi Tianyun was sure that the evil spirit race would be exterminated from the tower once he became the tower lord. The moment Yi Tianyun stepped into the 8th layer city, he felt a terrifying aura come from above. The smell of blood that came from above was even more intense than the one from 7th layer city. Even so, the pressure he felt when he climbed the stairs to 8th layer city wasn't any different than walking up a normal flight of stairs at all. But it was so strange for Yi Tianyun as he didn't see any blood on the entrance of 8th layer city. It looked so clean and beautiful. What awaited him at the 8th layer city was a beautiful garden without any corpse or bloodstain at all. But sure enough, several murderous eyes were already observing him from close by. Yi Tianyun looked around and saw a large blood pool in the distance, and 2 powerful evil spirit race were soaked in them while looking in Yi Tianyun's direction. It seemed the thick smell of blood came from this blood pool. Yi Tianyun didn't even know just how much blood essence would this evil spirit race need to produce such a strong blood stench. Yi Tianyun could smell the blood essence of the Phoenix clan, and the blood essence of the dragon tribe mixed in with the smell of other blood essences from that pool. Yi Tianyun observed the 2 evil spirit race with appraisal eye and found that these 2 cultivators were at 2nd layer Divine King stage and 3rd layer Divine King stage respectively. Surely, Mij was part of these groups, and since he was the weakest, he had to deal with the problem below. But why did these people choose to stay here instead of going out? Wouldn't they dominate the entire ghost world easily if they wanted to? Yi Tianyun was really curious about this and started wondering whether these people couldn't get out instead of wouldn't get out. It was one of the possibilities. Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a strong force to begin with. It may impede their freedom to go out of the tower and trap them here. In addition to the 2 of them, Yi Tianyun also saw several beauties standing on the side of the pool, wiping the 2 Divine King cultivators like a slave. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as he noticed that the women serving them were human. Chapter 819. In fact, there were a lot of cultivators here serving them. They were from various races, and it was obvious that these cultivators were slaves. It was clear that these cultivators opted to become slaves instead of dying at the evil spirit race's hands. Yi Tianyun didn't say much about this as everyone was free to choose their own fate. But if they chose to stand on the wrong side, Yi Tianyun wouldn't care about them anymore. These cultivators hadn't attained the 8th flame imprint just yet. In fact, some of them only had 1 flame imprint. It was clearly the privilege of serving an elder rank as they were allowed to come up here without much hassle. This place had a system that was closely similar to the palace on the Divine Nation, as anyone could come to the palace if the emperor desired it. It was certainly true for these elders' case. There was just no way for these cultivators to reach 8th layer city without having the appropriate flame imprint. Yi Tianyun looked around, but he didn't see any other evil spirit race around. But it was nothing strange, as the cultivator had to kill a bunch of cultivators with the 7th layer imprint in order to come to 8th layer city. As the evil spirit race on 7th layer city didn't kill each other, the number of elder on 8th layer city remained fixed, which was the 3 divine kings. From the looks of it, there was no way for the evil spirit race to become an elder without a divine king cultivation base. Even if they had enough flame imprint to get up to 8th layer city, they wouldn't be acknowledged as an elder before they reached the divine king stage. Mij, that idiot. He was too negligent, and because of that, things become troublesome. Demon God Suo Te said with disdain. He didn't feel the slightest emotion by the death of one of his companions whatsoever. These evil spirit race cultivators might think that the weak didn't deserve any sympathy. If they are dead, then that was all they were worth. Heaven-devouring divine treasure. That divine tool has a good ability. It seems that you came from the mortal world, meaning that you had killed the old guys from the mortal world. Demon God Suo Te said with a smirk on his face. He was the strongest cultivator that Yi Tianyun has ever laid his eyes upon, being at the 3rd layer divine king stage. Their combat power was basically off the chart, as Suo Te's combat power at 68 billion points, even in such an unprepared state, 10 billion points higher than when Mij first appeared before Yi Tianyun. It seemed that the power gap became higher than 1 billion points even with only 1 level difference once a cultivator reached the divine king stage. The same could be said with Suo Te, as his combat power was around 80 billion points. If he went with this logic, did that make a divine king peak stage cultivator have more than 120 billion combat points? Yi Tianyun couldn't imagine just how much power that would be. It could be said that they could destroy heaven and earth itself with the power of their fists. But even so, it wasn't something that Yi Tianyun cared about right now, and so, he started walking towards the blood pool without any fear in his heart, demanding respect from the slaved cultivator. That mij is so useless. Hey, boy, did you think you deserved to challenge us after killing mij? Suo Zhe said as he looked at Yi Tianyun indifferently. What if I do? Yi Tianyun said as he looked at them coldly. It seems that the three realms have gotten complacent. Do you really think you are invincible, boy? Suo Zhe said as he stood up from the pool of blood. Did you have the ability to prove otherwise now? Did you think I didn't notice? The tower has trapped you here. The only thing you can do is consume the blood of ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant in order to earn the qualification to become the Tower Lord. Otherwise, you couldn't get out and would be forced to spend your life in captivity like a dog waiting to die. Yi Tianyun said scornfully. Now, I will tell you one thing. Even if you devour the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline, you won't be able to get out of here. You will be trapped here your whole life. Your race is an idiot race that comes here hoping to cultivate faster only to be trapped here like a dog in a cage. Yi Tianyun said tauntingly. This was the only rational reason why these evil spirit race didn't choose to go out of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Otherwise these people would have already dominated the three realms. The problem right now was that the evil spirit race didn't try to hide here in ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. They devoured any cultivator that caught their attention, and this was how they could cultivate faster than the evil spirit race on the outside world. Yi Tianyun didn't really understand how they first thought that entering ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was a good idea. The ancient Netherworld Divine Nation clearly gave them a bit of a fight, but in front of a Divine King's power, ancient Netherworld Divine Nation doesn't stand a chance of winning. Yi Tianyun frowned for a bit as the people who knew about the existence of the evil spirit race inside the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower must have made a huge mistake in the past. They should have prevented people from entering so that the evil spirit race would starve, but instead, they kept feeding the evil spirit race bloodline resources by sending people to take back the tower. It seems that you know a lot, brat. Sometimes it is good to turn a blind eye to some things. Now I have to deal with you myself. Suo Zhe said as his expression turned solemn as he looked at Yi Tianyun full of killing intent. I have no doubt that you can kill me. Since that was the case, why don't you challenge me to a duel, like your companion demon god mij did below? I will be very happy to indulge you. Yi Tianyun said mockingly. Yi Tianyun knew that two divine kings at once would be hard to deal with even for him, but if he only had to deal with one, he was still confident in winning. Duel you? Why would I do that? Did you know that the greatest pleasure in punishing Vei people like you is to let them die slowly? Suo Zhe said as he waved his hand. Then Suo Te immediately stood up. At the same time, both divine king cultivators slapped their 8 arms together, and a ray of light quickly enveloped Yi Tianyun's body. Yi Tianyun tried to attack, but he was met with a powerful sealing barrier. Teleport, Yi Tianyun said faintly before he disappeared. Without a trace, the two divine kings then sat back down on their blood pond leisurely before looking at each other and laughed heartily. Let him know what it feels like to be sealed, Suo Zhe said while laughing out loud. Chapter 820. Yi Tianyun felt that he was teleported to some strange place. He wanted to escape but decided not to as he wanted to see where he was first. But as soon as he arrived, he felt a terrifying power from the sky and immediately pulled out his evil spirit divine sword to repel anything that came his way. Sure enough, Yi Tianyun made a good decision as the terrifying power blew out in front of him. This power was no less than a first-layer divine king stage attack. It was too sudden, and it almost caused fatal damage to Yi Tianyun, but thankfully he reacted in time and kept the damage to a minimum. As he felt another attack was coming, Yi Tianyun swiftly threw his heaven-devouring divine treasure and hid himself inside its barrier. At the same time, another divine thunder hit the barrier. A crack was formed on the barrier, but thankfully it was able to withstand the attack. As the divine thunder couldn't attack Yi Tianyun, it lost its objective. Heaven-devouring divine treasure was really a convenient divine tool as it could deceive a divine sense. It was thanks to the fact that heaven-devouring divine treasure fooled the divine thunder that Yi Tianyun didn't receive any more damage. Yi Tianyun quickly pulled out the longevity necklace and began recovering his injuries. Yi Tianyun looked all around him and saw that the sky was full of dark clouds. Yi Tianyun knew that all of them was a divine thunder, ready to strike as soon as it detected an intruder. This area seems to be dedicated for the sake of eliminating the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun said as he saw the big pit on the ground where he blocked the divine thunder earlier. No wonder those evil spirit race earlier was laughing, as they thought it would be hilarious to see Yi Tianyun die because of his ancestors' legacy. Even though Yi Tianyun didn't have any relationship with ancient Netherworld Divine King, he was still one of the 3 original Divine King that protected the 3 realms. But still, Yi Tianyun continued to look around and finally saw a man in the corner that was fully covered by a divine rune, meditating with so many divine tools all around him. As he meditated, he constantly withstood the divine thunder that was directed at him. The man used a divine tool to block the divine thunder with minimum injuries. Even so, the injuries couldn't be completely avoided. Now Yi Tianyun realized why there were so many divine tools all around the man. It was because all of them were already on their limit after blocking the divine thunder for too many times. Is this man Fan Shuixuan's father? The heavenly netherworld divine nation's holy king? Yi Tianyun wondered as he observed the man. He noticed that the man was covered in blood due to the injuries he sustained from blocking the divine thunder. Now, the man was holding a divine tool that would help him draw a divine rune to resist the divine thunder. Yi Tianyun wasn't sure if the man really was Fan Shuixuan's father. After all, he never saw any cultivator that resembled Fan Shuixuan on his way to 8th Layer City, but now the man was very likely to be Fan Shuixuan's father, as he was a human, not evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun quickly flew over towards the man and helped him by extending the heaven-devouring divine treasures barrier to protect him from the divine thunder. Even so, the heaven-devouring divine treasure consumed a lot of spiritual energy. If Yi Tianyun weren't careful, he wouldn't be able to hold heaven-devouring divine treasure for long. The longest Yi Tianyun would be able to maintain. The barrier would be 10 days, 15 days at the most. The man noticed Yi Tianyun, but he was too weak to have a small talk, so he just remained silent as he tried to maintain his meditation. Yi Tianyun observed him closely, and the detailed data from appraisal eye immediately appeared in front of him. Fan Hong, Saint King Peak Stage Cultivation Base, have the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. The fact that the man was Fan Shuixuan's father and the descendant of ancient Netherworld Divine King wasn't necessary, as Yi Tianyun didn't have any intention to fight the man anyway. "I'm not your enemy," Yi Tianyun said as he noticed the man was trying to free himself from the barrier. But as another divine thunder struck above the man and the barrier was protecting him from it, Fan Hong stopped resisting. "Now, hurry up and recover," Yi Tianyun said as he signaled Fan Hong to keep meditating. Fan Hong looked at Yi Tianyun for a second, then nodded his head as he kept on meditating to recover his body. It was very fortunate, as Fan Hong would be dead if Yi Tianyun were even slightly late to find him. Yi Tianyun didn't just leave Fan Hong to his own devices, he used the longevity set to help Fan Hong recover faster. Fan Hong's eyelids twitched as it seemed the man was enduring his pain, but he didn't open his eyes and continued to recover from his injuries. As time passed, Fan Hong opened his eyes as he has recovered a little bit from his injuries. "Thank you very much, friend. Because of your help, I managed to hold on for much longer. It seems you are also thrown here, to this heavenly thunder space." Fan Hong said gratefully. "Heavenly thunder space? I am sorry if I am a little bit nosy, but are you the heavenly netherworld divine nation's holy king?" Yi Tianyun asked with a smile on his face. "Friend, where did you learn that information?" Fan Hong asked as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's word. He didn't deny the fact that he was the holy king, but it didn't really matter right now as they were trapped inside heavenly thunder space. If it weren't for Yi Tianyun, Fan Hong would have died. He just couldn't bring himself to think that Yi Tianyun would be an evil spirit race's minion that was tasked to information out of him, as it would be impossible to get out of this place. "I learned it from your daughter, Fan Shuixuan. She asked me to find you, but I never expected that you would be trapped in here," Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Fan Hong. Chapter 821. My daughter. You have seen my daughter. Where is she now? Fan Hong said as he grabbed into Yi Tianyun desperately. He didn't think that Yi Tianyun would have met with his daughter before. But soon after, he realized that he came out too aggressive because it involved his daughter and apologized for it. "I am sorry for showing such an embarrassing side of me, but I don't know you. I sometimes went too when it came to my daughter. So, where have you met her before?" Fan Hong asked curiously. "It was here on ancient Netherworld Divine Tower," Yi Tianyun replied honestly. "What? Why would she come here?" Fan Hong said as he was frustrated that his daughter went after him and came here. "What is going on? I already said to wait for my signal," Fan Hong said as he was frustrated with himself. "This place has been taken over by evil spirit race. It was a death trap. There was no way that his daughter would be safe, but it was all just on his own thought. She has waited too long for you. They thought that you've died and that is why your daughter came here to look for you as she doesn't believe that you were killed. Not only your daughter, but several of your elder also came here to raid the ancient netherworld divine tower off of the evil spirit race. They already occupied the first layer city, and up to fourth layer city has already been taken control by an allied phoenix race. Tianyun said solemnly, "How do you know about all this? Did you talk to them?" Fan Hongd asked curiously. Tianyun then explained the gist of the situation to Fan Hongd about what happened as Tianyun reached the tower, and Fan Hongd was surprised as so many things happened in the tower. What shocked Fan Hongd the most was how Tianyun had reached the 8th layer city while also killing one of the evil spirit race's divine kings in the process. "You are incredible, little brother Yi. You really reached 8th layer city in a short time," Fan Hongd said surprisedly. "I used to be an elder here myself, but it took a long time for me to get there." Fan Hongd said excitedly, "Lord Fan, why are you trapped here? Are you also forcefully teleported here like me? Did you not know of the way getting out of this place?" Tianyun asked curiously. Fan Hongd frowned a little as he didn't expect Tianyun to ask such stuff. But it was true that staying in this place was no different than death. "No, when I become the city lord of the 5th layer city, the evil spirit race teleported me here. Because of my bloodline, they couldn't use judgment on me, so the only thing that they could do was to send me here. But as far as I know, there is no easy way out of here." Fan Hongd said sadly. He felt helpless as the rule that the tower enforced was hard to change. He was sent here by the power of 2 elders, so he couldn't resist it. "So, there is a way to get out of here?" Tianyun asked again. "Of course, the only way that I know is to tear the space of this place. I can't do it to save myself. At first, this place was meant to be a cage for those evil spirit race, but 2 powerful divine king cultivators on their side tore the space of this place and free everyone." Fan Hongd said honestly, "When I realized that they had torn the space itself to escape, my mind was blown. That was a testament to how powerful they were, which was beyond our ancestors' imagination." Fan Hongd said shamefully, "Indeed, they are strong. I never expected that they could tear the space inside ancient netherworld divine tower." Tianyun said as he was surprised himself. But then again, the evil spirit race came from some unknown realm to begin with, bringing many powerful treasures and martial arts with them. Fortunately, after they came out of this space, they were restricted by the tower rules and couldn't kill everyone at the same time. But then again, we were forced to get out of the tower, or we will die slowly. The tower is our ancestors' legacy, and I am ashamed to say that we didn't use it to the best of its ability." Fan Hongd said with his head down. "When they first came out of this place, didn't the tower suppress them?" Tianyun asked curiously. "They were suppressed at first. Either they were thrown back to this place by the tower or struck by the divine thunder. But after they devoured some of our people, the tower stopped suppressing them, and they also had an item that could withstand the tower's divine thunder. In any case, they managed to hold on." Fan Hongd said frustratedly, "It's the bloodline. They devoured the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline from your people. They fooled the tower by having the bloodline in their blood. The ancient netherworld divine tower doesn't have any tool spirit to help identify the evil spirit race, after all. Yeah, we realized that it was bloodline too, but we didn't know that it would make them so much more powerful. It's pointless to make a move now because of that. Ancient netherworld divine tower couldn't do anything to them." Fan Hongd said solemnly, "It's fine. I will be the one that exterminate those pesky bloodsuckers." Tianyun said with a smile on his face. "How would you do that?" Fan Hongd said as he was confused as Tianyun was still so young but already so powerful. "That's not the issue right now. The only problem here is how we should control the entire ancient netherworld divine tower after we get out of this place. If we can't do that, we'll have a hard time later." Tianyun said honestly, "The rules of the tower were absolute, so even if Tianyun became an elder of the tower, he still had to follow the rules. The only way to decimate the entire evil spirit race on this tower was to become a tower lord. There is a way. They couldn't teleport anyone again as they just teleported you in here. After we get out, you should take me to the 8th layer city, and I will take the tower lord assessment. If I pass the test, I will become tower lord immediately and remove them from the tower." Fan Hongd said confidently. Tianyun smiled as he saw that method was doable. "But have you already reached the elder rank?" Yi Tianyun asked as he noticed that Fan Hong didn't have the 8th flame imprint on his arm. It's fine. As long as I release my stored flame, I will reach the 8th flame imprint immediately. Fan Hong said as he waved his hand and a flame imprint appeared on his forehead, showing the sign of the 8th flame imprint. This way of storing the flame imprint was unexpected by Yi Tianyun, but surely the master of the flame imprint would be able to do such a thing. Chapter 822. Yi Tianyun saw Fan Hong had the 8th flame imprint, meaning that he was qualified as the elder of the tower. It was obvious that Fan Hong was planning to quietly get to 8th layer city and take the Tower Lord trial without anyone noticing. This way, both of us are qualified as elders, now can we throw them here with our current status? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. We can do that as long as there are 2 of us. We can forcefully send one of them here. We may not be able to kill them, but trapping them here should be no problem. Fan Hong said excitedly. Great, let one of them rot in this place and kill the other one. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But how do we get out of this place now? Fan Hong curiously asked as he didn't know anything about Yi Tianyun's ability. It's simple, Yi Tianyun said as he grabbed Fan Hong's shoulder, and both of them disappeared from the spot. At the same time, in 8th layer city, demon god Suo Te was still in the blood pond, eating the meat of a strong cultivator that they killed earlier. There was no doubt that every cultivator other than evil spirit race was considered food by this evil spirit race. Did you know what happened to that brat earlier? Did he get killed by the divine thunder? Demon god Suo Te said as he also ate beside Suo Te. It doesn't matter, even if he's still alive now, he won't have the means to escape that place. Sure, heaven-devouring divine treasure is a strong divine tool, but still, it wouldn't help him escape from that place. Demon god Suo Te said as he shook his head. But it's sad, you know. We originally came here to dominate the 3 realms, but now we are stuck here like rats. Suo Te said annoyedly. What else could we do? If we carelessly make a move, we would be detected, and they will corner us back in here anyway. It's helpless, but rest assured, after we took control of this ancient netherworld divine tower, we will be able to go out easily. Suo Te said confidently. It was a bit frustrating that we have to send those weak cultivators out to pave the way for us, but it was even more frustrating to know that those cultivators failed and killed so easily. Such a waste of resources and energy. Suo Te said, annoyedly. Well, we underestimated the power behind the 3 realms. But still, it's just a matter of time now. I can already feel Ancestor Suo Er's power. He will be out soon, and everything will be over. Suo Te said excitedly. Thinking about Ancestor Suo Er, he will definitely laugh at us after he knows that we can't dominate the 3 realms all this time. But I believe that Evil Spirit Star will continue to send reinforcements here to help us. Suo Te added. Still, I stand for my opinion. We underestimated the 3 realms too much. Suo Te said helplessly. They didn't expect the 3 realms would hinder their movement that much, and they end up suffering a huge loss as a result. Both of them kept chatting while eating. They need not bother to cultivate their technique as evil spirit race cultivation only required them to eat strong cultivators, flesh and blood. The evil spirit race continued to absorb the power of the cultivator they ate into their own body, enhancing their power slowly. Long time no see, you two. It seems you both are having a good time. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared before the evil spirit divine kings. They both were so shocked by the sudden arrival of these unexpected figures that they jumped off of the blood pond immediately. How did both of you come out of that place? Suo Te said as he was surprised that both the young man and the old elder of the tower came out of the divine thunder area. But they immediately calmed themselves as they didn't have to panic here. Still, it was really surprising that both of them didn't receive any injuries from the divine thunder. Nothing is impossible here, now we will send you there to experience the same thing we did. Yi Tianyun said as he looked at Fan Hong, and they immediately locked their finger, forming a seal. As soon as they did so, the 8th flame imprint on their arms began to glow, and a column of light immediately covered demon god Suo Te. Demon god Suo Te had the strongest cultivation base here, so it made sense to isolate him away first. Even if he could withstand the divine thunder area, at least they had a chance of winning against Suo Te. How did you earn that 8th flame imprint? This is ridiculous, Suo Te shouted, but it was useless as he was teleported away from 8th layer city. He was teleported to divine thunder area, and so, he also went through what Fan Hong was experiencing so far. How did you two come out of that place? Suo Te asked confusedly, but he knew that he couldn't do anything about it right now. He couldn't attack these two as he could be sanctioned by the tower. Although he wouldn't die even if he tried to attack them forcefully, it wasn't worth the trouble. Yi Tianyun and Fan Hong shrugged and ignored Suo Te as they rushed towards the Tower Lord altar. Suo Te immediately realized what these two were up to and tried to stop them, but it was useless as the area was too spacious and Fan Hong couldn't attack to stop them. Idiot, how do you plan to stop any of us if you can't attack? Yi Tianyun taunted as he ran along with Suo Te. Suo Te didn't say anything as he was trying to keep his composure, but he really didn't have any way to stop both of them from reaching the Tower Lord altar. The altar itself was a very simple altar as it was used to teleport anyone that wanted to take on the Tower Lord test. Upon entering the Tower Lord altar, Fan Hong immediately shouted, "I want to take on the Tower Lord assessment." He said loudly. Then he suddenly disappeared, teleported somewhere else by the Tower Lord altar. Suo Te frowned and rushed towards the altar himself. "I want to challenge the Tower Lord assessment," Suo Te shouted, and he too disappeared, teleported away by the Tower Lord altar. The ancient netherworld, Divine King's bloodline that ran in his blood was quite dominating as he already consumed countless ancient netherworld Divine King's descendants. Yi Tianyun considered his option for a moment and walked towards the altar, and then shouted, "I too want to take on the Tower Lord assessment," he said confidently. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and Yi Tianyun too was also teleported by the Tower Lord altar. Chapter 823. Fan Hong took a breather as he came out of the teleporter. The place that he was in now looked familiar as he had already been here before, but he didn't have the chance to come back in a long time. Suo Te also arrived at the same place a second later. "How dare you step foot into this place to take the Tower Lord assessment?" As if I'll just let it slide, Suo Te said angrily. The Tower Lord assessment had a series of tests that the participant had to clear, but if they did clear it all, in the end, it would come down to the cultivation base of the participant, meaning that Fan Hong would definitely lose. "Well, do your worst. I sure hope you can clear the last test," Fan Hong said as he kept his calm in front of Suo Te. The Tower Lord assessment had a series of tests that the participant had to take. Even if there were only one participant left, the test wouldn't stop. Clearly, as long as there were no Tower Lord in the tower, the participant that failed the test could still try again if they still had the confidence to take it. That was why Fan Hong didn't show any fear even though demon god Suo Te was in front of him. But as they wanted to press onward, a flash of light appeared behind them. "Suo Te, is that you?" Suo Te asked as he didn't expect anyone else to follow them here. Meanwhile, Fan Hong was pale because if it really were the other evil spirit race Divine King, then he was screwed. He started to wonder how could the evil spirit race escape from the Divine Thunder area so quickly. Although Yi Tianyun did get out of Divine Thunder area so quickly earlier, it was all due to his skill. But as a figure came out of the light, Fan Hong was surprised while Suo Te was angered. "You again," Suo Te said as he saw Yi Tianyun walking out of the light. In fact, Yi Tianyun was also surprised as he didn't expect that he would be able to participate in the ancient Netherworld Tower Lord's assessment. "It is me. Glad to see me," Yi Tianyun grinned as he was satisfied by this outcome. "How could you come here? What have you done?" Suo Te asked angrily. The condition to enter the assessment area was straightforward, and that was to have ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline and 8th Flame imprint. Yi Tianyun surely already got the 8th Flame imprint, but what about the ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline? "What is it to you?" Yi Tianyun casually said as he didn't feel like explaining himself to the enemy. "Great. Now, I have to clean you both up at the same time. It would be faster this way," Suo Te coldly said as he was extremely annoyed by Yi Tianyun's nonchalant attitude. "Sure, if you can do it, then it would be amazing," Yi Tianyun said casually. He didn't really care about Suo Te as his cultivation had already reached Saint King peak stage. Combined with his other power multiplier, Yi Tianyun would be able to kill Suo Te without even trying hard. But Fan Hong was still curious about how Yi Tianyun managed to enter. He knew that Yi Tianyun didn't want to let the enemy know his ability, so Fan Hong tried to communicate with Yi Tianyun via sound transmission. "How did you do it? Did you also have the ancestor's bloodline?" Fan Hong asked. "I do have the ancestor Divine King's bloodline in me, but it wasn't ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. I have Sealing Heaven Divine King's bloodline in me," Maybe sealing heaven-defying king also made it so that his descendants were allowed to take the Tower Lord assessment when he created the tower with ancient netherworld divine king. Yi Tianyun answered honestly. The only reason that Yi Tianyun could think of right now was not very credible, but it might be the truth too, as he didn't know what the divine kings were thinking about in the past. I didn't expect you to be the descendant of sealing heaven divine king, but I believe that's a plausible reason. Fan Hong nodded his head as he didn't pry further regarding Yi Tianyun's background. But nevertheless, Fan Hong began to tell the story about the past that he knew of to Yi Tianyun. They walked side by side without saying anything on the surface, as they didn't want Suo Te to know about the content of their conversation. Instead, they kept using the sound transmission the whole time. However, Suo Te smirked as he knew what the two of them were doing, but he couldn't stop it, nor could he eavesdrop on their conversation. Nevertheless, Suo Te was racking his brain to find a way to conquer the Tower Lord assessment. There was just no way to clear the Tower Lord assessment. If it weren't Uncle Arable, the Tower Lord position would have belonged to the evil spirit race from a long time ago. Hurry up and stop using sound transmission, Suo Te said annoyedly. If you want to take the test, why don't you challenge me for it? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Brat, make sure you survive till the end. I will make you feel the pain that you never knew before. Suo Te said as he clenched his teeth in anger. Don't worry, you're gonna eat those words soon, Yi Tianyun said as he ignored Suo Te after that. He kept walking forward as he looked around him since the only thing he could see right now was a long corridor with a smooth wall and floor. It seemed to be a normal place, but as he took a step forward, a ripple of spiritual energy could be felt all around him. As Yi Tianyun kept going, his surrounding area started to change to an endless desert. He tried to look around, but he couldn't see Fan Hong and Suo Te any longer. This is not an illusion, Yi Tianyun said as he felt the sand on his feet. The temperature of this place also resembled that of a desert. It was obvious that the place wasn't an illusion but a really small and separated world. Fan Hong already explained earlier that this place was called Psychedelic Corridor. Those who wished to become the next Tower Lord had to advance forward while going through 5 different worlds. Only after going through all 5 worlds would the corridor come to an end. Right now, Fan Hong and Suo Te were also experiencing the same thing in a different world, and they wouldn't be able to meet each other anytime soon. Chapter 824. This place is ridiculous. I can't seem to find the right direction whatsoever, Yi Tianyun said as he walked around aimlessly. All he saw was sand wherever he went, and there was no noticeable sign whatsoever that he could see. He kept pressing onward, but after a while, he felt energy pulling his feet and trying to drag him down to the sand. Yi Tianyun immediately jumped and got away from the force immediately. Although he knew that the assessment wouldn't kill its participant, it would be such a shame if Yi Tianyun was eliminated shortly after entering. After all, one could only enter the assessment once a year. So, as Yi Tianyun realized that he couldn't just leisurely walk on the dangerous sand, he began to leap crazily high at high speed. The tower prevented flying, but it didn't say anything about leaping. Sure enough, the sand began to move and tried to capture him as he leapt forward, but it wasn't a problem for Yi Tianyun at all. I am sure the exit is right ahead, Yi Tianyun said as he remembered the information that Fan Hong shared earlier. The assessment was ever-changing, and so, it wouldn't create something that the participant couldn't escape, but in turn, the test would be something that would test the participant's innate talent. But for Yi Tianyun, he had a cheat ability that could make everything so much easier, and that was the appraisal eye. He could see the exit as long as it was within his range of vision, and as he leapt forward effortlessly, he finally saw the exit with appraisal eye ability. The exit at last, Yi Tianyun said as he finally returned to the long winding corridor. This is interesting. I am sure that I already traveled quite far back then, but it turns out I only traveled several meters. Yi Tianyun said as he observed the corridor some more. It was clear now that the place wasn't only for evaluating the next Tower Lord but also a place to hold off any intruders and outsiders who forcefully attacked the tower. When he was about to walk forward, Fan Hong suddenly appeared on the side. Yi Tianyun was surprised, but Fan Hong was even more surprised as he never expected any outsider to finish the first world. Have you been here before? Fan Hong asked curiously. What surprised Fan Hong the most was that Yi Tianyun passed the first test on his first time taking the Tower Lord's assessment. It is a little bit difficult to pass, but it wasn't really that hard. Yi Tianyun smiled at Fan Hong. Fan Hong, in turn, just silently gazed upon Yi Tianyun as if he was some sort of freak. But as they busily chatted with each other, demon god Suo Te finally appeared. As Fan Hongd and Yi Tianyun saw that Suo Te showed up, they just snorted and moved forward, ignoring Suo Te altogether. But Suo Te was actually shocked as he didn't expect Fan Hongd and the brat finished faster than him. It was humiliating for him as he was the one that had the strongest cultivation base among them. "Let's go," Yi Tianyun said to Fan Hongd as he kept going, with Fan Hongd following close behind. After a few steps, both of them disappeared as they entered another world. For Yi Tianyun, he was instantly submerged as he was in the water world right now, a place that was only surrounded by the sea. This environment was harsh as he was just from the desert world before. Yi Tianyun sighed and started to swim forward, but not too long after he swam, a pulling force that he encountered earlier on desert world was here too. Yi Tianyun grumbled and shot an energy blast backward, propelling him forward extremely fast. The pulling force in the sea couldn't pull Yi Tianyun strong enough as the force Yi Tianyun exerted to propel himself forward was far stronger. This way, Yi Tianyun quickly reached the exit and escaped the water world without a hitch. He arrived back at the corridor. Again Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that he was indeed just around 10 meters from his previous spot on the corridor before he was transported to the water world. He didn't hesitate this time and quickly stepped into another world. The next world was weird as Yi Tianyun was immediately welcomed by sharp edges everywhere he could see. The edges were all made of metal, and some swords even flew towards Yi Tianyun, clearly trying to stab or slash him to pieces. Yi Tianyun pushed through with all his might and reached the exit once again. He now understood the fundamental aspect of these worlds that was used as a test. It followed the 5 elements, that was fire, water, earth, wood, and metal. It was the information that he got now as he remembered that Fan Hong said that it would be 5 worlds. The test seemed to be about the ability of the participant to resist the 5 element or overcome it with their ability, but for Yi Tianyun, it wasn't difficult at all. He just pushed through the worlds like it was nothing. All he needed was sufficient speed to reach the exit without minding the world's element. He then pressed onward and entered another world. This time, he entered the fire world, just as he expected. The only world left after this was wood world. He breezed through the fire world in no time and entered the wood world after. He stepped into the wood world and noticed that the world was a spacious hall. There was a huge wall in front of him, and it was very smooth too. Other than that, there wasn't any other entrance or anything inside the world. Yi Tianyun didn't know where to go. Even the entrance he used to get here was no longer there. What test is this supposed to be? Yi Tianyun said to himself as he started walking. Fan Hong didn't explain any of the worlds specifically, as it seemed Fan Hong never really cleared the entire 5 world before. Yi Tianyun approached the huge wall, and he suddenly shone in bright light. It looked like the barrier that materialized during the duel on Layered City. Yi Tianyun frowned as he was confused to see that there was no opponent here. So, did he have to find his opponent first? But as Yi Tianyun was contemplating what to do next, a voice came from behind. How did you get here so fast? Fan Hong asked as he appeared on the wood world. Clearly, Fan Hong thought that he was the first one to arrive here, so he was surprised to see Yi Tianyun was already waiting there. I just keep going forward. Yi Tianyun frowned as he didn't remember doing anything special. Chapter 825. Yi Tianyun saw Fan Hong's shocked expression, but he didn't do anything about it. Instead, Yi Tianyun observed his surroundings but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. There was a weapon rack on the side, but there was no exceptional weapon there. In fact, there was nothing but some weak-looking weapons. What is this? Yi Tianyun said in confusion as he checked the weapons one by one. You idiot, you got here so quickly, but you don't seem to know what test it would be. If you didn't use those weapons, you can't break the wall. Suo Te said as he appeared and saw that Yi Tianyun tried to ignore the weak weapons on the rack. Do I really have to pick a weapon to keep going? Do I have to destroy the wall with those weak copper and iron weapon? What is the rule here? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Little brother Yi, the main task of this test is to use those weapons to smash through the wall. But you are absolutely forbidden to break any of those weapons. If you break it, you would be immediately disqualified. Fan Hong said with a small smile on his face. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he understood what he had to do now. Stupid human, did you think those weapons are merely for display? Such a naïve thought, Suo Te said while laughing hard at Yi Tianyun. Do I really need to use those weapons to break the wall? Can I just use my fist instead? Yi Tianyun asked Fan Hong indifferently. Both Fan Hong and Suo Te were startled by Yi Tianyun's words, as they didn't expect Yi Tianyun would ask such a thing. You are a true idiot. If we can just use our fist, why would the tower go through all the trouble to provide us with those weapons? Suo Te said while still laughing at Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun had enough of Suo Te's attitude and immediately punched a wall, resulting in an explosion and sudden tremor that could be felt by Suo Te and Fan Hong. The wall that Yi Tianyun punched crumbled, exposing an entrance behind it. At the same time, Fan Hong and Suo Te felt awkward as they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect Yi Tianyun to be able to destroy the wall with just his fist, as they always thought that the weak-looking weapons were necessary to smash the wall. They thought that Yi Tianyun would be disqualified now, but complete to their surprise, a light shrouded the area around Yi Tianyun before a faint flame's imprint appeared on his forehead, indicating that he had passed the test. For Yi Tianyun himself, he felt a surge of power inside his body, like he had inherited power from the tower. At this moment, he felt a certain connection to ancient netherworld divine tower. I am sorry, it looks like those weapons were indeed a mere decoration. You used the weapon to break the wall, and if you don't break the weapon before you break the wall, you will pass the test. Doesn't it seem too dodgy for you, stupid evil spirit race? Yi Tianyun said while smirking down to Suo Te. Suo Te remained silent, but it was clear that he was trying to contain his anger. Clearly, Suo Te didn't expect Yi Tianyun to succeed, let alone gain a strange power from the tower. He had never heard something like this before. Such thing was allowed, Fan Hong said as he felt dumbfounded by what Yi Tianyun did. It seemed ancient netherworld divine king really put some thought into these assessments. It seemed like the ancient netherworld divine king was trying to find someone who would break the rules he created. Fan Hong realized that to become a good tower lord, one couldn't be too rigid and must adapt to the situation given. It seemed ancient netherworld divine king wanted the tower lord to be capable of adapting to any problem. This seemed to be a correct way to think about the test that ancient netherworld divine king has made for his descendants. Demon god Suo Te was still shocked as he was convinced that he had to use the weapon to clear the test. It was a huge shock as he learned that the weapon was a mere decoration. I will go on ahead, Yi Tianyun said as he walked inside the path that he created and quickly disappeared from Fan Hong and Suo Te's sight. But even so, the wall was still destroyed. It didn't regenerate or reset whatsoever. Fan Hong thought about it for a moment and walked towards the path that Yi Tianyun had created. Once he saw that the path was still there, he immediately chased after Yi Tianyun. Suo Te didn't wait around and followed Fan Hong right after. Soon, they both caught up with Yi Tianyun as he was just walking along the path. Little brother Yi, your way of thinking is truly amazing, Fan Hong said sincerely. No, it's just out of luck, really, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Sure, it was just some rotten luck. I sure hope you can be as lucky until the end, brat. I will end it soon enough, Suo Te said with a smirk on his face. Yi Tianyun looked at Suo Te disinterestedly and ignored him after. It was such a pain to pay attention to someone like him, so Yi Tianyun didn't bother with him and kept walking with Fan Hong at his side. Suo Te was annoyed as he was ignored once again, but soon enough, he would be excited again as he knew that the test would resolve into fighting soon enough. As they continued to walk along the path, they immediately reached a hall of the mirror. What test is it now? Or is it to look for a handsome people? If that was the case, I guess you would be eliminated immediately, right trash? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face towards Suo Te. How dare you mock me, human? You are the ugly one, human. You are even more disgusting than garbage, Suo Te said angrily. He just couldn't keep his calm whenever Yi Tianyun mocked him. Chapter 826. Suo Te was insulted while Fan Hong just chuckled lightly. He thought that Yi Tianyun was really bold enough to insult a divine king. Then again, Yi Tianyun didn't really care. He threw the insult right at Suo Te's face like flowing water. He knew that Suo Te wouldn't be able to keep his composure for long and eventually burst into a rage. Being a divine king, Suo Te had it worse as he thought he would be a lot stronger than Yi Tianyun. Although Yi Tianyun was an exceptional existence that could rival a divine king like Suo Te, he didn't get his power through a cheap method like Suo Te. Our ancient netherworld divine king is the expert of the three realms. Surely he was so much different and clearly more powerful than trash like you. Yi Tianyun insulted Suo Te once more. You want proof of my power? Here, I'll show you see. Demon God Suo Te said as he rushed forward and punched the mirror with a powerful punch. The attack bounced towards him, but it didn't give him any damage whatsoever. It was thanks to his powerful physique that he could neutralize a powerful attack like that without breaking a sweat. What, do you want to say that you are so weak that you can't break this mirror on your own? Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Clearly, Suo Te was startled by Yi Tianyun's constant insult. It seems you want to try your luck to break the rules as I did earlier by breaking the mirror. Like I said earlier, I was lucky enough that what I did was the correct course of action, but it seems you don't have any luck at all. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Suo Te's face was white with shame. As Yi Tianyun said, he really wanted to break the rules and got rewarded like Yi Tianyun earlier, but he failed. Sure, you are lucky. But I sure hope that your luck will keep you off from fighting me later because it would be the end of your luck by then. Suo Te said coldly. He then walked forward and touched one of the mirrors and suddenly disappeared, like he was teleported away. Let's go. This next test is supposed to be the simplest one, which is to fight against yourself. Fan Hong said as he calmly reached towards one of the mirrors and disappeared as Suo Te did earlier. Yi Tianyun also did the same thing and disappeared into a new area. After entering the new area, Yi Tianyun realized that the place was very peculiar, especially since it was all mirror in front of him. Have you ever fought yourself in the past? A voice was suddenly heard from the mirror, and suddenly, the 8 mirrors that made up the wall burst into light, and 4 of Yi Tianyun's image in the mirror raised their fist. Yi Tianyun looked at his images with his appraisal eye and realized that each of them had the same cultivation base as him. Yi Tianyun was already excited to have a chance to fight himself, but 4 of him at the same time. The Tower Lord's assessment sure wasn't easy. Fighting against 4 of him in the same condition would be troubling. But Yi Tianyun started to look around at each of his images and immediately noticed something important. He noticed that the image was merely an image. They couldn't copy Yi Tianyun's martial arts, let alone his weapons. Instead, they used the ancient Netherworld Divine King's martial arts. Yi Tianyun sighed as he was excited to finally be able to fight against himself, but he had to be disappointed that the image was just a bunch of trash. Get out of my sight, Yi Tianyun said as he started kicking the image of himself that came towards him. As Yi Tianyun kicked them towards the mirror, they shattered into dust and disappeared without a trace. Successfully killed mirror image. Reward: 3.200 Express, 500 CPs. Yi Tianyun sighed once again as he never thought that the amount of Express that he got would be this bad. These fakes were all at Saint King Peak stage level, but they didn't give the same amount of Express. It was similar to the weak demon beast that he killed in the past to cultivate his crazy leveling system. After killing the 4 mirror images that came his way, another wave of enemies came once more. Again, what the hell is this test? Yi Tianyun said as he kicked the new images that came towards him. The amount of Express that he got from this mirror image was the same as the previous one, and it really annoyed Yi Tianyun as this wasn't even worth his time. Why did they only give such a low reward? Yi Tianyun said with a frown on his face. The mirror images kept coming, but the quality hasn't changed at all. Yi Tianyun could easily destroy each image with a single kick. But after half an hour, the mirror image stopped spawning, but instead, a ray of light shrouded Yi Tianyun and left a mark on his forehead. Yi Tianyun was really confused as he didn't even know what the test was all about, and he just did what he thought was right as he couldn't make anything out of this place. He got out of the mirror dimension with so many questions, and Fan Hong followed not long after. Yi Tianyun looked at Fan Hong's forehead, but he didn't see the flame imprint that he got from the mirror dimension earlier. Suo Te also came soon after, and Yi Tianyun noticed that he didn't have the flame imprint either. Little brother Yi, did you get a new flame imprint? Fan Hong was surprised as he saw the flame on Yi Tianyun's forehead. You didn't get one? Yi Tianyun asked confusedly. No, but it is fine. Fan Hong said as he shook his head and sighed. Why would that be? Did you not beat up your opponent? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Yes, I only managed to fend off 2 waves. Fan Hong said as he shook his head again. What, 2 waves? Is this flame imprint related to how many waves we defeat? Yi Tianyun wondered loudly. With that said, how many waves did you beat, little brother Yi? Fan Hong asked curiously. It's around 5 or 6, I think. I lost count in the middle of the fight. Yi Tianyun said with a shrug. Suo Te, that was eavesdropping on their conversation, didn't say anything regarding Yi Tianyun's achievement as he was too startled by it. Chapter 827. It was obvious that one had to take a lot of tests to get the Tower Lord Flame imprint, so defeating their own self multiple times didn't really come as a surprise. It was surprisingly taxing for someone like Fan Hong and Suo Te for defeating themselves, not to mention hordes of them, but for Yi Tianyun, he found it surprisingly easy. Even Suo Te, that was already a divine king, couldn't obtain the flame imprint himself. It was fine to say that one shouldn't underestimate the assessment given by the three divine kings of the past. It was unfortunate for Suo Te, too, as the tower shouldn't be able to create his mirror image if he had a slightly higher cultivation level on his divine king stage. But it was reassuring to know that a divine king couldn't waltz through the assessment easily. The three of them kept going. After entering the next corridor, the surroundings changed, and the place was immediately covered by heavenly yin fire. Be careful not to fall down there. You will be burned to cinders by those heavenly yin fire, Fan Hong said as he reminded Yi Tianyun. But Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as the corridor was wide, so it shouldn't be possible to fall into the heavenly yin fire. How stupid a person can be if they easily fall to such a place. Suo Te said coldly on the side. Fan Hong frowned as he didn't refute Suo Te's word. Although it seemed like Fan Hong was about to say something back, he refrained from doing so. Yi Tianyun looked around and remembered something that he hadn't thought about in a long time. He quickly opened his Crazy Points shop and bought the Bad Luck Divine Pill. Yi Tianyun swiftly flicked the Bad Luck Divine Pill towards Suo Te, and it landed on his pocket undetected. Suo Te immediately felt something was off, but as he looked over to Yi Tianyun and then back at Fan Hong, he didn't see anything suspicious. But certainly, Yi Tianyun was still smirking at Suo Te. Suo Te looked at Yi Tianyun suspiciously, but it was impossible to know what the young boy planned to do. He couldn't use violence to make the young boy spill out what he had done, as it would be the same as violating the tower's rules right now. Bad Luck Divine Pill activate, Yi Tianyun said while smirking excitedly. Bad Luck Divine Pill activated for 5 minutes. Suo Te kept walking without a clue of what Yi Tianyun had done, but suddenly heavenly yin fire burst out from the wall and coiled Suo Te's foot. His feet were immediately frozen, and the heavenly yin fire spread throughout his body. Obviously, Suo Te was frightened, so he immediately released his power and shattered the ice on his feet before running away from the heavenly yin fire. But as Suo Te was running away from the heavenly yin fire, he slipped and rolled towards another side of the wall, where heavenly yin fire raged on. Fan Hong was stunned by the sight in front of him. He has been here many times before but never experienced something like this. Heavenly yin fire on the wall never attacked anybody. The main purpose of the heavenly yin fire itself was supposed to be the tower's energy, so as long as heavenly yin fire raged on, the tower would be sufficient on its own. So, Fan Hong was surprisingly confused as no one attacked Suo Te, but he rolled towards the heavenly yin fire on his own. Fan Hong looked closely at the floor where Suo Te slipped earlier and found that the floor was frozen. It seemed some of the heavenly yin fire that burned Suo Te actually spread to the floor and froze it, causing Fan Hong to slip. Demon god Suo Te has fallen to the heavenly yin fire pit and burned by heavenly yin fire. The heavenly yin fire froze him constantly so that he couldn't easily escape. But Suo Te was a divine king cultivator. He couldn't allow himself to be frozen to death that easily here, so he forced his way out of the pit by climbing the ledge. His body was severely frozen as he finally reached the top and got away from heavenly yin fire. Even if he is a divine king cultivator, he couldn't just brush off the damage caused by the heavenly yin fire. Wow, someone said that only a fool will fall to that pit. With that said, are you a fool? Yi Tianyun laughed out loud. You, damned human, how dare you mock me? Demon god Suo Te said as he stood up and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. Aren't you the one that stated that fact? Why are you mad at me now? Yi Tianyun said while snickering annoyingly. Fan Hong walked towards Yi Tianyun's side and smiled at the embarrassing thing that happened to Suo Te, but he hoped for a second that Suo Te would die in that pit earlier. They kept walking, but it wasn't very smooth as Suo Te kept slipping and eventually slowed him down as he kept getting frozen by heavenly yin fire. What is happening right now? Why do you keep slipping and falling like an idiot? Fan Hong said annoyedly. His luck has run out. Now all he has is bad luck. Yi Tianyun said while laughing contently. Fan Hong just sighed as there was no more explanation other than a stroke of bad luck. Yi Tianyun and Fan Hong just ignored Suo Te and kept walking forward. They finally reached an aisle with a stone tablet in the middle of it. 2 words were engraved on the tablet. It says, "My heart." What is the meaning of this? This assessment is too confusing sometimes. Yi Tianyun said while wondering what the word could have meant. Is this test about our intelligence? Yi Tianyun wondered. Yes, this test is about comprehension. The one that comprehended the truth about this tower could pass this test. Fan Hong said as he nodded to Yi Tianyun. Now Yi Tianyun understood what ancient Netherworld Divine King was trying to do. He wanted to test his descendants, and only the one that could pass all aspects of his test could succeed him and become the Tower Lord. An inheritor of the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower must have a good innate ability, strength, and intelligence. Yi Tianyun immediately meditated while touching the stone tablet to comprehend the tower. Fan Hong followed suit while Suo Te finally freed himself from Heavenly Yin Fire's corridor, unable to hide his embarrassment anymore. He came over to the stone tablet and touched it before meditating himself. Chapter 828. Suo Te meditated like the rest. He wasn't just some lazy cultivator, so it went without saying that he knew how to meditate and comprehend at the same time. You have to comprehend the stone tablet until it emitted a warm blue light. If you can't attain this level, then you will fail. The time is limited. That flame over there is the timer here. If it's extinguished, then your time is up. According to the past experience, the time was up to 3 days. You have a disadvantage of being a newcomer, but I believe you will be able to push through. Fan Hong said with a smile on his face as he patted Yi Tianyun's shoulder. Sure enough, Suo Te's stone tablet immediately reacted, and a faint blue light appeared, meaning that he already understood what to do with this test. It seemed Suo Te came here as often as he could. Fan Hong was upset by Suo Te's progress as this place was supposed to be theirs, but there was nothing he could do now. Don't look at me like that. Our evil spirit race is too good with this comprehension stuff. There was a saying in our race that comprehension was a trash way of cultivation. Just take new martial arts, and it would be better. Suo Te said tauntingly. Did you ever see us using your martial arts? Although we can learn in, we wouldn't use it as it was much worse than the one we already had. Suo Te said indifferently. His word wasn't a lie, but it was truly a bane in the martial arts world's existence. Yi Tianyun had their martial arts as he had already killed so many of the evil spirit race before. He knew that their martial arts were powerful, but it wasn't exactly the best either. This comprehension doesn't matter. If you have the ability to pass this test, then why don't you? Why didn't you become the next Tower Lord already? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He also pointed his finger to the flame imprint on his forehead. It was the fact that Yi Tianyun was able to prove that he was much better than Suo Te. Demon God Suo Te immediately frowned as he wanted to brag at first but got completely shut down by Yi Tianyun. He just said a big word that he couldn't chew. It was a fact that even if they thought that the comprehension was a trash cultivation method, they couldn't even prove that they were stronger by taking the Tower Lord status for themselves. You don't even know this place has any flame imprint at all. Stop bragging about your flame imprint so much, boy. I can comprehend this stone tablet no problem, but there is no flame imprint here. Suo Te said coldly. Fan Hong just remained silent as he couldn't refute what Suo Te had said. He had already tried to comprehend this stone tablet so many times, but he couldn't get the flame imprint himself. Well, I don't think so. Yi Tianyun said as he continued to meditate. He already felt the flame imprint on his forehead, and he could feel the same thing from the stone tablet, meaning the stone tablet did contain another flame imprint in them. As Yi Tianyun kept meditating, the stone tablet in front of him suddenly burst into dazzling light. The entire stone tablet began to shake, and the blue light immediately enveloped the entire stone tablet. Fan Hong and Suo Te were shocked by this turn of events. They saw that Yi Tianyun was doing the exact same thing that they had done earlier, but why did Yi Tianyun's stone tablet react differently? This was the first time they ever saw this situation in front of him. But it wasn't over just yet. The stone tablet that was covered in blue light gradually changed to a darker shade of blue and eventually turned purple. Fan Hong and Suo Te were surprised one more time as they never saw this shade of color on the stone tablet before. At the same time Yi Tianyun's stone tablet turned purple, the entire place began to shake. In fact, the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower was shaking. The cultivator on the layered city below certainly felt it too. They were scared and confused as this had never happened before. They began to look at the sky as they felt that the vibration was coming from the top, but then again, they couldn't see anything in the sky. This situation really confused everyone on the tower as it was unprecedented and uncalled before. No one knew that the situation that happened to the tower right now was caused by Tianyun. His comprehension caused the stone tablet to vibrate, causing the entire ancient netherworld divine tower to vibrate along with it. Fan Hong's and Suo Tei's comprehension couldn't hold a candle to Tianyun's. That was not all, as the purple light on Tianyun's stone tablet began to glow even brighter, and a strong oppressing pressure could be felt in the air. Finally, Tianyun's eyes suddenly opened, and a cold light was emitted from his eyes as he floated in the air. "My heart has found the way," Tianyun said coldly. The 4 words, "My heart is the way," kept rotating in the air as it was printed on the stone tablet. Fan Hong and Suo Tei were stunned upon the sight in front of them. They didn't understand what was going on here, but they didn't have to wait for long as Tianyun slowly descended to the ground. The light in his eyes dimmed over time, and the oppressing pressure on the air started to fade. The flame imprint on his forehead has been strengthened once again. Tianyun took a deep breath as he himself was surprised by the event that just happened to him earlier. He just tried to comprehend the stone tablet like what Fan Hong has taught him before, but he felt something was missing, and as soon as he tried to fill that something, he awakened the power within the stone tablet. He contemplated, "My heart," word on the stone tablet means, and he filled the missing link with his own Tao heart. Now, who said that there is no flame imprint here? Who said that the stone tablet was trash? Tianyun coldly said as he turned his attention to Suo Tei. "Now, aren't you the trash here?" Tianyun said coldly. Tianyun couldn't tolerate the evil spirit race, let alone when they wanted to undermine the legacy of the 3 divine kings. Chapter 829. Suo Tei was livid. He participated in the Tower Lord assessment every year, but he always failed. But now that he got the hang of what the assessment was supposed to be, he still fell short from a young human boy. "You're being too arrogant for your own good, brat. Death will await you, I promise you that," Suo Tei said as he bit his lips to calm his anger. "I am arrogant? It seems someone forgot about his own word before we all started, saying stupid and all that stuff. But now that I've already defeated him decisively, he is saying that I am being arrogant." Tianyun said as he taunted Suo Tei. "Well, I don't know the truth of this place at that time," Suo Tei said as he tried to reason. "But then, again, you will see what happened to you soon," Demon God Suo Tei said as he walked forward to the new passage that opened after Tianyun was done comprehending the stone tablet. "Little brother Yi, are you sure it's wise to irritate that man?" Fan Hong asked with worry in his eyes. Despite his attitude, Suo Tei was a divine king cultivator nonetheless. If he chose to fight Tianyun, it sure wouldn't work against their favor. "It's fine. Fighting him is what I am after. You know that we have to kill the evil spirit race, right? You've got to steal your conviction some more, Lord Fan. Or is that you have been away for too long that you have become meek like this?" Tianyun said indifferently. Fan Hong was silent as he let Tianyun's words sink in. He sighed heavily as he knew that Tianyun was more powerful than he let on, so Fan Hong just followed Tianyun for now. Tianyun had this attitude from the beginning. He didn't like it when someone just let somebody else trample their legacy. They need to fight back. Otherwise, the bullying wouldn't stop. Tianyun walked towards the new path, and he noticed that the corridor was long and winding too. The heavenly yin fire still burned brightly on the side, but it was certainly weaker than the previous corridor. This time, Suo Tei ran to the other side of the corridor very fast. He felt uneasy inside the corridor, and he didn't want what happened on the previous corridor to repeat itself. Tianyun noticed it and just shook his head helplessly. He wanted to toy with Suo Tei's luck some more, but it seems he'd have to pass for now. As they walked past the corridor, Tianyun and the others arrived at a huge open space. A phantom shadow resembling a young man appeared in the middle of the room. This was just an illusion that was left by ancient Netherworld Divine King, and it served as the illusory spirit of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. "Congratulations for passing all the previous tests. The next one will be the last, but since there are too many of you, you will have to exclude one person. Now, you two will duel each other, and whoever wins will be allowed to proceed further," the illusory spirit said as he pointed his finger towards Fan Hong and Suo Tei. "Finally, I will defeat you in no time," Suo Tei said as he turned his attention towards Suo Tei. Heavenly Netherworld Divine Nation's Holy King, I've always wanted to eat you. Suo Te said coldly. The evil spirit race has always been after ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline. Furthermore, Fan Hongda's bloodline was the purest of other ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants. Surely, Fan Hongda's complexion immediately changed as he saw no way of winning the duel. His cultivation wasn't weak at all, but he knew he was no match against a Divine King. Just forfeit for now, and I will deal with him in your stead, Yi Tianyun said as he patted Fan Hongda's shoulder. Fan Hong paused for a while and nodded his head. He didn't say anything as he didn't have any other solution. Yi Tianyun looked at the illusory spirit. That guy is part of the evil spirit race. Don't you have any sanction for them? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Illusory spirit turned its gaze towards demon god Suo Te, and after observing Suo Te for a while, illusory spirit turned its attention back to Yi Tianyun. He has ancient Netherworld Divine King's bloodline on his body, and therefore, there shall be no sanction for him. The illusory spirit said solemnly. This was within Yi Tianyun's expectation because the illusory spirit would have already sanctioned the evil spirit race inside the tower long ago if they could. Idiot, do you think you could force the illusory spirit to attack me? Relax, after I am done with this guy, you will be next, Suo Te said to Yi Tianyun coldly. Are you both ready? Illusory spirit asked Fan Hongda and Suo Te. I'm always ready, Suo Te said impatiently. I am ready, Fan Hong said as he nodded his head. The battle is ready to start. Anyone who escaped from the barrier would be disqualified, Illusory spirit said as it erected a barrier that surrounded Fan Hong and Suo Te. It wasn't a very wide area for a duel, but clearly, it was a disadvantage for Fan Hong as the opponent was very strong. Commence the duel, Illusory spirit shouted. Suo Te immediately released his Divine King's aura, and his power immediately increased significantly. He immediately slammed his foot to the ground, and the ground immediately turned into a pit from the pressure and power Suo Te released. He wanted to use his full power to shred Fan Hongda into bits and swallow him whole. Fan Hongda immediately turned around and fled to the edge of the barrier. He knew that he didn't have any chance of winning, so he would willingly surrender. You want to escape? That is impossible, Suo Te shouted as he quickly charged towards Fan Hongda. He was much faster than Fan Hongda, and the distance between them closed very quickly. Suo Te eventually closed the distance with Fan Hongda as Fan Hongda was only within an arm's reach and tried to grab Fan Hongda immediately. However, his hand was repelled by a sudden ray of light that came out of Fan Hongda's body, forming a huge shield-like energy that kept Suo Te from coming any closer. Suo Te tried to attack the shield, but his attack bounced back towards him, slamming him to the side. This shield that protected Fan Hongda was actually Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure's ability. Yi Tianyun lent it to Fan Hongda as he knew that something like this would happen. With Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure, Fan Hongda would be able to escape smoothly and withstand the attack from a Divine King at any given moment. Chapter 830. You are disqualified from continuing the assessment for leaving the barrier, the illusory spirit said as Fan Hongda left the barrier. The barrier immediately disappeared as the loser was determined. Little brother Yi, if it weren't for you, I would have died by now, Fan Hong said as he looked at the ground under Suo Te's feet. He would never be able to win against a Divine King as he himself was still at Saint King Peak stage. But he knew that if the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower fell to the evil spirit race hand, the three realms would fall along with it. The three realms didn't have any Divine King, so a Divine King from evil spirit race was enough to make them fall on their knees. The gap between Divine King and Saint King was too big. In front of a Divine King, Saint King was like an ant that was not worth getting serious about. It would be impossible for a Saint King stage to kill a Divine King unless it was a sneak attack or other underhanded methods. Rest assured, I will deal with him myself, Yi Tianyun said solemnly, but he himself was having a hard time withstanding a Divine King's attack. In particular, Suo Te still didn't use his full power as he didn't want to completely obliterate Fan Hong. In this case, Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure was enough to withstand his attack, but if he went all out, Heaven-Swallowing Divine Treasure wouldn't be enough. Demon God Suo Te began to roar as he was furious that he was being thrown aside by Fan Hong. He then walked towards Fan Hong, but Fan Hong wasn't afraid at all because if Suo Te attacked him, Suo Te would be immediately disqualified by the illusory spirit. Even though Suo Te was at the second layer Divine King stage, ancient Netherworld Divine Tower itself was a powerful divine treasure that a Divine King couldn't ignore. If you Want to fight here? Hit me first. Tianyun said indifferently. Shit, I didn't expect you to lend him your divine treasure. Why aren't you selfish and greedy like the rest of the humans? Suo Te said as he tried to calm down. You've only met the trash that called themselves humans so far, but don't worry, only a small portion of people would behave that way. Tianyun said indifferently. Fan Hong gave heaven-swallowing divine treasure back to Tianyun and smiled at him. Little brother Yi, be careful. Although you are not a descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, I hope that you will become the next Tower Lord. Fan Hong said with a smile on his face. When he was done talking, he was immediately teleported back to the 8th layer city as he no longer had the right to be there. Now the only candidate to become a Tower Lord was down to 2 people, and thus Tianyun began to wonder what test would the tower give next. Huh, you become a Tower Lord? Do you even know what the last test would be? Let me tell you one thing. The last level is to climb the tower to the top. You can interfere with each other during the process, so it is no different from fighting against each other. I will not let you take a step forward later. Suo Te said coldly. Is this true? Tianyun asked the illusory spirit. Yes, the last test would be climbing the tower to the top. Your goal is reaching the 9th layer city, and any type of obstruction is allowed on the way there. Whoever gets there first will attain the final victory. The illusory spirit said with a smile on its face. The test is too simple. I can become the Tower Lord just by climbing to 9th layer city. Tianyun said as he was confused about the test. You idiot, if it was just that simple, we would already become the Tower Lord from a long time ago. Even if you get there, without a sufficient bloodline, there is nothing out there. Now, I know that your innate ability is good, but you will soon become my food, boy. Suo Te said coldly. Let's see if you can really live up to your words this time. Tianyun said tauntingly. The illusory spirit reached out his hands to the sky, and a winding staircase appeared before Tianyun and Suo Te. This staircase was no different from what Tianyun saw before. It was the staircase that would lead them to the next layered city. No wonder Tianyun didn't see any staircase in 8th layer city as it was here all along. Tianyun believed that it wouldn't be as simple as Fan Hong said earlier. To become a Tower Lord, one must have a pure bloodline. Otherwise, what Suo Te said earlier would happen to him. But even so, Tianyun knew that he was on the right track as he already had the special flame imprint on his head that no one had before him. At the same time, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower shook, which made the cultivators within the tower stop everything they were doing and look around in confusion. A phantom shadow appears in the air on each floor, depicting the situation of Tianyun and Suo Te. What is that creature? Why does it have 8 arms? It looks so disgusting, a cultivator said as he didn't know of the existence of evil spirit race just yet. Many other cultivators beside him also said the same thing as they didn't recognize the appearance of evil spirit race. What did you just say? Apologize right now, a cultivator said as he was part of the evil spirit race. Apologize? Why do I have to do that? Are you also from the same race or something? The previous cultivator said with a smirk on his face. Many cultivators started to discuss the appearance of the hideous creature they saw among themselves, ignoring the existence of the evil spirit race cultivator that was around them. But still, they didn't know about the existence of the evil spirit race just yet. Some of these cultivators did know about the evil spirit race, but they didn't say anything as they were afraid of what evil spirit race would do. Meanwhile, the people on the higher floor knew about the existence of the evil spirit race, and they were startled to see this phenomenon themselves. Big Brother Yi appeared on the air. Fan Shuixuan said as she stopped and looked at the sky. 12 golden hairpins also stopped their hands as they reached out to 3rd layer city to look at the sky. Their cold demeanor suddenly changed as they saw their master was fighting against the evil spirit race somewhere else. At the same time, Tianyun looked around in confusion as he could see everything on each layer from there. What is this? Why can I see the outside from here? Tianyun said loudly. It is because you have the qualification to be the next Tower Lord. Everyone in the tower should bear witness to your success. Illusory Spirit said reverently. Is it about the flame imprint that I got earlier? Tianyun asked as he pointed to the flame imprint on his forehead. Yes, that is a sign that you passed the test that was given earlier. It would be the proof of your qualification to become the next Tower Lord. The illusory spirit said with a smile on its face. But what about him? Tianyun said as he pointed towards Suo Te. He didn't qualify as the Tower Lord. Illusory spirit said indifferently. But, Why is he here with us? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. Because he has strong cultivation. If he beats you, he won't become the next Tower Lord, but you will also lose your qualification to become the Tower Lord. He will serve as the last wall between you and the Tower Lord's seat. Illusory Spirit explained his intention of letting Suo Te stay. Yi Tianyun smirked as everything became clear now. Suo Te was here to get in his way from becoming the next Tower Lord, but it turns out the Illusory Spirit also let Suo Te disturb Yi Tianyun too. This was just too bizarre. Chapter 831. Suo Te wouldn't be able to become the Tower Lord even if he beat Yi Tianyun to 9th Layer City. It was safe to say that Suo Te was only there as a small stepping stone that Yi Tianyun had to overcome. It was even more embarrassing as their situation was broadcasted live to the entire people inside the tower. What did you mean by everyone is watching us right now? Suo Te asked the Illusory Spirit with a frown on his face. It is exactly what it sounds like, Illusory Spirit said indifferently. The attitudes of the Illusory Spirit towards Suo Te and Yi Tianyun were different. While he treated Yi Tianyun like his master, he treated Suo Te like a random passerby that wasn't worth mentioning at all. Stop it, I don't want anyone to see anything that happened here. Suo Te yelled at the Illusory Spirit. It can't be stopped, everyone has to see the birth of the new Tower Lord. Illusory Spirit said indifferently, but when we enter the Tower Lord assessment in the past, there is no such thing like this. Suo Te said angrily, that is because none of you were qualified to become the next Tower Lord. Illusory Spirit replied indifferently, damn you, Suo Te shouted angrily at the Illusory Spirit. He wanted to attack the Illusory Spirit, but he knew that it was pointless. He wouldn't be able to kill the Illusory Spirit, and he wouldn't be able to stop the broadcast either. Can everyone really watch us right now? Yi Tianyun asked as he was excited over the probability of his next course of action as now he knew that everyone was watching. He was a little bit disappointed that everyone couldn't see him when he was at 7th Layer City as that city was the place where the evil spirit race's activity concentrated the most. But still, this was the right time for Yi Tianyun to let everyone know about the evil spirit race's hideous deeds. Furthermore, it would reveal the evil spirit race to the entire people inside the tower, making Yi Tianyun's job much easier. Sure enough, the entire cultivator inside the tower was shocked to see Yi Tianyun with some horrid creature. The people who didn't know about the evil spirit race thought of them as some kind of monster, while those who knew about them remained silent. That man is from a unique race called evil spirit race. They want to devour every cultivator within the 3 realms. They come from the outside world to conquer the 3 realms for themselves. Yi Tianyun said loudly, they have a unique characteristic of having multiple arms. If you found them, don't show any mercy and kill them unless you want to be their food. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun's voice echoed throughout the entire tower. After hearing it, the people inside the tower were shocked. After all, most of the people inside the tower didn't know about the existence of the evil spirit race. But the most shocking thing was the evil spirit race's tendency to kill and feed upon their victim, just like a demon beast would. There was no way anyone would let such a beast gain any significant footing inside the 3 realms. The denizens of the 3 realms always hunted and killed demon beast, and as this race wasn't any different than a demon beast, they would do the same thing to them. This race is disgusting. How dare they announce to rule over the 3 realms while also doing something deplorable as cannibalism? A cultivator said with a furious face. I had heard something like this a long time ago. My friend disappeared inside this tower, and when they were found, there was nothing but their bones. Another cultivator said furiously, I am sure that it was their doing too. My friend had a duel with these guys in the past, and he was devoured after losing the fight. This race sure is deplorable. We have to kill them and drive them out of the 3 realms. Another one shouted angrily. The cultivator that already knew of the existence of evil spirit race began to shout the deplorable act of the evil spirit race as their way of showing disgust and anger. Hearing this new information about the evil spirit race, the cultivator that didn't know about the existence of evil spirit race earlier began to show their aversion towards these evil spirit race. Furthermore, the evil spirit race's deeds sparked their anger. They've always thought that the dead cultivators' corpses were burned to ashes, so they were furious when they found out that the dead cultivators were eaten by the evil spirit race. Furthermore, they also learned about the 7th Layer City, where all dead bodies in the tower were gathered. It was the evil spirit race feeding ground. Cultivators at 5th layer city and above began to show their anger as they knew about the existence of evil spirit race, as the evil spirit race didn't even bother hiding their appearance on this floor. I am not an evil spirit race. Please stop looking at me like that, a man shouted as he felt creeped out by the stares of some cultivator. I am not an evil spirit race either. Stop judging me just because of what I've done in the past. Another cultivator shouted at the same time. Many cultivators began to shout, claiming that they weren't part of the evil spirit race, but Fan Shuixuan immediately stood and glared at some people around her. You are disgusting. I can smell your reek bloodline from over here. Fan Shuixuan shouted angrily. Do you have any proof, little girl? The man retorted with a frown on his face. I am the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, and that should be a good enough proof for the lot of you. Fan Shuixuan shouted as she put off the black robe that hid her real identity. Previously, they were afraid that they would be exposed, so they used the black robe to hide their bloodline, but after seeing Yi Tianyun's bravery, she decided that it was no longer necessary to hide her identity. Descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, a cultivator said as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The mark on her forehead proved that she was a legitimate descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, and therefore, there was no way anyone could dismiss her claims. The same situation happened on another floor as 12 Golden Hairpin had the necklace to identify an evil spirit race cultivator. They took the initiative to look for the evil spirit race as it would be easier with the necklace in their possession. At the same time, the entire ancient netherworld divine tower has fallen into confusion. Many cultivators began to distrust each other as they learned that the evil spirit race could alter their appearance to look exactly like a human, with nothing to distinguish them from a normal human. Some cultivator that has worked with the evil spirit race before started to see the evil spirit race like they were supposed to, a demon. Because of that, they shivered in fear of their own life. Just stop this nonsense right now. Suo Te shouted furiously. He raised his hand and broke the ground several times like a child throwing a tantrum. What are you afraid of? You aren't one to fear being known to the public anyway. But I will make sure that your race wouldn't ever see the light of day again. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Chapter 832. Demon God Suo Te could no longer contain his anger right now. If the evil spirit race was exposed to the outside world, their activity and cultivation would get harder in the future as everyone would constantly be on guard about them. To put it bluntly, they wouldn't be able to devour people so easily anymore. Great, you've already done so much, now why don't you get going already? You shouldn't waste any time here any longer. Suo Te said as he got really impatient. He wanted to attack Yi Tianyun and get this over with so that he could silence everyone in the tower later. Yi Tianyun shrugged his shoulder and started to walk towards the stairs. He knew that Suo Te would immediately attack him once he got to the stairs as it was the rule. Suo Te was here to get in his way from acquiring the Tower Lord status, not to become the Tower Lord himself. It seems ancient netherworld divine king's idea was pretty simple. It was elder-ranked cultivators interfering against each other's rite of passage to make a competitive environment for the elders' growth. Originally, it was hard to kill an elder, so interfering with each other would mean much as they wouldn't be able to pass the Tower Lord assessment without ensuring there was no competition. If ancient netherworld divine king knew that his legacy was being tainted by evil spirit race right now, Yi Tianyun was sure that his rage wouldn't be quenched. Cultivator's bloodline is different from divine beast's bloodline. Basically, people use a divine beast's bloodline to cultivate, but in evil spirit race's case, they used cultivator's bloodline to cultivate their own cultivation. Now, the evil spirit race that was exposed had no choice but to show their support for demon god Suo Te. They began to shout to show support for Suo Te and booing towards Yi Tianyun. Then again, their voice wouldn't reach Yi Tianyun, but they still did it nonetheless. If Suo Te were able to defeat Yi Tianyun here, their dreams of conquering the three realms would be around the corner. There was no doubt that they were powerful. At least the three realms were. All weak in their perspective, so they wanted to take over this place and get out from the tower to start conquering the three realms. Kill that fucker, one cultivator said with rage in his eyes. Yes, kill those intruders. Brat, you have our full support. Another cultivator shouted. These cultivators really despised what the evil spirit race had done to the cultivators that came to the tower. The cheers from the cultivator eventually drowned the cheer from the evil spirit race as there were more of them compared to the evil spirit race. But it was a pity that neither Suo Te nor Yi Tianyun could hear anything. Yi Tianyun looked at Suo Te from the doorway to the stairs and walked forward with confidence. Brat, don't you ever think that I don't know what you have planned. You can kill demon god Mij on your own, but don't you think for a second that we are the same. He is too negligent. You are nah, Vei if you think that you can defeat me, Suo Te said coldly, but suddenly, a figure slammed Suo Te to the wall. Suo Te that couldn't brace himself for impact in time clearly took a considerable amount of damage from the attack. Even the bones on his body were shattered from the impact. Suo Te spat out blood from his mouth and tried to recover, but when he looked at his chest, he noticed that it was starting to rot and turn to dust. You are really in bad luck, Tianyun said as he smirked at Suo Te from up close. Suo Te was startled and assumed a defensive stance before he got punched by Tianyun. Tianyun punched Suo Te 3 times in a row, and after that, Tianyun's fist suddenly shone before he punched Suo Te again without mercy. It was worthy to note Tianyun's combat power per attack was at 110 billion points, but still, Tianyun reached that point as his attack always did a critical hit towards Suo Te. His power reached a whole new level as Suo Te was still under the effect of the bad luck divine pill. It was clear that Suo Te wouldn't be able to recover from these attacks anytime soon. Suo Te couldn't fight back as Tianyun's attack was more than he could chew. He just felt desperate as he wanted to get away, but he couldn't even move his body. Don't look down on me, Suo Te screamed as he used his extra arms and used the ancient netherworld divine king's power to get away from Tianyun's continuous attack. He felt a strong power surging from within and the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline began to recover his injuries rapidly. Heaven-shaking divine secret art, Tianyun said with a smirk on his face as his body was turned into iron. Tianyun immediately activated the desolate ancient set, and his power increased once more. He immediately grabbed Suo Te's 8 arms and smashed them together before kicking Suo Te to the wall with one powerful kick. Oh yeah, that's the stuff, Suo Te said as his body was smashed to the wall like a large meat sack. In less than a minute, his body has been turned into a ragged doll covered with blood. He couldn't fight back against Tianyun as everything he did was worthless before Tianyun. Everyone that watched them inside the tower had never seen such a brutal style of combat. Every punch that Tianyun threw could easily kill a man and shatter the ground. Especially the last attack that Tianyun launched, as it could easily pierce a metal plate. The evil spirit race that watched the fight turned pale as the god they worshipped all this time was helpless against the young human boy. Little brother Yi is so powerful. I thought he would have a hard time against a divine king, but it turns out he crushed a divine king cultivator easily. Does little brother Yi already reach divine king stage himself? Fan Hong said as he was shocked to see Tianyun's power. Chapter 833. I am using heaven-shaking divine secret art to boost my power. Had it not for this secret art, you would be able to hit me by now, Tianyun said as he concentrated his power and immediately attacked with terrifying power. The power from his secret art plus his equipment that further enhanced his power easily blew a divine king cultivator in the smoke. He didn't want to show everything right now as there were many cultivators watching him with unknown affiliation, so this was the best he could do right now. But then again, if he demonstrated how powerful he was, he would be able to unify the ghost world easier later on. Drop dead already, Suo Te screamed from the top of his lungs as he activated the evil spirit bloodline on his body, swelling his body further as he became a giant. The wound that he received from Tianyun earlier regenerated so fast that it seemed like a lie. This level of regeneration that Suo Te displayed was clearly better than anyone that Tianyun had encountered before. But as Tianyun looked closely, he noticed that the regeneration was part of the ancient netherworld divine tower's power. Tianyun rushed over and lowered his body as it almost touched the ground before grabbing and lifting Suo Te's feet to the air, throwing him to the ground once again. You want me dead? Then why don't you start attacking me like you mean it? Tianyun taunted Suo Te while pinning Suo Te on the ground with his feet on Suo Te's chest. Suo Te struggled as he wanted to break free, but it was hard to do so as he felt like a giant mountain was pinning his chest. He was completely pinned on the ground and couldn't move his body at all. This was the first time that Suo Te had felt this way for as long as he lived. Get off of me, Suo Te yelled as he tried to do whatever he could to break free from Tianyun. However, none of it reached Tianyun's body. Instead, Tianyun attacked Suo Te's arm and blew it into a bloody mess. Suo Te screamed in shock as a punch from Tianyun destroyed his arm so easily. Suo Te felt that the punch that Yi Tianyun threw just now was even more powerful than the previous one. This was the truth, as each of Yi Tianyun's attacks was worth 10 billion combat power, so it was no wonder that Suo Te wouldn't be able to defend against that. Now, Suo Te was trampled under Yi Tianyun's feet, and his body was slowly pressured to the ground, leading to severe bleeding. "Don't you want to continue struggling?" Yi Tianyun asked, as it seemed Suo Te was about to give up. Suo Te gritted his teeth and reached out for his storage ring before pulling out a lower-grade divine tool. He waved the blade around, and everything around them started to freeze as terrifying heavenly yin fire was blazing around them. But Yi Tianyun just smirked as he pulled out Evil Spirit Divine Sword and rammed it onto Suo Te's weapon. It was clear that Yi Tianyun was far stronger, as Suo Te's sword was blown away from his hands from the collision. "Did you hurt your hands?" Yi Tianyun taunted as he stepped on Suo Te's shoulder, but his shoulder immediately broke as soon as Yi Tianyun stepped on it. "Now, I will step on you as a payback for those you have devoured," Yi Tianyun coldly said as he stepped on Suo Te's arm. Suo Te began to scream as he felt an immense pain as soon as Yi Tianyun stepped on his shoulder and arm. Even if he had an amazing recovery, he couldn't regenerate his broken arms fast enough. But even so, his eyes still showed some resistance. "I will definitely kill you," Suo Te said in between his teeth. "Knock yourself out," Yi Tianyun said as he stepped on another shoulder. The people that watched the fight from every floor trembled, as they would definitely scream from the pain if they were in Suo Te's shoes right now. Even if evil spirit race was cruel, Yi Tianyun certainly looked crueler than them right now. Now, the human that you want to devour is standing on top of you. Can you still imagine yourself conquering the three realms? Do you still want to enslave humans? Do you want me to continue stepping on every single bone on your body? You should know how weak you are after this, Yi Tianyun said coldly. "Just kill him already," the cultivators shouted on every single floor as they began to cheer on Yi Tianyun's victory. It was clear that the human had won, and now their dead friends and family could finally rest in peace, as the evil spirit race would be eliminated. They hated evil spirit race for an obvious reason. Although death was a common occurrence on the three realms, it wasn't right that their body was devoured like an animal. Especially because the one that devoured them was another race with a human appearance, not a demon beast. Meanwhile, the evil spirit race that was also watching the fight from every floor just remained silent as they watched their old ancestor was at the mercy of a human. They felt powerless right now, as they've always believed that their old ancestor would stand on top of the humans, but it turned out to be the opposite of what they had hoped. It was clear that their old ancestor was nothing but trash in front of Yi Tianyun. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully unlock the title Punisher. Punisher, the Punisher of the Three Realms. Fighting against anyone that comes from outside of the three realms would double the damage dealt to the enemy. Yi Tianyun was happy. Now, if he used his crazy damage mode, where his damage would be amplified by 32, it would be amplified by 34 this time. It was also applied to the effect of Desolate Ancient Set, adding another 5 times his power. His power would be greatly enhanced by this title. Now Suo Te's chance of turning this situation around became slimmer than his hair. Punisher. "I love this title," Yi Tianyun said with a satisfied smile. "Just kill me. I underestimated your power, but don't get carried away just yet. We are just a reconnaissance unit sent to conquer the three realms. Soon our homeland will send much stronger reinforcements to dominate the three realms completely. You will be dead by then," Suo Te shouted coldly. "Sure, I will set my sight on your homeland after this. Don't worry, they will join you in the afterlife," Yi Tianyun said indifferently. He already knew that the evil spirit race would send more soldiers to conquer the three realms. After all, Ancient Netherworld Divine King built the Ancient Netherworld Divine Tower to halt any form of invasion on the three realms. Chapter 834. You want to crush our homeland? Suo Te said as he laughed out loud, as he thought he heard a joke from Yi Tianyun. An ant like you sure can run your mouth however you please, huh? You know that our people in the homeland are far more powerful than any of us in these three realms. You know that my cultivation is the same as an ordinary soldier. Suo Te said with a smirk on his face. We thought that the three realms was not worth our time, so we didn't send in any experts. If by any chance, they send an expert in the next wave, you are all dead. You think you can handle me easily, but our experts would kill by a flick of his fingers. Suo Te said as he laughed out loud. It must be funny. If anything you said was true, You should wait for them before advancing recklessly like a pig you are. Tianyun said indifferently. He slammed his feet to Suo Tei's chest, breaking his chest and destroying his heart. Successfully killed demon god Suo Tei. Reward: 21 billion express, 300.000 CPs, 100.000 SPs, Evil Spirit Bloodline. Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Ring, Evil Spirit Shield, God Star Plate. After killing Suo Tei, Tianyun searched for his storage ring and claimed it for himself. On top of the reward he got from killing Suo Tei, he also procured Suo Tei's storage ring that contained so many things. After killing demon god Mij in the 7th layer city earlier, Tianyun didn't get the chance to search for anything as Mige's body instantly was teleported back to 8th layer city, so this time, it was a wonderful treat for Tianyun. But then again, Tianyun was a little bit disappointed. He didn't have enough crazy points to buy any of the express card again. Then again, he tried to look for a silver lining in this situation as he knew that he still had one more chance to gain a level later by killing demon god Suo Tei and the rest of the evil spirit race on the tower. Now that the express card was worth millions of crazy points, Tianyun knew that he had to save up in order to buy it again in the future. Although it wouldn't be as good as the express card, he still had the crazy express mode in his crazy leveling system, so he'd have to be content with that for now. At the same time, the people on the layered city cheered as they saw Tianyun's victory. But the evil spirit race was clearly shaken as their expression turned pale. They didn't expect their god would be defeated so easily like that. Our old ancestor is just a common foot soldier on our homeland. After the experts come from our homeland, you all will be dead. The evil spirit race started to shout as they felt threatened by Tianyun's existence alone, and so they were trying to find any kind of solace to hold on to. He will become the new tower lord, and then he would decimate all of the evil spirit race in the tower. Your time has come to an end, you disgusting cretin. The cultivator started to shout back to the evil spirit race as they celebrated Tianyun's victory. But 12 golden hairpins started to hunt this evil spirit race as they didn't care about anything else, except for the annihilation of evil spirit race. Ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendant also did the same thing as they also wanted the annihilation of the evil spirit race. The heated battle has started. The faction inside the tower significantly changed, and now, the cultivators banded together to fight off the evil spirit race. They already knew how cruel the evil spirit race could be and set aside their differences to put a stop to eradicate them. Meanwhile, nothing else obstructed Tianyun's way after killing Suo Tei, so he rushed towards the 9th layer city to pass the illusory spirit test. Of course, there was some kind of minor obstacles that Tianyun encountered along the way to the 9th layer city, such as a heaven-defying gravity that tried to pull him to the ground, heavenly thunder that tried to incapacitate him, and the 5 elemental attacks that kept coming from the wall. But none of them could slow down Tianyun. In fact, if it weren't the ancient Netherworld Divine King himself, Tianyun doubted that anything would slow him down right now. While Tianyun was rushing to the top, the eyes of everyone in the tower kept monitoring his every move. They believed that Tianyun would become the new Tower Lord after so many years that position was vacant. The Tower Lord position has been vacant for a long time, and it went without saying that many people wanted to become the new Tower Lord. But as the qualification to become the Tower Lord wasn't so easy to obtain, many eventually gave up. Furthermore, they didn't know it before, but the evil spirit race has been working hard on eliminating anyone that had the potential to become the next Tower Lord. I will be there soon, Tianyun said as he picked up the pace. He saw a curtain of light at the end of the path, and he didn't hesitate as he pushed through with haste. As he passed the curtain of light, his body was shrouded in a ray of light, but the light soon turned blue, and it began to converge into Tianyun's forehead. The light was none other than a flame imprint that marked Tianyun's qualification as the Tower Lord. Congratulations, you have successfully reached 9th layer city. Because you've already passed all assessments and successfully obtained the Heavenly Yin imprint, you are eligible to become the new Tower Lord. Now, you have the power to control the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. The detailed memory about the entire tower's power would be passed on soon, including the inheritance of the martial arts of ancient Netherworld Divine King. Illusory Spirit said as it suddenly appeared in front of Tianyun. Sure enough, another shroud of light enveloped Tianyun. The influx of memory immediately entered his mind, detailing the entire ability that the tower possessed in the martial arts of ancient netherworld divine king himself. At this time, Tianyun has become the owner of ancient netherworld divine tower. Although the tower didn't have any ability to move, it could be used to manipulate anything around the tower. And the best thing was that the tower was the perfect device to decimate the evil spirit race. Finally, I am the Tower Lord, Tianyun said as he finally achieved his milestone. He originally wanted to form an alliance with the ancient netherworld divine king's descendant, but it didn't seem necessary as he had become the Tower Lord himself. Then again, he started to wonder whether it could bring a negative impact to ancient netherworld divine king's descendants later. At the same time, the scene of Tianyun that finally became the Tower Lord excited everyone, including Fan Shuixuan. Big brother Yi finally becomes the Tower Lord. He isn't the descendant of ancient netherworld divine king, but he could become the new Tower Lord. It might be a little bit strange, Fan Shuixuan said as she started to wonder whether Tianyun had the ancient netherworld divine king's bloodline too. In fact, every ancient netherworld divine king's descendant in the tower was wondering the same thing as Fan Shuixuan. They were curious whether Tianyun had the bloodline of ancient netherworld divine king or not. Chapter 835. The cultivators in the tower burst in cheers as Tianyun became the new Tower Lord while the evil spirit race was left trembling out of fear for their own fate. They know that they wouldn't have any place to stay after this as the new Tower Lord had complete authority to do anything to anyone inside the tower. Tianyun could punish anyone he wanted, but still, he couldn't do it all at the same time. The Tower Lord was still bound by the tower rule, and he could only punish one person a week. Nonetheless, it was much better than the role of City Lord as a City Lord could only judge 3 people a month. It was different in a way, too, since the Tower Lord's punishment could kill anyone that the Tower Lord wanted while mobilizing the power of ancient netherworld divine tower. Tianyun could still judge anyone with his own power, and this judgment wouldn't have any limit. It was the same as a duel as the opponent still could resist and fight back, while the punishment was like an instant death for these unfortunate souls. He could judge anyone inside the tower as long as Tianyun had the confidence that he could take them on. The one that got judged by Tianyun as the Tower Lord had no right to refuse no matter what. But ancient netherworld divine king was kind and just. Therefore, the Tower Lord wouldn't be able to use the ancient netherworld divine tower's power during their judgment. Even if Tower Lord had complete control over the ancient netherworld divine tower, they weren't the owner of the tower, so the Tower Lord still couldn't change the fundamental law of ancient netherworld divine tower. It wasn't possible to kill anyone inside the tower without proper rules unless it was the ancient netherworld divine king himself. Is this the power of the Tower Lord? It is much stronger than the Elder's power, Tianyun said as he checked what he could do. He had already thought that he would be able to handle anyone inside the tower, and even though he wasn't exactly wrong, he couldn't use the tower's power to kill them as he had to use his own power. Even so, it was enough to kill all the evil spirit race inside the tower. He definitely could kill all those evil spirit race with his own power. After he was crowned as the Tower Lord, the phantom shadow in the sky on each layer city disappeared as everyone had been informed about Tianyun's status as the Tower Lord. Tianyun looked around the 9th layer city as he didn't have the luxury to do so earlier. He saw that 9th layer city itself was a huge palace that was decorated with many luxurious things. Tianyun walked inside the palace and noticed that there were 3 treasure rooms there, which were weapon library, medicinal pills library, and material library. He looked inside of each room, and sure enough, the room contained a lot of treasure. These were the treasure that the previous Tower Lord and ancient netherworld divine king left behind. There were a lot of divine tool-grade weapon and high-grade medicinal pill that surely would make Tianyun wealthy if he chose to sell them. However, Tianyun didn't come here to take it all for himself, so he ignored it for now. After all, it rightfully belonged to the ancient netherworld divine king's descendants. Ancient netherworld divine king has done so much to preserve the 3 realms in the past, so Tianyun just couldn't bring himself to claim all the treasure for himself. But surely, he could talk it out with the ancient netherworld divine nation and used some of it to strengthen his heavenly clouds empire, and maybe even invite them here to cultivate further while he was at it. Tianyun looked around for a little bit more and noticed that the treasure was bound by a rule too. It seemed not everyone would be able to take these treasures for themselves as they are bound by flame imprint. It seemed these treasures were only attained to those that already qualified in the tower rule. Tianyun finally realized that aside from drawing the tower's power, the flame imprint could be exchanged with these treasures. But he didn't need them right now as he had to find some information about ancient Netherworld Divine King here first. But as he walked around the entire palace, he couldn't find any information about ancient Netherworld Divine King. Maybe it would be better if I get rid of demon god Suo Jie first. Tianyun sighed as he disappeared and soon reappeared inside the Heavenly Thunder area. As he got to the Heavenly Thunder area, he didn't encounter any Heavenly Thunder as his status as the Tower Lord prevented him from being struck by the Heavenly Thunder. Along the way, Tianyun heard the Heavenly Thunder struck in the distance, and as soon as he saw where the Heavenly Thunder struck, he saw Suo Jie squatted on the ground, trying to defend himself. He was covered with a thick layer of shield that was able to withstand the Heavenly Thunder. Suo Jie didn't just cower without doing anything either. He constantly tried to search for the divine rune that constituted the Heavenly Thunder area, so that he could escape this place. Considering what Suo Jie did, Tianyun predicted that Suo Jie would be able to escape Heavenly Thunder area after half a month. Fan Hong couldn't even escape this place even after years of imprisonment, while Suo Jie would be able to break out in only half a month. It just went to show how far apart their ability was. Now, Suo Jie had a middle-grade divine tool, which was one that he wore on his body. The divine tool itself was constantly releasing terrifying energy. That divine tool seems quite troublesome, Tianyun said with a sigh. His voice was heard by Suo Jie as he immediately turned his attention towards Tianyun. Suo Jie said as he observed Tianyun from his position. Then he noticed that the Heavenly Thunder didn't strike Tianyun while he was able to float in the air. You have become the Tower Lord. Suo Jie was quite surprised by Tianyun's advancement. He knew that only the Tower Lord could fly in this place and not being targeted by the Heavenly Thunder. Yes, your companion became my stepping stone, and now it's your turn. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Demon god Suo Jie suddenly disappeared from his spot, but the Heavenly Thunder kept blasting, trying to keep up with Suo Jie's movement. He was rushing towards Tianyun with all his arms fully exposed and a huge demon staff on his hands. Suo Jie knew that he must kill Tianyun as fast as possible as he couldn't let the Tower Lord live. Punishment, Tianyun indifferently said as he pointed his finger at Suo Jie. In an instant, the entire ancient Netherworld Divine Tower shook, and everyone could feel a terrifying power move inside the tower terrifyingly. In the air beside Tianyun, a circle of light suddenly appeared, and a huge beam of light was suddenly blasted towards Suo Jie from that circle. The speed of the light was terrifying, and Suo Jie himself knew that he couldn't evade the light. He collided with the beam of light, and it immediately swallowed him whole. Suo Jie was blown to the ground as the beam of light was constantly hitting him, keeping him in place. Suo Jie screamed as he tried to escape the beam of light, but it was a futile effort as the beam of light's pressure destroyed his body slowly but surely. At the same time, 3 phantom shadows appeared in the sky, which made Tianyun look up. Needless to say, everyone would immediately realize who these 3 would be. Chapter 836. This was the punishment that used the power of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. It contained a strong repressive power behind it. Suo Jie couldn't do anything as he felt his body was falling apart quickly. The power of the beam of light itself was even stronger than the Heavenly Thunder. Tianyun observed it with his appraisal eye and noticed that the beam of light's power reached 180 billion points. This power was at least equivalent to a 5th layer Divine King stage's power, if not more. In the meantime, Suo Jie was still alive, but he couldn't escape the beam of light. If it weren't for his amazing armor, he would have died some time ago. But that was not the end of it as the beam of light's power kept rising as it destroyed Suo Jie's body. Not even Suo Jie's middle-grade divine tool would be able to withstand that much power soon. No wonder there's a limit to how many times I can use this punishment. The energy needed to use it was too big to use it continuously. Tianyun said as he understood why he couldn't use the power repetitively. If this power were used repetitively, the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower would be drained of its spiritual energy. If the tower was drained of its spiritual energy, the tower protection that made it invulnerable from outside attack would be gone, and it wouldn't be a good sight to see. Sure enough, Suo Jie's middle-grade divine tools that covered his body broke apart as the beam of lights kept on getting stronger by the second. Tianyun now knew how powerful the punishment of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower really was. After the beam of light gradually disappeared, Suo Jie was turned into minced meat. Every piece of equipment that he wore earlier was destroyed into tiny little pieces. You are still not dead after all that. You are really as stubborn as a cockroach, Tianyun said as he walked towards Suo Zhe indifferently. Of course, I have the ability to fight you human alone, Suo Zhe said with a weak tone in his voice as he was severely injured from the beam of light earlier. Even if he was still alive, he wouldn't be able to recover himself quickly. Being able to speak alone was already a miracle for Suo Zhe right now. You still have the strength to talk shit after all that. You really are a stupid race ruled by strength. But don't you worry, I will send people from your homeland with you soon, Tianyun said as he took the evil spirit divine sword and pierced Suo Zhe's heart with it. He didn't feel like hearing anything from Suo Zhe anymore, so he killed him as soon as he could. The heavenly thunder quickly struck where Suo Zhe's body was, destroying him completely. But Tianyun knew that the storage ring wouldn't be destroyed, so Suo Zhe's would fall into his hands. He was disgusted by the evil spirit race, but their treasure was a different story. Successfully killed demon god Suo Zhe. Reward: 41, 8 billion express, 40 million CPs, 300.000 SPs, evil spirit soul, evil spirit bone, evil spirit blood, evil spirit divine sword, evil spirit ring, evil spirit bracelet. Tianyun didn't level up from the kill, but the express he gained was hefty enough. He purchased X100 express card, X50 express card, 8x10 express card, and X32 CP's card. With that many cards, he got a massive amount of express and crazy points. He didn't want to sell any of his divine tool just to buy another express card or CP card as it wasn't worth it. He knew that he might not be able to obtain a decent amount of crazy points without selling his divine tools in the future. He knew that he had to get to a higher cultivation stage as soon as possible, but for now, this much express cards stacked with each other should be sufficient. He had to level up his martial arts and other things too, but it didn't take as much priority as his cultivation stage. Now I have to continue, Tianyun said as he suddenly disappeared from Heavenly Thunder area and reappeared again on 7th Layer City. There were a lot of evil spirit race here on the 7th Layer City, and thus, it would be his hunting ground for a while. After Tianyun became the new Tower Lord, they remained in this place, but there was nothing they could do as they couldn't leave the tower that easily. They were waiting for Suo Zhe to rescue them. They knew that Suo Te was dead, but there was supposed to be another stronger demon god in the tower, and that was Suo Zhe. Old ancestor Suo Zhe would definitely save us. There is no way that a human would be able to defeat him, the evil spirit race cultivator at 7th Layer City said as they still had faith that Suo Zhe would come and appease their worry. They all were confident that Suo Zhe would be able to defeat Tianyun as Suo Zhe was far more powerful than Suo Te. You are talking about Suo Zhe. I am sorry, but he was already dead, Tianyun said suddenly, surprising the evil spirit race on 7th Layer City. He floated in the air, showing off his privilege as the Tower Lord. Impossible. Old ancestor Suo Zhe wouldn't lose to the likes of you, the evil spirit race cultivator said as they didn't believe Tianyun's word. Whether you believe me or not, it doesn't matter to me. Now, prepare for your judgment, Tianyun said as a huge light enveloped the 7th Layer City. Tianyun judged all lives inside the 7th Layer City, and now, the entire 7th Layer City has been covered with the same barrier as a normal duel. Tianyun didn't care if any human was in the 7th Layer City as he deemed them a traitor of humanity. There was no way an innocent human would be on this floor as the evil spirit race has made it clear that this place was their feeding zone. Clone, Tianyun said as 3 of his clones appeared beside him. Then, the 4 of them rushed down and engaged the evil spirit race in front of them. They each carried the evil spirit divine sword as it was the best weapon at the moment. The evil spirit race began to scream in horror as their friends and companion died with each swing of Tianyun's sword. The express that he got from killing these evil spirit race was a lot, too, as his express gain now was amplified by 262. Successfully killed 8th Layer Spirit King Evil Spirit Race Cultivator. Reward: 450 million express, 30.000 CPs, 12.000 SPs. Chapter 837. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Race 3rd Layer Saint King Cultivator. Reward: 18, 4 billion express, 80.000 CPs, 11.000 SPs. Successfully killed Evil Spirit Race 6th Layer Spirit King Cultivator. A bunch of notifications immediately popped up inside Tianyun's head. The amount of express that he got was really something, as it was amplified by 262. If he were able to keep this up, he would be leveling up in no time. Tianyun kept killing any evil spirit race that he could find. The evil spirit race was terrified as they ran around like a headless chicken to avoid Tianyun, but clearly, it didn't work. There was no way Tianyun would let any of these evil spirit race cultivators slip past his grasp, as they were his precious express source right now. It would take long before Tianyun killed every evil spirit race in this 7th layer city. After cleaning up 7th layer city, Tianyun then rushed towards 6th layer city. His express booster didn't last that long, and so, he couldn't waste the opportunity to gain as much express as he could. He didn't know whether he had the chance to gain this much express, if not more like this again in the future, but one thing that Tianyun believed was that the ghost world would purge the evil spirit race after he took care of the ones in this tower. Heaven world would be fine as the 10 stars of sealing heaven-defying king that would attack any evil spirit race relentlessly as soon as it spotted them. This was the main difference between having a tool spirit and not. The tool spirit could serve as a brain on humans, as it could make a decision on its own. There might be another group of evil spirit race here on Ghost World outside of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, but it shouldn't be a problem as the stronger cultivator has already been taken care of. He could always leave the evil spirit race outside of the tower to other cultivators as soon as Tianyun distributed the necklace that could distinguish the evil spirit race later. After all, many cultivators, especially the Phoenix clan, could easily complete such a task in his stead. At the same time, many cultivators were watching as Tianyun went after the evil spirit race in 6th layer city. Since Tianyun already altered the rules that the evil spirit race created, the evil spirit race that died or anyone else in that matter wouldn't be transferred to 7th layer city any longer. Instead, they would remain where they died, revealing their original appearance. The other cultivators knew that Tianyun hadn't killed any human just yet, as everyone he killed immediately revealed the evil spirit race's appearance. After cleaning up the 6th layer city, Tianyun went down to purge the 5th layer city from the evil spirit race. As he traveled down a floor, it became easier for him to deal with the evil spirit race that he found in the city. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 1st layer Divine King stage. Finally, Tianyun leveled up after cleaning up the 5th layer city from the evil spirit race. It was such an arduous effort to level himself up to Divine King stage. Having to accumulate hundreds of billions of express to level up made it harder and time-consuming, but still, it would be a breeze compared to an average cultivator. Tianyun smiled as he saw the notification, but he didn't slow down his movement at all. Instead, he has become faster than he was before. Tianyun found the evil spirit race at such a terrifying speed that it wouldn't matter where they hid. He kept killing the evil spirit race floor by floor as fast as he could. At the end of it all, Tianyun killed so many evil spirit race cultivators that he lost count. 1,000, tens of thousands, he didn't know for sure. It was a lot of effort, but it wasn't a waste of time at all. He already knew that he had to kill them manually to ensure that the entire floor inside the tower would be purged of the evil spirit race. There was no easy method here, as he couldn't use the tower's power to kill all of the evil spirit race cultivators, unlike the 10 stars at Heaven World. But then again, he gained so much express and crazy points that he even leveled up to Divine King stage. It's finally over, Tianyun said as he breathed in relief after killing the last evil spirit race. He already maximized the value of his 262 times express card. The only downside was that Suote didn't die under his express card effect. Well, since there was no point in lamenting about it, he decided to just let it go. Big brother Yi, Fan Shuixuan shouted as she saw Tianyun on the 1st layer city. Why are you down here? I have already purged the evil spirit race in the tower. Tianyun said curiously. Hey, I want to ask you about this tower lord position that I received. What are you planning to do about it? Did you want it for yourself? Tianyun asked curiously. He was willing to give it back to them as he didn't really need it. The ancestor already set the rules. If you are qualified to become the tower lord, you will have to carry on the duty you were given. It just meant that you will have to lead us, ancient netherworld divine nation. Fan Hong said as he walked in front to show his respect to Tianyun. He was convinced that Tianyun held the key to ancient netherworld divine king's power, so if ancient Netherworld Divine King allowed another Divine King's descendant to become the Tower Lord, then so be it. Furthermore, at his current level, Fan Hong knew that he wouldn't be able to become the Tower Lord. In fact, all of the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation cultivators that were present at this moment nodded their heads as they were looking forward to being led by Yi Tianyun. They wanted Yi Tianyun to rebuild the ancient Netherworld Divine Nation back to its former glory. Yi Tianyun thought for a second before nodding his head. If that was your unanimous decision, then so be it. I will become the Tower Lord in the meantime, but if any of you are qualified to become a new Tower Lord, then I will immediately abdicate this position. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Tianyun's train of thoughts has changed as he no longer thought that simply waiting for the evil spirit race to attack the three realms with full force was good enough. It was better to pull out the evil spirit race from their roots, their homeland. Chapter 838. Since Yi Tianyun became the Tower Lord, he began to add and change the existing rules inside the tower and even appointed the ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants as the deacon and elder of the tower. However, the ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants didn't kick anyone out of the tower and instead welcomed them with open arms. Ancient Netherworld Divine Nation was declining now in terms of number, so it was necessary to replenish their number again. At the same time, the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower's rule has changed, and anyone could enter and exit the tower at will without any limitation. Meaning that one wouldn't lose their flame imprint if they chose to leave the tower. Now, the rest of the problem in the tower was handled by Fan Hong as Yi Tianyun didn't know how the tower should operate. Yi Tianyun chose not to partake in the tower's management as he saw that ancient Netherworld Divine King's descendants had more rights to do that. Yi Tianyun then walked towards Tower Lord's palace and began checking the loot that he got from killing all those evil spirit race. Furthermore, he also had a gift pack that he could open now, which was the gift pack that he got after breaking through to the Divine King stage. Open level 81 gift pack. Yi Tianyun said to himself. Successfully opened level 81 gift pack. Reward: X150 Express card, X20 CP card, X20 SP card, 50% shop discount, shop purchase clearance, ring equipment slot. Is that it? What about the next gift pack? Yi Tianyun said as he was confused by the content of the gift pack that he had just opened. The content was amazing, Yi Tianyun could say that for sure, but he usually got a new gift pack every time he opened one, but he didn't get one this time. The shop purchase clearance was probably to reset his purchased item back to its original price. He would be able to buy the express card back at its original price, which obviously made Yi Tianyun excited. But no matter how many questions Yi Tianyun was asking towards the system, he didn't get any answer. For now, Yi Tianyun had to be content for not getting a new gift pack. Did the system stop giving me gift packs after I reached Divine King stage? Yi Tianyun said while frowning, but he quickly set that aside as he had to check another reward. He couldn't do anything about it as he didn't have any say in the reward that he got from the system. He checked his status and noticed that the express required for level up was at 600 billion points. It was a relief as the required express only went up by 100 billion, instead of 400 billion like the last time. This was still acceptable as it was not such a huge margin like last time. However, 600 billion express was not a small amount nonetheless. Successfully creating an alliance with Flower Rock Empire. Reward: 3 billion express, 300.000 CPs, 150.000 SPs. The alliance notification suddenly shattered the silence. It seemed his Heavenly Cloud's empire was working hard as ever in the mortal world to form an alliance for the sake of fighting the evil spirit race in the future. He believed that the mortal world would be able to put an end to the entire evil spirit race there in the near future. Divine General Hua Yuka successfully breakthrough to the next level. Reward: 800.000 Express, 10.000 CPs, 5.000 SPs. Divine General Luo Shui successfully breakthrough to the next level. Reward: 600.000 Express. Divine. A new notification popped up, and it was about the Divine General that successfully breakthrough to the next stage of their cultivation. It was a nice addition of Express for Yi Tianyun, but it rarely appeared. Surely, once they got to breakthrough once more, Yi Tianyun would get more Express. I should find something to do now, Yi Tianyun said as he walked towards the material room. He came to the medicinal ingredient room as it had a lot of precious items inside. Among them, soul accumulating grass was in abundance, but it wasn't really useful for Yi Tianyun right now as the express he gained from them was too little compared to the amount he needed. Furthermore, if he wanted to forcefully gain express through the soul-accumulating grass, the tower didn't have enough soul-accumulating grass to achieve such a goal. It wouldn't even level him up once. Use the mastery point to level up pill refining proficiency, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Successfully consumed 10 million mastery point and 5 million sin point to level up pill refining proficiency to peak grandmaster stage. Leveling up to creator rank would require 30 million mastery point. Yi Tianyun was a little bit surprised as he found out that sin point could be used as a mastery point. Moreover, he had enough sin point to buy another suit now, but still, he couldn't buy the evil demon god set yet. Start pill refining, Yi Tianyun said as he took out his furnace and refined the materials he needed to create a good spiritual medicine. He planned to create at least the 6th refinement stage pills to strengthen his people later, especially the 12 golden hairpins, as they had a clear goal to follow. It was his reason to level up his pill refining proficiency as he wanted to refine high-grade medicinal pills for his generals. And so, Yi Tianyun's grueling pill refining time has begun. He managed to refine so many medicinal pills in a few days without any sleep in between. Because of how thorough he hunted for the evil spirit race earlier, Yi Tianyun had so much flame imprint that he started to exchange them for many useful materials. He also made a lot of evil spirit race necklace in between as he knew that the normal cultivator would need it to distinguish the evil spirit race from the normal humans. Just like what he did in the mortal world, he had to share and distribute the evil spirit race necklace to everyone in Ghost World to make sure that the evil spirit race couldn't proliferate anymore. It was impossible to think that the evil spirit race would change their way in the future as aggression was in their blood. Unless their homeland was destroyed, Yi Tianyun doubted that they would stop harassing the 3 realms. At the same time, there was a change outside of the tower. The news about Yi Tianyun's feat had spread to the Ghost World area, and the people were shocked to know that Yi Tianyun was connected to the Phoenix clan. Chapter 839. The 3 realms soon entered a comprehensive cleaning phase as many factions received the evil spirit race necklace that Yi Tianyun distributed around the 3 realms. They used it to detect the evil spirit race and exterminated them from the 3 realms. In particular, Ghost World was the most determined out of the 3 realms in ridding their realm from the evil spirit race. After all, their ancient netherworld divine tower was hijacked by those evil spirit race for a long time. Surely, ancient netherworld divine nation harbored the most hatred towards the evil spirit race. Although the genocide was in its path, the 3 realms wasn't exactly safe either. But at the very least, the evil spirit race wouldn't be able to cultivate using their disgusting method anytime soon. Yi Tianyun himself originally planned to have the Phoenix clan promote the cause of exterminating the evil spirit race to the 3 realms, but that no longer seemed necessary as it turned out. The cultivators in ancient netherworld divine tower were all influential in their own rights that they were all willing to support the cause and promote it to others. Yi Tianyun himself was surprised by how much influence these cultivators had as the extermination of the evil spirit race in heaven world has also been put to action. He surely never expected such rapid progress. It seemed the ancient netherworld divine tower's charm had lured many cultivators from heaven world to come here. Yi Tianyun was pleased as he realized that everything had gone on the right track. Now he could relax a little bit and improve his own cultivation and other things that he had put off in the past. He immediately jumped back to refining batch after batch of medicinal pills to give it to 12 gold hairpins, and some of them would be used for Fan Honged and ancient netherworld divine nation. After all, the ingredient he used to create the medicinal pills were all from ancient netherworld divine tower's resources. Months passed as Yi Tianyun was busy creating medicinal pills and evil spirit race necklace. He was finally done with the resources he had in ancient netherworld divine tower, so he started looking for the ingredient in his inventory. He had many evil spirit bloodline, evil spirit bone, and evil spirit soul from killing the evil spirit race on the tower. These items were marked as rare, meaning that they could be used for something great if he used them properly. He immediately observed all of them to see what he could do with these ingredients. Evil spirit bloodline, a material used for crafting divine tools and a material for making an evil spirit. Evil spirit bone, a material used for crafting divine tools. It contains strong energy that could be absorbed to improve cultivation base, works best for dark attribute cultivator. A material used for making an evil spirit. Evil spirit soul, a material used for crafting divine tools. It contains strong energy that would improve the soul capacity of the user, suitable for dark attribute cultivator. Warning: absorption caution, as it could lead to cultivation deviation and violent temper. A material used for making an evil spirit. These items were materials for crafting a divine tool rank items. They could also be used for cultivation, but unfortunately, Tianyun didn't take any interest in this purpose. He knew that it wouldn't serve him any good to use a dark attribute item to cultivate, as it could pollute his cultivation later. But he couldn't throw it away either, as he preferred to turn all this to crazy points by selling it to the store. But as he noticed the last line of the item's description that said all of the aforementioned items were crafting materials to create an evil spirit, his interest was sparked once again. Was it something similar that created the Black Dragon in the past? But it was unfortunate that his cultivation was too fast for his pet to follow, so he couldn't bring them along, as they wouldn't be able to help Tianyun in a fight anymore. Tianyun looked over to his pet bar and noticed that due to express they shared with Tianyun, the strongest pet he had now was at first layer Saint King stage. Due to the express share that they got being pretty lacking, they couldn't be any stronger. He immediately fused the three materials together, and a black flash appeared. A figure with 4 arms and 5th layer void spirit stage cultivation appeared after the black flash. Its cultivation level was lackluster, but its appearance almost completely resembled the evil spirit race. The only difference would be that the evil spirit that Tianyun summoned was artificial. Tianyun could control this evil spirit however he pleased. Tianyun then went back to his room inside the tower. It wasn't exactly his room, but more like the room to accommodate the Tower Lord, a kind of Tower Lord living quarter, one might say. Tianyun also checked the evil spirit race's martial arts that he got. Fortunately, he could use them all without any problems. This is good, I can make the evil spirit learn the evil spirit race's martial arts and have it infiltrate the evil spirit race's homeland for me. Tianyun said as he found a good plan to get to the evil spirit race's homeland. But it needs to level up first. Otherwise, it would be too weak. Tianyun said as he took out the rest of the evil spirit material and fed it to the evil spirit. Successfully devoured evil spirit bloodline. Evil spirit cultivation base leveled up to 6th layer void spirit stage. Successfully devoured evil spirit bone. Evil spirit power and defense multiplied by 2. Successfully devoured evil spirit soul. Evil spirit soul was strengthened, and it can use stronger martial arts now. Each of the materials had a different effect on the evil spirit. Surely, Tianyun could create more evil spirit with these materials, but it would be pointless as it was too weak. It would be better to enhance one evil spirit to become his eyes in the evil spirit race's homeland. And with that in mind, Tianyun immediately fed more evil spirit material to the evil spirit he summoned to make it stronger. Surely with so many evil spirit materials that he got after killing the evil spirit race earlier, the evil spirit he summoned would evolve to something incredible. Chapter 840, Successfully Devoured Evil Spirit Blood. Evil Spirit Cultivation leveled up to 7th layer Saint King stage. After consuming all evil spirit material in Tianyun's possession, the evil spirit that he summoned reached the 7th layer Saint King stage. He only needed 1 evil spirit blood at first to level up, but it required more and more as the evil spirit's cultivation level went up. When the evil spirit reached Saint King stage, more than 10 evil spirit blood was needed to level it up. Tianyun sighed as it was too underwhelming. He thought it would be a lot stronger as he consumed all the materials he got after exterminating the evil spirit race in ancient netherworld divine tower, but it only reached the 7th layer Saint King stage. Tianyun didn't think a cultivator at this level would be able to do much on evil spirit race's homeland. Furthermore, there was no evil spirit race left for him to hunt for their item loot. But there was a silver lining to everything, as the evil spirit consumed not only the evil spirit blood but also the bones and souls. Its power was strengthened further, making it more powerful than any cultivator at the same level. For now, this evil spirit is at least at the same level as a Saint King peak stage. Tianyun said while a frown was still apparent on his face. Tianyun observed the evil spirit and found one thing that he was satisfied with, which was the appearance of this evil spirit, as it was no different from the real evil spirit race. Furthermore, if Tianyun kept killing the evil spirit race in the future, the evil spirit would certainly become stronger too. But the question remained, how much more evil spirit that Tianyun had to kill to make evil spirit reach a satisfying level? Surely it would take more than the number that he killed earlier. Tianyun immediately gave a set of divine tool equipment for the evil spirit to make it even more powerful. Now, Tianyun knew that the evil spirit would be able to hold its ground against a first-layer divine king stage cultivator. Now it would be able to hold its own ground, at least for a little bit. Tianyun said as he nodded his head in satisfaction. But suddenly, a pleasant sound of the notification windows rang on his ears. Completed the main quest, Unification of Mortal World, Eradication of all evil spirit race from the mortal world. Reward: 40 billion Express, 5 million CPs, 500.000 SPs, and a new title, Mortal World King. Mortal World King. Damage would be amplified by 10. While in Mortal World, Tianyun was startled by the shocking effect that the title provided. He could improve his damage further by only staying in Mortal World. He was very satisfied with this reward, but he couldn't say that it was his own hard work. No, it was the hard work of everyone in Mortal World. He knew that it would be impossible to eradicate the evil spirit race if he only relied on Heavenly Cloud's empire. Mortal World was huge and vast. There was a limit to how much a faction could cover, and therefore, only with everyone's cooperation could they achieve a total victory like this. Successfully get a new main quest, Unification of Ghost World. Eradication of all evil spirit race in Ghost World. Reward on completion: 60 billion Express, 6 million CPs, 800.000 SPs, a title, Ghost World King. It was the same quest as before with only the location difference, but Tianyun wasn't surprised. After all, the Three Realms was his main location. It was normal to think the system would create a quest that would benefit the Three Realms one after another. It was the same train of thought that he had earlier. Even without the main quest, he would act of unifying the Three Realms anyway. All top executives, please come to 9th Layer City as we are ready to discuss an important matter. Tianyun's voice echoed throughout the entire floor of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower. Soon, Fang Hong, Phoenix Clan's Elder Yi, and other executives began ascending to 9th Layer City. The Phoenix Clan has not yet left the tower as they began their cultivation here. The tower had a good environment, and it was best for them to continue building up their strength here. What will we discuss, Tower Lord? Fan Hong asked as he sat down on the table that Tianyun had prepared. I want to unify the Ghost World under one goal and erase all the evil spirit race from the Ghost World. We have to clean the place we live in, Tianyun said with staggering confidence. Ghost World unification. The executives looked at each other as they were surprised by Tianyun's confident proposition. But even if it sounded impossible, the executives in that room knew that Tianyun had the power to make it happen. Yes, but it's not in the goal of conquering the Ghost World. We will form an alliance with all the divine nations on the Ghost World, and this alliance wouldn't be demanding unless we were facing a critical time. The alliances itself wouldn't interfere with any sort of internal matter that involved the divine nations that joined the cause. Tianyun said confidently. Everyone nodded their head as they understood Tianyun's proposition. They originally thought that Tianyun would start conquering the Ghost World, but now they noticed that Tianyun planned to conquer the Ghost World with a peaceful approach. This idea of yours shouldn't be a problem at all. Eliminating the evil spirit race has become the goal of the Ghost World. I'm sure everyone will immediately join us, Elder Yi of the Phoenix Clan said confidently. Seconded, if we are unified under a single goal, it would be a lot easier to achieve. Fan Hong said with a smile on his face. Yes, the prestige of our Phoenix Clan should come in handy as a deterrent for the divine nation in the Ghost World. Now that you as our divine envoy already become the Tower Lord of ancient Netherworld Divine Tower, the Phoenix Clan received a lot of prestige. The rank 1 divine nation in the Ghost World should be listening to you now, Elder Yi said confidently. It was the truth as Tianyun's cultivation was absurdly strong right now. There shouldn't be any divine nation that dared to defy him. Alright, then I will leave the formation of the alliances to you. If you encounter any problem, please let me know, Tianyun said confidently. Elder Yi nodded as he felt shivers on his skin. He knew that there was no way Tianyun would solve a problem with simply small talk. If the time came for that, the Ghost World would surely be unified a lot faster than what Phoenix Clan could do. Soon, the Phoenix Clan under Elder Yi's lead began to move and persuade the divine nations to join them in an alliance under Tianyun's banner. It was the same stuff that Heavenly Cloud's empire has been doing up until this point. The only difference would be the size of the faction they were handling. While Heaven Cloud's empire only joined hands with another empire and lower-level factions, Phoenix Clan joined hands with a divine nation. Chapter 841. Tianyun then focused on refining the evil spirit necklace as the heaven world would definitely need it in the future. While he was busy refining evil spirit necklace, a lot of notifications suddenly popped up. Successfully formed an alliance with Flowers City Divine Nation. Reward: 15 billion Express, 500.000 CPs, 1 million Mastery Point. Successfully formed an alliance with Happy City Divine Nation. Reward: 5 billion Express, 480.000 CPs, 950.000 Mastery Point. It has only been a few days after Tianyun sent the cultivators from the tower to inform the outside world about the alliance, and Tianyun was already notified about the birth of the alliance with some of the divine nations in Ghost World. Every faction was welcome to join, giving a surge of express to Tianyun. This wouldn't end anytime soon as the Ghost World had many factions, and more of them would join over time. Tianyun expected that he would level up at least once from the accumulated express that he got from the faction joining the alliances by the end of it. At the same time, 12 golden hairpin kept hunting the evil spirit race outside the tower, providing express for Tianyun and powering themselves up even more. Their cultivation rose dramatically over time, and with their increased power, they became more confident taking on the evil spirit race directly. It's almost time to go back, Tianyun said as he missed Heavenly Cloud's empire. He used his teleportation god stone to take him to Heavenly Cloud's imperial city directly. He appeared in an instant and surprised some street vendors in the area. In the conference hall of Heavenly Cloud's imperial city, so many people were gathering at the huge table in the middle. These people were cultivators with a high cultivation base, with the lowest being at Void Spirit stage, while the highest was at Saint King stage. But compared to the young-looking Void Spirit cultivator, all the Saint King stage experts were old men. Nobody knew how they could stay on mortal world as the power restriction was pretty harsh. Even so, the old man with the Saint King stage cultivation base was still able to live in mortal world without getting kicked to Ghost World or Heaven World. Now, other cultivators in the room were paying their respect to the old cultivators as they knew that the old cultivators were the strongest cultivator among them. But still, Shi Shuiyan sat on the end of the table, oozing her majestic aura, worthy of the acting leader of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Today is the first time that everyone gathers here. Now, first of all, I am very grateful to you all for joining the Heavenly Cloud's empire's alliance. Shi Shuiyan said respectfully, drawing all attention towards herself. This is natural. How could we ignore Heavenly Cloud's empire's alliances? A man said with a smile on his face. It's natural to build a good relationship with the strongest empire on mortal world, but why did you call us today? Is there any pressing matter that requires the assistance of the alliance? Another asked curiously. Everyone felt the same way. Although they agreed to join the Heavenly Cloud's empire's alliance, they weren't expecting the Heavenly Cloud's empire to summon them right away. Furthermore, they felt slightly dishonored as Tianyun, the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire, wasn't present. They were in the same position as him, the emperor of an empire in mortal world, so they couldn't feel at ease while being led by a woman that was lower in terms of position than their own. In particular, everyone started assessing Shi Shuiyan and immediately realized that her cultivation wasn't as high as theirs. Her cultivation was still at Spirit King stage, while half of the people here were already stronger than that. These people didn't even stop to consider the matter of age whatsoever. It might be true that Shi Shuiyan wasn't as powerful as them, but she was definitely far younger than any of them. Maybe she wouldn't have a chance to win against many of these cultivators, but she would find it far easier in the future. I am sorry that Heavenly Cloud's emperor couldn't come here today, but I will be here on his behalf to receive you here today. Shi Shuiyan said confidently. So, are you our manager for now? A man asked as he stood up. Yes, Heavenly Cloud's empire was left in my hands until Heavenly Cloud's emperor returns. Shi Shuiyan said confidently. The powerful Heavenly Cloud's empire was being led by a female. Are you perhaps his woman? Another cultivator asked rudely. Yes, I am one of his women, but I don't see any problem with that. Shi Shuiyan was confused by all these questions. No, there is no problem at all. So, as the leader of the alliance is not here, you are responsible for directing us. An emperor asked. Yes, that is my responsibility here today. I also ask for the help of some ministers of Heavenly Cloud's empire to assist us today. Shi Shuiyan said indifferently. Most of the people that she called to assist today were women, but they were extremely capable of handling their own tasks. Yi Yue was one of them as she could organize everything. But the cultivators in the room began to show doubt, disregarding Shi Shuiyan as they thought Heavenly Cloud's empire was tricking them and disrespected them by sending a bunch of women to lead the alliance. "What problem do you have with a woman leader?" Shi Shuiyan coldly asked as she noticed the animosity in the air. It was clear for anyone that Shi Shuiyan wouldn't bow down her head, even though she was talking to the leader of the empire that stood on the top of the mortal world. Chapter 842. 3 women came forward after Shi Shuiyan said that the minister of Heavenly Cloud's empire would help the alliance for today's meeting. Heavenly Cloud's empire was an empire that was originally managed by women, so it was normal to see so many women taking the executive position. Furthermore, Shi Shuiyan has already become the leader of a faction since a long time ago. Coupled with the fact that she had an amazing cultivation base and she was the closest person to Yi Tianyun, it was expected for her to take the helm of the empire while Yi Tianyun was gone. Now, it wasn't the case for the great emperors that gathered here today. They didn't like to be ordered around by a group of women as they wanted to follow Yi Tianyun. In their opinion, women weren't capable of leadership, and they truly believed that if this alliance was led by women, it would be reduced to a joke. I am not saying that women can't take control, but do you have the ability to manage so many empires in this alliance? Don't get me wrong, but we want to ally ourselves with Heavenly Cloud's emperor. This alliance is worthless without him, one of the great emperors said coldly. That is true. If Heavenly Cloud's emperor wasn't here, then we should listen to old ancestor Tianzhong instead. He has the best cultivation base among us all. Another emperor said coldly. I agree with that. Old ancestor Tianzhong has secluded himself for so long, but he used to be famous in the past. We should let the Tianchong Empire lead the alliance. Another emperor said excitedly. The emperors on the table nodded their heads one by one as they agreed that old ancestor Tianzhong should be the leader of the alliance. They knew that Yi Tianyun was strong and capable of destroying an empire alone, but old ancestor Tianzhong should be more suited in this case as he is a Saint King expert. They knew that it wasn't normal for old ancestor Tianzhong to stay in mortal world as he was already Saint King expert, but no one wanted to question him about it. Even so, old ancestor Tianzhong just smiled through the entire ordeal, not muttering a single word. Shi Shuiyan glanced around coldly as she noticed that these people didn't come here to hear about the news she planned to convey but to seek power for their own faction. Heavenly Cloud's empire has worked hard to build the alliance. If the leadership of the alliance were handed to old ancestor Tianzhong, it would just mean that these people could waltz through Heavenly Cloud's empire disrespectfully. Furthermore, Shi Shuiyan didn't even know who this old ancestor Tianzhong really was. There was no way she would let this old man take advantage of the alliance. We already made it clear when we formed the alliance that Heavenly Cloud's empire would lead the alliance, and we wouldn't demand anything from any of you with that status, but in some critical situation, we would have you contribute to help the mortal world. Did you already forget the agreement we had when the alliance was formed? Shi Shuiyan asked coldly. We will call you Empress any time, but we should adapt to the situation at hand, no? Old ancestor Tianzhong has the highest cultivation out of anyone in this hall, and he was highly respected as well. I don't see any problem with him becoming the leader of the alliance. If a critical situation ever arose in mortal world, I believe that OID ancestor Tianzhong would be able to take care of it too. One of the great emperors said with a smug look on his face. Yeah, I agree with that. Empress, you should adapt to the situation more. We just want to choose a strong person as the leader of the alliance. If you reject the offer right now, we wouldn't be happy about it either. The emperor said with a frown on his face. The other emperors began to shout as they also felt the same way about the current situation. Shi Shuiyan couldn't help but think that this situation has been orchestrated from the beginning. These emperors must have discussed everything beforehand. Shi Shuiyan couldn't think of any other reason why everyone would have the same idea on their mind. This is enough. Heavenly Cloud's empire is the leader of the alliance, and it won't change. It was already agreed upon when you all joined the alliance, and now, you want to take back your own words. I don't mind if you want to make old ancestor Tianzhong the assisting lord, but the leader position is already absolute, and that is our Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. Shi Shuiyan said confidently. Everyone else still looked at Shi Shuiyan coldly. They didn't expect the woman would go this far to defy them. Girl, don't be so angry. I had already retired from the cultivation world for a long time, and I didn't know any problem or any difference that happened in mortal world during that time. I am aware that no one really knows who I was, but now that I have already chosen to join in the fray once more, it was a natural decision to hand the alliance leader position to me. I will lead the alliance better than Heavenly Cloud's emperor would be. He was still young, and he would be inadequate to control and manage the entire mortal world. Don't get me wrong, but I want to help out Heavenly Cloud's empire in the last bout of my life. Old Ancestor Tianyun finally speaks after staying silent for so long. His tone was endearing, but the content of his speech was the exact opposite. In the end, he just wanted to be the leader of the alliance. He said that he would assist Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, but Shi Shuiyan knew better. She now realized that none of the emperor in this room took the alliance agreement to heart. But as they still argued about having old ancestor Tianyun lead the alliance, a figure walked in from outside indifferently. "Oh, there are so many guests today. What is going on here?" Yi Tianyun said as he came in. He knew the gist of the situation here, and he didn't really want to deal with it now, but he couldn't ignore the frustrated look on Shi Shuiyan's face either. Chapter 843. Shi Shuiyan was excited as soon as she saw Yi Tianyun walk into the room. She planned to punish these people as she thought they had no intention of giving up Yi Tianyun's position as the alliance leader. However, she knew that it was no longer necessary as Yi Tianyun was already here. There was no way he would let old ancestor Tianyun take the alliance leader position. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. The people around Shi Shuiyan immediately stood up and bowed down as they saw their emperor. But the other emperors and the faction representatives looked at Yi Tianyun with a confused look on their faces. They supported old ancestor Tianyun as the alliance leader, but now they were startled and felt anxious as Yi Tianyun walked into the room. Old ancestor Tianyun himself didn't stand up or greet Yi Tianyun. "Are you the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor? You are still too young to sit on a great emperor status at that age. It seems our generation is not as good as it used to be." Old ancestor Tianyun said as he looked at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom. Yi Tianyun ignored Tianyun as he walked casually towards Shi Shuiyan. He smiled towards Shi Shuiyan and patted her head to calm her down. Tianyun himself immediately became angry as he felt that Yi Tianyun was ignoring him. "I don't know what kind of deal you made behind my back, but the seat of alliance leader is mine. As for who I trusted to manage the alliance is my own business," Yi Tianyun coldly said as he sat down on the top of the highest chair. When they signed their agreement to join the alliance, it clearly mentioned Yi Tianyun as de facto ruler of the alliance. The agreement also stated Shi Shuiyan would take over as the acting leader if Yi Tianyun weren't available at the time. Now, it wasn't funny when the faction that already joined the alliance decided to change the alliance leader on their own. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. Were well aware of the agreement, but that is when old ancestor Tianyun still secluded himself. Now that he is out of his seclusion, we think that it'd be appropriate for him to become the leader of the alliance. An emperor voiced his opinion. "Yes, we are thinking the same thing." Another emperor chimed in. Old ancestor Tianyun showed a smile as if he had already won. "Well, I don't mind it at all. If you wish so, then I will gladly kick you out of the alliance. As per our agreement, you will have to give back everything I gave you. I will have your people abolish their cultivation as they already used what is mine." Yi Tianyun said indifferently. The faction representative immediately shouted back as they opposed Yi Tianyun's decision. "That is impossible. We want the best for the alliance, and we didn't do anything to spite the agreement we have. Why are you trying to punish us like this?" One of the emperors shouted anxiously. "We didn't agree to be led by a bunch of women. It was clear that we are stronger than them." Another one chimed in as they opposed Yi Tianyun's decision. "I don't want to say this twice. I don't need your help to manage the alliance, so I give you two options here: either obey me and shut up, or get out and give back everything that I ever gave to your faction." Yi Tianyun said coldly. He was too lazy to reason with these people. He didn't care about old ancestor Tianyun at all as he knew that the old man just wanted to reap as much benefit as he could from the alliance. "Young man, did you know what you are doing? As the alliance leader, you have to listen to others' opinions. You still have a lot to learn. The position of the alliance leader isn't for you at the moment." Old ancestor Tianyun said indifferently. Old ancestor Tianyun grew anxious about where the situation was heading, so he tried to tip it to his favor and demean Yi Tianyun as much as he could. "I will not listen to most people's opinion. My statement is absolute. If you don't want to follow my order as you joined my alliance, you are free to get out of this place." Yi Tianyun said indifferently, but it was clear to everyone how charismatic Yi Tianyun can be. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, you are out of line. Even if you are young and have a good cultivation base, you aren't qualified to flaunt that kind of attitude in front of old ancestor Tianyun. One of the emperors said as he was shocked to hear Tianyun's word. Don't be too arrogant, Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. Old ancestor Tianyun said that out of concern for you. He was trying to nurture you. Another one chimed in. We will support old ancestor Tianyun as the alliance leader anyway, so if you disagree with our decision, you are the one that should leave the alliance. Another one shouted angrily. The last word that the alliance member spouted was too arrogant for Tianyun's liking, and thus Tianyun immediately stood up. Leave, Tianyun shouted spitefully. A wave of violent energy spread throughout the room, exerting tremendous pressure on everyone in the room, including old ancestor Tianyun. The emperor supporting old ancestor Tianyun immediately turned pale as they saw that old ancestor Tianyun couldn't resist Tianyun's pressure. They didn't know how Heavenly Cloud's great emperor could be this strong that not even a powerful Saint King cultivator like old ancestor Tianyun could resist his power. We are done here, Tianyun added, and the terrifying pressure intensified immediately. The people in the room couldn't even lift their heads from the floor as they couldn't resist Tianyun's pressure at all. Surely, old ancestor Tianyun was no exception. It seems that you don't want to follow me anymore, but it is okay. But how dare you use a mere Saint King expert like him to trample on my goodwill? Don't you know I slaughtered many of these peak stage Saint King cultivators in Heaven World and Ghost World without even trying? Tianyun said with a frown on his face. The faction representative immediately trembled in fear as they realized that they had made a grave mistake. Chapter 844. Tianyun had no reservations against a Saint King expert as they posed no threat for him. This was his honest opinion about old ancestor Tianyun that trembled in front of him right now. With Tianyun's current cultivation, old ancestor Tianyun was just like a child that he didn't even have to feel vigilant about. Now, the people who kneeled in front of him were the faction representatives that defied him, but some of the representatives that supported Tianyun were also among them. It was unfortunate that everyone that stood with old ancestor Tianyun would be killed today. But one thing for sure was that the current situation was so humiliating for every representative in the room. Tianyun was too lazy to pay any attention to these people. He just wanted to end them immediately so that he didn't have to be here anymore. But Tianyun wasn't a tyrant, so he had to deal with this affair as calmly and collected as he could be. He knew that he had to maintain his dignity as the Heavenly Cloud's great emperor. He had to manage the empires as fair and just too as it was what was required from him. Then again, if he didn't have any management skills or subordinate with good management skills, the empire could collapse at any given time. At the same time, old ancestor Tianyun was sweating profusely. He finally realized that he wasn't anything near Tianyun's radar. He just gave himself a death sentence by defying Tianyun and disrespecting him in his own home ground. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, we are mistaken. Please forgive us, one of the emperors said nervously. Yes, we would never do you wrong. We are just thinking about the future of the alliance, but it was clear that we are wrong. Another emperor chimed in nervously. They were eager to admit their mistake and forsook old ancestor Tianyun as they no longer thought he was capable. They couldn't come up with any other way as they realized that whatever they did wouldn't make any difference in front of absolute power like Tianyun. Let's resume the meeting. I want to listen more to what you have to say, Tianyun said as he turned his attention to Xuan and ignored the people on the ground. Heavenly Cloud's great emperor, we already make a personal arrangement as you return. Yue said respectfully. I don't know much about the alliance so far, but I'm sure that you had handled everything here. Tianyun said as he nodded his head to Yue and Xuan. That's right, I am going to talk about the evil spirit race. Xuan nodded as she smiled warmly. She began to explain what she had in mind about the current meeting and how she planned to organize the alliance. The faction representative could only listen to what she had to say, and to their surprise, her plan was perfect as reluctant as they were to admit it. The Heavenly Cloud's minister who stood beside Xuan just nodded their heads and smiled towards Tianyun. These women were the most capable people that Tianyun had in terms of management, allowing him to leave Heavenly Cloud's empire in their hands to complete his other quests without any worry. Meanwhile, the representatives that were suppressed on the ground kept their mouths shut as they thought that they would be spared if they let Xuan talk. Old ancestor Tianyun didn't even know what to do now. He was scared to death as he knew that he had made a grave mistake that wouldn't be easily forgiven. He never thought that he would be staring death right in the face like this right after coming out of his seclusion. Soon enough, Shi Shuiyan ended her explanation as she had already conveyed everything she needed. The other emperors, however, still remained silent as they didn't know what to say. The only one who moved as soon as Shi Shuiyan finished talking was just Yi Tianyun alone. Tianyun, what do you think of the plan that I come up with? Shi Shuiyan asked excitedly. It's perfect. You can handle it for me, right? If you are not here to manage the empire for me, I don't think Heavenly Cloud's empire is still standing today. In the future, mortal world would depend on you to manage them. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun surely was the emperor of Heavenly Cloud's empire, but he didn't want to delve into politics. I understand, I will do my very best, Shi Shuiyan said with a beautiful smile on her face. Yi Tianyun then turned his attention to the faction representatives that were still lying on the ground. They all showered Yi Tianyun with their apology as they were scared that Yi Tianyun would kill them now. I already gave you 2 choices earlier, but I will give you another 2 choices out of kindness. The first one is to vow yourself as my slave, or you can take the second choice, and that is death. You have to choose quickly as I am already losing my patience with you. I'll assume that you are picking the second option if you dawdle around. Yi Tianyun said coldly. The faction representatives were clearly shocked by Yi Tianyun's word. They still thought that Yi Tianyun would let them go. After all, almost all great emperors were here today. Now, they had to choose whether to become Yi Tianyun's slave or die here forever disrespecting him. They regretted what they did right now. They now realized that Yi Tianyun didn't care if all these emperors died here right now as he had no problem killing them himself. They also knew that they couldn't struggle against Yi Tianyun as they didn't have enough strength to fight him anyway. Chapter 845. The emperors were shocked by the option Yi Tianyun stated, but certainly, no one dared to complain as they knew that Yi Tianyun could decimate their empire single-handedly. Surely, they also understood where Yi Tianyun's anger was coming from. After all, he already spent so much resource to ensure the alliance's prosperity just to be trampled by others. Since they were the ones that insinuated this temper out of Yi Tianyun, they had to pay the price. I am willing to make a slave vow to you, Heavenly Cloud's emperor. A great emperor stated his willingness as he didn't want to die. Me too, I am willing to do that as well. One by one, the emperors began to state their willingness to become Yi Tianyun's slave, and thus Yi Tianyun relieved them from the pressure he exerted, allowing them to stand back up again. This was clearly humiliating as they were the leader of their own faction, but it was certainly better than dying. But as some cast away their pride to become Yi Tianyun's slave, some still struggled and resisted Yi Tianyun's compassion. I don't want to become your slave. I'd rather die than become your slave. Kill me now and let the whole mortal world know that you are a tyrant. One emperor said in contempt. Yi Tianyun sighed and turned the emperor into a bloody mess with just the pressure from his aura. A tyrant? Did you think I care what label you put me under? If you didn't mess with me in the first place, I would never do this kind of thing. I already gave you so many resources to form the alliance, but you dare bite me back. I don't care if I become a tyrant, it is still a lot better than to be disrespected by weaklings like you. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun didn't care about his reputation as he hated ungrateful people the most. It went without saying that what Yi Tianyun just did scared the rest of the emperor that was still trying to resist Yi Tianyun's option. Thus they immediately slumped down and stated their willingness to be Yi Tianyun's slave. Even old ancestor Tianzhong himself finally stated his willingness to be Yi Tianyun's slave as he found no other choice to escape death. No, I am not interested in having you as my slave. Yi Tianyun said indifferently as soon as old ancestor Tianzhong stated his willingness to be Yi Tianyun's slave. What? Why did you treat me differently? Old ancestor Tianzhong said with a surprised and anxious look on his face. I am just not interested in having a prick like you as my slave. You will die soon, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Other emperors were startled by Yi Tianyun's decision as they knew that Tianzhong was a Saint King expert, making him worth more than anyone in the room. I am a Saint King expert. I will surely be useful for you. Old ancestor Tianzhong shouted nervously. A Saint King expert, it is surely a great cultivation level, but you showed me your killing intent earlier. Because of that, you aren't qualified to be my slave, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone in the room finally understood. Indeed, it was uncomfortable to have someone who bared their willingness to kill you by your side. Please, Emperor, I am willing to be your slave. I dare say that only a handful of people have a better cultivation base than me in the mortal world. Please give me a chance. Old Ancestor Tian Zhang said while trembling in fear. It seems you don't know when to give up, Tianyun said as he sighed and clapped his hand. Suddenly, 2 black dragons and a huge snow wolf king fell from the sky and stood beside Tianyun. Everyone immediately recognized that they were strong divine beasts with cultivation level at 6th layer Saint King stage at the lowest. These 3 divine beasts were surely stronger than old ancestor Tian Zhang. They were shocked to know that Tianyun's pets were far stronger than a cultivator that they deemed the strongest among them. You don't even hold a candle to my pet. Clearly, you aren't that good, Tianyun said as he waved his hand, killing the old man with a blow from his aura. Everyone gasped with wonder as they looked at the pet beside Tianyun. It was such a wake-up slap in the face as the pets themselves were far stronger than any cultivator that they knew. They felt dumb for ever thinking that old ancestor Tian Zhang was the most powerful cultivator in mortal world. Tell me now, what did Tian Zhang promise you? Tianyun asked the emperors that already vowed to become his slave. He said that he would give us rewards once he became the alliance's leader. He said that he will share Heavenly Cloud's empire's resources with us. One of the emperors said solemnly. Very good, the old man was courageous, but now it doesn't matter. I will give you all a mission that you have to complete. Destroy Tian Zhang Empire, Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Yes, right away, Emperor. The emperors immediately got up and got ready to strike Tian Zhang Empire. Tianyun rubbed his chin and immediately stroked Shi Shuiyan's hand gently with a smile on his face. The alliance was just formed, but so many things already happened. Tianyun said casually, yeah, I've already predicted this problem would arise eventually, and that is also my reason for gathering the alliance here now to discuss it together. I didn't expect that they already had their own discussion beforehand. I was ashamed that you returned to see something like this, but I am confident that I will be able to solve this problem even without you. Shi Shuiyan said with a smile on her face. It's all right, no one would dare to defy you again later. You are the first palace's lord, and your existence would be feared later on. Tianyun said compassionately. Hey, I don't want you to fear me, Shi Shuiyan said with a frown on her face. I am afraid too, but it was because you are my woman. Tianyun said with a wink. He lifted Shi Shuiyan's chin gently before kissing her passionately. Chapter 846. Tianyun had no intention to leave any time soon as he wanted to see Shi Shuiyan and learn the situation that mortal world was currently in. He wanted to see how far the unification of mortal world has progressed as he knew that Heavenly Cloud's empire didn't dominate everything in the mortal world. Shi Shuiyan began to explain everything to Tianyun, but Tianyun noticed that the situation wasn't that much different from his departure. After all, he formed the alliance to erase the evil spirit race, not to colonize other empires. But as Tianyun has already taken over the alliance now, the unification has changed its course as almost all members of the alliance had to swear a slave vow to Tianyun. Basically, there was nothing in the mortal world that wasn't part of Heavenly Cloud's empire. Tianyun wouldn't rule in tyranny, but to clear his quest, he had to dominate everything in mortal world to prevent any slip-up later in their war with the evil spirit race. It is time to see what is happening to the sealed demon, Tianyun said as he flew towards the White Lotus mansion. He didn't use the teleportation godstone as he didn't think it would take that long of a time to reach the place. Soon as he reached White Lotus mansion, he saw that the faction was now booming as a result of the resources that he left behind in the past. Since he had already become some sort of guardian of White Lotus mansion, people started flocking. But Tianyun didn't have to bother meeting these new cultivators, and so, he immediately flashed towards the secret room where the seal was. You are here again, young man. Heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet welcomed Tianyun as it noticed Tianyun's aura. I couldn't see your cultivation base now, did you already break through to Divine King stage? The tablet asked curiously. That is correct, I already broke through to Divine King stage, Tianyun said casually. Really? The tablet said with a surprised tone in its voice. He didn't expect Tianyun to break through the Divine King stage in such a short amount of time. It was sure that it would take 100 years for Tianyun to reach Divine King stage, but the fact that Tianyun reached the Divine King stage only after a couple of years really was shocking. Now, I am here to assess the power of the demon, so I can prepare my next plan, Tianyun said casually. No problem, I can let your soul wander inside to let you feel his power up close. But you have to be careful as it could still attack your soul form. The tablet said warningly. Tianyun nodded and immediately reached for the tablet as he gave permission for the tablet to guide his soul. He entered the space inside the rock immediately, and he started to look around the dark, gloomy cavern while a cage was hung in the middle of it all with the evil spirit race old ancestor inside. It had 8 arms that were nailed to the cage wall. Its body was also being nailed to the cage, preventing it from moving any parts of its body. But its aura still sent shivers down to Tianyun's spine, sending a signal to Tianyun that he still couldn't kill this evil spirit race old ancestor. Tianyun observed everything one more time and realized that the nails that were used to keep the evil spirit race old ancestor in place were lower grade divine tools. Each nail had a divine rune that connected together, creating a great strong array that suppressed the spiritual energy of the evil spirit race old ancestor. Demon God Yulong, 8th layer divine king stage, has strong healing power and belongs to evil spirit race royal bloodline. Super healing ability, super strong soul, super physical ability. It would be difficult to kill this cultivator under normal circumstances. Weakness, extremely hot fire or destroy its soul. Combat power, 100 billion points. Sealed state. Tianyun was shocked to see the evil spirit race old ancestor's combat power reached 100 billion points while in its sealed state. Tianyun was really impressed by heaven creating divine king's power as he could suppress such a terrifying demon. Trapping this demon was indeed the best choice as Tianyun now knew that evil spirit race royal bloodline had a strong physique that they were almost impossible to kill. But now that Tianyun had already reached the 1st layer divine king stage, he could still feel the oppressive aura from the demon, but it wasn't as bad as the last time he was there. He knew that after leveling up a couple more levels, this evil spirit race old ancestor wouldn't be a problem. This was why he decided to come here now, as he wanted to test out how far his power could take him against this demon. If he felt that he could kill this demon now, he would do it immediately. "It's you again, brat," Demon God Yulong said as it woke up from its slumber. Tianyun clearly heard the resentment in its voice. It has been sealed here for so long that it didn't know anything else that happened in the outside world. "Yes, it is me," Tianyun said as he stood in front of the cage. Tianyun now knew for sure that the demon in front of him was the strongest opponent that he had ever laid his eyes on. Not even the demon gods on ancient netherworld divine tower could compare to this demon. "Die for me, will you?" Yulong said as he summoned so many flames, trying to kill Tianyun's soul. "That's enough." The tablet's voice was heard after it deemed it was time for Tianyun to return. But Tianyun had another idea as he mustered his power, and his soul instantly became powerful, exuding a bright golden color. Tianyun took the attack head-on, and a surge of power instantly rose inside the cavern. It was enough to kill a Saint King cultivator multiple times. Chapter 847. My power is still lacking. Tianyun said as he sorted his clothes, but of course, his clothes didn't get rumpled as he was in the realm of souls. However, he knew that his soul would receive damage if he took the attack head-on. Yulong turned his gaze towards Tianyun and was surprised for a little bit as he saw that his attack didn't do anything to the little human in front of him. He immediately realized that the human was at least Saint King peak stage as there was no way anyone below that level of cultivation would be able to dodge his attack. But after observing Tianyun for some more, Yulong knew that the human had already broken through to Divine King stage, which was why his attack didn't do much. "Brat, are you here to kill me? Then do it quickly. You know that your elder already tried to kill me in the past, but they've always failed no matter how many times they tried. I will eventually escape this prison they make for me, and I will devour the entire 3 realms." Yulong said with a smirk on his face. Tianyun stood outside of the cage without any change of expression. He knew that Yulong wouldn't be able to do anything while being bound like this, but if by any chance he got a chance to devour a soul, his power would rise immediately. But Tianyun had to admit that the place was perfect for suppressing Yulong's power. "Yes, I am certainly interested in that topic, but clearly, you have gotten insane from being trapped inside this place for too long." Tianyun smiled as he immediately left the prison. Tianyun woke up in his body. "Let me in again," Tianyun said as he was a little bit annoyed that the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet forced him out of the prison before he finished his business. Tianyun knew that it was best for him to deal with Yulong now as it was prisoned and suppressed by the heaven-creating Divine King's divine rune. It's too dangerous. There is no telling what that demon god would do. Heavenly rock. Suppressing ancient tablet said as it refused Yi Tianyun's request. Yi Tianyun didn't have complete control over the heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet, so the tablet still could make a decision in order to ensure Yi Tianyun's safety. Don't worry, I will be fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't do it in the first place. Besides, aren't you suppressing that demon? If things go south, you can just drag me out. Yi Tianyun said casually. Alright, but do take care. That demon was scheming something. Heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet finally relented to Yi Tianyun's demand. Of course, I got it. Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet immediately teleported Yi Tianyun back to the soul prison, but this time, it transferred Yi Tianyun as a whole, not only his soul but also his body, meaning any damage he took wouldn't only damage his soul, but also his body. I thought that you'd run with your tail between your legs. It turns out you still have a bit of courage to come back. Yu Long said with a smirk on his face. He was so happy that a human came to his prison one more time. Yi Tianyun walked towards the cage and immediately stepped inside the cage without any hesitation. He immediately noticed a pressuring aura swirling inside the cage. Yi Tianyun knew that it was Yu Long's aura. After all, the divine runes on the cage couldn't contain all of his aura. Yi Tianyun looked at the nail that bound Yu Long to the cage wall and noticed that it wasn't bleeding anymore as Yu Long's strong healing ability has long healed his hands that were nailed to the cage. As Yi Tianyun got closer to Yu Long, suddenly, power burst out of Yu Long, covering the entire cage with suffocating aura. This is not good. Heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet immediately noticed something was wrong and immediately tried to remove Yi Tianyun from the soul prison. But he couldn't do that as he couldn't penetrate the space within Yu Long's control. This meant that Yi Tianyun was trapped inside the cage with Yu Long. How dare you, Tool Spirit thinks that your kind could control me. Now, I didn't expect to wait this long for food to finally arrive at my door. It was a perfect food too, as a young divine king cultivator would be a luxurious meal after fasting for 1,000 years. After eating you, I will break free from this prison with ease. Yu Long said with a big smile on his face. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet didn't expect that Yu Long was still hiding such a terrifying power even while being suppressed every day. It seemed Yu Long was gradually becoming stronger during his time being imprisoned here. Is that all? Yi Tianyun indifferently said as he stood inside the cage calmly. He had already expected as much from Yu Long. Otherwise, he wouldn't provoke Yu Long like this. Yi Tianyun was confident that he could take on Yu Long now, and he had no intention to change his mind anytime soon. You are quite courageous, but I have already seen a fair share of that kind of human. Did you know what happened to such people? They died and became my food at the end of the day. Even heaven-creating divine king couldn't deal with me alone, yet a brat like you come here thinking you can deal with me by yourself. Yu Long said with a smirk on his face. But if you think you could be a hero of the three realms, then you have to be the most stupid person I have ever seen. Nonetheless, your stupidity would become my ticket out of here earlier than I anticipated. Yu Long said as he licked his lips as he couldn't wait to devour Yi Tianyun any longer. Yu Long immediately opened his mouth and began to suck the air around him, creating a powerful suction that tried to engulf Yi Tianyun whole. Chapter 848. Yu Long couldn't move his hands and feet, but he could still use his mouth to create a powerful suction that could pull a strong cultivator and eat them whole. This was all he could come up with as he couldn't remove any nails that nailed him down to the cage wall. Yi Tianyun sighed as he stood still, letting Yu Long do whatever he wanted without even any sense of danger. Clearly, Yu Long's action was for naught as Yi Tianyun didn't even budge. Is that it? Yi Tianyun said with an expression filled with boredom. The heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet that has been paying attention to Yi Tianyun was shocked by Yi Tianyun's confidence. Yu Long himself was also surprised as he didn't understand why he couldn't pull Yi Tianyun and eat him whole. This was absolutely beyond his expectation as he expected Yi Tianyun should at least struggle to resist the pulling force that came from his suction. Furthermore, he thought that Yi Tianyun was only at the first layer divine king stage, so he was confident that he would be able to eat him whole without any problem. However, no one knew that Yi Tianyun had already used heaven-shaking divine secret art, a martial arts that created a powerful gravity that kept him in place, allowing him to be unaffected by the shenanigans that Yu Long was doing. And so, after a while, demon god Yu Long stopped and looked at Yi Tianyun coldly. No wonder you are confident to come inside once more. It turns out that you are more powerful than you let on. If I can get out of these nails, you will be a decent fight. Yu Long said solemnly, "You think I am an idiot? You think I would fight an 8th layer Divine King expert head-on? Clearly, you are an idiot if that thought ever crosses your mind." Yi Tianyun said tauntingly, "How dare you belittle me?" Yu Long said furiously and started to pull his arms and feet from the nails, but the nails immediately emitted a bright light and began to pull back Yu Long's limbs back to the cage wall. Yi Tianyun's cheap taunt definitely worked on him. He felt humiliated as he knew for sure that he was far more powerful than Yi Tianyun. "Wow, now that I see you up close, it's clear to me that you are a fool," Yi Tianyun said as he continued to taunt Yu Long. He then jumped and kicked Yu Long right in the chest. The force of his attack easily injured Yu Long's chest and shook the wall behind him. If it weren't a fortified wall, it would surely collapse from the force of Yi Tianyun's attack. Yu Long spat out blood as his internal organs were injured from the attack. But then again, his powerful healing ability quickly healed any damage he suffered. "You moron, keep hitting me, and see what happens. You useless piece of shit," Yu Long said as he laughed out loud. "You are quite tough, but I wouldn't kill you so fast. I will torture you slowly that you'd beg me to finish you off at the end of it all," Yi Tianyun said as he smirked tauntingly to Yu Long. "How dare you?" Yu Long shouted agitatedly. He had no idea what Yi Tianyun would do, and neither did the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet. "Level up heaven-swallowing divine secret art," Yi Tianyun said casually. Successfully used 5 million mastery points to level up heaven-swallowing divine secret art to middle-grade heaven level. Yi Tianyun immediately held Yu Long's head and started absorbing his spiritual energy that was immediately converted to express for Yi Tianyun. He hasn't used this martial art for a long time as he has been fighting too many enemies and in a constant restraint of time before, but now that Yu Long was just a sitting duck, this martial arts would be the best. Yi Tianyun wasn't in any hurry, so he could use heaven-swallowing divine secret art to make sure that he got the most express out of Yu Long. There was no immediate danger in the 3 realms, and after he killed Yu Long, the evil spirit race would lose all of their decent cultivator on the mortal world, if not the 3 realms. Even so, Yi Tianyun still had to destroy all the evil spirit race from the 3 realms without leaving anyone behind. But for now, he had to slowly absorb demon god Yu Long's spiritual energy to get as much express as he could before killing Yu Long for good. Received 1.5 million express, 1.8 million express, 2 million express. Notification of the express he got kept popping one after another as heaven-swallowing divine secret art drained Yu Long of his spiritual energy. Although the amount of express he got was decent, Yi Tianyun still thought it was too slow. This was also one of the reasons why he didn't use heaven-swallowing divine secret art for a while, as it took too much time to finish. "What is this? What are you doing to me?" Yu Long agitatedly shouted as he found his energy was leaving his body rapidly. For a cultivator that used other cultivators' energy to gain more strength, he felt terrified when someone used the same kind of technique on him. The 3 great divine kings of the past couldn't even kill him, but this new divine king could strip him of his power so easily that he found it hard to believe. "Just hold on tight for me. You will be killed at the end of this," Yi Tianyun calmly said as he kept absorbing Yu Long's spiritual energy and enhancing it with his crazy experience mode. Received 64 million express, 63.2 million express, 65 million express. With the effect of crazy express mode, he got 32 times more express than before. If he kept this up, leveling up wouldn't be a problem. Well, as long as Yu Long had enough energy to feed Yi Tianyun's express bar, that is. Chapter 849. After activating the crazy express mode, Yi Tianyun gained so much more express than earlier. If he still had the express card, he would be able to enhance the amount of express he got some more, but he couldn't waste it now. The best timing to use the express card was when he was about to fight a horde of enemies, and using it for Yu Long alone wouldn't be ideal. "Get the hell away from me," Yu Long shouted as he shook his body to shake off Yi Tianyun's hand from his head, but he couldn't do much as his body was nailed to the cage wall. Yi Tianyun himself didn't have any intention to let go of Yu Long's head as he gained so much express with so little effort. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun knew that it'd be pointless no matter what Yu Long did anyway. "Come on, didn't you say that you want to devour me earlier? Why are you giving up this easily?" Yi Tianyun taunted once more as he noticed that Yu Long's outer layer energy shield was gone. The only chance for Yi Tianyun to let go of Yu Long was when Yu Long would set himself ablaze, but Yi Tianyun knew that the demon god was too prideful to ever do something like that. Yu Long still struggled, swaying his body around in an attempt to shake off Yi Tianyun's hand, but he could barely move, so the effort was pointless. Yu Long even tried to attack Yi Tianyun once again, but he couldn't do it as Yi Tianyun kept absorbing his spiritual energy. Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet shuddered as it observed what Yi Tianyun did. In the back of his mind, he thought Yi Tianyun was far scarier than demon god Yu Long. Now, Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet realized that Yi Tianyun truly had the power to kill demon god Yu Long. When Yi Tianyun killed Yu Long, then Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet's job on this site would be concluded too, and he'd have nothing left to do as a result. Soon, demon god Yu Long felt fear creeping up on him as he knew that he couldn't shake Yi Tianyun off his head. He knew that if Yi Tianyun kept absorbing his spiritual energy, he would become an empty husk eventually. Once he was in that state, killing him would be nothing but a simple task. Wait, human, I am willing to bargain with you. As long as you are willing to stop, I will leave the three realms and I will make sure that my homeland leave the three realms alone. In addition to that, I will also give you a lot of treasures. Yu Long said in panic. He felt the fear of death for the first time in his life, and thus he chose to lower his head and begged for mercy. Did you think that I am a fool? Why would I trust any lie that you spouted out of that damned mouth of yours? I'm sure that the three realms would be doomed faster if I let you out. Needless to say, I am willing to compromise. If you make a slave vow to me right now and always obey my order in the future, I will let you live. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yu Long's face immediately turned pale. He didn't expect that Yi Tianyun would immediately see through his lie like that. Now, he had to make a slave vow to Yi Tianyun if he wanted to live. You can't kill me anyway. Even if on the off chance you manage to kill me, my homeland will definitely avenge me. You will only hasten my homeland's full assault on the three realms if you kill me. Yu Long said arrogantly. Yu Long refused to relent to Yi Tianyun's demand. He would rather die before becoming Yi Tianyun's slave. His begging earlier was just the evil spirit race's way to deal with a desperate situation. If they failed to reach an agreement, they would threaten the other party to submission. Well, it doesn't matter to me. They are welcome to come to the three realms as they like. Furthermore, I already dealt with some of the other demon god that came after you. I believe their name is Demon God Suo Zhe and Demon God Suo Te. Well, you will follow them soon enough. Yi Tianyun said coldly. How dare you kill my disciple? Demon God Yu Long shouted angrily. Oh, are they your disciple? No wonder they want to get into the mortal world so bad. It turned out they were looking for you. Well, like I said earlier, there's no need to be flustered. You will meet them again soon. Yi Tianyun said sarcastically. If you want to kill me, then kill me already. The three great divine king couldn't even kill me, what makes you better than them? Yu Long shouted angrily as he couldn't contain his fury anymore. Well, sure, I will try to kill you soon. Yi Tianyun said lazily as he kept absorbing Yu Long's spiritual energy. He constantly received a ton of express from Yu Long and he had no intention to stop anytime soon. With crazy express mode, it was like he was using X30 express card, which was good enough. He was indeed using 10.000 CPs per second with crazy express mode, but it was still better than buying a X30 express card. Demon God Yu Long couldn't do anything in his current state, but he kept thinking of a plan to turn the whole situation around. He couldn't just give up against some human like this. He now really regretted getting trapped in this place. If he could rewind the time, he would never allow himself to get trapped like this. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun didn't care about any mental turbulence that Yu Long might feel. All he cared about was leveling up now, since he was convinced that he'd be able to do so once he absorbed all the spiritual energy that Yu Long had to offer. He knew something was up when Demon God Yu Long calmed himself down and remained silent, like he was meditating, but none of it really mattered for Yi Tianyun. Chapter 850. Yi Tianyun kept absorbing Yu Long's spiritual energy without rest as he gained so much express from it. When he noticed that Yu Long's spiritual energy was starting to decrease, he contemplated for a bit, but he immediately decided to use the X150 express card. His overall express gain immediately increased to X182 after the use of the express card, but that was not all. He immediately opened the crazy shop and used the shop reset card to reset the express card price, and Yi Tianyun immediately bought every single X5 express card all the way to X50 express card without hesitation. Yi Tianyun couldn't buy the express card above the X50 express card as it was still too expensive even after the price was reset. Unless he sold out all of his divine tools, he wouldn't be able to buy the top-tier express card. Yi Tianyun indeed had a discount card on his possession, but he wanted to save it for some other time. After buying the express card, the total amount of his express gain immediately skyrocketed to X277. Yi Tianyun thought that he wouldn't be able to find any enemy on Yu Long's level anytime soon, so it was best to make the best out of killing Yu Long now. Yi Tianyun knew that it would be better use all those express cards once the evil spirit race sent out their remaining forces, but he had to level up as fast as he could right now to ensure his easy victory. Received 550 million express, 555 million express, 540 million express. Due to the effect of X277 express gain, Yi Tianyun received an unprecedented amount of express from Yu Long. He was amazed that the amount of express he got was so high that it was the same as killing so many Saint King expert. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to second layer Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun finally leveled up. He gained so much express in a short amount of time. Seeing that Yu Long was still breathing albeit heavily, Yi Tianyun took it as an opportunity to level up his heaven-swallowing divine secret art. Level up the heaven-swallowing divine secret art, Yi Tianyun shouted as he wanted to get even more express from Yu Long. Deducing 3.7 million mastery point to upgrade heaven-swallowing divine secret art. Successfully leveled up heaven-swallowing divine secret art to high-grade heaven level. Received 11 billion express, 12 billion express, 11 billion express. The express that he got from Yu Long increased once more, and this time it was on the billions. Due to the high absorption rate, it didn't take long for Yu Long's body to dry up. It happens gradually from his feet and quickly to his body. It was impossible for Yu Long to maintain his energy as Yi Tianyun absorbed it on a completely different level. It seems this method should be still viable in the future to level up quickly. Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face as he felt satisfied with himself. The effect he received from leveling up the heaven-swallowing divine secret art to using his crazy express mode plus the express card was absolutely fantastic. Although he couldn't use this method while battling against many opponents, he could use this when he got to duel one or two opponents. It was a shame that he couldn't upgrade the heaven-swallowing divine secret art anymore, but at the very least, Yi Tianyun wouldn't have to think about leveling it up again in the future. Meanwhile, Yu Long himself was dried up to skeleton while glaring at Yi Tianyun, but not a word came out of his mouth, because at this point, he couldn't even talk. Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet kept observing, but it was shocked as it noticed that Yi Tianyun's absorption speed increased all of a sudden. He noticed that Yi Tianyun kept absorbing Yu Long's spiritual energy until Yu Long turned into skeleton, but Yi Tianyun showed no sign of stopping anytime soon. Why is his absorption getting stronger? Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet muttered to himself. Yu Long himself couldn't recover his vitality. Even though he had a strong healing ability, it was all useless without any spiritual energy. When Yi Tianyun noticed that he couldn't absorb any more spiritual energy from Yu Long, he let go of Yu Long's head and pulled out the evil spirit divine sword to end Yu Long. I am done, I will send you to hell now, Yi Tianyun said as he began to charge the evil spirit divine sword with power and unleash it to Yu Long. But Yi Tianyun was soon startled as he saw that the sword energy that the evil spirit divine sword was absorbed into Yu Long's head, leaving him uninjured. Yu Long immediately recovered some of his spiritual energy as soon as he absorbed the sword energy. You have done eating me, and now you want to kill me. How dare you overestimate yourself? Even your ancestor couldn't even do anything to me. What ability do you have to surpass them? Demon God Yu Long said while laughing hard at Yi Tianyun's failure. Well, I just need to investigate this anomaly myself, Yi Tianyun said as he used appraisal eye to see what Yu Long had on his head to absorb the sword energy like that. He immediately found out the answer to Yu Long's secret power, and it was a divine tool. Heavenly Soul Divine Tool. High-grade divine tool which can protect the soul of the user and devour all attacks and absorb it into spiritual energy. Strong power is needed to cancel out this effect. Chapter 851. A high-grade divine tool. Yi Tianyun said as he focused his attention on the high-grade divine tool on Yu Long's head. Yi Tianyun didn't see that coming, but then again, it was normal for someone with high cultivation like Yu Long to have one. No wonder Yu Long didn't seem panicked in front of Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately understood why heaven-creating Divine King and the other two Divine Kings couldn't kill Yu Long in the past, because no matter what they did, their attack was absorbed by this divine tool. What now, idiot? Try killing me again, idiot. Overconfident fool. Yu Long shouted tauntingly at Yi Tianyun. He began to ridicule Yi Tianyun as he thought that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to kill him. Then again, he has forgotten that he couldn't attack Yi Tianyun either. He couldn't even move his body as the nail tightly secured his body to the cage wall. He has a treasure that would absorb any attack. Even the three great Divine Kings' attacks didn't do anything. If you attack him again, you will only replenish the spiritual energy that he had absorbed earlier. This is why the master resorted to sealing him in the past, as they couldn't find any other way to nullify this treasure's ability. Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet appeared beside Yi Tianyun and explained everything he knew. Yi Tianyun nodded his head as he understood the logic behind Yu Long's power now. Yu Long wasn't necessarily strong, but this high-grade divine tool made him a tricky opponent. Without this, Yu Long wouldn't last long. Yi Tianyun realized that the evil spirit race relied on their divine tools to survive, and it was a very annoying perk. We will see how much this divine tool could withstand. Yi Tianyun said coldly. Are you sure about this? Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet asked worriedly, but he immediately fell silent as he saw the determined look on Yi Tianyun's face. Yi Tianyun walked closer to Yu Long and stared at his head curiously. What are you planning to do? If you don't have any other way, I suggest you should leave. Yu Long said coldly. Who said I couldn't cut it? Yi Tianyun said as he began to charge the evil spirit divine sword with his full power. The ancient desolate set began to shine as it amplified Yi Tianyun's combat power. The evil dragon suit that he wore right now also began to shine as it also amplified Yi Tianyun's combat power. Yi Tianyun immediately aimed the evil spirit divine sword at Yu Long's head, mustering as much power as he could before striking it down with his combat power reaching 200 billion points. Yi Tianyun's attack hit Yu Long's head, and the heavenly soul divine tool began to shine as it began to absorb Yi Tianyun's attack, but Yi Tianyun wasn't done just yet. He then struck Yu Long's head over and over again. Yi Tianyun slammed Yu Long's head to the wall, but the heavenly soul divine tool kept absorbing his sword energy without exception. After a while, Yi Tianyun stopped his attack, but Yu Long was still left unscathed. The energy barrier on his head didn't even shatter from Yi Tianyun's attack. Even so, Yu Long was still shocked by Yi Tianyun's attack as he knew that Yi Tianyun almost broke the barrier in front of him. You think an attack of that level can pierce my defense? You are too naive, kid, Yu Long taunted, even though he was worried deep down. He knew that if Yi Tianyun kept attacking him earlier, his barrier would break, and he would surely receive a fatal blow from Yi Tianyun. At the same time, Yu Long was relieved as he knew that his spiritual energy was being replenished from Yi Tianyun's attack. Now, Yu Long could heal his body again as much as possible as his spiritual energy had been replenished. Yi Tianyun was annoyed as he failed to kill Yu Long instantly. Furthermore, he knew that his attack replenished Yu Long's spiritual energy, allowing Yu Long to heal himself again. Yi Tianyun knew that in order to win against Yu Long, he had to cut Yu Long's head in half. Yi Tianyun knew that he had to destroy Yu Long's soul. Your defense isn't half bad, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. He wasn't even using his crazy damage mode as he thought that he didn't need it, but now he realized the error of his thought. Yi Tianyun thought his raw combat power that was comparable to a 7th layer Divine King's combat power should do the trick, but clearly, he was wrong. But it wouldn't last long against me, Yi Tianyun coldly said as he held the evil spirit divine sword with both of his hands. He immediately activated the Mortal World King and Punisher title to boost his combat power again. His basic power at 2nd layer Divine King stage was at 50 billion points, but with the help of his set and suit and also his title, he could amplify that power by 16 times. His total combat power reached 800 billion points. This was the peak of Yi Tianyun's power without using the crazy damage mode, all thanks to the effect of his combined items. The evil spirit divine sword on his hands began to squeak as it received all Yi Tianyun's power. What is this power? Yu Long said as his face immediately paled. He could feel that he would die in an instant if he took Yi Tianyun's attack head-on. Chapter 852. With a total of 800 billion combat power, Yi Tianyun's power has reached a new height. But in actuality, Yi Tianyun still could give a boost to his combat power if he wanted to by using the crazy damage mode. But nevertheless, Yi Tianyun chose not to, as he wanted to see how much Yu Long's divine tool could absorb. The entire heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet began to shake as the tool spirit was scared of Yi Tianyun's power. He had never felt anything like this before. Even when the three great divine kings combined their power, it didn't come close to the power that Yi Tianyun showed right now. Demon god Yu Long himself twisted and turned his body while shouting loudly to escape Yi Tianyun's attack, but the nails wouldn't budge. It kept Yu Long in place. No matter how hard he struggled to escape right now, it wouldn't work. Now, try to stop my attack again, Yi Tianyun said with a charming smirk on his face. Kill me, and you will see the destruction of the three realms very soon. Yu Long shouted, desperately. If I don't kill you, the three realms would be in constant danger, but don't you worry, if your people come to the three realms again, I will kill them all for you. Or, I could go to your homeland and kill all of the evil spirit race myself. Yi Tianyun said indifferently, you're gonna come to our homeland to kill us all? What a joke, your cultivation is trash, our army general wouldn't even look you in the eye, but please do come in. You will just die in the entrance anyway. Yu Long laughed out loud from Yi Tianyun's word. Well, I will let you see something good before you die, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face before he summoned the evil spirit that he got earlier. It had the same appearance as Yu Long except for the face. No matter how one looked at it, there was no doubt that it was the evil spirit race. How could this be? Yu Long said as he was startled by the appearance of Yi Tianyun's evil spirit. But, he would never hear Yi Tianyun's answer to his question as Yi Tianyun already swung the evil spirit divine sword with the power of 800 billion combat power. The sword hit an energy barrier right before hitting Yu Long, but it didn't last long as the energy barrier gradually broke before hitting Yu Long's head. Without the protection of the Heavenly Soul's divine tool, Yu Long's head was split in half so easily like tofu. Yu Long didn't even have the chance to scream as he was instantly killed by Yi Tianyun's attack. It was clear that Yi Tianyun's attack power was beyond what Yu Long could handle. In particular, Yu Long didn't have any chance to evade or react to Yi Tianyun's attack as he was being shackled in place by the three divine kings' seal. Successfully killed demon god Yu Long. Reward: 306 billion express, 6.5 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Heavenly Soul divine tool, evil spirit divine sword, evil spirit necklace, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone. Successfully completed ultra main quest, become the savior and kill the heavens demon. Reward: 100 billion express, 100 million CPs, 50 million SPs, 5.000 prestige points, savior title. Savior title: increase command point by 100.000 points inside the three realms. The title he just got had an insane value as it would increase his command point by 100.000. His command point just now was equal to an absolute order. If it increased by 100.000 points, Yi Tianyun didn't know just how influential his word would be. But still, it confused Yi Tianyun knowing that an ultra quest was completed, but his normal quest wasn't touched. Even so, he still got a lot of rewards with astounding numbers. Now, it all comes to an end, Yi Tianyun said with a relaxed state as the only thing he had to think about was purging the evil spirit race from the three realms. Meanwhile, Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet was shocked as it just witnessed Yi Tianyun kill Yu Long without much effort. Heavenly Rock suppressing ancient tablet has been worried that Yu Long would break free from the seal anytime soon. It has been praying for heaven creating divine king to return, but now, Yu Long has been killed. He never expected the heaven-creating divine king's descendant to solve the problem that has been around since the three divine kings aged so easily. But as a matter of fact, Yi Tianyun easily won because he had already drained Yu Long's spiritual energy dry. The lack of spiritual energy weakened the Heavenly Soul divine tool, and as a result, Yu Long finally died with Yi Tianyun's strongest attack yet. I finally killed him, Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. Now that Yu Long was gone, Yi Tianyun could relax a little, at least until the evil spirit race raided the three realms again. Yi Tianyun knew that Yu Long's desperate ordeal earlier had some truth to it. If the evil spirit race in their homeland somehow sensed Yu Long had been killed, they could expedite their attack to the three realms. However, it didn't matter for Yi Tianyun right now. The only thing that he could do right now was lead the three realms to a better future by making sure that everyone would be able to cultivate as fast as they could to help Yi Tianyun later if a war with the evil spirit race broke loose. At the same time, in an area far from the three realms, a group of powerful evil spirit race was wearing a full equipment set. One of the cultivators in the group was even wearing a whole divine tool rank equipment. Demon god Yu Long has died. Furthermore, demon god Suo Te and Suo Jie also died with him. This kind of thing has never happened before. They should have conquered the three realms right about now. This can't be happening, the cultivator with a full divine tool rank equipment said with a frown on his face. We are sorry, Army General Long Te. It seems they have encountered unexpected difficulties over there. One of the soldiers said respectfully. The king has already thought things through. There is no way anyone would be able to kill demon god Yu Long over there. Is it possible that other factions have made their move as well? But it doesn't matter. We still have to conquer that area as soon as possible, Army General Long Te said coldly. In fact, the entire hall felt the chilling atmosphere as they heard Army General Long Te's word. Immediately, a huge spirit ship was deployed to the void hastily. Chapter 853. After Yu Long died, the heavenly rock-suppressing ancient tablet didn't have to remain in this place anymore, so it followed Yi Tianyun and became his divine tool. After all is said and done, heavenly rock-suppressing divine ancient tablet was a good divine tool. It was a middle-grade divine tool and had its own tool spirit, which was undoubtedly more useful than any divine tool that didn't possess any tool spirit. Yi Tianyun then returned to Heavenly Cloud's imperial city, handling the situation at hand according to the current situation. No one knew that the most powerful evil spirit race cultivator on the three realms had been killed recently by Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun himself didn't even bother telling anyone about his accomplishment as it didn't make any sense to him to do so. Most people didn't even know about the existence of Yu Long, and they would be at a loss if he suddenly bragged about it now. This time, the evil spirit race has finally gone for good from the mortal world. Yi Tianyun said as he sat down relaxedly. Thankfully, killing Yu Long wasn't part of his quest. Otherwise, it would only be completed after he killed Yu Long, which was not good. Now, the ghost world has begun exterminating the evil spirit race, and Yi Tianyun only had to wait for more progress. Furthermore, the ancient netherworld divine nation and the phoenix race have begun forming alliances in the ghost world too. The alliance in ghost world was formed smoothly compared to the mortal world as the power balance in the ghost world was clearer than the mortal world. If everything worked out as Yi Tianyun planned, he would be leveling up in the near future. Now, all that's left is the heaven world, Yi Tianyun murmured to himself. Mortal world and ghost world should be fine on their own for now, as the cultivator on these worlds will drive the evil spirit race away themselves, but now Yi Tianyun didn't have a firm ground to stand on the heaven world. He has indeed destroyed so many divine nations by helping sealing heaven divine nation in the past, but it was a groundless term to create an alliance. Teleport, Yi Tianyun said as he disappeared from the spot and reappeared in sealing heaven imperial city. The teleportation god stone was so convenient, and it was the best transportation method for moving across the realms. Yi Tianyun immediately noticed that the imperial city was very busy. His grandfather and parents were also busy with the faction's business, as the sealing heaven divine nation seemed to have just received a lot of new cultivators. This was a normal response, as sealing heaven divine nation has decimated numbers of other divine nations. So, Yi Tianyun quickly flashed towards the study hall in the main tower and knocked on the door gently. Yi Yuanlong, who was working inside, looked up and saw Yi Tianyun coming inside. Tianyun, you are back, Yi Yuanlong said excitedly as he finally saw his grandson again. Grandfather, I am back, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But this time, I have something to discuss with you, Yi Tianyun said respectfully. Is it about the alliance? Yi Yuanlong knowingly said as he had already received the news about Yi Tianyun's endeavor in the ghost world and mortal world, albeit not too detailed. It seems grandfather has already inquired the news about the three realms. Yi Tianyun said as he wasn't surprised that his grandfather already knew about the alliance. Well, our messenger comes to a lot of places, Yi Yuanlong said with a smile on his face. The sealing heaven divine nation obviously had many people around the three realms, be it their own messenger or the people that could be trusted. Furthermore, as Yi Yuanlong already knew about his own grandson, he wanted to know what his grandson had done in the three realms. His information about Yi Tianyun that has unified the mortal world itself came as a little bit of surprise to Yi Yuanlong, as he didn't expect his grandson to be such a prominent figure. I have come to heaven world this time to discuss that alliance and about our sealing heaven divine nation serving as the leader of the alliance. Yi Tianyun said as he took out a storage ring and put it on the table. This storage ring is full of evil spirit necklace, which will make it easier to detect the existence of the evil spirit race. Although we have the 10 stars staring down the heaven world, it couldn't overseer the entire heaven world at the same time. It was necessary for people living here on the heaven world to exterminate the evil spirit race with us. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yi Tianyun didn't show any mercy towards the evil spirit race. It might seem cruel and tyrannical, but it was necessary to eliminate an evil existence like that completely. I already knew about this necklace, and it does seem to do the trick. But, even though our sealing heaven-divine nation has received prestige over the year, it is still difficult to convince people to join the alliance while we act as the leader of the alliance. Yi Yuanlong said solemnly. There is no reason to be meek now, grandfather. Sealing heaven-divine nation has me. I already killed one of the ancestors of that evil spirit race. There is no need for us to prove ourselves anymore. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. What? How did you do that? Yi Yuanlong asked as he was startled by Yi Tianyun's claim. You need not bother yourself about such a trivial matter. In short, we don't have to convince any faction to join our alliance. Once we started killing the evil spirit race, they would flock to us on their own accord. As for those who aren't willing to cooperate, it's safe to say that their faction has been managed by the evil spirit race all along. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. That is a good idea. I will work it out immediately. Yi Yuanlong said as he took the storage ring on the table. But still, he was shocked that Yi Tianyun managed to kill the ancestor of the evil spirit race that had the demon god as their name. It was clear that Yi Tianyun had already reached the divine king stage and who dared to refuse the offer of a divine king. Yi Yuanlong immediately dispatched the diplomatic envoy to the factions throughout heaven world to promote the alliance. As expected, there were many factions that felt ridiculed by the notion that sealing heaven divine nation would become the leader of the alliance. What is this? Are you saying we should join an alliance with sealing heaven divine nation as the leader of that said alliance, and we should take instruction from them too? One of the holy king of a faction asked as he felt ridiculed. Yes, the sealing heaven holy king inquires us about it. The diplomatic envoy said with respect, but they couldn't help but sweat a little. This is impossible. It would be a different story if we're talking about the past sealing heaven divine nation, but their power is so much weaker now. The holy king said annoyedly, but before he could say anything else, a blast was heard far away from their place. The holy king immediately ran outside and saw 10 stars looming down from the sky above a hill near their place, shooting divine thunder down and blasting the hill. The sky's color immediately changed as the ground shook. It was clear that the 10 stars was so powerful that it wasn't an option to resist. Chapter 854. The 10 stars kept revving up its power, throwing lightning and thunder in every direction. The day that was supposed to be sunny immediately darkened as everything was covered with thunder clouds. People couldn't do a thing as they were afraid to be struck by lightning at any moment. They have never felt such intense pressure like this, even though many of them were at Saint King's stage cultivation base. I am sealing heaven divine nation's second elder. I believe that the heaven world has already become the breeding ground for the evil spirit race, which is worse than any demonic monster. I am sure that your divine nation has records of them. They are the reason why the 3 realms were at odds with each other and why the 3 divine kings left our realms in search of new power. Yi Tianyun confidently said as he flew in the sky with his image magnified by the power of the 10 stars. They are a despicable monster that cultivates by eating us, taking our bloodline power for themselves. It is time for us to form an alliance led by sealing heaven divine nation to take down these evil spirit race from the heaven world. Yi Tianyun continued his speech. We promise everyone that we wouldn't manipulate the alliance for our own gains. We want heaven world to support each other. As for the reason why the sealing heaven divine nation has to become the leader is simple, that is because I am here with them. Yi Tianyun confidently said as he showed off the power of 10 stars behind him. A dazzling light came from the 10 stars and illuminated Yi Tianyun majestically. Everyone was startled by Yi Tianyun's sudden majestic entrance that they couldn't even respond to any of Yi Tianyun's words. Most people, especially the leaders of each faction, they knew how dangerous the power of the 10 stars really was. It could destroy any imperial city on the heaven world with ease. This meant that sealing heaven divine nation could destroy them for refusing to cooperate with them. It was clear that sealing heaven divine nation would use the 10 stars power as a negotiating piece for their goals. Soon, the black clouds dispersed, and the sky became bright and sunny once more as if nothing happened. Many leaders of faction in Heaven World shook their heads and wiped the cold sweat on their faces. They knew that they could no longer ignore the divine envoy from sealing heaven divine nation that knocked on their door. Are you ready to sign the agreement? The divine envoy broke the silence. This is a very common alliance agreement. You won't lose anything, but everyone's presence is mandatory when requested. The divine envoy said confidently. The divine envoy finally understood why the Holy King asked them to relay such an important message to other divine nations. It seems the other divine nation wouldn't be able to reject this offer anyway. Surely, the divine nation that chose not to join the alliance earlier now changed their mind and immediately let the divine envoy know that they would surely join the alliance. Tianyun looked upon the situation with a smile on his face. Surely, strength was far more important than anything else. Successfully created an alliance with myriad beast divine nation. Reward: 18 billion express, 500.000 CPs, 500.000 mastery points. Tianyun's notification immediately flared as many divine nations joined his alliance. Empires and any faction below that grade immediately joined the alliance without questioning, as they knew that they weren't strong enough to demand anything. Surely, Tianyun was very satisfied by this development. It doesn't matter what the others have. As long as we have absolute power, it would be very hard to decline any offer. Tianyun said to himself. Surely, he already knew all of this, and now, the evil spirit race has been driven to the corner on the heaven world too. His reason to show off the power of the 10 stars was also for the cause of sealing heaven divine nation. Tianyun didn't want the problem with his heavenly clouds empire to repeat again in sealing heaven divine nation. It was best to take some precautions before other divine nations could complain and demand unnecessary things. The fact was, not only the other nation that was shocked by the power that Tianyun displayed, even the sealing heaven divine nation itself was also shocked by the terrifying power that Tianyun showed. It was stronger than the power that Tianyun once showed when he destroyed the alliance of divine nations that swarmed sealing heaven divine nation in the past. After Tianyun was done showing off the power of the 10 stars, he returned to sealing heaven palace, and Yuanlong greeted him excitedly. The divine nations will join us soon, and it's all thanks to you. Yuanlong said excitedly. Grandfather, I already promised you that it will go smoothly, didn't I? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. But, are you sure that the evil spirit race would attack us soon enough? Yuanlong asked curiously. Yes, they would make their move soon enough. Tianyun said solemnly. This was his responsibility to shoulder, as no one really knew about the cruelty of the evil spirit race anymore. Furthermore, he was the only one that had the power to eradicate the evil spirit race from the 3 realms. Surely, it would help him a lot if the other divine nations and cultivators could grow in power quickly. I am ashamed to see you are working even harder than your elder. Yuanlong said with a sad expression on his face. This is nothing, grandfather. I am just doing what I can. Tianyun smiled to assure Yuanlong. He already committed to minimizing the death caused by the evil spirit race on the 3 realms. The alliance itself was his way to make sure that no one died helplessly. Now, he could give the necklace to detect the evil spirit race without anyone ignoring it. Completed main quest: unifying the ghost world. Eradicate all evil spirit race from the ghost world. Reward: 60 billion express, 6 million CPs, 800.000 SPs, Ghost World King title. Ghost World King title. Amplify damage 10 times in Ghost World. Successfully taken main quest: unifying heaven world. Eradicate all evil spirit race from the heaven world. Reward on completion: 60 billion express, 6 million CPs, 800.000 SPs, Heaven World King title. He got the same quest, albeit different realms. But now Tianyun knew that the unification of the ghost world was complete, and there was no trace of evil spirit race over there. It was a lot faster than the unification of the mortal world too, but for now, Tianyun had to focus all his attention on the heaven world, as it was still unknown how strong the evil spirit race over there was. Chapter 855. Ghost World finally gets rid of the evil spirit race. Tianyun sighed as he wished the heaven world was as efficient as the ghost world regarding this matter, so that he could finally move on to a new quest. But from the looks of it, the heaven world wouldn't be able to get rid of the evil spirit race as fast as the ghost world, as he already witnessed how power hungry the cultivators in the heaven world were. But since the heaven world wasn't dominated by the evil spirit race, or at least it wasn't noticeable, the heaven world was in a stable state. This wasn't exactly a good thing for Yi Tianyun, as it would be difficult to unite the heaven world if there were no sense of crisis. The ghost world had the ancient netherworld divine tower that demonstrated how bad the evil spirit race really was, but what was the trigger for heaven world? If there were nothing out there that let the people of heaven world know about the danger of the evil spirit race, they would be hesitant to make a move. But he wouldn't be the one that would think about the method of the unification now, as he left it in the hands of sealing heaven-divine nation. Now, Yi Tianyun just had to wait for the main quest to finish on its own. After some time passed, the alliance was reaching stagnation as some divine nation refused to join the alliance. This was within expectation, as a peaceful time would cause most factions to think that this world revolved around them. Even so, Yi Tianyun didn't force them to join, as it was better if they joined on their own accord than being forced. Yi Tianyun already had a plan for this kind of faction, and that was to lure them in using gifts. The sealing heaven divine nation immediately carried out Yi Tianyun's plan and utilized several great martial arts as a gift that Yi Tianyun had already prepared beforehand. Many divine nations finally caved in and joined the alliance in order to get their hands on these martial arts, but some still stubbornly declined the offer. Yi Tianyun could only sigh, as he wouldn't bother saving these divine nations later if the evil spirit race started gnawing them from the shadow. A month passed, and the alliance progress had almost reached completion. We are almost finished, but we still have to convince one more faction to call it complete. The thing is, they are still stubborn as hell, Yi Yuanlong said as he laid out the map of the heaven world that was already marked with the territory of the alliance member. Which faction are you talking about right now? Yi Tianyun said as he stood up. Yi Tianyun has immersed himself in refining tools and alchemy to make sure he remained productive while waiting during the past month. He used his free time to practice his skills to increase their proficiency, even if just a little. He wanted to upgrade his alchemy to creator level as well. Although he had enough mastery point to upgrade his alchemy, he chose to wait and see in case he needed the point for something more urgent later. It was the Dragon Clan. They are a strong force on Heaven World that occupies a large area, but no cultivators are allowed to enter without permission. And they have been turning away our divine envoy from the beginning. Yi Yuanlong said with a sigh. They are basically a loner that wants to be left alone, but we need their strength to fight the evil spirit race in the future. Yi Yuanlong said annoyedly. This was understandable. Just like the Phoenix clan in the ghost world that completely shut themselves off from any cultivator in the ghost world in the past, the Dragon Clan also shut themselves off from the Heaven world, as they were a proud clan. They were proud of their own blood over other clans. Furthermore, their blood was used as a cultivation enhancer by the other races, which really bothered them. Dragon Clan, they sure are annoying to deal with. How about the history of the demonic race war in the past? Did they contribute and help the three divine kings in the past? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. According to the record, the Dragon Clan has a very good relationship with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation and contribute a lot during the war, but after the war, they gradually lost touch with us. Yi Yuanlong said with a sigh. I understand their train of thought, though. They are a powerful race that doesn't need anyone to protect them. Yi Tianyun said as he nodded his head knowingly while pouring some tea for himself with a calm expression. It seems we have to give up on asking them to join the alliance soon. I don't know of any other way to ask them to join our alliance right now. Yi Yuanlong sighed once again while pouring tea for himself too. No, that is not completely true. I will go to the Dragon Clan myself. Yi Tianyun said as he sipped his tea leisurely. What? There is no need for that. You don't have to destroy them just because they reject our offer. They have already done much in the past. It would be such a shame to antagonize them like that. Yi Yuanlong said worriedly. Grandfather, did you think I am that cruel of a person that would destroy anything that denied me? Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Well, Yi Yuanlong couldn't find the right word to answer. He had known Yi Tianyun to be a willful kid that forced the enemy to submit with brute force. He actually thought that Yi Tianyun would suppress the Dragon Clan and scared them to join the alliance. It's alright, I will go to the Dragon Clan to see their current situation. I want to know why they didn't want to join our alliance personally. Yi Tianyun casually said as if it was no big deal. If it were that simple, we would have already done that much. The Dragon Clan has always been a closed-off and powerful clan. Even if they aren't included on the Divine Nation rank on Heaven World, they are one of the most powerful factions on Heaven World. Yi Yuanlong said worriedly. That is where the problem lies. We are supposed to have a good relationship with them. So, it was a simple question of why they didn't want to help us now. I guess that they have their own big problem right now. Probably, they weren't as powerful as they were back then right now. They might seem strong, but they might have hidden the fact that they are weak right now. They might reject our offer because they couldn't afford to send help themselves. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. This is normal for a faction as proud as the Dragon Clan. Although they know that they have a good relationship with sealing heaven-defying nation, they couldn't just expose their own problem as they couldn't risk any threat from the outside. Yi Tianyun said confidently. Yi Yuanlong was speechless as he realized that Yi Tianyun's words were credible. He would also do the same thing if sealing heaven-defying nation faced the same problem. Yi Yuanlong started to think and wonder about Dragon Clan's reason for rejecting the alliance, and Yi Tianyun's words made the most sense out of it all. Chapter 856. Yi Tianyun immediately made a preparation before going to the Dragon Clan's territory as he wanted to see what happened to the Dragon Clan right now. Closing their territory off from anyone usually was a bad sign as it was a precursor to some big problem. With the sealing heaven-defying king's memory that he got in the past, he concurred that the Dragon Clan was a strong ally that he must have in the future war against the evil spirit race. This proved how sealing heaven-defying king had taken good care of the Dragon Clan before he disappeared. Dragon Clan was a proud clan. There is no way they would forget and betray sealing heaven-defying king's expectation like this. This was Yi Tianyun's personal reason to go to Dragon Clan's territory as soon as possible. So, without further ado, Yi Tianyun headed towards Dragon Continent, the territory of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Continent was one of the best cultivation sites in the entire heaven world. There was a lot of precious material that could only be found here on the Dragon Continent. This was also why many desperate people came sneaking inside the Dragon Continent to search for spiritual medicine material and treasures that could change their lives. But once they got caught by the Dragon Clan, it was basically the end for them. The Dragon Clan might be closed off, but they still made trades with other factions and merchants as long as they were willing to do it in front of the gate, not inside the Dragon Continent itself. This continent looks good, Yi Tianyun said as he finally arrived at the vicinity of the Dragon Continent. The continent itself looked pretty strange as it was a circle of land surrounded by the sea. It looked artificial, not naturally formed at all. But it wasn't a huge continent at all. It was rather small compared to other continents. Then again, the only faction here was just the Dragon Clan. They wouldn't need a huge continent for themselves anyway. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan itself was like the Phoenix Clan. They didn't copulate often, and as a result, a newborn was rare. Their population would only consist of a few hundred to several thousand people at most. Yi Tianyun took a look at the panoramic view that the Dragon Continent offered. It was certainly beautiful, and then he saw the main gate of Dragon Continent that was being guarded by several Dragon Clan experts. They all were at Void Spirit Stage Cultivation Base. It might look scary if the guards of the outermost part of the continent had such a high cultivation base, but the problem right now was that the inner part might not be that powerful either. So, Yi Tianyun knew that he had to see it for himself. So, he immediately flew down, approaching the main gate without any hesitation. The guards immediately stopped him and looked at him with alert in their eyes. What did you want with the Dragon Clan, newcomer? The guard asked cautiously. They all pointed their spears towards Yi Tianyun as a warning that they would attack if Yi Tianyun made a wrong move. I want an audience with the Dragon King. I have something to convey. Yi Tianyun said confidently. You might want to do that, but we don't want that, so you can just leave before we are forced to be rude. The guard said coldly. Yi Tianyun looked at them without saying anything and then turned around and started to fly away from the main gate. But Yi Tianyun didn't exactly give up on entering the Dragon Continent, no. He just turned around far enough so that the guards could lower their guard down and then stealthily entered the continent after concealing his aura. He wouldn't be found so easily unless there was any powerful divine king in the continent that remained on guard at all times. True enough, Yi Tianyun could easily pass the main gate, and into the Dragon Continent he went. He quickly looked around and used his spiritual sense to gain an overview of the Dragon Continent. He found out that there were a lot of Dragon Clan guards patrolling around to prevent any invaders from entering their land. However, the forest here was engraved by a lot of divine rune, and Yi Tianyun immediately knew that it was the creation of heaven creating divine king. Now, It was clear that heaven-creating divine king had a good relationship with the dragon clan. Otherwise, heaven-creating divine king wouldn't help them with divine rune great array this complicated. As he continued to delve deeper into the continent, he finally saw many small villages and dragon clansmen inside. The villages themselves were scattered around the continent so that the dragon clan could manage the entire continent. The Dragon City, which was the capital of the dragon clan territory, was located in the center of the continent. In the Dragon City, a giant dragon statue was erected to mark the era of the true dragon. It was the same dragon statue as the ones on the coiling dragon cave in the mortal world, but the dragon statue on the Dragon City was far bigger than the one in the coiling dragon cave. Tianyun also saw that the dragon statue served as a prayer statue or some sort as many dragon clansmen stopped to bow and walked respectfully in front of it. This place is still thriving, Tianyun said as he began to explore deeper into the Dragon City. The dragon clan's situation wasn't as bad as he expected as the dragon clan was thriving, but it wasn't as good as any top divine nation. The main reason for that was the dragon clan didn't have a good spiritual energy on them. It looks like the power was drained from their land. This is weird. The spiritual power in this area seems to be depleting, Tianyun curiously said as he glanced around aimlessly. He immediately used his appraisal eye, and sure enough, he detected that the spiritual power of this place had been exhausted. But Tianyun noticed some stranger things that happened in this city, which was the fact that the dragon clan willingly discharged their spiritual power and left themselves on the edge of spiritual exhaustion. Tianyun teleported deeper into the Dragon City and reappeared in front of Giant Dragon Hall. He immediately went inside and noticed that the spiritual power released by the dragon clan outside started to gather inside this place. Sure enough, he felt a mass of energy raging inside the Giant Dragon Hall, threatening to break out at any moment. Tianyun used his spiritual sense to gain as much information as he needed inside the Giant Dragon Hall and was immediately startled as he finally realized what was going on inside. It turned out they are also here, plaguing the land, Tianyun said as the necklace on his neck started to glow red, indicating that there was evil spirit race nearby. Now, Tianyun knew for sure that the Giant Dragon Hall was a nest for evil spirit race. Chapter 857. After passing the aisle, Tianyun saw a group of dragon clan experts, all of which demonstrated their dragonic strength towards the Great Array. With their dragon power, the Great Array shone dazzlingly while a teenager in the middle of the Great Array kept absorbing all the dragon spiritual energy that the Great Array received. There was a middle-aged man on the side, constantly controlling the dragon strength that flowed into the teenager to ease the process, but sometimes black energy leaked from the Great Array. Your struggle is futile. This kid's body would be mine. The more you try to save this kid by sending your dragonic energy, the more power I gain. The black mist from the black energy suddenly talked while laughing out loud. Dragon King, either kill your son or give his body to me. The black mist shouted triumphantly. This demon, I didn't expect you to lurk so deep inside our territory. If I didn't find you back then, you would have infiltrated successfully for sure. Dragon King said coldly, you are already too late. I have taken your son from my body possession technique. The black mist shouted as it emerged from the teenager's body while laughing. Evil spirit race had the power to possess someone else's body for themselves as long as the body had the right aptitude to receive their spiritual energy. In addition, the body had to be a lot weaker than the evil spirit race itself as they couldn't handle the retaliation from inside the body. Dragon King looked at the teenager with mixed feelings as he couldn't give up on his son. The mother of the child was on the side, looking at her son with tears in her eyes. You damn demon, get out of my child's body. The mother shouted angrily. Don't you think this is the best possible situation for me? If I take your son's body, I will become the next Dragon King, won't I? But it was unfortunate that you discovered me too soon. The evil spirit race said while laughing. Despite laughing contently, he knew that he couldn't escape this place even if he wanted to as there were so many experts lying in wait all over the place. Father, mother, just kill me. I don't want this demon to possess my body. The teenager shouted as he tried his best to resist the demonic influence. No, I will drive out the garbage out from you, Dragon King said as he kept controlling the energy that was being channeled into the Great Array, trying to pull the evil spirit race from his son's body. The dragon clan all over the city kept channeling their energy into the Great Array, trying to aid their king however they could. This was the reason why so many dragon clan cultivators were on the verge of exhaustion outside of the palace. This was also the reason why the guards were being strict lately, as there was no way their king could have an audience with anyone right now. Tianyun's prediction was correct. There was a big problem inside the dragon clan, even though he never expected that problem to be the evil spirit race themselves. But if the most secure area in Dragon Clan's territory in Heaven World has been infiltrated by the evil spirit race, there was no telling whether the rest of the Dragon Clan that was scattered all around Heaven World was safe or not. As the Dragon King kept pulling the evil spirit race's soul out of his son's body, the son's face contorted in pain as it was his own soul that was being pulled out of his body. Do it a little stronger. So when our soul split and torn, your son will become a fool. The Black Mist laughed once more. He wasn't afraid of dying as he had to be bold to attack the three realms. Dragon King himself became desperate as he really wanted to save his son in one piece. The Dragon King's cultivation itself wasn't low at all, reaching the second layer Divine King stage, which was the first Divine King cultivator that Tianyun ever saw aside from the evil spirit race cultivator. Tianyun thought that the three realms no longer had any Divine King left, but it turned out the Dragon King was a Divine King cultivator. The Dragon King could become the ruler of the three realms if he wanted it, but the Dragon Clan didn't have such an ambition. But now, they faced danger because of the evil spirit race. Don't worry about the evil spirit race. I will help out your son, Tianyun said as he suddenly revealed himself to everyone. Who are you? People started to ask questions in vigilance as their attention suddenly shifted to Tianyun. The guards immediately came around and pointed their weapons towards Tianyun. They never expected that a human could sneak into their territory like this. They had the duty to kill any invader, and now, they would prove themselves useful in front of their king. Stop! Dragon King shouted. The guards immediately abode and held their ground. However, the human never showed any fear or any emotion at all. It was as if the human wasn't even concerned about the guard's presence. You said that you can help my son, right? What makes you think I will trust your word? Dragon King asked Tianyun coldly. Just trust me on this one, Tianyun said as he released some of heaven-creating Divine King's power. The Dragon King narrowed his eyes but sighed afterward. Put down your weapons. He is not an enemy. Dragon King ordered the guards motioned for them to return to their position. The Dragon King knew about heaven-creating Divine King and thus dispersed his hostility towards Tianyun. The guards still had their doubts, but they couldn't disobey their king's word. The guards were familiar with heaven-creating Divine Rune's power as all the Divine Runes throughout the Dragon Continent were created by heaven-creating Divine Rune, but then again, the human looked very suspicious. I am sorry to intrude like this, Dragon King. The guards didn't let me in, so I have no choice but to get in with my own way, Tianyun said as he apologized to the Dragon King. It's all right, but what makes you come here today, descendant of heaven-creating Divine King? Dragon King wondered. I believe this is not the time for us to discuss that matter. Let me solve your problem for you first, and then we can talk, Tianyun said as he turned his attention towards young Master Long, the son of the Dragon King. I am sorry for the trouble, Dragon King said as his eyes flashed with hope. Chapter 858. Once they learned that Tianyun was the descendant of heaven-creating Divine King, their attitude immediately changed. They wanted to prove that they were still loyal towards heaven-creating Divine King and wouldn't turn their back to his demand. Tianyun smiled and walked up to the Great Array casually. Stop, the Great Array won't let you come inside that easily, Dragon King shouted as he realized what Tianyun was about to do. He didn't want the descendant of heaven-creating Divine King to be injured by their Great Array. But Tianyun didn't stop and went inside the Great Array casually. The Dragon King closed his eyes as he was too afraid to see the damage the Great Array would cause, but as he noticed there was a fluctuation of energy in the air, he opened his eyes and saw that the Great Array's energy didn't affect Tianyun at all. In fact, everyone else in the room was surprised that the Great Array didn't attack the human that walked into the Great Array. They began to feel hope once again. Oh, so you would help the arrogant Dragon Clan? You want to drag me out of this body? Well, knock yourself out, the Black Mist that is the evil spirit race said while laughing out loud. You are quite strong for an evil spirit race cultivator. I see that you are at least at Saint King stage cultivation, but how did you get to possess this child's body? Tianyun asked as he was in no rush. And why would I tell you about this? Evil spirit race said sarcastically. I speculated that it began to possess longer when he went out to practice on Heaven Abyss Forest. We found him fainted on the forest ground while all the guards that came with him were dead. We didn't expect something this disgusting would lurk inside my son's body. The Dragon King said with a frown on his face. The Dragon King obviously knew his son's schedule, and deduced that was the only possible time where his son might come across the evil spirit race, and that only time was the time that his son was attacked and fainted at the forest floor on Heaven Abyss Forest. So, your base in Heaven World is on the Heaven Abyss Forest. Well, this is great. There would be no place for your evil spirit race to hide anymore. Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Idiot, did you think we're hiding in Heaven Abyss Forest? Just go there and take a look for yourself. The evil spirit race shouted while laughing hard. Don't worry, even if your base isn't there, I will find it. I will turn the entire Heaven world upside down to get rid of garbage like you. Tianyun said with a huge smile on his face. I already killed Demon God Long Yu, Suo Zhe, and Suo Te in Ghost World. You can guess my cultivation level yourself, but none of you would pose a threat for me. Tianyun said menacingly. No, that is impossible. The evil spirit race shouted in horror after hearing the name Tianyun spouted. It was clear that the evil spirit race would know the name of their experts, despite being sent to a different realm. There is nothing impossible for me, you trash. You will soon reunite with them in hell. Tianyun said as he reached forward and grabbed the evil spirit race's soul and began pulling it out of Longer's body. But as Tianyun began pulling the evil spirit race's soul out, young Master Long began to scream in pain as his soul was connected with the evil spirit race's soul. Longer. The mother saw her child screaming in pain and began to hesitate as she knew that it was dangerous for her son to forcefully rip out the soul of the evil spirit race out of her son's body. The Dragon King immediately stopped the mother as he knew that it wasn't something that they could decide anymore. This is our only hope to get our son back, the Dragon King said assuringly. Although he had only met Tianyun just now, he knew that he could trust Tianyun with all his being. After all, they knew that their method would fail eventually. Now, if Tianyun also failed, then their son was truly beyond saving. It's useless. Your method is no different than theirs. In the end, it was just another stupid attempt to uproot me. The evil spirit race screamed in pain while also laughing in contempt. He surely didn't mind bringing the Dragon Clan's next king down along with him as it would disrupt their plan. Don't worry, I am not as stupid as you, Tianyun said as he pulled out the evil spirit divine sword from his storage ring. The Dragon King was startled as he knew that cutting a soul with a weapon was the same as killing the host, but to his surprise, Tianyun didn't cut the soul that he was pulling. The evil spirit divine sword suddenly emitted a black light that was so intense the soul of the evil spirit race began to be pulled out without bringing the soul of young Master Long. In an instant, a black ball was floating in the air, completely separated from young Master Long's body. So, what will you do now? Tianyun said as he grabbed the evil spirit race soul in the air indifferently. No, how can you cut my soul clean out of my host? The evil spirit race began to shout in disbelief. You don't have to know about such a thing, Tianyun said coldly before turning his attention to the Dragon King. Now, this is the soul of the trash that was trying to take over your son's body. I will let you do whatever you want with it, Tianyun said as he threw the soul lightly towards the Dragon King. At the same time, the great array immediately dispersed as it no longer had the need to contain the evil spirit race. Everyone was surprised that Tianyun did what they had been trying to accomplish. For a long time so easily. They couldn't cut the evil spirit race's soul out of young Master Long's body as the soul was connected to each other, but Tianyun's sword could do it so easily. Yes, it was all thanks to the evil spirit divine sword, a divine tool that had the ability to freely manipulate the soul around it. Surely, the sword wouldn't have any problem splitting a soul in two. It was really fortunate for him that he got such a divine tool from the evil spirit race that he killed in the past, but it was really an irony for the evil spirit race that they were being killed by their own treasure. Chapter 859. Thank you very much, the Dragon King said gratefully. But still, the Dragon King was hoping that he would be able to reward Tianyun fairly later as gratitude alone wasn't enough. Tianyun has saved his son's soul, and that was even more important than his own status as the king. Young Master Long himself fainted on the ground as he had already endured grueling torture. His mother, however, immediately ran over and picked up her son after seeing her son collapse. He is fine, he just needs a rest since he was exhausted from all this ordeal, Tianyun said next to young Master Long. Thank you very much, Dragon Mother said as she carried her son to his room to rest. The Dragon King looked over at Yi Tianyun and invited him to stay in the territory indefinitely while still holding onto the evil spirit race soul in his hand. Would you like to stay here for a while? Dragon King asked Yi Tianyun respectfully. Of course, I am not in a hurry. And I also have something that I need to discuss with you, Dragon King. Furthermore, it seems there is more evil spirit race around here. Yi Tianyun said casually as the necklace on his neck was still glowing red, signifying that there was evil spirit race hiding inside the Dragon Clan city. What, are you sure about this? Dragon King asked as he was puzzled by Yi Tianyun's word. Yes, I don't know where they were, but I think I will be able to solve this matter by myself, of course, if you don't mind. Yi Tianyun said casually. I am grateful if you do. Dragon King respectfully said as he couldn't even do anything to the evil spirit race that tried to possess his son. It was safe to say that Yi Tianyun did heaven-creating Divine King and sealing Heaven-Divine King's responsibility in their stead as he needed to exterminate all evil spirit race. As Yi Tianyun had already received permission from the Dragon King himself, he immediately rushed towards one of the elders and grabbed one aggressively. What are you doing? The elder shouted nervously. You have the soul of the evil spirit race with you. I will help you separate yourself from it. Yi Tianyun said coldly as a black light burst out from Yi Tianyun's eyes and entered the elder's eye. The elder immediately screamed agonizingly before a dark soul emerged from his mouth. How did you find me? The evil spirit race soul screamed in horror. His soul was weak, and logically, no one should be able to detect him. Everyone else's face in the room immediately turned sour as they thought that young Master Long was the only one being possessed, but it turned out that wasn't the case. You don't have to know about how I do things, Yi Tianyun said with a smirk on his face before cleaving the evil spirit race's soul in two, killing the evil spirit race completely. Yi Tianyun didn't stop there and rushed towards another person before doing the exact same thing again, yanking another evil spirit race soul out before killing them with the evil spirit divine sword. Yi Tianyun did it over and over again. The Dragon King himself was left in shock as it turned out so many of his men were possessed by this evil spirit race. I am almost done. I have to search for them throughout the city after this, but I think they were all gone. Yi Tianyun said as he looked over to the Dragon King. Why are there so many people being possessed by the evil spirit race over here? If I am not here, your Dragon Clan would be in a lot of trouble. Yi Tianyun asked curiously to the Dragon King. I don't know about this either. They somehow managed to lay low, and I couldn't detect them. But how could you detect them? Dragon King asked curiously. I am just relying on this necklace. As long as it glows red, it means the evil spirit race is close. Yi Tianyun said as he pointed to his necklace. I have heard about this necklace before, but I didn't expect that's how it works. It's fortunate for us that you come here today. Our clan would be forever grateful to you. Dragon King said respectfully. Don't thank me yet, let us deal with this problem first. Yi Tianyun said as he pulled out a storage ring and handed it over to Dragon King's hand. There is a lot of necklaces inside. Feel free to hand them to your men and have them solve their own problems. As long as we can find them in time, there is no need for me to make a move as it would be easily be dealt with. Yi Tianyun said casually. Alright, I gladly accept. Now I will deal with this matter first, but still, I don't know how to thank you for all this. The Dragon King said ashamedly. I am Yi Tianyun, the descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King, and now I am the second elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Yi Tianyun said as he introduced himself thoroughly. Descendant of Sealing Heaven Divine King and the second elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. So, you are the one that has been suppressing most of the Divine Nation on the Heaven world all this time? The Dragon King asked curiously. Yes, it is me indeed, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. It was really a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be a man of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Our countries have always had a good relationship with each other. We are sorry that we couldn't heed your call earlier as we have a problem of our own. But since you already solved our problem for us, there is no more reason for us to be estranged. The Dragon King said with a smile on his face. But really, I heard that the second elder of Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was very powerful, but I didn't expect him to be little brother Yi. You are really amazing, the Dragon King said while laughing enthusiastically. Well, sure was nice to be revered, but now that we have a spare time on our hands, let's talk about the alliance once again. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Sure, I will fix a room for you to rest here, little brother Yi. Once I am done ordering the elders to distribute the necklace, I will come and find you. The Dragon King said as he snapped his finger, calling some deacon to fix a room for Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun immediately followed the deacons and took a small break in his room while waiting for the Dragon King to handle his problems. After a few days, Dragon King finally knocked on Yi Tianyun's door with a big smile on his face. Little brother Yi, this necklace is amazing. It was so easy to find the evil spirit race with it. Dragon King said enthusiastically. The necklace's precision is really high, too, as it will only glow red if the evil spirit race is close by, and it would glow more intensely if the user got closer to the evil spirit race. Under normal circumstances, this necklace wouldn't make any mistake. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I am grateful for little brother Yi for saving our dragon clan. Now, let us talk about the alliance that little brother Yi spearheaded. Dragon King said with excitement on his face. Chapter 860. Yes, I am here to form an alliance with you. I have heard that our factions have always been in good terms, and it's reasonable to form an alliance based on that fact alone. When I heard that our messenger was rejected, I knew that something must have happened here, so I decided to come here on my own. I didn't expect the evil spirit race has already invaded this land too. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Yes, I never expected the evil spirit race would invade in such a way too. I found so many of our men had fainted, even though no one attacked them then. When I started investigating this matter, the problem began to occur to my own son. They want to gradually replace our dragon clan with their own. This is completely abhorrent, the Dragon King said aggressively. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood why the evil spirit race wanted to do such a thing. The dragon clan had very high prestige in heaven world, and they also had abundant resources, so it made sense that the evil spirit race wanted to control such treasures. Their body possession had a clear weakness, which was the target must have a weaker cultivation base than their own. In other words, the evil spirit race could only possess a weak cultivator. I agree to form an alliance with only sealing heaven-defying nation. I don't care about any other factions. Dragon King said coldly. He had no other interest to form a relationship with any other faction in heaven world. That is not a problem. We could create an alliance pact between ourselves and then send a messenger to inform each other regarding what is happening in the rest of the world. When the evil spirit race invades our world, we can unite and come up with plans to drive them off our world and annihilate them. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. All right, this is great. Dragon King nodded as he agreed to the alliance with sealing heaven-defying nation. Yi Tianyun knew that the pact that he created with the Dragon Clan would contradict his alliance pact with other factions, but he didn't care about that. If anyone wanted to criticize his decision, they were free to talk about it with him themselves. Yi Tianyun was kind and fair to everyone, but it didn't mean that he would miss the opportunity to form a pact with one of the most powerful factions in heaven world. Now, the only thing that we have to do is to annihilate the evil spirit race that has plagued this realm for a long time. We have to remove them from the heaven world completely. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. That is easy. I myself have a beef with them, and I will also do everything in my power to annihilate them. Now that I have this necklace, they wouldn't be able to escape my sight anymore. Dragon King said excitedly. All right, then I leave this area to you. I will head over to Heaven Abyss Forest to see if there is any remnant of any evil spirit race over there. Although the previous evil spirit race cultivator denied that there is any of them over there, I am still not convinced enough. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The Heaven Abyss Forest is one of the areas that the 10 stars couldn't cover, so it would be a safe haven for the evil spirit race. I also have the same idea, but I still have so many things to do here that I can't come with you. The Dragon King said in a cold manner. He was still angered that the evil spirit race tried to take control of his son and thus wanted revenge, but he still had to make sure that none of his people were possessed by the evil spirit race. He couldn't wait to find the evil spirit race's base in the heaven world to annihilate them all to calm his rage. Dragon King, I will make sure that Heaven Abyss Forest would be rid of the evil spirit race. There is nothing you have to worry about, Yi Tianyun said, confidently. Even if the Dragon King didn't have anything to do, Yi Tianyun preferred to go alone anyway as it would be easier that way. Little brother Yi, I have yet to give you any rewards for saving my son. Dragon King said with a frown on his face. That is not necessary. The 3 realms are in a troubled state, and the Dragon Clan is a great force to reckon with. It is reasonable to say that I owe you a favor by accepting the alliance, so there is no need for any rewards. As a Dragon King, I hope that you will continue to guard the heaven world from any threat in the future. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Well, I can't find words to return. But if you ever need any help from this old Dragon King, all you have to do is ask. Dragon King said as he nodded his head. Yi Tianyun nodded and smiled as his goal to come to Dragon Continent was achieved. Completed side quest, Save the Dragon King's son. Reward, 500 million express, 500.000 CPs, 100.000 mastery point, 100 Dragon Clan favorability point. Yi Tianyun smiled as it was such a hefty reward for such an easy quest. Yi Tianyun immediately left the palace and headed towards the gate, but he soon found a very familiar person among the Dragon clansmen. Yi Tianyun immediately walked towards the familiar person and patted him on the back. I am sorry, but can I ask you a question? Yi Tianyun said hurriedly. Well, if it isn't the benefactor of young Master Long. Is there anything that I can help you with? The person said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun used his appraisal eye and saw that the person was at the third layer Saint King stage, definitely not a weak cultivator at all. But he also found that the man wasn't a complete dragon clan as human bloodline was the dominating force in his body. Do you have a son and a daughter called Ren Long and Ren Jiru? Yi Tianyun asked. Ah, are you acquainted with Longer and Jiru? The man said with a surprised look on his face. Yeah, are you their father? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. The familiarity that he saw on this man was obviously the familiar face of Ren Long. They both were like two peas in a pod as their face was identical to each other. Thus, Yi Tianyun guessed that the man was Ren Long's father. Yes, they are my children, but I don't know what happened to them now. Did they do something rude to you in the past? Ren Filong asked curiously. No, they are fine, but they have been worrying about you as you never returned. Yi Tianyun said casually. Yi Tianyun has already suspected that Ren Long's parents have gone to Heaven World as their cultivation was already too high for Mortal World to contain. We also want to go down to see them again, but we can't do that as the Mortal World rejected us. Ren Filong said helplessly. It's alright, I will go back to Mortal World and convey that you are safe in Heaven World to Big Brother Long. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Ren Long is my big brother now, and I didn't expect to find my second father on the Dragon Clan. Yi Tianyun said excitedly. This is an unexpected surprise for Yi Tianyun. Clearly, Ren Long would be excited to hear that his parent is alive and well in Heaven World. Chapter 861. Yi Tianyun had a long talk with Ren Filong. He was an elder here in Dragon Clan, and if Ren Long ever wanted to come to the Heaven World, he would be treated well by the Dragon Clan. Ren Filong also wanted Yi Tianyun to ask Ren Long to come to Heaven World and join the Dragon Clan. After all, Heaven World had a better cultivation environment than Mortal World. After the chat, Yi Tianyun made his way to Heaven Abyss Forest. He had to see for himself that it didn't become the evil spirit race's nest. I have to hurry now. There is no telling what other faction that the evil spirit race wrapped there around, Yi Tianyun said as he picked up his pace towards Heaven Abyss Forest. The Dragon Clan and the Alliance would insistently urge everyone to attack and eradicate all evil spirit race that they could see, so it'd be quicker if Yi Tianyun did it himself as places like Heaven Abyss Forest was difficult to reach. Heaven Abyss Forest itself wasn't that far from Dragon Continent, and it was an excellent place to practice. There were a lot of demon beasts inside, which made the perfect cultivating place for a lower-ranked cultivator. That was also the reason why the Dragon Clan sent their cultivator there to raise their cultivation base as soon as possible. That place also had a few good spirit medicine that many cultivators were coming from across the Heaven World to get. Within only a short amount of time, Yi Tianyun has already arrived at Heaven Abyss Forest. He didn't know whether the evil spirit race's failure to control the Dragon Clan had reached this place or not, but nevertheless, he would search Heaven Abyss Forest thoroughly. This place is awesome, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around the forest. He noticed that the forest itself gradually led underground, indicating the abyss part of its name. The trees grew on the abyss cliff and then grew rapidly and covered the abyss up. But while the forest might be dense, it was easy to navigate if Yi Tianyun climbed the trees. As soon as he stepped foot into the Heaven Abyss Forest, Yi Tianyun looked around and saw several cultivators were picking medicinal herbs nearby. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun couldn't see the end of the forest as it was too vast. However, although so many heavenly materials and treasures were forsaken away in this forest, no one would risk searching for them. There were so many demon beasts here that it was difficult to navigate this dense forest without getting attacked. Tianyun also saw an abandoned city around the forest, but it wasn't in such a good state. Clearly, a city near this forest wasn't really a good idea. If they're really hiding in this place, the 10 stars can't do anything to them. Tianyun said as he looked up to the sky and noticed that the ground couldn't be seen from the sky. It was clearly the perfect place for the evil spirit race to hide in this world. Sure enough, as soon as he began exploring the forest, he sensed the aura of evil spirit race in the distance. When Tianyun rushed towards the area where he sensed the aura, he saw that several cultivators were out on a search for spiritual medicine. Is there any spirit medicine this close to the exit? Zhao Huo pessimistically asked as he kept searching for spirit grass around the forest ground. We are too weak to go deeper. We can only hope that we are lucky enough to find them around the exit. We can't afford to risk our life by going deeper, Xianxia said with a frown on her face. That is right, senior brother. The elders told us to be careful at all times, a little young lady said with vigilance in her eyes. Seeing that their junior was too cautious, the two seniors smiled and shook their heads. Clearly, they could leave their junior sister for a lookout. Their cultivation base wasn't that high as they were only spirit core cultivators, and it was a necessity for them to search for a spirit medicine to boost their cultivation speed. This was the basic practice in the cultivation world. Then again, they couldn't go back to their faction if they couldn't even do something as simple as this. Suddenly, the junior sister drew her sword while staring nervously ahead of her. Heads up, something is coming, she said nervously. The two seniors immediately took out their weapons only to find an old man walking towards them from the forest. Calm down, little sister. It's just a traveler passing by, Xianxia said as she put back her sword to her storage ring. Hello, mister, are you here for practice too? Xianxia asked the middle-aged man as he got closer. Not quite, I am here for a hunt. I am sorry for scaring you like that. The middle-aged man smiled as he looked as harmless as possible. The junior immediately relaxed and put down her weapon as he didn't see any harm from the man. That's all right, but what are you hunting in this place? Is it Moonflower Beast? Zhao Huo asked curiously. No, I am here to hunt you, the middle-aged man said with a sinister smile as another two arms emerged from his body. He quickly rushed towards Zhao Huo with his mouth opened as if he would swallow Zhao Huo whole. Sure enough, Zhao Huo was too late to react, and thus he was late to escape. The two scared girls were now running for their lives as fast as they could, leaving behind Zhao Huo as they couldn't think clearly due to the sheer horror of the man's appearance. Run, Xianxia shouted as she ran away with the junior. Zhang Huo, who was caught off guard, unable to move his limb, and fell to the ground with a pale and frightened face. Save me, Zhao Huo shouted in horror. When Xianxia heard Zhang Huo's voice, she quickly regained a fraction of composure and drew her sword. But clearly, she was too far away from Zhang Huo to even think of helping him. Wait for me, little girl. Your turn will come soon enough, the man said with a sinister smile on his face as he held Zhao Huo's head, ready to swallow him whole. But as he was ready to prey on him, a figure suddenly grabbed his head and smashed him to the ground. It is really hard to go around in this dense forest, Tianyun annoyedly said as he stood in front of the evil spirit race menacingly. Chapter 862. Tianyun quickly bound the evil spirit race and used his aura to knock the evil spirit race down. The three cultivators who were about to meet their doom at the hands of the evil spirit race were shocked to see another man suddenly appear, but this time it was to capture the monster that was about to attack them earlier. Zhao Huo, in particular, was very close to being swallowed by the evil spirit race, so it wasn't a surprise if he looked at Tianyun in awe. Xianxia was also looking at Tianyun quite confusedly, but she still couldn't rest easy just yet as she didn't know the man in front of them. The man might be another monster. Little sister, we should escape from this place, Xianxia nervously said as she didn't want to die in this place. We can't do that, we have to stay put if we do not want to anger that man, the junior sister said as she turned pale from fear. But if we don't run, that monster might eat us, Xianxia said in fear. Don't you see that man's movement earlier, sister? We won't be able to escape from him even if we want to, the junior sister said as she couldn't look at Tianyun due to fear that came from Tianyun's aura. But clearly, Tianyun had no intention to cause them any harm as he raised the evil spirit race to the air by strangling its neck and smirked afterward. Yi Tianyun was satisfied as the evil spirit race in his hand was completely knocked out. He looked around and noticed that the 3 cultivators who were attacked by the evil spirit race earlier were still there. You better leave. This place is dangerous, Yi Tianyun said as he immediately flew away with the evil spirit race. This evil spirit race wasn't really that powerful as it was still at core transformation stage cultivation. That was also why it couldn't resist Yi Tianyun's aura and was immediately knocked out cold earlier. Meanwhile, the 3 cultivators' gaze was still fixed at Yi Tianyun's back. With a complicated look on their faces. They knew that the monster that was about to eat them earlier was a strong cultivator, but the man that came after the monster was even more unbelievable as he could easily knock down the monster without any effort. But now, they could breathe in relief as the danger was finally behind them. How can that man be that powerful? He easily subdued that monster without any effort, Xianxia said in amazement. I don't know either. Maybe he wasn't human, to begin with. But I am glad that he came. I thought that I would become that monster's food earlier, Zhao Huo said as he was still trembling with fear as he recalled what just happened to him earlier. That is true. That man is our savior, the junior sister said as she looked in the direction Yi Tianyun flew away longingly. Zhao Huo and Xianxia looked at their junior sister and shook their head immediately as they realized that the man earlier had stolen their junior sister's heart. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun flew to a remote area with the evil spirit race cultivator in tow and then slapped the evil spirit race cultivator several times until he woke up. Where is your base? Yi Tianyun asked coldly. At the bottom of Heaven Abyss Forest. The evil spirit race cultivator honestly replied as he knew that he wouldn't be able to win against Yi Tianyun. I already expected as much, Yi Tianyun said to himself. He already knew Heaven Abyss Forest was the perfect hideout for the evil spirit race as no normal cultivator would come there. The place was so remote that the 10 stars wouldn't be able to exert its power around here. Furthermore, this place had so many demon beasts and many cultivators searching for spirit medicine, so the evil spirit race wouldn't have to search far away for their meal. And so, Yi Tianyun ordered the evil spirit race cultivator that he captured earlier to lead him towards their base. After a while, they finally arrived at a huge pit that was covered by so much vegetation. The pit itself was outstanding as it seemed to be hid by a huge meteorite that dug deep underground. Yi Tianyun asked some questions about the evil spirit race's base as he followed the evil spirit race cultivator. He asked some questions such as how many people were hiding down there and what they were planning to do in Heaven World. He also asked some questions about their reproductive means and discovered that the evil spirit race kidnapped human women to breed. With that in mind, Yi Tianyun also asked how many pure breed evil spirit race was down there. The evil spirit race answered all of Yi Tianyun's questions honestly as he couldn't afford to cross Yi Tianyun right now. He told Yi Tianyun that there were 10 purebred evil spirit race down there that acted as their elders. These cultivators were the best out of them all, with their cultivation reaching Saint King stage or higher. They were the ones that trained the newly born evil spirit race by forcing them to hunt demon beasts and cultivators to increase their growth. In short, there was no human worth saving down there. Even the woman that was used as a breeding stock had already lost their mind years ago. I didn't expect the evil spirit race on this place to also do the same thing as the evil spirit race in the mortal world. I would like to check on those women. If they really already lost their mind, maybe death would be the best thing I can give to them. Yi Tianyun said to himself as he remembered the gruesome scene in the mortal world. The evil spirit race was a really disturbing force that must be exterminated. Yi Tianyun immediately rushed down with eyes full of killing intent. At the same time, his spiritual sense kept probing all around the place to see if he missed something. Yi Tianyun soon sensed so many evil spirit race in the pit. Some of them were sleeping peacefully while some others were partying to something like human meat. Yi Tianyun was clearly angered by the scene in front of him as he didn't expect that the evil spirit race would be thriving down here. Yi Tianyun immediately went down and discovered an overgrown forest without any trace of sunlight at the bottom of Heaven Abyss Forest. At the corner of that bottom, there was a special tunnel that led to evil spirit race's hideout. The entry to the tunnel itself was well hidden. Those without any proficiency in treasure hunting would have a hard time finding it. Of course, Yi Tianyun could easily find this entrance as he had the appraisal eye with him. In all honesty, he didn't really need the evil spirit race to guide him to find this entrance. This hidden entry was cleverly put. If my cultivation were any lower, I doubted that I would be able to find it. Yi Tianyun said as he started using his appraisal eye to see what was inside the tunnel. He immediately burned the evil spirit race that he captured earlier with the immortal fire to cut any loose end. Tianyun teleported to some open space inside the evil spirit race's base. The place was dark as there was no light whatsoever, leaving Tianyun's eyes that were full of killing intent the only perceptible thing there. Chapter 863. After Tianyun snuck inside the base, he instantly scanned the area with his spiritual sense as he wanted to explore the area carefully. With his Divine King Cultivation base, Tianyun easily could do so without any problem. He knew that he couldn't hide his aura for too long as there were many cultivators in this place, and some of them ought to find out soon enough. Tianyun knew this too, and that was why he planned to kill the evil spirit race inside this place as soon as possible to make sure that they didn't escape to the open, which would make it harder for Tianyun to kill them. Furthermore, he wanted to see if the evil spirit race held any prisoner. Tianyun quickly snuck into the darkness, and he immediately heard laughter in the deep passage. I just captured several more cultivators. They thought that I was the same as them, how stupid. There's just no way I belong to the same disgusting race as them. An evil spirit race said while laughing out loud. That's true, they are so stupid and easy. I have caught several women to become my breeding stock. Another one shouted while laughing. We always manage to capture a lot of cultivators every day. Whether we bring them as our livestock or breeding stock, it doesn't really matter. Another one said coldly. Tianyun also saw that a lot of cultivators were being locked up inside a cage while their hands and feet were tied tightly. But that was not all, their bodies were also tied down tightly to prevent them from even moving. Most of these caged-up cultivators were women and children. As for the men, they were probably already eaten by these disgusting evil spirit race. The children themselves were more like a livestock as the more they grew, the better their spiritual energy would be. Tianyun looked inside the cage and noticed that these cultivators had a look of desperation in their eyes. Surely, they must have come from a good faction that came to Heaven Abyss Forest only to get captured by the evil spirit race. You monster, my master will avenge me. One of the women shouted as she was full of anger. Yes, all of you monsters will die in our master's hand. Another cultivator shouted angrily. Surely, some of them still displayed a great force of will to survive. Unfortunately, their hope for their master to find them was almost impossible at this point. Another group of idiots that still daydream about escaping our cage. If your master really is the best, it would be a bonus for us as we haven't eaten any strong cultivator for a long time. The evil spirit race cultivator said while laughing out loud. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivators also laughed with each other as they found the scream and shout of the cultivator they captured funny. As Tianyun looked around, he noticed that this place wasn't where this abominable evil spirit race feasted on the cultivator they captured, as this place lacked any human remains that they've eaten. Tianyun began to speculate that this place was just an ordinary convenient space to gather the cultivator they captured. They would nab and drag the cultivator one by one deeper into the abyss to eat or use them for breeding. Stop it, it is pointless even if you scream from the top of your lungs. A cultivator that has been locked in the cage for only God knew how long suddenly opened his mouth. They already experienced hell itself as they saw their friend being dragged before becoming food. They already witnessed the evil spirit race doing the unthinkable with their own eyes, so it couldn't be helped if their hopes of escaping grew thinner each day. They couldn't even commit suicide as their body would just become food for these monsters. The aura of desperation enveloped the cage as the cultivators were getting anxious. They began to lose hope after hearing what they had just heard. The thought of being unable to escape began filling their head. You don't feel like trying anymore, the evil spirit race cultivator said while mocking the captured cultivator. At the same time, a heavy footstep was heard from the side. You're already back, I have to take the livestock inside. We are ready to make a feast, the evil spirit race cultivator said while licking his lips, but it was someone he would never expect. Tianyun came out slowly while looking at the evil spirit race with burning killing intent. Who are you? The evil spirit race cultivators asked Tianyun confusedly. They were on alert as they knew that they had never seen Tianyun around here before. Tianyun stretched his hands and held out the evil spirit race cultivator in the air using his spiritual pressure. The evil spirit race couldn't move as their neck was held in place. They couldn't even make a sound to express their disbelief that something like this could happen inside their base. Tianyun then waved his other hand, and the cage instantly vaporized along with the chain that tied the cultivator down. Everyone was dumbfounded by the power of the man that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The man did not only capture the evil spirit race but also saved them from the cage. Kill them, Tianyun said as he smashed the 3 evil spirit race cultivator to the ground and crushed their cultivation base. The captured cultivators were surprised that they were in front of the evil spirit race that they hated so much, and now, they have the power to exact their revenge. So, without waiting any longer, the cultivators immediately rushed towards the evil spirit race cultivator and vented their anger by punching and kicking the evil spirit race to their heart content. Although their body was completely exhausted due to malnutrition, they just smacked the evil spirit race with no holds barred. Tianyun himself sighed and summoned the 12 golden hairpins to help him finish the evil spirit race inside this abyss. At the same time, the 12 golden hairpins were surprised when they were suddenly teleported to an unknown place without any warning. Chapter 864. Now that you are all here, I want you to guard this place and kill any evil spirit race that tries to come in or escape this place. I want you all to look after these people too. They are all like you, abused by the evil spirit race. Tianyun said as he gave an order to the 12 golden hairpins. The 12 golden hairpins looked at the people who were captured earlier and nodded their heads lightly. They saw the look of desperation that they used to have. Tianyun quickly went straight into the depth of the abyss and disappeared from everyone's sight. Who is he? A captured cultivator suddenly asked the 12 golden hairpins as they didn't know Tianyun's identity. He is our Lord, our Savior. The 12 golden hairpins simultaneously said as they looked toward the direction where Tianyun disappeared into with longing eyes. 12 golden hairpins didn't say anything else after that as they took out food and all kinds of clean clothes for the captured cultivator to use. Tianyun went through a long pathway, and once he passed it, he came across an aisle with a huge staircase going down to the deeper part of the tunnel. It was another depth to this abyss. Who are you? A guard suddenly said as he noticed Tianyun coming. They raised their weapon, ready to attack Tianyun. But Tianyun raised his hands, and the guards immediately turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Tianyun noticed a hole, so he looked down the bottomless hole in front of him with his appraisal eye and saw a huge great array was carefully placed along the hole, and at the very bottom was a teleportation array. Tianyun felt amazed as he was upset by this information. He didn't know where the teleportation array might lead to, but it infuriated him to know that the evil spirit race had something as convenient as this teleportation array. On the side of this teleportation array, there were several blood puddles with many bodies around them. These were the bodies of human cultivators that fell victim to the evil spirit race's disgusting habits. Furthermore, the steady stream of blood powered this great array, too, further proving that the entire schematic was built by the evil spirit race themselves. Meanwhile, Tianyun also saw 3 evil spirit race cultivators singing and dancing around the blood puddles, completely enjoying immersed in their party. Tianyun frowned and immediately banged the teleportation great array, shattering it into pieces. The 3 evil spirit race cultivators were startled by the commotion, but they were too late to do anything as they turned into ashes as soon as they saw Tianyun. These 3 evil spirit race cultivators were at Saint King stage, but they just died so easily at Tianyun's hands. Tianyun knew that there were 2 other Saint King stage evil spirit race cultivators around here, so he delved deeper inside the tunnel. Who are you? The familiar words rang in Tianyun's ear as someone on the side was speaking confusedly. Tianyun looked to where the voice was coming from and noticed that there were 5 thrones on the side of the tunnel, where 2 Saint King stage evil spirit race cultivators were sitting. They saw that Tianyun suddenly appeared from above and turned 3 of their companion to ashes, but they were too shocked to make a move. Who I am isn't important, Tianyun said as he used his spiritual forces to bind the 2 evil spirit race cultivators. Tianyun's power was too much for these 2 cultivators to break out from, so their struggle led to no result. So, tell me, why did you create a teleportation array down here? Tianyun asked coldly. We would rather die than tell you. The 2 cultivators ferociously shouted as they refused to answer Tianyun's question. It seems like they were really not afraid of dying, despite still trying to break free. Really, are you sure about that? Tianyun said as he grabbed one of them on the head. He used a powerful soul search to look into the memories of this evil spirit race without any hesitation. He couldn't use this technique on a Saint King expert in the past, but now that he has already reached Divine King stage, that was no longer a problem. As Tianyun searched the memories of the evil spirit race cultivator in his hand, the head of this evil spirit race cultivator suddenly exploded. The other evil spirit race cultivator who was looking at them from the side was suddenly scared as he knew that he'd be next. Well, I have found a lot of information in his head. It seems that the teleportation array was made to create easy access to Ghost World, am I wrong? Tianyun said as he shook his head. You guys seem to like living on the Ghost World so much, don't you? Tianyun said coldly. What are you talking about? The evil spirit race tried to feign ignorance, but Tianyun didn't care about what he was about to say and grabbed his head without any hesitation before doing the soul search again. Tianyun knew that he still lacked some more important information, so he began searching for the answer again. Tianyun gathered all kinds of information from the evil spirit race's mind, and the evil spirit race couldn't resist it any longer before exploding like his comrade earlier. Tianyun sighed as these evil spirit race just wanted to create the teleportation array to Ghost World so that they could escape the heaven world that they deemed too much for their own safety. They made the heaven abyss forest their living space and dug the abyss to create a habitable space for the evil spirit race in heaven world to live. Old ancestor. Several evil spirit race came down curiously as they heard so much banging and exploding inside this place. Tianyun noticed that all the evil spirit race that just came was from mixed bloodlines. It seemed they already bred with so many women over the years they spent there. You killed our old ancestor. The evil spirit race shouted as they saw Tianyun among the bodies of their old ancestor. Tianyun just sighed as he didn't see anyone worth saving among these mixed blood cultivators. It is time to end this farce. Tianyun said as he jumped and slammed his hands down, creating a huge giant palm that pressured every evil spirit race on the room to the wall, killing them instantly. Tianyun knew that he had killed a lot of people inside this place, but he wasn't too concerned about that. After all, these people were already brainwashed by the evil spirit race. Chapter 865. Tianyun destroyed the thrones and quickly left the tunnel. Tianyun soon came across a couple more bodies. It was obvious now that the evil spirit race came from below, and some of them even tried to escape this place, but they were unfortunate enough to run into the 12 golden hairpins. 12 golden hairpins couldn't be overlooked as they were powerful enough to handle a tough opponent themselves. They had a strong cultivation base as the lowest among them was at core transformation rank. They could easily handle people at Spirit King stage together. We should withdraw, Tianyun said to the 12 golden hairpins that were swiping their blade from the enemy's blood. 12 golden hairpins nodded as they walked towards the exit while the group of cultivators was following them closely. Tianyun noticed that these cultivators were trying their best to keep up, so Tianyun slowed down the pace out of consideration for these people who were unjustly captured by the evil spirit race. They will be here in a few months. Tianyun clicked his tongue as he reviewed the information he got from the memory of evil spirit race's old ancestor earlier. The evil spirit race used the teleportation grade array to report their current situation to their homeland. Because of that, the reinforcement from their homeland would come to the three realms soon. In other words, Tianyun wouldn't have that much time to ward off the evil spirit race army. He still had many things to do, and a few months wouldn't cut it. Furthermore, he hasn't purged the evil spirit race in the heaven world just yet. He must inform everyone as soon as possible that they no longer had time to waste. I'm against the time here, Tianyun said as he frowned frustratedly. He never expected the evil spirit race to come this fast. If he managed to defend the three realms this time, everything would be peaceful for a while, but the three realms would be doomed if he failed. After getting out of the abyss, Tianyun ordered the 12 golden hairpins to bring everyone along and follow him closely. The 12 golden hairpin nodded and began supporting everyone with their spiritual power, lifting them up off the ground easily. Tianyun led them out of Heaven Abyss Forest and then stopped after reaching a safer place. You all can leave, this place should be fine, Tianyun said to the captured people. The people were surprised that Tianyun didn't ask for anything in return, so they immediately left after expressing their gratitude to Tianyun. But some of them still chose to stay. Why are you still here? Tianyun asked as he frowned confusedly. We want to serve our savior. These senior sisters told us that our loved ones that were also captured were already dead, so we want our revenge. We want to kill every single one of that disgusting race. A cultivator said passionately. Yes, the only thing that drives us now is killing all of the evil spirit race. So, please accept our plea. Another one said as they kneeled in front of Tianyun. They were the people that had nowhere else to go as their loved ones were already dead. Their only motivation to live on right now is to get their revenge towards the evil spirit race. Master, we will be the one responsible for training them. We will not give unnecessary burden to you, Master. The 12 golden hairpins also kneeled in front of Yi Tianyun. They also went through the same experience as these people, so they knew how difficult it was to stay motivated to stay alive. All right, you have the skill and power to teach them, but act accordingly. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. We will, thank you, Master. The 12 golden hairpins said in unison. Good, now I will give you a mission to accommodate their training. You have to kill all the evil spirit race in this area until there was none left. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Consider it done, Master. The 12 golden hairpins said excitedly. They immediately stood up and quickly scoured the area for a place to rest for the night. They ushered the other cultivators to follow them as they'd be responsible for them. Obtained Yu as a divine general. Reward 500.000 express, 20.000 CPs, 20.000 mastery points. Obtained. At the same time, Yi Tianyun received so many notifications about his divine general. He wasn't surprised by these notifications as he already knew that they would become as strong as the 12 golden hairpins soon. Yi Tianyun looked at their back as they followed the 12 golden hairpins before disappearing from the area. He didn't feel there was a need for him to stay here any longer as the most powerful evil spirit race on this area has already been killed. Yi Tianyun soon appeared in sealing heaven divine nation and immediately went to see his grandfather. Grandfather, issue an order to assemble all the alliance members right away. I have a serious matter to announce. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. He had to inform everyone that the evil spirit race was about to attack, and there was not much time left. What, is the evil spirit race about to attack? Yi Yuanlong said worriedly. He wasn't a fool, and from the look on Yi Tianyun's face, he immediately guessed the problem. Yes, they will come to the 3 realms in 3 or 4 months at the longest. There's even a chance that they'll be here faster. Yi Tianyun said honestly. All right, I will inform everyone about it now. Yi Yuanlong said hurriedly. He immediately left to announce the pressing matter to the alliance as he knew that they had to fight in the near future. This sudden attack was awful. I hope that the evil spirit race wasn't really that strong. Yi Tianyun said as he clenched his fist in frustration. If the enemy were far too powerful for him to handle, then it's hopeless. Chapter 866. After the information regarding the evil spirit race's reinforcement was made public, many faction leaders finally knocked on Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's door. These people made sure that the Sealing Heaven Divine Nation wasn't hostile towards them as they knew that the 10 stars were watching their activity. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has been famous in the past, but as time passed, their prestige began to decrease steadily. They feared Yi Tianyun would destroy their faction for disobeying his order. They knew that the 10 stars would easily destroy their imperial city within seconds, so they couldn't afford to disobey anything that Yi Tianyun had to say. The alliance members gathered in the hall that had already been prepared by Sealing Heaven Divine Nation, with an empire-ranked sect being the lowest rank present. The participants of this meeting could relay the discussed matter to other lower-rank factions around them as it would help Sealing Heaven Divine Nation on time management and space management. Nation Lord Yi, we have answered your call as requested. We would like to hear what you have to say. One of the faction leaders said respectfully. They looked over to the top of the chair and saw a man sitting there, but it wasn't Yi Yuanlong, but instead, it was Yi Tianyun himself, the alliance leader. The topic we're about to discuss will be informed by our second elder himself. Yi Yuanlong said as he stood beside Yi Tianyun. The situation is pretty straightforward. The evil spirit race will invade us soon enough, but I don't really know how powerful the enemy will be this time. But one thing for sure is that they can't be weak. I believe that many Divine King rank cultivators from their side will enter the 3 realms sooner than we thought. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. Divine King rank cultivator, are you sure that we could deal with such enemies? One of the members asked worriedly. In fact, many of them show a look of disbelief on their face. Clearly, many of them realized that they were too insufficient and wouldn't be able to stand up against such strong enemies. This is just a speculation. There's always a chance that they're not that strong, but it's very unlikely. After all, I already foiled 2 groups of their cultivator, so I figured out it would be counterproductive to keep sending weak cultivator into the 3 realms. Yi Tianyun said confidently. The thing here, they would send their Divine King, but I don't think that they would send a late-stage Divine King here. As for their Saint King stage, They aren't that strong, honestly. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun wasn't joking. It was really possible that the evil spirit race would send a few divine king cultivators, followed by some saint king stage cultivators, maybe around a dozen of them. For the three realms standard, a saint king expert was considered a great cultivator, but it seemed they were just trash for the outside realm. The alliance members didn't know how to react as it was too much for them to process. They thought that sealing heaven-defying nation would be devising a plan to integrate the alliance further, but it was something terrifying instead. How much time do we have? A nation lord asked worriedly. I think that we have around 4 months at most and 1 month at worst. Yi Tianyun said honestly. What, are you serious? Another nation lord said with a surprised expression. All of the alliance members were shocked to the point that they stood from their chair as they couldn't process the information that Yi Tianyun provided. The time was too short for them to come up with a proper plan. They definitely couldn't do anything when the time came. If the evil spirit race was a normal cultivator, they wouldn't need to worry, but there is no way they can stay calm in the face of many divine king experts and dozens of saint king experts. Elder Yi, are you sure that the information is valid? A nation lord tried his best to stay calm and asked as he couldn't believe the evil spirit race would make a move this quickly. I am afraid so. I finally got the whereabout of their base on Heaven World, and I received the information through Soul Search. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. This is too much. Why are they so hasty? Another nation lord said in disbelief. That part doesn't matter. They're bound to come here sooner or later. We just have to prepare for it. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Everyone looked at each other and saw the expression on their faces. Some were still in disbelief, while others were shocked, fearful, and all sorts of negative emotions. Clearly, some of these faction leaders still couldn't bring themselves to believe Yi Tianyun's information, but they simply didn't say anything about it. I suggest that you all prepare yourself for the battle. I won't ask much for the strategy part as I believe that you are more capable when it comes to that. I can't be around Heaven World forever as there is no telling where they will come. I still have to prepare the Ghost World and Mortal World for the evil spirit race's invasion too. Yi Tianyun solemnly said as he looked at Yi Yuanlong, a signal for him to take over the strategy meeting later. The Heaven World would have to fight as one, and this should suffice for now. But I have a little demand for you all to ensure our victory. Leave sealing Heaven Divine Nation in charge of your resources to share with those who have the potential to unlock their power for the fight. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. It would be inefficient to let the resources that would help potential people to reach further in their cultivation be used on someone else. Is this your goal all along? One of the nation lords couldn't help but show suspicion after hearing Yi Tianyun's demand. I am afraid so, Yi Tianyun said indifferently. I am not willing to answer to this demand of yours. This is an abuse of power. If we gave all of our resources to you, aren't we as good as dead? Another nation lord said accusingly. I already mentioned the terms when I formed the alliance. We need power, and can you create a strong cultivator in such a short time like we need right now? Yi Tianyun said coldly. But this is too much. We will go under if we don't have sufficient resources to defend ourselves. Another nation lord interjected nervously. I agree with Lord Lu Yu. If we give up our resources, we will be in huge disadvantages. Another nation lord immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. If you don't like my plan, then feel free to leave the alliance altogether, but don't expect the alliance's help when you are in need later. Yi Tianyun said coldly. He was too lazy to convince everyone to do his bidding. After all, it wasn't needed. This is all just a ploy for you to get our resources. I don't believe in your information earlier either. I presume that you just want to scare us to give up our resources. A nation lord said coldly. We will walk out of the alliance, and we wouldn't regret it. Another nation lord said coldly. One by one, the alliance members began to stand up and leave as they walked out of the alliance. Meanwhile, Yi Yuanlong looked at Yi Tianyun confusedly as he wondered if Yi Tianyun really let the divine nations walk away. Chapter 867. If you want to leave, then just do it. But you'll be on your own if your nation is attacked by the evil spirit race. Our sealing Heaven Divine Nation won't intervene as we have our own problems to deal with. Yi Tianyun said as he waved his hands, sending away those who wanted to leave lazily. He didn't need those who didn't have any faith in him, so keeping them in this alliance wasn't exactly necessary. He didn't want to threaten these people to comply as it would be useless and much more dangerous for Heaven World later. This is a waste of time. If the evil spirit race wants to invade the three realms, they would have done so in the past if they were really that strong. A nation lord said frustratedly. Yes, you are right. This is nothing but your ploy, another said as he felt deceived by the alliance. Around 4 or 5 divine nations representatives immediately left the alliance as they didn't trust Yi Tianyun, while the others clearly chose to wait and see what would happen to those who left before deciding what to do. Yi Tianyun took a look at the nation lords who chose to stay and noticed that some of them weren't really a low-ranking divine nation's holy king either. One of them was, in fact, the holy king of the best divine nation in Heaven World according to Heaven World's prestige ranking. Meanwhile, the divine nation's representatives who chose to leave the alliance were still outside of the Sealing Heaven Palace as they begrudgingly cursed at Yi Tianyun for wasting their time. They didn't want to give the resources that their divine nation had accumulated with copious amounts of time. Furthermore, they didn't want to follow any order from Yi Tianyun from the very beginning, but they chose to join the alliance as they were afraid of the 10 stars. They thought that they were doing the right thing by walking out of the alliance before Sealing Heaven divine nation got way over their head and demanded more things from them. Who else wants to quit? Staying here means agreeing to what I have to say. In other words, you have to comply with every demand that I have for the battle. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. We will comply with Sealing Heaven divine nation's every word. I am as the former emperor would obey every instruction from Sealing Heaven divine nation. The former emperor of Tyrant Divine Nation said with a smile on his face. The Tyrant Divine Nation was the #1 divine nation on Heaven World right now. We are also willing to comply with Sealing Heaven Divine Nation's demand. The Holy King of Moon Dragon Divine Nation, the second-ranked divine nation, said with a friendly tone. The other divine nations that considered quitting the alliance were surprised to hear that Tyrant Divine Nation and Moon Dragon Divine Nation want to join Sealing Heaven Divine Nation. Now, the people in this room knew for sure that Yi Tianyun had absolute power in Heaven World. Sealing Heaven Divine Nation would be the strongest divine nation of Heaven World for sure. Now that the 2 top-ranked divine nation chose to follow Yi Tianyun, the other divine nation realized that they should do the same thing. It's good that you believe in me, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. The late emperor of ours had said that Sealing Heaven Divine Nation was the first divine nation of Heaven World and also the one that created an opportunity for everyone in Heaven World to grow, so we will cherish the late emperor's word by following Sealing Heaven Divine Nation now. Moon Dragon Holy King said respectfully. One by one, the other nation lords began to sing Yi Tianyun full of praises. Yi Tianyun knew that their high praise all came from interests. It was clear that none of them were sincere enough to say something like that, so Yi Tianyun wasn't flattered by these empty words. I know that everyone here is still a little skeptical of the current situation. Some might even suspect that we would do some foul play, but to be honest, our Sealing Heaven Divine Nation has no interest in any of your resources. The key point right now is amplifying the growth of our potential cultivator, and in order to make sure that they have the best situation for cultivation, we have to support each other mutually. Yi Tianyun said solemnly. That is natural, Elder Yi. The nation lords said at the same time as they nodded their head in understanding. They haven't seen the cruelty of the evil spirit race just yet, but their ancestors already left a record of the evil spirit race's horrible deeds, so they believed Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun then nodded his head and left Yi Yuanlong in charge of the strategy meeting. After the alliance meeting was over, Yi Tianyun immediately rushed towards the mortal world and ghost world to also announce these problems to everyone. But before leaving Heaven World, Yi Tianyun encouraged the alliance member to put more effort into eliminating the evil spirit race on their territory. With the help of the evil spirit necklace that he already distributed to all of the alliance members, things should be easier for them. Yi Tianyun knew that the evil spirit race wasn't exterminated yet from the Heaven World as his quest was still ongoing. He knew that he couldn't tell the others about his quest as it was too surreal for them to believe in. Yi Tianyun hoped that the alliance would complete his quest soon as he really needed it done as soon as possible. As Yi Tianyun arrived at Mortal World, he did the same thing he did in Heaven World. But everything went smoothly as everyone listened to what Yi Tianyun had to say. No one made a scene, and it took no time to convince them and prepare themselves for an all-out war with the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun immediately headed to Ghost World right after. In Ghost World, everything was even simpler than the situation in Mortal World. After a brief explanation, they all agreed and left Yi Tianyun in charge of their resources and divine nations. Unlike Heaven World, where the damage that the evil spirit race caused was pretty massive, the damage in Ghost World was insignificant. It seems that peaceful times made it harder for people to unite together. Everything is in place, Tianyun said as he checked his next quest. He needed to see the Three Realms entrance. He knew that there was no easy way to leave the Three Realms, so he had to check the requirement to leave the Three Realms and whether he needed to power up some more or not. So, Tianyun immediately flew to the sky like an arrow. The entrance was clearly up on the sky, but usually, all entrance was already closed by the three great divine kings and surrounded by divine runes that prevented people from opening the channel. It was equal to erecting a barrier against any sort of invasion from outsiders, but it didn't necessarily prevent people from going out. Tianyun soon arrived in mortal world as he knew that the entrance to go out of the Three Realms was on top of mortal world, and sure enough, divine runes appeared in the sky and began to form a whirlpool as a passage to leave the Three Realms. Chapter 868. The passage to exit the Three Realms opened immediately, and Tianyun quickly entered the passage without any hesitation. As he flew inside, he noticed a black tunnel not so far ahead of him, and he immediately checked it out. He entered the dark tunnel and saw a lot of stars and countless planets floating in the sky. Tianyun was outside of the Three Realms, and there was no air around him, but it didn't really matter for Tianyun. He saw countless floating boulders and several dark vortexes around him. This dark vortex gave off an uncomfortable vibe, so he decided not to enter it too hastily. He quickly looked behind and saw a huge planet that was supposed to be the Three Realms, and sure enough, the planet was split into three sections. This was the Three Realms appearance. The heaven world was the top section, the mortal world was the middle, and lastly, the ghost world was at the bottom. After his breakthrough to Divine King stage, Tianyun has dramatically increased all aspects of his life. He now had an acute sense that he could clearly see Xuan busy discussing and planning things with others from here. He could see many divine nation gathering and arranging things on Ghost World too. Everyone had to prepare a teleportation array that was going to be laid out and set up in advance before the evil spirit race attacked. Each region in each realm had to be equipped with a teleportation array to help the reinforcement get there as soon as possible. It could be used for evacuating the masses if things turned worse. With the teleportation array, the support would be far greater than flying. It seems the mortal world's defense is too fragile, Tianyun said as he observed the layers of barriers that covered each of the three realms. It was because the heaven world and ghost world had an extra protective barrier that resulted in the mortal world's protective barrier stretched thin, thinning the spiritual energy on the mortal world. Tianyun looked at heaven world and ghost world. He saw the 10 stars covering a large part of the heaven world that also wrapped around the heaven world to create another protective barrier. Meanwhile, the ghost world's protective barrier was weaker on the side where the ancient netherworld divine tower stood. But the ancient netherworld divine tower acted like a vacuum that would pull anything close to it. As for the protective barrier around other areas, they were quite strong as there was no clear place for anyone to penetrate through the protective barrier. If they come with a few divine king experts, this shield would easily break. Tianyun said as he shook his head. It was worrisome to know that a divine king expert could easily pierce this protective barrier with no problem. This protective barrier didn't work against cultivators that strong, and since they weren't that rare, this barrier was basically as good as useless. I hope that they come weaker than they are before. Tianyun sighed as he looked at the three realms that were indeed protected by the three great divine kings. He immediately turned his head around and looked out to the dark outside world. It was reasonable to say that there was nothing really important here. The dark vortex was the only thing that should be noted around there as it seemed like the tunnel that led to the other world. Tianyun quickly flew around, observing everything his gaze laid upon. He eventually learned that it was better to fly around the rocks than in the empty space as the vortex could suddenly appear out of nowhere. Tianyun turned his attention towards the dark vortex once more and used his appraisal eye to see what it was all about. Black vortex will easily shred anything that was being pulled inside. High cultivation base is necessary to resist the pull. Warning: do not get close in any normal circumstance. Tianyun was a little bit surprised because he never saw any warning before. This meant that he wouldn't be able to resist the black vortex's pulling force at his current state. This thing is terrifying. I will definitely die if I got close, Tianyun said as he refocused his attention on the three realms protective barrier and immediately patched the more fragile part of the protective barrier. There was no doubt in Tianyun's mind that the great array was created by the three great divine kings. But the current situation didn't make sense as it was too weak to barely protect the three realms. The only thing that was somewhat noteworthy was the ancient netherworld divine tower that would trap anything around it. I should set up a great array here, Tianyun said as he flew towards the surrounding rocks floating around the three realms and began engraving a divine rune on them. He created an illusion great array that was supposed to trick those evil spirit race, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to deceive them completely. Those evil spirit race obviously knew the three realms' location now, and it was useless to trick them with a mere illusion like this. But Tianyun would get notified as soon as the illusion was nullified, served as the sign that the enemy was about to attack. This way, Tianyun would be able to react instantly and provide them with the utmost hospitality. Tianyun sighed as he arranged several divine rune great arrays and concealed them thoroughly. It wasn't an easy task to engrave the divine runes on these floating rocks as their surface wasn't smooth at all. He even smashed a few rocks several times as it was too rough of a surface to engrave the divine rune on. After finishing the divine rune great array as he intended it to, Tianyun then flew back towards the three realms as he didn't have to wait for the evil spirit race out here. Come, evil spirit race. Our three realms are ready for you, Tianyun said as he smirked out of anger. Chapter 869. After setting up the great array, Tianyun quickly returned to Heaven World to continue searching for the rest of the evil spirit race in the three realms. He wanted to complete his quest as soon as possible and made sure that the evil spirit race in the Heaven World wouldn't be a thorn on his side later. However, he didn't really need to do much as the whole Heaven World was basically searching for the evil spirit race as per Tianyun's order. After searching for the evil spirit race for a week, the entire evil spirit race on Heaven World was finally wiped out. Some of them hide in the deep part of Heaven World, but as Tianyun also joined the search, they couldn't escape far enough. Completed main quest Unification of Heaven World. Eradicate all evil spirit race from Heaven World. Reward: 60 billion Express, 6 million CPs, 800.000 SPs, Heaven World King title. Heaven World King. Damage x10 at Heaven World. The title had the same effect as the Ghost World and Mortal World King. The only thing that separated them was the realm it took effect in. Successfully accept three realms ultimate quest, withstand the invaders, attacks and destroy them, complete the three realms unification. Reward on completion: 200 billion Express, 10 million CPs, 10 million SPs, 10 million Mastery Point, merging the three realms title into an ultimate title, the God of the Three Realms. Tianyun was shocked when he saw the quest he had just got as it was the ultimate quest. The reward was very tempting as it was the most rewarding quest he ever got. It seems that all I have to do is wait for the evil spirit race to come and quickly decimate them, Tianyun said confidently. Tianyun immediately made a preparation for the attack, starting from refining weapons and setting up great array for defensive purposes. Although the main focus right now was all about the unity of the three realms, it was never a bad idea to come up with a backup plan in case something went wrong. A month passed quickly, and so did another month after that. Everyone was nervous as the estimated time drew near. Meanwhile, Tianyun has already laid so many great array in so many places and even crafted a lot of weapons with all the resources available for him. As a result, the three proficiencies he used the most skyrocketed. Congratulations on reaching the peak level creator on refining tools proficiency. Successfully promoted all profession proficiency to the highest degree. Reward: All-Rounder Proficient Ability User. Title: All-Rounder Proficient Ability User. Enhance the success rate of any proficiency regardless of level. After finishing reading the notification, Tianyun was so excited. His proficiency was so high that he would now be able to create anything without having to worry about failing. He could create so many sacred tools and divine tools with a minimum effort. But the only thing keeping him away from refining more divine tools was that the material needed for divine tools creation was too rare. So, Tianyun just focused on crafting sacred tools as much as he possibly could as it was still a strong equipment to help the cultivators of the three realms defend against the evil spirit race invasion. He only gave the divine tools he created to those with a strong cultivation base. Although Tianyun's judgment could be called a little bit unfair as he put a lot more effort into reinforcing Mortal World compared to the other two realms, it was because the Mortal World was weaker than the other two realms and that he had to take extra care to protect it. But even so, Mortal World was the hardest realm to invade even though it was fragile once the invasion succeeded. This was all because the ancient Netherworld Divine Tower would create an illusion that the barrier protecting the Ghost World was faulty, and once the enemy got closer to it, the tower would immediately drag them in. The same thing could be found in Heaven World, too, as the 10 stars would defend Heaven World as much as it could. The 3 great divine kings in the past already figured out that the mortal world was a hard place to defend. On that note, they made the illusion that the mortal world was the hardest place to break in and then laid traps on the other 2 realms that would lure the enemies in. This was also the reason why the 3 great divine kings devised rules that would push strong cultivators out of mortal worlds to make sure that the other 2 realms had more share of strong cultivators to defend against any invading enemy. This was why any cultivator above the Spirit King stage was compelled to leave the mortal world. However, the mortal world still needed their defender, which was why Tianyun allocated more of his time to ensure that the cultivator in mortal world had a fighting chance. 1 more month passed, and Tianyun finally came out of the refining room with so much equipment and medicinal pills in store. He immediately teleported to the alliance chamber of each realm to notify that the enemy's attack drew near. The evil spirit race finally comes. Prepare yourself for the battle, Tianyun solemnly said as he dropped the appropriate equipment and medicinal pills he crafted earlier. The faction leaders that laid in wait in each realm nodded their heads as they watched the sky vigilantly. They already expected the evil spirit race to attack soon, and because of that, they weren't surprised to hear that the evil spirit race was coming. At the same time, in the outer world, a huge evil spirit ship crashed into a rock, smashing it into powder. The rocks that were enough to injure a divine king cultivator couldn't damage the evil spirit ship at all. What is this barren place? So many death whirlpool around, Army General Long Tay said as he looked to the dark vortex with a frown on his face. Due to his attempt to avoid the dark vortex, their ship was forced to hit a rock instead. He knew that the ship wouldn't be able to withstand the dark vortex's destructive power. As the evil spirit ship finally got close to the 3 realms, Army General Long Tay noticed something and frowned even more. Why is this place teeming with trashy great array? Did they think such a weak great array would be able to fool me? If this is the best they can do, then evil spirit race's victory is already assured, Army General Long Tay said confidently. Army General Long Tay immediately ordered his people to charge right ahead as he didn't have any worries that he would lose. Chapter 870. After the evil spirit ship crashed, the horde of evil spirit race finally saw the 3 realms with their own eyes. This is truly a great place. The spiritual energy concentration is a little bit low, but it has a good core phase. The Elder will be happy if we get this place for ourselves, Army General Long Tay said with a smirk on his face. The core phase that the Army General was talking about was what kept the 3 realms running. If this core were dug up, the 3 realms would be destroyed. It would be difficult for any living beings to survive outside as they needed a strong cultivation base to survive. For example, being at the Spirit King stage was the minimum requirement to survive in the outside world temporarily, but they wouldn't be able to survive for that long either. This was the main reason why 3 great divine kings set the protection over the 3 realms, as they couldn't allow anyone from the outside world to take over the 3 realms and take the core phase for themselves. They knew that the cultivators inside the 3 realms wouldn't be able to survive in the outside world. Tianyun already saw the outside world for himself. He noticed that there was basically no life in the outside world. He certainly didn't venture far enough in the outside world to see what else the outside world had to offer, but it wasn't necessary for him right now. At the same time that the great array he engraved on the rock in the outside world was triggered, Tianyun came out to check the enemy. Evil spirit ship, unknown grade, unknown effect, unknown ability. Combat power. 1 trillion points. The evil spirit ship's combat power reached the peak grade divine king level. Even Tianyun's appraisal eye couldn't properly analyze the ship's effect. It seemed he had to level up his appraisal eye even more to get a good measure of the enemy, but from the looks of it, the ship was a higher rank than a divine tool. Tianyun quickly pulled out the evil spirit divine sword from his inventory as it was the strongest weapon in his arsenal right now. He had to intercept the evil spirit race before they could enter the 3 realms right now. Otherwise, it would all be too late. General, there seems to be a human race ahead. His cultivation seems to be at the initial divine king stage, not too high of cultivation. The intelligence officer was reporting into Army General Long Tay. The humans sure are reckless. They still want to stop us even though they are too weak to do anything. Just ignore him. We can turn him into ashes if we want to, Army General Long Tay said, indifferently. In his opinion, the 3 realms cultivator wouldn't even be able to slow them down. The spirit ship immediately powered through towards the three realms. It was obvious that they wanted to ignore Tianyun, who was blocking their path towards the three realms. After it was back online, the evil spirit ship's combat power increased once more to 1.3 trillion points. I have to go all out, Tianyun said as he immediately activated the crazy combat mode, raising his own combat power explosively. With crazy combat mode, Tianyun successfully increased his combat power to 1 trillion points. He knew that it wouldn't be enough, so he immediately activated his ancient desert set, increasing his combat power further to 1.8 trillion points. Finally, his combat power exceeded the evil spirit ship's combat power. A terrifying aura oozed from his body, causing distortion to the space around him. This was the after effect of his power, but that wasn't the end of it. If he entered the three realms, he would further multiply his combat power by 10 times. At the same time, his body began to grow due to activating the evil god suit. The black flame immediately flickered in the space around him, burning everything it touched. This was his way to eliminate all evil spirit race that he came across. He immediately rushed towards the evil spirit ship with evil spirit divine sword honed in his hand. Evil god world breaking chop, Tianyun shouted as the evil spirit divine sword immediately glowed black and began to grow in size. He immediately struck down the ship with his evil spirit divine sword, splitting it in two. This is impossible. The evil spirit race that was controlling the ship was shocked by Tianyun's display of power. Quick, we have to cover the ship with stronger energy. His power is beyond what the ship can handle, the evil spirit race said in a panic. But everything was too late. Tianyun's attack already caused considerable damage to the ship, and he immediately prepared for another attack. He attacked the ship in order to break it apart, but he noticed that the ship was suddenly covered with a thick layer of spiritual energy. Tianyun thought that it wouldn't matter and attacked the ship once more, but this time, he couldn't destroy the ship as the spiritual energy was too tough. Meanwhile, the evil spirit race that maintained the barrier that protected the ship vomited out blood as their spiritual energy was drained in exchange for reinforcing the ship's endurance. They were not dead, but it was clear that they would be impaired for the rest of their lives. Tianyun didn't stop there. He immediately flashed to the side and pounded the ship once more, but it was still the same. The spiritual energy was too dense, so he couldn't destroy the ship in one go. Due to Tianyun's attack, the ship shook tremendously, killing the evil spirit race that was already exhausted from maintaining the spiritual energy to protect the ships. Those who were still fine before immediately vomited out blood, too, this time. This is too hard. This ship is unbelievably hard, Tianyun said to himself as he failed to destroy the ship after 3 attacks, but he knew that he must keep attacking the ship as long as he could. Chapter 871. Tianyun planned to attack the ship once more, but a figure immediately appeared in front of him with a black sword in hand. Tianyun observed the figure with his appraisal eye and noticed that the man had around 800 billion combat power, meaning that Tianyun would be able to easily fend off this man without so much effort in his current form. But from the energy and the aura that the man gave off, Tianyun knew that the man's cultivation couldn't be taken lightly. General Long Tay, cultivation base unknown, martial arts unknown, weakness unknown, equipment unknown, combat power 800 billion points, normal state 2 trillion points, maximum output. Tianyun was shocked as he saw that the man in front of him could harness up to 2 trillion combat power. He knew that the man was from the evil spirit race as he had the characteristic of the evil spirit race with their many arms. In addition, Tianyun also knew immediately that the man was already beyond Divine King stage. Tianyun began to wonder what level was above the Divine King stage. He didn't know for sure as his appraisal eye couldn't detect anything from this man just yet. Unless he leveled up the appraisal eye, he wouldn't be able to get the information he wanted. However, upgrading the appraisal eye right now would cost a lot of crazy points, and he couldn't afford it right now. Tianyun would rather use the crazy points to upgrade his martial arts or other things to help him win this war. The appraisal eye was nothing more than a means to obtain information. It wouldn't help much in an actual battle. Nevertheless, he was able to obtain the information about the opponent's combat power, and that should be enough. Surely, the opponent's amazing combat power was thanks to his impressive cultivation, equipment, and martial arts. I have never seen such a powerful existence before. Tianyun was looking forward to fighting a powerful opponent after having to fight so many weak ones for quite a while. General Long Tay looked at Yi Tianyun from top to bottom with a grim expression. Obviously, he never expected to see such a powerhouse here. Had he rushed to help as soon as the report came in earlier, the evil spirit ship wouldn't be in such a damaged state. I didn't expect to see someone this powerful here. No wonder the vanguard force died in there. General Long Tay said coldly. But this will be the end of your endeavor. You've already killed so many of our people, and now, you will serve as a stepping stone to achieve our goal. General Long Tay said confidently. Is every single one of you evil spirit race this arrogant? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. You will see our arrogance in a second. I will knock the 3 realms out of this world. General Long Tay said confidently. Reporting in, General, the ship's helmsman was dead, and those in the cabin were seriously injured. We can't operate the ship anymore. Someone said hurriedly near General Long Tay. Damn it, order everyone to get out of the ship and occupy this area. General Long Tay shouted annoyedly. As soon as he finished shouting, countless powerful evil spirit race cultivators emerged from the ship. They were strong as the weakest among them was at Spirit King stage while the strongest was at Divine King stage. Of course, that was after setting aside General Long Tay as he was on a league of his own. But fortunately, Yi Tianyun was already prepared for such an occasion. Right away, General, the army of evil spirit race shouted at the same time before immediately rushing towards the 3 realms, ignoring Yi Tianyun altogether. But Yi Tianyun wasn't having it as he immediately blasted a powerful sword energy towards the evil spirit race in the Divine King stage cultivation. The residents of the 3 realms would have a hard time fighting against a Divine King cultivator like this, so Yi Tianyun wanted to deal with them first. Evil spirit swallows the sky. General Long Tay shouted as his 10 arms began to glow. He summoned a huge demon that floated in the air, blocking Yi Tianyun's attack before it could hit his soldiers. Yi Tianyun's attack hit the demon that was summoned by Long Tay. As a result, he failed to deal damage to the enemy's army. Because of that, Yi Tianyun was forced to let the enemy's army head towards the 3 realms without chipping off the enemy's power. You are strong but not strong enough. I will be your opponent, General Long Tay coldly said as he pulled out a huge staff. The staff itself looked like a stick, but it had to be a top-grade artifact. There was no way someone on a general level would use a measly weak artifact. Are you sure about that? Yi Tianyun said as he quickly summoned 3 clones of himself. These clones were already at Saint King Peak stage and also had all of Yi Tianyun's martial arts and secret arts. What are those weaklings going to do here? General Long Tay said with a frown on his face. He immediately waved the staff, expecting that he would be able to decimate every clone quickly. A dazzling black light was emitted from his staff as he summoned countless evil spirits and skeletons towards the clones. The power of these minions could easily destroy a nation. But when the skeletons were about to bite Yi Tianyun's clones, a jet black sword energy suddenly pierced the skeletons, followed by an explosion upon impact. The powerful sword energy was unleashed, and the skeletons were dropping one by one. It even pierced through the huge demon and killed several evil spirit cultivators that were about to enter the 3 realms. Didn't you say that your opponent is me? Yi Tianyun said as his skin turned into a dragon scale. This was the result of activating the Dragon God bloodline technique, and because of that, his power multiplied once more. Especially since the critical effect was triggered, Yi Tianyun's combat power in his sword energy attack reached 23 trillion points. This level of power was unprecedented, not even to General Long Tay. Impossible. How could you become so strong? Weren't you at your limit earlier? General Long Tay said in disbelief. He thought that Yi Tianyun had used his ultimate move, but it turned out that was only a fraction of what Yi Tianyun could do. At the same time, he was surprised beyond belief as the 3 of Yi Tianyun's clones pulverized his army that was about to enter the 3 realms. General Long Tay's army couldn't hold their grounds against these 3 clones and eventually scattered in panic as they were afraid that they would be killed by the clones. General Long Tay couldn't believe mere clones would be this tough. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun smirked as he believed that the clones alone were enough to defend the 3 realms for now. Although the clones weren't strong, it seemed that they should be able to defeat the evil spirit race's Divine King. Chapter 872. Successfully killed evil spirit race cultivator, 3rd layer Saint King stage. Reward: 26, 5 billion express, 400.000 CPs, 200.000 SPs, evil spirit blood, evil spirit bones, evil spirit soul. Successfully killed evil spirit race, 2nd layer Saint King stage. Tianyun got a consecutive express as he used all express card in his possession and even bought some more from the crazy shop. This time, his express multiplier reached 377 times. That was also the reason why Tianyun didn't want to let any of these evil spirit race get away, as they would become the sweet experience points that he was always eager to get. Tianyun knew that the actual gap of his cultivation base with General Long Tay was too far apart. He also felt that General Long Tay still had some trick up his sleeve if the situation called for it. If Tianyun didn't level up here, he might not be able to fight General Long Tay. Although returning to the Three Realms would increase his combat power 10 times, he couldn't do that, as their fight would be enough to rip the Three Realms apart. The three clones of Tianyun kept killing the evil spirit race cultivators who tried to save themselves, but they couldn't possibly prevent everyone from entering the Three Realms. Their order was to occupy the Three Realms, not helping their comrades. But as soon as they approached the Three Realms, a giant dragon roared and smashed the closest evil spirit race. "If you want to enter the Three Realms, you have to pass my test first," the Dragon King coldly said, as he was in his true dragon appearance. He was the protector of the heaven world, so he had access to the outside world. "Oh, my, I didn't expect that I would participate in such a big battle again in my lifetime. I can't help but remember the good old days along with ancient Netherworld Divine King," an old man said as he emerged from the ghost world. He was a divine king of the ghost world, and he was summoned from his coffin to help fight off the evil spirit race. As a matter of fact, the old man wasn't really at a divine king cultivation base just yet, as his life quality didn't exactly improve after breaking through from the peak of Saint King stage, but sure enough, he was definitely close to becoming a divine king cultivator. The old man immediately burned himself in heavenly yin fire, revitalizing himself to recover his youth during his prime. The crutches that the old man was holding turned into a long beautiful sword in an instant. "Now, all of you will die here," the old man said with a cold, menacing gaze. He waved his long sword, killing any evil spirit race who dared to enter his territory. Tianyun had come across this old man before, but since Tianyun noticed that the old man was sleeping in his casket to preserve his life, Tianyun didn't pay any attention to him. But as soon as the evil spirit race invasion came close, Tianyun was intrigued to wake him up for conscripting him into battle. "Did you think I only come with the people you could deal with? You are too they, now crush them," Army General Long Tay said while smirking towards Tianyun. Suddenly, a lot of Saint King experts jumped out of the evil spirit ship. These Saint King experts were clearly a force to be reckoned with, as most of them reached the peak layer of Saint King stage. To further their chance of winning, there were 300 of them jumping off the evil spirit ship this time. There was no doubt that these evil spirit race Saint King experts were cultivating their spiritual energy inside the evil spirit ship before they were forced to join the battle. "Devour them and turn them into our supply," General Long Tay shouted with a big smirk on his face. This was totally unexpected, as there was no way the Three Realms would survive the invasion of this scale. There was only 100 cultivator at most inside the Three Realms who had already reached a decent Saint King cultivation base. There was no way for the Heaven World Divine King and Ghost World Divine King to defend from this kind of number 2. It would definitely be too much for them. Tianyun knew that the situation right now has reached the critical phase. It would be hard to protect the Three Realms as soon as this many Saint King cultivators reached the Three Realms, so he immediately opened the Sin shop. "Buy Sword Saint Suit," Tianyun said confidently. "Successfully purchased Sword Saint Suit, deducting 1 million Sin points as payment. Sword Saint Suit. LVL 50 equipment that would transform the user into a Sword Saint. All high-grade sacred tool rank and below with blades within 10 miles would fall under the user's control. Can control up to 10.000 swords at a time. Special effect. Consume 100.000 CPs to explode all weapons in control." This was the same suit that came with Evil God Suit, but because he rarely fought such a large group, Tianyun never bought it, but now it was different. He ought to buy this suit to deal with the sheer number of these evil spirit race cultivators. "Equip the Sword Saint Suit," Tianyun said as he instantly donned the Sword Saint Suit. His clothes turned white as his body turned small again due to the effect of the Evil God Suit wearing off. "All sword is under my command," Tianyun said as 10,000 swords in sacred tool rank emerged from the Three Realms and fluttered around in space around Tianyun. Tianyun immediately snapped his fingers, and these 10,000 swords began to chase the evil spirit race cultivators at an extreme speed, piercing their bodies like butter. These sacred tool swords that were under Yi Tianyun's control received enhancement as soon as Yi Tianyun controlled them, increasing their combat power to 200 billion points. It was devastating for the evil spirit race as so many of their army was weeded out by Yi Tianyun's attack. With 200 billion combat points per sword, it could be said that Yi Tianyun received 10,000 soldiers that were almost impossible to defend from. Chapter 873. 10,000 of sacred tools circled around Yi Tianyun, piercing any evil spirit race his eyes laid upon. The swords even destroyed many rocks that floated around the three realms. Obviously, with each sword containing 200 billion points of combat power, destroy anything on its path didn't come as a surprise. What an extremely powerful ability, Dragon King said with an excited look on his face. Meanwhile, Army General Long Tai's expression immediately changed. He didn't expect the human in front of him could control so many swords at once. I will have to stop you myself, General Long Tai shouted as he rushed towards Yi Tianyun to intercept Yi Tianyun's attack. However, General Long Tai's attempt was all in vain as Yi Tianyun quickly maneuvered the swords to evade Long Tai's attack. Yi Tianyun ignored General Long Tai for now as he focused his attention towards the other evil spirit race. For him, these enemies were merely a source of express, so he didn't show any mercy towards them. Furthermore, this was not an opportunity that he could easily find in the future, so he wanted to MKE the most of it. Successfully killed an evil spirit race. 3rd layer Spirit King stage reward, 2.6 billion express, 240.000 CPs, 30.000 SPs, evil spirit blood. Yi Tianyun killed so many evil spirit races they couldn't defend themselves against Yi Tianyun's overwhelming attack. It was obvious that none of the evil spirit race had ever expected that they would find someone beyond anything they've ever seen in a realm they took for a trash. I will break through by force. One of the demon gods of evil spirit race shouted and tried to push through Yi Tianyun's ocean of swords. The demon god hit a few of Yi Tianyun's swords and destroyed it, but Yi Tianyun didn't really care as he could replenish the sword by taking control over another one. He might not be able to control divine tool rank swords, but he sure could control everything below that. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 3rd layer Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun finally heard the sweet notice of leveling up after so long. This time he got a lot of express, so it didn't come as a surprise, but still, it was a good sight to see. The most exhilarating thing that happened after he leveled up was that his combat power increased so much. You damned brat, General Long Tai flashed forward towards Yi Tianyun. He thought that once he killed Yi Tianyun, all these swords that Yi Tianyun controlled would disappear. He dragged his demon staff behind him and discharged a black gold aura around him. He was truly furious by what Yi Tianyun had done to his men. His combat power reaches 2.7 trillion points, Yi Tianyun said as he saw General Long Tai with his appraisal eye. Yi Tianyun knew that he was vulnerable to General Long Tai's attack right now as he wasn't wearing the evil god suit now, and his combat power dropped significantly because of it. Sword Saint suit was great, but it would have a tough time fighting against a strong opponent one-on-one. Yi Tianyun looked for the room to dodge General Long Tai's attack that would be coming soon, but he noticed immediately that General Long Tai had blocked every possible escape path with his golden aura. Teleport. Yi Tianyun teleported out of harm's way. This teleportation ability was truly a divine ability. It essentially ignored everything as it relocated Yi Tianyun to another place he wished. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Tianyun got out of harm's way, General Long Tai's hit nothing but thin air. General Long Tai even created a black hole on that spot to swallow any debris around there. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun would be dead if he took that attack head-on. What the hell? General Long Tai said as he was shocked that Yi Tianyun could escape his attack. He never saw anyone with teleportation before, so he never expected Yi Tianyun was capable of something like that. As usual, Yi Tianyun didn't want to elaborate his ability to his enemy and didn't bother saying a word as he smirked at General Long Tai while constantly killing the evil spirit race around him with the swords he controlled. General Long Tai was furious. He rushed towards Yi Tianyun once more as he really wanted to end this farce and conquer the three realms as soon as possible. Die, mongrel, General Long Tai shouted as he waved the demon staff in his hand once again. He created a barrier out of his aura like earlier, leaving no path for Yi Tianyun's escape. He charged his attack, making it even more powerful than his previous one. Now, Tianyun didn't have any means to escape General Long Tai's attack unless he swapped the Sword Saint suit with the Evil God suit, but he couldn't do that as he would lose control over the swords. His teleportation was still on cooldown, and he knew that it wouldn't be usable anytime soon. He checked his inventory and saw the cooldown God Stone. It could instantly reduce the cooldown time of any ability for an hour, but it was only usable up to 10 times. But this was the perfect time to use it as he had no other effective way to get out of harm. Activate cooldown God Stone, rewind teleportation ability, Tianyun said as he immediately teleported out of harm's way once more. Chapter 874. The explosion occurred in a narrow space, but the result still didn't change. Tianyun was already out of General Long Tai's range before the explosion even took place. General Long Tai was confused by the situation as he didn't understand how Tianyun could escape his grasp so easily. What is going on, slippery little bastard? Are you doing something that shouldn't be possible? General Long Tai said with a cold gaze towards Tianyun. He looked around, and many of his men were already killed by Tianyun's flying swords. Especially his soldiers with Spirit King Cultivation base. They were completely annihilated. The Saint King stage experts were still holding on, even though their number had dwindled. But General Long Tai knew that their defeat was imminent. General Long Tai really felt threatened by Tianyun's power, so he was desperate to put an end to Tianyun right now. Are you still going to fight? Tianyun said with a smirk on his face. Tianyun knew that he couldn't escape the enemy with teleportation over and over again as cooldown God Stone had its limit, so the best thing he could do was stall for time. He knew that killing General Long Tai with Sword Saint suit was impossible, so he planned to wipe out General Long Tai's men before changing his suit back to Evil God suit. How dare you mock me? Army General Long Tai shouted as he waved the demon staff on his hands once again. General Long Tai trapped Tianyun inside his aura once again before attacking with the same pattern. Obviously, Tianyun teleported out as it was the best choice he had right now. The cooldown God Stone was easy to use, and Tianyun could keep using it until its time was up. How can you do that? Is it teleportation? But I already locked the space itself. How can you use a spatial technique in that state? General Long Tai said as he was really annoyed by Tianyun's action. God damn it, you are really one annoying piece of shit. General Long Tai shouted furiously as suddenly two hands on the furthest back of his body burst into a bloody mist that was quickly absorbed by General Long Tai. Tianyun immediately frowned as he saw that General Long Tai's combat power immediately increased once more. Now, General Long Tai's had around 3 trillion combat power, which was insane. However, Tianyun had a feeling that the sudden rise in General Long Tai's current combat power was affected by some form of burning blood essence as he directly absorbed 2 of his 10 arms. But Tianyun didn't have the information about what changes occurred on General Long Tai's body as he didn't have the capability to do so right now. Combat power was only the assessment number of the target's overall power. It didn't simply give the information that would help Tianyun win the fight. For example, enhancing defensive power also increased combat power, but it didn't mean your attack would get stronger. I will end you now. General Long Tai shouted with bloodshot eyes. He waved the demon staff in his hands, and the demon staff began to groan horrifyingly. At the next moment, countless souls flew out of the demon staff, trapping Tianyun completely. The souls suddenly exploded once they were close enough to Tianyun, but compared to General Long Tai's earlier attack, these souls were obnoxiously quick. They could cross the space and get to Tianyun in mere seconds and explode immediately. After boosting his combat power, General Long Tai's attack was quicker than before. Once again, Tianyun teleported out of harm's way. Even if General Long Tai increased his power, it wouldn't matter for Tianyun. Teleportation art was a divine ability that allowed him to freely move through the space without anything standing in his way. Tianyun didn't really know the limitation of his teleportation ability just yet, but he didn't have to think about it for now. But as Tianyun teleported to a place that he thought was safe, he was shocked as suddenly a red figure also appeared in front of him. Tianyun was so shocked that he used the cooldown God Stone immediately. He teleported away once more, but just like earlier, the red figure also appeared before him. Tianyun turned pale as he clearly never expected this outcome, so he teleported away once more. But no matter where he went, the red figure always appeared in front of him. He knew that the red figure was General Long Tai himself, but Tianyun never expected General Long Tay to be this fast. The red figure kept waving the staff in its hand toward Tianyun. "I am out of here," Tianyun said as he teleported away once more. He knew that he couldn't use the cooldown God Stone forever. Otherwise, he would exhaust it in this fight. He didn't have any spare cooldown God Stone right now. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind using it all up right now. Tianyun knew that he couldn't keep this strategy up much longer, so he immediately swapped out the Sword Saint suit with the Evil God suit. He also used heaven-devouring divine treasure, covering himself inside a thick protective barrier. In addition, he also fortified the barrier with heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet too. At the same time, General Long Tay's attack landed this time, and it completely obliterated Tianyun's protective barrier. The heaven-devouring divine treasure and heavenly rock suppressing ancient tablet was only able to take one attack from General Long Tay. Tianyun definitely felt the impact of General Long Tay's attack just now, and it was truly terrifying. Tianyun was sent flying while at the same time, 10,000 of flying swords fell from the air, floating around in the outer world. Tianyun assessed his body after receiving General Long Tay's attack and noticed that he received a slight injury, but overall he was okay. He would definitely receive a serious injury if he didn't swap out his suit earlier. General Long Tay was definitely the strongest opponent he ever met until now. With 3 trillion combat points, General Long Tay was absurdly powerful. "It's time to move," the 3 demon gods of evil spirit race said as they saw that the flying swords had fallen and the only thing blocking their path was the Dragon King and a mysterious old man. With the 3 of them, there was no way the Dragon King and that mysterious old man would be able to stop them. Soon, a lot of evil spirit race would trespass into the heaven world and ghost world, but they still had to think about the barrier that covered up the 3 realms before that. Chapter 875. The evil spirit race warriors rushed towards the 3 realms barrier and attacked it with all their might. But the defensive mechanism that the 3 great divine king had left behind was immediately put to work as the 10 stars blasted a concentrated spiritual energy towards the evil spirit race, which easily killed the unfortunate cultivators and made it easier for the Dragon King and the mysterious old man. The ancient netherworld divine tower also refused to fall behind as it pulled any evil spirit race that was on the ghost world's part of the 3 realms. These unfortunate cultivators were easily killed inside the tower as the heavenly thunder kept striking them mercilessly. From the looks of things, the ancient netherworld divine tower was more efficient when it came to eliminating the evil spirit race compared to the 10 stars. That being said, the 10 stars itself killed the evil spirit race with a single strike. The fact that it was a strong divine tool was irrefutable. The evil spirit race tried to back away as they were horrified by the 3 realms' defensive mechanism. Some even tried to go to the mortal world part of the 3 realms as they thought it was defenseless. But they were absolutely wrong. Even if the mortal world had no divine tools to repel the invader, it had the sturdiest barrier out of the 3 realms. So, if the evil spirit race wanted to take over the 3 realms from mortal world, they were badly mistaken. Damn it all! A demon god screamed and immediately rushed towards the Dragon King as he thought that he could defeat him. Even so, Dragon King quickly retreated towards the 10 stars, while the mysterious old man also retreated towards the ancient netherworld divine tower. Both of them knew that it would be impossible for them to defeat all these cultivators, so the safest way for them to deal with this many cultivators was to utilize the defensive mechanism efficiently. All of the demon gods immediately rushed towards heaven world as they saw that the 10 stars didn't kill them at a massive number in one go like the ancient netherworld divine tower. The demon gods immediately created a huge spiritual barrier that would block the 10 stars attack as they knew that a divine tool would be less effective against a divine king cultivator. Middle grade divine tool like this is hardly a challenge, the demon gods said with a smirk on their faces as they immediately attacked heaven world. Everyone in heaven world could feel the ground was shaking due to the demon gods' attack as the whole heaven world shook. The demon gods also took down the 10 stars as they thought it was just a nuisance. The 10 stars immediately fell after an attack from the demon gods, falling to the ground, creating a huge crater. However, upon closer look, they would realize that the 10 stars wasn't exactly destroyed, but it would take a considerable amount to repair and make it work like before. The cultivators in heaven world suddenly turned pale as they saw the distortion in space, especially those who chose to cut ties with Tianyun's alliances. They are really here and attack us, a faction leader shouted as he saw the 10 stars blasted down a concentrated spiritual energy from the sky. They now knew the graveness of this situation, and they couldn't help but panic. Quick, we have to get in touch with the Alliance and group up to fight the evil spirit race. The faction leader said nervously. It is too late, my lord. The guard said as they saw the evil spirit race has begun penetrating the heaven world's barrier. 7 Saint King experts descended to the heaven world as they finally penetrated the barrier with many Spirit King expert following behind them. They immediately attacked any faction they found and devoured anyone they wanted to replenish their power. The human cultivators began to retaliate, but they were outclassed by the evil spirit race as they were far stronger. Even the faction leaders were stunned out of their minds as they saw the horrifying sight in front of them. We have to escape, the faction lords said as they were too scared to retaliate, but they were immediately intercepted by the evil spirit race. Your cultivation isn't bad, it would make a great appetizer for us, the evil spirit race said as they devoured the faction lords alive. The faction lords couldn't resist the evil spirit race as they had superior strength. These faction lords that have already rejected Tianyun's alliance could only wallow in remorse as their lives ended at the hands of the evil spirit race. But regret could only take them so far as their faction's imperial city was still engulfed in flame. The other faction leaders who also refused to join Tianyun's alliance experienced the same thing. They couldn't do anything to resist the evil spirit race's invasion and died, becoming food for the evil spirit race. Some of them had the time to flee towards the alliance as they knew that the alliance was the only thing holding back the evil spirit race. Meanwhile, the alliance had already devised a defensive plan in case the evil spirit race invaded the land, so now they were focusing on their plan. They already created a powerful great array that could easily kill a Spirit King expert and restrain the Saint King expert. Quick, we have to support Cloud Divine Nation, the Alliance member shouted before passing through the teleportation array to assist Cloud Divine Nation. They reached the Cloud Divine Nation in a blink of an eye, allowing them to provide support so easily. The same could be said to any other divine nations that supported the Alliance. They all followed the strategy that had already been devised beforehand and thus easily defended their area. Although they had fewer Saint King experts compared to the evil spirit race, with so many great array and thorough planning, they easily prevented the worst from happening to their side. It was really unfortunate for the other divine nations that had already turned away the alliance as they didn't have any strategy to help them defend their divine nation, which resulted in their divine nation crumbling in a matter of minutes. Ellipsis 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 dot. Tianyun equipped the longevity set to recover his body. He had to constantly assess the situation all over the place while also keeping General Long Tae, who was still in front of him, in check. I am sure that we will win this war. You won't be able to dominate the 3 realms, Tianyun said confidently. Chapter 876. After Heaven World's barrier was penetrated, the Ghost World's barrier also met the same fate not long after that. The ancient Netherworld Divine Tower couldn't pull that many evil spirit race, and they seized that small window of opportunity to penetrate the barrier. Still, like the Alliance in Heaven World was ready to fight, and the same could be said to the Ghost World's alliance. The evil spirit race didn't rush towards the mortal world as they believed that mortal world would submit, too, once Heaven World and Ghost World had fallen. The evil spirit race had so many Saint King experts and even several Divine King experts in their arsenal, while the mortal world didn't have that many strong cultivators yet. This was also the reason why Tianyun was trying hard to make sure that the 3 realms wasn't invaded by these evil spirit race. But for now, Tianyun had to focus on General Long Tae in front of him as he knew that no one else would be able to deal with him. Your realms are doing a good job delaying our invasion, but now it's already too late for them to resist our power, General Long Tae said as he looked at Tianyun coldly. Don't worry, you will die before you can see your realms fall, General Long Tae said with a smirk on his face before swinging the demon staff in his hand once more. The red light that the demon staff emitted was a proof that the weapon had killed so many people before. I don't think so, Tianyun said solemnly as so much information flooded his notification. The Alliance has successfully killed an evil spirit race cultivator, 3rd layer Spirit King stage. Reward: 2 billion express, 50.000 CPs. The Alliance has successfully, ellipsis single quote dot, the entire 3 realms was at war. It turned out Tianyun also got the express that the Alliance got from killing the enemy. The only thing that Tianyun didn't get was the item that the enemy might drop, but surely express and crazy points were already good enough. There was nothing more that he could ask for if he already got the experience point he needed. If Yi Tianyun could level up once more, his odds against General Long Tay would increase significantly. I want to see how you get out of this one, General Long Tay confidently said as he waved his demon staff around, producing a terrifying sound that could be heard from far away. He kept waving his demon staff until it produced the same effect as his attack earlier. A red aura created a wall that blocked the path for Yi Tianyun to escape, but this time, it tried to squish Yi Tianyun, who was in the middle of the walls at a suddenly increasing speed. Yi Tianyun was already prepared for General Long Tay's attack as he had already activated the Dragon God bloodline and Phoenix bloodline within his body. It once again increased his combat power to a whole new level. It increased from 1.8 trillion points to 2.4 trillion points in an instant, but he didn't stop there. Activate Evil Spirit Burst, Yi Tianyun said to himself. Consuming 10.000 CPs to activate Evil Spirit Burst. The Evil Spirit Divine Sword on Yi Tianyun's hand began to glow even more brightly as its effect activated. Yi Tianyun's combat power increased once more, becoming 2.6 trillion points instantly. He also activated the Damage Divine Rune on Evil Spirit Divine Sword to further increase its power, raising Yi Tianyun's combat points by 100 billion this time. In the end, Yi Tianyun's combat power reached 2.7 trillion points. It was a terrifying value to have for an early-level Divine King cultivator like Yi Tianyun. Meanwhile, the entire area around General Long Tay and Yi Tianyun began to shake and distort from the intensity of Yi Tianyun and General Long Tay's aura. Furthermore, General Long Tay's attack was not over yet as the red aura earlier destroyed everything from its path. The rest of the evil spirit race cultivators couldn't see the fight clearly as too much explosion and other stuff going on around General Long Tay and Yi Tianyun. But after the smoke from their exchange dissipated, they saw that Yi Tianyun was boxed in by General Long Tay's aura. General Long Tay is the strongest out here, the evil spirit race said as they were excited to see their army general had the upper hand against the enemy's strongest fighter. At this moment, it was clear that Yi Tianyun was the one getting pushed back as his body suffered so many injuries and blood constantly dripping out of his body. Their cultivation gap was too big, so Yi Tianyun had a tough time even after doing his best. Equip longevity set, Yi Tianyun said as he had already replaced them with ancient deserts said earlier. He ought to heal his wound again right now as he was injured quite badly. The longevity set immediately healed Yi Tianyun back to health. On the other hand, General Long Tay was clearly shocked by Yi Tianyun's healing ability as he had never seen such a fast and effective healing ability. How did you do all of this? Did you still have a card up on your sleeve even in this situation? General Long Tay said with a shocked expression. He believed that he would be able to kill Yi Tianyun with a couple extra hits, but now he realized that it wasn't possible anymore, seeing that Yi Tianyun has healed back to health. He really wanted to kill Yi Tianyun, so his mission to invade and occupy the three realms would go smoothly. He knew that he would never have the three realms as long as Yi Tianyun was alive. This is bullshit, General Long Tay shouted as another arm of his turned into a blood mist and was immediately absorbed into General Long Tay's body. With that said, General Long Tay's combat power increased exponentially once more. But still, it was humiliating for General Long Tay as he has to resort to this trick facing a mere human from a weak realm. Furthermore, General Long Tay has already equipped his strongest weapon and armor, meaning that he ought to use a forbidden technique like this just for a single human. For now, General Long Tay's combat power increased by 200 billion points. Yi Tianyun was a little bit confused as General Long Tay's combat power didn't increase as much as it did before. But Yi Tianyun realized that it had something to do with the limit of one's potential. General Long Tay would increase his combat power to a terrifying degree the first time he absorbed his own hand, but the second one and the one after that wouldn't give him that much combat power anymore as the user would had already increased their combat power to meet their potential earlier. You have done it now, Yi Tianyun said as he resolved himself to kill General Long Tay. Chapter 877. It was fortunate that the appraisal eye now managed to detect the change in General Long Tay's combat power. Still, the information Yi Tianyun had on the evil spirit race general was too limited. Yi Tianyun himself didn't even know the level of General Long Tay was. But that is because Yi Tianyun didn't know what came after the Divine King stage. Yi Tianyun knew that General Long Tay must have used so much resource to achieve this amazing cultivation, so Yi Tianyun knew that General Long Tay would be able to heal himself back to health just fine. Tianyun knew that it would be a problem later on, but for now, he ought to focus on completing his main quest. There was no point if he killed General Long Tay but failed his main quest. He ought to stop the invasion fast before these evil spirit race conquered the 3 realms. Damn you, I never expected someone like you would be able to push me this far. This is beyond expectation, but I had my fun. Army General Long Tay coldly said as his demon staff suddenly changed color into a deep red glow. He waved the staff around and constructed so many phantom shadows around him and Tianyun. There was basically no escape route left for Tianyun at this point. General Long Tay's speed rose dramatically, and even with only 6 arms, his power wasn't going down at all. In fact, losing his arms was like a booster for his power. Facing such a terrifying and aggressive opponent, Tianyun hesitated. He wanted to use the World Divine Rune, which was the spirit race's strongest divine rune that could enhance his combat power by 5 times. But he knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Activate World Divine Rune, Tianyun said as he activated the World Divine Rune that was already engraved on his body. His body immediately heated up as his blood essence was burned up to activate the World Divine Rune. With the World Divine Rune activated, Tianyun's combat power began to skyrocket again quickly. It gave Tianyun another 200 billion points on combat power. This was a given as World Divine Rune amplified his base combat power, which was around 40 to 50 billion points by 5 times. Thanks to his equipment that buffed his overall status hundreds of times, his combat power was now around 3 trillion points. Although the World Divine Rune's effect seemed insignificant, it was impressive enough as 200 billion combat points is not a laughing matter. It could save a life getting that many combat points in one go during a real fight. Tianyun immediately rushed towards General Long Tay as he knew that he couldn't be the receiving end forever, so he took the initiative to attack this time. Another explosion echoed as soon as Tianyun's evil spirit divine sword clashed with General Long Tay's demon staff. But as the result of the confrontation, Tianyun's evil spirit divine sword was bent, while Army General Long Tay was bleeding from his hands. The evil spirit race that watched everything from a distance was shocked as they never expected someone who rivaled their army general's power would be here on such a weak realm. They were confused as they didn't understand how a human race could be this powerful. They didn't even see Tianyun used any enhancement before. What's the matter? Can you still hold that staff? Tianyun said mockingly. A furious look immediately filled General Long Tay's face, and once again, he waved the demon staff towards Tianyun. He wanted to kill Tianyun now more than ever. Tianyun knew that he hadn't received any major injuries yet so far, but the situation might change if he was not careful. After all, World Divine Rune only lasted for 5 minutes. He couldn't keep it up for too long. So Tianyun began to think of other ways to make sure he didn't lose on this match, which eventually led him into thinking that he should level up crazy mode. But Tianyun knew that he didn't have enough crazy points to do so as he only had 200 million CPs at the moment while leveling up crazy mode needs 250 million CPs. Furthermore, the requirement to level up crazy mode wasn't met yet. Tianyun had to be a Divine King peak stage cultivator in order to level up crazy mode. Tianyun then considered if there were other things that he could level up. Obviously, Dragon God Bloodline was a good choice as it was generally good in basically all aspects, but he was distracted mid-thought as General Long Tay rushed forward with his demon staff. Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art. Tianyun shouted as his combat power rose once again, but it wasn't much compared to World Divine Rune as General Long Tay was already so powerful to begin with. It was barely noticeable at this point. Fortunately, Tianyun blocked General Long Tay's attack and was pushed back as a result. Tianyun knew that he didn't completely block General Long Tay's attack as he could still feel the impact from blocking General Long Tay's attack. But General Long Tay didn't give Tianyun a breathing room as he once again rushed towards Tianyun without any hesitation. Level up Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art. Tianyun shouted annoyedly, consuming 5 million mastery points. Successfully leveled up Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art to middle grade heavens level. Adding tens of billions of divine power while activated. Next level required 20 million mastery points. Activate Shaking Heaven Body Secret Art. Tianyun shouted as he had no other option left. His body suddenly felt heavier, and the evil spirit divine sword on his hands immediately shook as a big phantom shadow appeared behind him. Tianyun's combat power rose once again until it reached 3.1 trillion points. Yi Tianyun's evil spirit divine sword collided with General Long Tai's demon staff once again, and everything around them immediately turned to dust. This time, their combat power was already completely equal, so neither of them was blown away. The Dragon King, who saw the confrontation in the distance, was startled. It was obvious that Yi Tianyun's cultivation base was the weaker one here, but he didn't lose ground to the evil spirit race general for some reason. "What is going on? How can you get any stronger?" General Long Tai said as his mouth started to vomit blood. He thought that he could dominate Yi Tianyun through sheer force, but obviously, that wasn't the case. "You don't deserve to know anything, you demon," Yi Tianyun said coldly. "Level up Dragon God Bloodline," Yi Tianyun said without any hesitation. Consuming 50 million crazy points to level up Dragon God Bloodline to 8th grade. Next grade required 100 million CPs. Yi Tianyun knew from earlier that Dragon God Bloodline was the best thing he could level up while he couldn't level up Crazy Mode. With that said, Yi Tianyun's combat power started to increase once more until it reached 3.5 trillion points. With just a single level up, Yi Tianyun's combat power increased by 400 billion in one go. It was incredible as no divine king would be able to attain this kind of power, and it went without saying that his combat power even surpassed General Long Tai's right now. Chapter 878. Yi Tianyun's combat power has exceeded General Long Tai's combat power. Dragon God Bloodline was such an incredible bloodline that easily boosted his overall combat power with ease. It even worked well with Crazy Mode as it was also affected by Crazy Mode enhancement. "This is where we settle this," Yi Tianyun said as he activated Evil God Suit's ability to envelope the Dragon God armor that emerged as he activated the Dragon God Bloodline. In this state, Yi Tianyun didn't even need a weapon as his fist was enough to shatter the space. Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and a red light flickered that quickly turned into a red giant dragon, roaring in space, terrifying those who saw it. Yi Tianyun quickly attacked General Long Tai as he took the initiative to attack once again. General Long Tai was surprised as he didn't expect Yi Tianyun to take the initiative and attack him first, so, he waved his demon staff to block Yi Tianyun's attack. Yi Tianyun's fist hit the demon staff head-on and with a muffled sound, General Long Tai's demon staff was pushed against General Long Tai's body, pushing him back. General Long Tai felt that his body was about to shatter from just blocking one attack from Yi Tianyun. Obviously, the general was confused and surprised as he never expected to see a human race with such power. But that wasn't the end of it as Yi Tianyun kept attacking. Yi Tianyun didn't have much time, so he ought to end this fight soon. Otherwise, the three realms could fall to the evil spirit race soldiers that already entered the three realms. Yi Tianyun relentlessly punched General Long Tai. The power of Raging Dragon began to burn General Long Tai's body. General Long Tai himself couldn't believe what happened right now as it was completely absurd. His body suddenly received serious damage as his bones were shattered, and his internal organs were damaged by Yi Tianyun's attacks. General Long Tai was simply being pummeled by Yi Tianyun without any chance of resisting. The evil spirit race cultivators that watched the fight from afar were stunned to see that their famous army general was on the mercy of a human, dropping their morale to the ground. They knew that if Army General Long Tai were defeated, there would be no chance for them to capture the three realms. Everyone in the three realms, too, could watch the fight between Yi Tianyun and General Long Tai as the barrier that protected the three realms has been breached. In the beginning, they were worried that Yi Tianyun would lose the fight, but certainly, that wasn't the case as Yi Tianyun kept getting stronger the more time passed. "How dare you, damned insect!" General Long Tai screamed in fury as he waved his demon staff wildly, ignoring Yi Tianyun's punch altogether. But this time, Yi Tianyun didn't care about General Long Tai's attack as his defense power was boosted by Dragon God Bloodline, and his thick scale should be able to nullify the impact from General Long Tai's attack. "Damn it, human, drop dead already!" General Long Tai roared as 4 of his 6 arms immediately turned into dust and were immediately absorbed by General Long Tai's body. He also took out a bottle of black blood and immediately drank it without any hesitation. His body immediately began to darken as soon as he finished drinking the black blood on the bottle. General Long Tai's skin began to crystallize, which looked quite sturdy. Yi Tianyun observed General Long Tai with his appraisal eye, and once again, he noticed that General Long Tai's combat points were way beyond his own once again as his combat power reached 4.2 trillion points. Yi Tianyun knew that forcefully enhancing one's combat power like General Long Tai was doing would come with a price. If he had to guess, General Long Tai's body wouldn't hold out that much power for too long, and he might not be doing so great after it wore off. General Long Tai rushed forward and swung his staff to slam Yi Tianyun, but Yi Tianyun blocked General Long Tai's attack with his divine sword just fine. Although General Long Tai's combat power has increased over Yi Tianyun's own combat power, it wasn't focused on the offensive power. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun's Dragon God bloodline increased his defensive power significantly. But still, Yi Tianyun was pushed towards the mortal world as he couldn't hold out the weight of General Long Tai's attack. Yi Tianyun fell down into the mortal world like a meteorite as he couldn't control his landing just yet. As Yi Tianyun fell to the ground, an earthquake took place. A huge crater was made where Yi Tianyun fell. Yi Tianyun was annoyed as the opponent was indeed strong this time. He was injured, and he was shedding blood everywhere. The dragon armor on his body was shattered as his bones and organs sustained some injuries. Yi Tianyun suspected that General Long Tai's sudden explosion of power had something to do with the black blood that he consumed earlier. There was something off about General Long Tai. Even though General Long Tai also absorbed 4 of his extra arms, he wasn't supposed to be this strong. Now that Yi Tianyun has fallen to the mortal world, this place might become a battlefield for Yi Tianyun next. If they fought in mortal world, it was safe to assume that the mortal world wouldn't be habitable later. Just to make things worse, Yi Tianyun's combat power immediately dropped as the World Divine Rune's effect wore off. Yi Tianyun frowned as he knew that he couldn't block General Long Tai's attack so easily like before. He already knew that all he had to do was wait for General Long Tai's enhancement to wear off. He knew that it wouldn't be long before General Long Tai began experiencing the side effect of his enhancement. However, in the meantime, Yi Tianyun still had to defend against General Long Tai and think about the way to win. With a gap of 700 billion points of combat power, this wouldn't be easy. The World Divine Rune still couldn't be used as it had a cooldown of 24 hours before it could be used again. Yi Tianyun realized that he ought to stay calm and think about the way to win fast as the mortal world wouldn't be able to hold their fight for too long. Chapter 879. The effect of World Divine Rune already wore off, but it didn't matter as Yi Tianyun got the title that amplified his combat power by 10 times. It may look good as he was stronger now, but mortal world wasn't suited for a fight between people of their caliber. Furthermore, Army General Long Tai was a violent person that wouldn't care about his surroundings. This was what Yi Tianyun worried about the most. Hadn't he cared about the well-being of the mortal world, he would have already come down here and waited for General Long Tai to come down earlier. Yi Tianyun knew that 10 times damage was an incredible buff, but he couldn't afford to let the 3 realms fall apart because of it. Now, the cultivators of the mortal world felt nervous and scared as they saw the heavenly cloud's great emperor was smashed to the ground, and the enemy's attack seemed to be working on him on top of that. However, Yi Tianyun didn't show his weakness as he bounced back up again. He immediately replaced his accessories with the longevity set to recover any injuries on his body. Yi Tianyun also consumed several recovery pills to hasten his recovery speed as he couldn't afford to wait if General Long Tai rushed inside the mortal world. Sure enough, General Long Tai appeared in the air. He looked around with a scornful look on his face. "This is your world. This is garbage. How could you become so strong in a garbage dump like this?" General Long Tai said with disgust. His expression was full of contempt as he had never expected such a strong cultivator was coming from this kind of place. "I'll have you take that back," Yi Tianyun said as he suddenly teleported, re-emerging right in front of General Long Tai. "Get out of my sight," Yi Tianyun said as the 3 realms suddenly trembled and the 3 heaven-ascending divine altars began to glow. Furthermore, the 10 stars that have already fallen to the ground and the ancient netherworld divine tower also glowed respectively. 3 phantom shadows suddenly appeared in the sky, taking the appearance of the 3 great divine kings themselves. These 3 phantom shadows began to accumulate their power and immediately blasted a powerful beam of spiritual energy right through General Long Tai. General Long Tai was immediately locked in the air as a golden energy barrier kept him in place. This was the trump card that the 3 great divine kings had left behind. It was made originally for demon god Long Yu in case it ever escaped his prison. Yi Tianyun had to try this long overdue power to General Long Tai as there is no one more powerful than General Long Tai right now as an enemy. He decided to use this legacy power to make sure that the damage done to the mortal world would be kept to minimal later. The beam of spiritual energy from the 3 phantom shadows pierced through General Long Tai without fail, but that wasn't the end of it, as Yi Tianyun also lifted his evil spirit divine sword and activated his dragon god bloodline once more. He aimed his attack at General Long Tai's head as he wanted to finish this battle once and for all. Furthermore, his power was on a whole different league compared to earlier, as he received the 10 times damage bonus from his title. Now, Yi Tianyun had around 4 trillion combat power, almost catching up with General Long Tai's combat power. But Yi Tianyun's sword immediately hit a metal as his sword was blocked by General Long Tai's hand. After the golden energy beam from the 3 phantom shadows attack dispersed, Yi Tianyun noticed that General Long Tai wasn't injured at all. In fact, it seemed the power from the 3 great divine kings' legacy power didn't even scratch General Long Tai's clothes. But still, Yi Tianyun's attack did inflict some damage to General Long Tai's body, as Yi Tianyun successfully broke the black crystal that seemed to be the defensive artifact that General Long Tai used to intercept Yi Tianyun's sword. A thick black blood dripped down to the ground disgustingly from General Long Tai's hand. It even melted the ground where it fell, meaning that it was extremely toxic. Nevertheless, it showed how confident General Long Tai on his physique, and he believed that Yi Tianyun wouldn't be able to penetrate his defense. "Did you get stronger?" General Long Tai said as he frowned upon realizing that his defense wasn't enough to block Yi Tianyun's attack anymore. He thought that he could defeat Yi Tianyun with his power alone, but it seemed that Yi Tianyun was catching up with his power. This was truly something that he had never expected before. He has already absorbed 8 of his arms and even consumed a bottle of black blood to reinforce his physique, but what did the human in front of him ever do? He didn't even see the human consume any pill aside from recovery pills. The human didn't even burn his blood essence as far as General Long Tai's knowledge. This was the most bizarre battle that General Long Tai had ever experienced. "You will not have your way anymore," General Long Tai shouted as he immediately attacked Yi Tianyun with all his might. Yi Tianyun tried his best to dodge General Long Tai's attack, but General Long Tai was too fast for Yi Tianyun. As a result, Yi Tianyun wasn't able to dodge and was forced to block the attack head-on. General Long Tai's fist connected with Yi Tianyun's fist as Yi Tianyun tried to block General Long Tai's attack with one of his own. Yi Tianyun was pushed back hard, while General Long Tai was just forced to step back due to the impact. It was clear that General Long Tai's attack was slightly more powerful and heavier than Yi Tianyun's attack. Meanwhile, the impact of their exchange crushed the ground, and there were cracks all over the ground. In just a couple of minutes of battle, the mortal world was in a bad state. The area in hundreds of miles radius of their battle was basically a living hell. The trees were uprooted, the demon beasts died because of shock, the buildings were crumbling to dust, not to mention that so many people were killed just from the pressure and impact alone. Yi Tianyun was certain that if they continued to fight in the mortal world, everything would be reduced to nothing. It was not only the ground, as the sky itself also received a repercussion from the fight. The blue sky in mortal world turned black as several black holes were seen floating in the air, ready to swallow everything. "He is too powerful," Yi Tianyun said to himself as he received several lethal damages. He was in awe of the situation right now, as he knew that the gap between them was only 200 billion points, but it felt like a few trillions of points for some reason. He couldn't see General Long Tai's whole details as he didn't level up the appraisal eye, but one thing for sure, his combat power didn't increase while he was fighting against Yi Tianyun in the mortal world. "I don't know how you got your power, but I have the king's blood. Your attack wouldn't hurt me in the slightest," General Long Tai said as he rushed over towards Yi Tianyun once more. He didn't give Yi Tianyun any chance to recover at all. "King's blood," Yi Tianyun curiously murmured as he had never heard anything with that name before. Was it the black blood that General Long Tai took earlier? Chapter 880. Army General Long Tai rushed over towards Yi Tianyun, but instead of attacking with his demon staff, he used his fist. He showed no mercy as he didn't want to waste more time fighting Yi Tianyun. After drinking the king's blood, General Long Tai's body was deadlier than any weapon, so it was better for him to use his fist than to use any weapon. Yi Tianyun blocked General Long Tai's fist with his own fist, not showing the slightest fear even though he was at a disadvantage. The blood vessels on Yi Tianyun's arms were crushed, and the blood gushed out from all his cuts. Moreover, the area around them was constantly destroyed as the fight went on. Yi Tianyun couldn't drag General Long Tai out of mortal world, so the best thing he could do right now was to make sure that this area was the only place they used to fight in the mortal world. Surely, many people saw that Yi Tianyun was fighting hard for their sake, but they were worried and nervous after seeing Tianyun was full of blood. Especially Shi Shuiyan, who was biting her lips as she kept fighting the evil spirit race that came her way. She could see Tianyun fighting from a distance, and that was why she was extremely worried about Tianyun's safety. She also understood that there was nothing she could do to help Tianyun, as the impact and tremor from Tianyun's fight were absolutely devastating for those who tried to come close. Furthermore, the sky was darkened by the space that was beginning to collapse due to the friction of power between Tianyun and General Long Tay, so it was impossible for anyone to come anywhere close to them now. Everyone knew that the battle that took place in the center of the collapsing space would affect the entire mortal world as a whole. This situation might worsen as time went by, and that was what they were afraid of the most. Shi Shuiyan wasn't the only one who was worried about Tianyun's well-being. In fact, almost everyone felt the same way because if Tianyun lost, it would be the end of everything they knew of. Even so, they couldn't stand by and watch Tianyun's fight as they ought to deal with the evil spirit race that was still attacking other areas. The cultivators in mortal world dealt with Spirit King stage cultivator mainly as the Saint King expert of the evil spirit race was handled by the Heavenly Clouds Empire. Furthermore, the great array that Tianyun already developed on Heavenly Clouds Empire was working efficiently. It easily trapped any Saint King experts that barged into the Heavenly Clouds Empire, so killing them was far easier than fighting them head-on. Despite the fact that the situation didn't seem so bad, right now, the fact that 3 realms was constantly being invaded by the evil spirit race was a problem that they had to solve quickly as the gap of power would definitely widen, and eventually, the 3 realms would fall to the evil spirit race's hands. This also went for Heaven World and Ghost World, as they were also getting more casualties as time went by. Kill them, we have to protect our homeland. A cultivator shouted to raise the morale of people around him. Yeah, we have to kill them even if we die trying. We must not retreat. Another one shouted enthusiastically. The cultivators of the 3 realms shouted their battle cries to make sure that everyone had made their resolve. They knew that no matter what they did, the evil spirit race would kill them eventually. If they chose to hide, their life might be longer, but no one wanted to live like a rat. Of course, some cowardly cultivators still attempted to ask for the evil spirit race mercy as they were willing to be the evil spirit race's slave, but the evil spirit race didn't seem to care as they would kill anyone aside from their own race. They received the instruction to conquer the 3 realms, and since they weren't specifically told about capturing anyone, they decided to kill these people instead. Ellipsis 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 dot. Meanwhile, Tianyun, who was still facing General Long Tay, seemed to reach a stalemate. Tianyun's body was badly injured, while General Long Tay himself also received many scratches. Aren't you about to increase your strength again? You are just another garbage in this garbage place, aren't you? General Long Tay said conceitedly. You may sound all high and mighty earlier, but now it's obvious that you are way weaker than you let on. Your 3 realms are in constant attack, and it's just a matter of time before you lose everything you ever built here. General Long Tay said coldly. Are you sure about that? Because I am not so sure. Tianyun said confidently. He never thought that the 3 realms was lost as the sound of the notification from the system echoed in his head this entire time. You want to die so badly, don't you? You are just another trash of the human race. It is time for me to end your life. General Long Tay said as he began attacking Tianyun once again. Tianyun was surely in a desperate situation, but he kept blocking General Long Tay's attack with his own fist, and now, he was pushed against the ground, limiting his escape route even more. But the sweet sound of notification that he was waiting for was finally here. Congratulations to player Tianyun for successfully breakthrough to 3rd layer Divine King stage. Tianyun was smiling from ear to ear as it was finally time for him to counterattack. You are the one who's going to die. Tianyun shouted as he rolled General Long Tay over and punched him as hard as he could. In the meantime, Tianyun's combat power was increasing exponentially, and it stopped just right around 4.9 trillion points. After getting 1 level on the Divine King stage, Tianyun received around 20 billion combat power, and with the combat power amplification he had, Tianyun got around 800 billion points easily. Now, it was Tianyun's time to beat General Long Tay down as a dazzling light was concentrated on his fist. Chapter 881. A light beam burst out of Tianyun's palm and immediately smashed Army General Long Tay's chest. The numerous black crystal fragments that Army General Long Tay summoned were destroyed as the light beam destroyed them in its path. In an instant, Yi Tianyun turned the situation around, all thanks to leveling up. The Divine King cultivation stage was hard to level up, but it did come with a blessing. One level up meant a lot as it multiplied Yi Tianyun's power by a lot. Yi Tianyun indeed was overpowered by General Long Te when he was at the 3rd layer Divine King stage, but that was no longer the case when he was at the 4th layer Divine King stage. This was also the reason Yi Tianyun dealt with the Saint King stage cultivator first, as they would yield quite a sum of express and were easy to deal with. But it was true that General Long Te went to such lengths to get in Yi Tianyun's way. If General Long Te didn't get in Yi Tianyun's way earlier, he would have leveled up faster than he currently was. But it didn't really matter right now as he already leveled up thanks to the Alliance effort to exterminate the evil spirit race. Now, Yi Tianyun's power easily exceeded General Long Te's. With the difference in combat power, there was no way Yi Tianyun would lose against General Long Te. After the light faded, General Long Te fell to the ground with a blast. The black crystal that covered his body was shattered to pieces. General Long Te's condition was so miserable right now. General Long Te's muscular body now shrank down to a thin old man. This, however, was not the effect of Yi Tianyun's attack. It was the price for losing his power and consuming the black blood. Now, General Long Te wouldn't even be able to recover his power again, at least not for a long time. Yi Tianyun checked General Long Te with his appraisal eye, and sure enough, General Long Te's combat power was plummeting like crazy. Now, General Long Te would surely lose his cultivation base as it seemed his combat power was constantly dropping without showing any sign of stopping. General Long Te could only dream of escaping now as he couldn't even walk with his thin, shriveled legs. There was no way he could recover his power to regenerate his body like before now. Absorbing his own arms to increase his power was equivalent to a normal cultivator burning their own blood essence. If you did something like that once, you will have a hard time recovering what they did. The only thing left for them is dying with their cultivation base never breaking through to a higher level. You lose, Yi Tianyun said as he approached General Long Te slowly. How can you still hide that much power? General Long Te said as he tried to sit up but failed miserably. His condition was far worse than he anticipated, and there was no hope for him left. Hide my strength, I never did such a thing, I am just breaking through to a whole new level. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. You have lost this battle. Unfortunately, you failed to invade the 3 realms. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Breakthrough, General Long Te said with confusion clear in his eyes. He didn't understand what Yi Tianyun was talking about as he knew for sure that Yi Tianyun was still in the Divine King realm. It didn't matter if Yi Tianyun breakthrough or not, as General Long Te knew that he still had the upper hand in terms of cultivation level. Even if we're on the losing side today, our homeland will find out and send a stronger force to conquer the 3 realms. This is your death penalty, General Long Te said with a scornful look on his face. General Long Te believed that his homeland would be immediately notified about his death, so they would plan accordingly next time. Why did you choose the 3 realms to take over? What is the difference between our realm with yours? Why did you insist on invading our place? Yi Tianyun asked with eyes full of curiosity. He really didn't understand what the evil spirit race had in store for the 3 realms. Obviously, the evil spirit race's homeland was a much better place compared to the 3 realms as they could produce so many Saint King experts. They even had so many Divine King experts. Meanwhile, the 3 realms that couldn't even produce a new Divine King in 1,000 years. Since you are as good as gone either way, I will tell you about our reason. We want your realm's core. Your realm might be weak and insignificant, but your core was different. It was a little diamond covered by a bunch of trash. It was comparable to a core of a large realm. General Long Te said with an eye full of greed. Yi Tianyun immediately nodded as he understood what General Long Te was talking about. But he still didn't understand all of evil spirit race reasoning. So, you even risk your life for this treasure. Is it really worth it? Yi Tianyun asked judgingly. You truly are an idiot. The weak will always become the strong's prey. Obviously, your realm is too weak. We are here just to make sure that the core doesn't fall to anyone else but us. General Long Te said as he laughed out loud. He already knew that he would be dead soon, so he didn't really care about making Yi Tianyun angry or not. You don't have to worry about that. I will go to your homeland myself and kill them all. Yi Tianyun said coldly. You are a joke. Your strength isn't even worth mentioning compared to our forces. General Long Tay said as he continued to laugh incredulously. Your homeland is the one not worth mentioning. If I have to tell you, I cultivated my current cultivation level from 0 in just 2 years' time. If I have a decade, what level did you think I would be? Yi Tianyun said coldly. Yi Tianyun then grabbed General Long Tay's head to perform a soul search on him. He wanted to get more information about the evil spirit race's homeland as every piece of information was valuable. But as Yi Tianyun started soul searching, General Long Tay's body suddenly shook profusely before exploding, bringing down any piece of information he had with him. Damn it, Yi Tianyun said as he shook off the blood he got on his hands. Since General Long Tay didn't have any energy left in his body, the explosion was very lackluster, so Yi Tianyun wasn't affected by it. Chapter 882. Successfully killed Army General Long Tay. Reward: 188 billion Express, 20 million CPs, 1 million SPs, Evil Spirit Blood, Evil Spirit Soul, Evil Spirit Bone, Evil Spirit Divine Sword, Evil Spirit Armor, Evil Spirit Boots, X100 Express Card. Reward: 100 billion Express, 5 million CPs, 5 million Mastery Points, 2 Enhanced Version Gacha. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 5th layer Divine King Stage Cultivation Base. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 6th layer Divine King Stage Cultivation Base. The notification blared as soon as General Long Tay was dead. Furthermore, Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 times with just 1 kill. The amount of Express he got was absurd. He almost got 300 billion for just killing General Long Tay. Of course, it was partly because of his Express card and crazy Express mode, but still, it was quite unprecedented. Then again, it was a given as General Long Tay's cultivation base itself was off the chart. But now, Yi Tianyun obviously needed even more Express to level up, and after leveling up 2 times at the same time, the amount of required Express to level up clearly increased by a lot. I have to get my hands on some more information, Yi Tianyun said as he took the ring that General Long Tay dropped after his death. Yi Tianyun quickly checked the content, but it didn't give any information regarding the evil spirit race's homeland. It just contained a lot of medicinal pills, materials, and weapons. But Yi Tianyun still had many ways to find out about their homeland as there were still so many evil spirit race cultivators around Spirit King Stage scattered around the 3 realms. Meanwhile, the evil spirit race cultivators that came with General Long Tay were left dumbfounded after they saw that their infamous general was done in by some young human. Army general is dead, a cultivator said in disbelief. They were too shocked to do anything and could only stare at the distance as they didn't know what else to do. We won, a human cultivator gloriously shouted as he saw that the enemy's commander was dead. In a war, it was well known that once a leader had fallen, the war was basically over. Some of the evil spirit race cultivators still struggled and fought back against the Alliance army, but it was obvious that they were just desperate to save themselves. Yi Tianyun has won, Shi Shuiyan said excitedly. She had already dealt with so many evil spirit race cultivators in this war that she was exhausted beyond belief, but hearing that Yi Tianyun emerged victorious, she couldn't help but feel energetic once more. So many cultivators were left in tears as they heard that Yi Tianyun had won. It meant that their struggle has ended. Yi Tianyun replaced his accessories with longevity set as he wanted to recover his health back after going against General Long Tay. At the same time, he swapped his evil god suit back to sword saint suit and crushed any evil spirit race he saw with 10.000 sacred tools at his disposal. His express bar quickly filled up as he killed so many evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun also replenished his soon expiring express card effect as he kept buying as many express card as he could from the crazy shop. After all, he could kill so many Saint King experts in a short amount of time. Investing in express card would be a very good idea right now. After Yi Tianyun joined the battle on the ground level, everything resolved much faster. The Divine King from Evil Spirit race couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's power while they were already having a hard time against the Dragon King. But the mysterious old man from the Ghost World was seriously injured as he was close to his limit. The mysterious old man finally died with a big smile on his face after hearing about their victory against the evil spirit race invasion. He no longer had any regrets in this world. Soon, Yi Tianyun finally massacred all evil spirit race that swarmed the 3 realms, and right after he killed the last one, a pleasant sound was heard. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully breaking through to 8th layer Divine King stage cultivation base. Yes, Yi Tianyun leveled up 2 more times after the last time. He killed all the Divine King experts plus so many Saint King experts after defeating General Long Tae. This was all thanks to the express card that he constantly reused throughout the battle. It's finally over, Yi Tianyun said as he killed the last evil spirit race. He had no time to celebrate his victory against General Long Tae before, but now that there was no evil spirit race left, he finally could do so without any worry. Meanwhile, the cultivators that served the alliance were all overjoyed. They began to cry and hug each other in relief. They were overcome by joy and grief at the same time, both for surviving the war and losing so many cultivators. The number of casualties wasn't very high, and it was all thanks to their preparation before the war, but the same couldn't be said for those that rejected the alliance's offer. Nevertheless, the alliance still mourned over this loss. Yi Tianyun returned to mortal world as soon as possible, and he noticed that many of the familiar faces had disappeared, but most of the people he knew were still alive and kicking. It was inevitable that some of the people he knew would become casualties of war. "We are victorious," Yi Tianyun said as he stood in front of the gathering soldiers of Mortal World's alliance on Heavenly Cloud City. The cultivators that finally noticed Yi Tianyun's arrival wanted to welcome him and gave a salute immediately. "You don't have to. Just focus on healing your wound," Yi Tianyun said with a big smile on his face. But he was stopped from saying anything else as Shi Shuiyan rushed towards him and gave him a big hug. "We have won," Shi Shuiyan said while hugging Yi Tianyun tightly. She then quickly removed her hands from Yi Tianyun as she was embarrassed by what she just did. But still, she cried with joy as she finally noticed that it was all over. At the end of the day, the 3 realms entered a state of rest. Nevertheless, everyone agreed that Yi Tianyun was the protector of the 3 realms and, therefore, should rule the 3 realms himself. Everyone was willing to obey Yi Tianyun's order. Successfully completed an ultimate quest: withstand the invasion, destroy the invader, and complete the unification of the 3 realms. Reward: 200 billion express, 10 million CPs, 10 million SPs, 10 million SPs, 10 million mastery points. 3 titles of the Realm Protector has merged into a new title, God of the 3 Worlds. With the unification of the 3 realms, Yi Tianyun became a de facto ruler of the 3 realms. He also completed his ultimate quest and received a lot of rewards. God of the 3 Worlds. Damage x20, command value increased by 200.000, defense power x20, healing speed x20, speed x20. All effect activates inside the 3 realms. The title's effect was overpowered, but it only worked if Yi Tianyun was inside the 3 realms. Chapter 883. Yi Tianyun checked his new title and had mixed feelings about it. He was happy that he got a new title that increased his power further on the 3 realms, but he was also annoyed by the fact that he would go against General Long Tae a lot easier if he got this title in advance. After the war, the 3 realms was recovering quite steadily. Everyone remembered both the battle and the darkness that threatened their lives from the outer world vividly. And so, they began to work hand in hand to rebuild their homes and city that was affected by the war. No one was idling around at this time as everyone had something to do to help the redevelopment of the 3 realms. But everyone also knew that it was all Yi Tianyun's hard work as he easily handled so many evil spirit race on his own. If it weren't for him, the 3 realms would certainly fall. Even so, the damage on each realm was varied from each other. The realm that suffered the most damage was definitely Heaven World, as so many divine nations chose to reject the alliance's offer. The cultivators of the Heaven World felt hatred for the holy kings that rejected the alliance as their home was destroyed by the evil spirit race since no one could save their city from the invasion. Furthermore, the alliance didn't even sustain that much damage to their city as they worked hands in the alliance to prevent such a thing from happening. Yi Tianyun's reputation reached its peak. At the same time, on some planet on the outside star, countless evil spirit race was spreading through this world. On the largest planet, a king sat on his throne, overseeing the work of his servants. He just rested on his throne, waiting for any news of a certain invasion. "I have a report for the king. Some news has come from the invasion of the little star. We have failed, my king," a cultivator said as he kneeled in front of the throne. "Well, the invasion plan has gone for so long that I am no longer excited about this stuff," the king said indifferently. "Of course, my king. We have attacked the little star 3 times in total, and we have failed every time so far. We assumed that the Little Star territory had already become a part of some great factions. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to stop our invasion. We will arrange so that new troops were sent to scout the three realms some more. The expert said respectfully. The experts looked at his kings to check his expression, but the king still seemed calm. The expert suddenly trembled as he knew that the king would be more terrifying the calmer he got. Have you not investigated that place before? The king asked calmly. Yes, I have, my liege. No faction has claimed that place as their own, but they might have conquered that place recently. But we will continue to investigate the area and send some more scouts. The expert said nervously. I will give you one more chance. If you still fail to net a result for me, you will face a punishment. The king said indifferently. Of course, my liege. I will get it done definitely. There will be no more mistakes made. The experts said nervously. The experts immediately got up and got to work. He had to make sure that there would be no more mistakes on the next attempt to conquer the three realms. If he failed again, his life would be taken by the king himself. On the three realms, Tianyun has started his most grand wedding. It took place on Heavenly Cloud's imperial city in mortal world. The experts on the three realms have come together to congratulate Tianyun while each cultivator put their own gift in the wedding box. Now that Tianyun has become the god of the three realms, he lifted the traveling ban across the realms. Tianyun did this to make sure that everyone would be able to help and support each other now that every realm has been unified. On this day, Heavenly Cloud's empire celebrated the wedding the whole day. Heavenly Cloud's imperial city was decorated beautifully. Many phoenix and dragon clans were dancing on the side, with their dragon form and phoenix form for everyone to see. When the emperor and the empress walked into the altar, everyone cheered loudly. Tianyun was the emperor, and now, Xuan has become their new empress. Many ladies were envious of Xuan's status for becoming Tianyun's wife, but they knew that they didn't have any qualifications to become Tianyun's wife. Yue and the other women in Heavenly Cloud's empire were no exception, but they knew that Tianyun only loved Xuan from the very start. At most, they could only become Tianyun's concubine as they couldn't take the title of the empress from Xuan. On the altar, Tianyun took Xuan's hand and kissed it lightly. You said that you would marry me, and the three realms would be your dowry, didn't you? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. SSSHH, no need to be so grand now. Xuan said as she leaned in closer towards Tianyun as she was embarrassed by Tianyun's word. I understand, but sometimes I want to show the world that you could have it all. Tianyun said as he waved his hands to the sky, creating colorful clouds that made the wedding even more beautiful. Everyone cheered as the wedding finally began. Xuan, would you marry me? Tianyun lightly said as he pulled Xuan closer. Yes, Xuan said with a tear of joy. Then, I would gladly pronounce that Xuan is officially my wife. Tianyun said with a bright smile on his face. Every influential cultivator of the three realms watched the ceremony intently. They blessed Tianyun and Xuan as a husband and wife. No one else other than Tianyun would be able to have such a grand privilege like this. It was obvious that everyone would gather together to celebrate the wedding of the god of the three realms. Chapter 884. The wedding was over, and the three realms were parading for 3 days straight. Everyone was happy with Tianyun's marriage as they finally saw the woman fit to be on the god of the three worlds side. After the parade ended, Tianyun got back to work. He turned so many great arrays around the three world to work as a safety net against invasion like last time. Tianyun also did the same thing in the outside realms. He used the rocks that floated around the empty space as an activation device for his great arrays. This was all a precaution as he would leave the three realms to check out the outside world for a while. He realized that he still had ways to go after the war. After all, the outside world was a vast place. There was bound to be someone stronger than him eventually. Furthermore, he wasn't quite sure that he would be able to handle someone more powerful than General Long Tay. He already interrogated an evil spirit race cultivator he could find during the war and discovered some interesting information. It was unfortunate that he couldn't get his hands on the information in General Long Tay's possession, but the information from the cultivator alone was quite useful. He found out that General Long Tay was quite similar to a deacon rank on a normal faction system. It was a little bit startling for Tianyun as that meant there should be so many people stronger than General Long Tay in the evil spirit race itself. Deacon rank was the lowest rank in a faction, after all. If evil spirit race were to attack again, it wouldn't be surprising if they sent a powerful individual. At the very least, one more capable than General Long Tay. So, the only thing that Tianyun needed right now was to make sure that he kept leveling up. He knew that it would be an arduous task to do if he stayed in the three realms, as he couldn't level up fast enough. He ought to go to the outer world. I am almost done, Tianyun said as he set up a few more great arrays. He had to invite all factions leaders in the three realms for a big meeting. He had to share the information he knew with everyone and let them know about his plan to go to the outside world. When the meeting was held, Tianyun didn't wait for long before he expressed his intention. I am going to leave the three realms and go to the outside world. Tianyun said casually. What? Everyone was shocked to hear Tianyun's words, but Shi Shuiyan's expression was as calm as ever. Shi Shuiyan didn't know about Tianyun's plan to go to the outside world, but she knew that she had to remain calm right now as Tianyun's wife. Alliance Lord, you shouldn't go. We couldn't do anything without you here. One of the faction leaders shouted as he voiced his concern. Yeah, aside from the Dragon Lord, we can't do anything if the evil spirit race is to attack us once more. Another lord said worriedly. In fact, no one was willing to let Tianyun go. He was their protector, and without him here, they felt vulnerable. I think you are worried that I would never return like the three great divine kings. Tianyun said, laying out what these people were most worried about in plain sight. They could manage their own territory, but the one thing that they were afraid of was if Tianyun was gone and never returned. The three great divine kings were gone and never returned, causing a desperate situation to arise after their long absence. If it weren't for Tianyun, the three realms would be in utter chaos right now. These people were afraid that the evil spirit race would immediately come back to attack the three realms as soon as they learned that Tianyun was no longer in the three realms. Not to worry, the evil spirit race wouldn't attack the three realms so soon after their defeat. It is not good for you to always rely on me. You should work hard to cultivate and make yourself stronger in the meantime. If you did, the three worlds would stabilize, and people from the outside world would have a hard time invading us. But if the three realms happened to be in danger, I would return immediately. Tianyun said confidently. Everyone was still not convinced by Tianyun's words. They didn't know how soon Tianyun would return. Besides, how would he find out if the three realms were in danger? But the thing was that nobody knew about Tianyun's teleportation god stone. He could use it to teleport to anywhere he wanted as long as he had marked it before. Everyone remained quiet even though they weren't convinced as they saw the determination in Tianyun's eyes. They knew that they couldn't change Tianyun's mind. You all will protect the three realms while I am gone, but I promise you that the three realms won't be invaded by any outside while I am gone. Tianyun said with a smile on his face. This was the most important thing that Tianyun wanted to share with all the factions on the three realms. Plus, Tianyun also informed them that the alliance would be managed by Shi Shuiyan as the supervisor. After the meeting concluded, Tianyun and Shi Shuiyan were left in the hall. Everyone left them as they knew how sad Shi Shuiyan would be after hearing Tianyun's announcement. Tianyun then pulled Shi Shuiyan for a hug as she didn't know what to say about Tianyun's plan. I will wait for you to come back, Shi Shuiyan said with sparkly eyes as she tried to hold back her tears. Silly girl, I will immediately come back as soon as you need me again. Whenever you miss me, I will immediately appear in front of you. Tianyun said as he patted Shi Shuiyan's head. Stop teasing me, but be sure to be careful out there. You don't know what situation you will encounter out there. You must come back safe and sound for our child and me. Shi Shuiyan said as she rubbed her stomach. Pregnancy wasn't a difficult thing to achieve with their innate ability. As long as two people had good innate ability and were compatible with each other, they wouldn't have any problem conceiving a child. Tianyun stretched out his hands as he rubbed Shi Shuiyan's belly gently. I knew. I will make sure to come back as soon as possible, Tianyun said lovingly. They didn't say anything else besides pleasantries as they wanted to savor the moment together. You have to come back, Shi Shuiyan said as she looked at Tianyun's back as he headed towards the outer world. Chapter 885. Tianyun immediately used the floating spirit ship after he left the three realms as he took it for himself as the spoils of war after exterminating the invading evil spirit race. He repaired it himself and got all the corpses out of the way. Even so, he couldn't fix it all. Yi Tianyun didn't have sufficient knowledge to repair this kind of ship, so he fixed it just enough to use it for a while. After the operator died, no one could start the spirit ship again, and that was why this huge ship was left unattended in the middle of the three realms. This ship sure is something else, both in terms of how sturdy it is and its ability, Yi Tianyun said as he entered the control room and saw how the spirit ship was operated. He saw 5 small array cores where the controller of the ship was supposed to steer the ship around. It was clear that 5 cultivators would be able to control the ship. In addition to that, there was a huge great array outside of the control room. It was used to infuse energy to steer the ship itself. The Saint King experts of the evil spirit race piled on there earlier to channel their energy to the ship. It was like a last resort as it wouldn't be good for the cultivator that shared their energy with the ship. Yi Tianyun kept exploring the control room, and after a while, he finally found a secret door. He entered the secret room and saw a one-man array that was used to pilot the ship. Yi Tianyun then smirked as he knew that he hit the jackpot. This meant that one person could control the ship from this room. He immediately took the helm and activated the array to power up the ship. The ship immediately emitted a dazzling light and flew forward immediately. Yi Tianyun then piloted the ship to the best of his abilities, but he was surprised as soon as he hit a floating rock in space. Yi Tianyun was startled as he was surprised as a rock was suddenly right in front of the ship, but fortunately, the ship destroyed the rock without receiving any damage. Yi Tianyun now realized why 5 people were required to pilot this ship. It was hard to pilot as it required precise control and maneuvers. Whilst alone, Yi Tianyun had to control the ship as best as he could. Yi Tianyun immediately steered the ship forward and left the 3 realms vicinity to make his way to another realm. Yi Tianyun looked back at 3 realms, but all he could see was a pile of floating rocks. He couldn't even see the 3 realms anymore. Obviously, the 3 realms were in a safe place, but since the evil spirit race already knew about the 3 realms' coordination, it wouldn't be so safe anymore. Therefore, to make sure that the 3 realms are safe and sound once again, he ought to exterminate the evil spirit race like the pest they were. I will be back soon, Yi Tianyun said to himself, but as he looked ahead once more, he was startled as a huge rock suddenly came into view. Yi Tianyun quickly tried to dodge the rock, but still, the rock scraped the side of the ship. Fortunately, it still didn't damage the ship. This thing is really hard to control, Yi Tianyun said as he wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. The ship was also demanding as it drained so much spiritual energy from Yi Tianyun. If it were a Saint King expert in Yi Tianyun's place right now, they would already be exhausted as their spiritual energy was drained empty. Despite how annoyed he was, Yi Tianyun still believed that the ship was a very cost-effective transportation. The ship was really fast as it traversed space at the speed of light. Furthermore, it provided protection from anything in outer space. After a while, Yi Tianyun was finally getting used to piloting the ship. No wonder the evil spirit race didn't use the ship to get away from the 3 realms, as they have lost their pilot. After getting used to controlling the ship, Yi Tianyun was finally able to observe the surrounding area. He noticed that outer space was completely lifeless. He could see many planets floating in space and noticed that some of them were bare without anything in it, while some of them had plants on the surface. But Yi Tianyun still couldn't see any cultivators inside. Then again, it was understandable. Otherwise, General Long Tay would have long conquered the planets before arriving at 3 realms. Still, Yi Tianyun knew that he wouldn't arrive at the evil spirit race's homeland right away. He knew that it was a suicide mission right now. He ought to further improve himself. Thus, he ought to make a stop somewhere with dense spiritual energy first. Yi Tianyun didn't know how long it would take for him to achieve his goal of exterminating the entire evil spirit race. It might take 10 years or longer, but it didn't matter as long as he accomplished that goal. Yi Tianyun was also well aware that the evil spirit race might invade the 3 realms again, so he ought to make sure that he would keep tabs on the 3 realms from time to time. It would be a good way to gain so much express as he could kill a massive number of evil spirit race cultivators if they did invade. So, he ought to get into a place with decent spiritual energy as soon as he could to set up his base. Yi Tianyun then took out the God Stars plate that he got from killing demon god Suo Te. He took it out while setting up the defensive great array in the rock around the 3 realms before and noticed that it was a space map. Army General Long Tay also had a stars plate with him, but it wasn't as comprehensive as the one that Suo Te had. A huge map appeared in front of Yi Tianyun, and it also marked where he was currently along with the marked coordinate of the three realms. Tianyun looked around and noticed the homeland of the evil spirit race in a different corner than the evil spirit race. The God Star's plate was divided into a number of blocks. These blocks represented an area. But one thing that Tianyun noticed was that the closer the planet was to the center of each block, the stronger the spiritual energy would be, which meant that a stronger cultivator would be more likely to reside in such a place. Now, Tianyun had to fly toward one of the God territories that was closest to his current position. He ought to do so to figure out his current situation. Chapter 886. Tianyun maneuvered the evil spirit ship at high speed and never took a stop. He ought to get to God's domain as soon as possible. He knew that he didn't have much time, so he couldn't afford to be distracted in his path. I am almost there, Tianyun said as he was finally in the vicinity of God's domain. It was all thanks to the evil spirit ship's speed, as Tianyun would have wasted more time getting there without the evil spirit ship. He only used a month of his time on the ship to finally reach God's domain. Had he flown on his own, it would take roughly 1 year. There were a lot of planets along the way, but Tianyun noticed that their spiritual energy was too thin. Some of them even had less spiritual energy than the three realms. Surely, Tianyun wouldn't be able to grow fast enough to challenge the evil spirit race homeland without the ship. Tianyun checked the map again and finally found the God's domain and the city inside it. He noticed that not all territories were a God domain, but it was collectively referred to as mortal domain. Tianyun quickly flew out of the evil spirit ship and placed it inside his item storage. It safely entered Tianyun's storage system for future use without any hitch. Surely, the evil spirit ship was a big item, but it didn't take that much space inside Tianyun's item storage system. He could even use General Long Tai's storage ring to store the evil spirit ship, but Tianyun knew that there was no safer place than his item storage system. Tianyun then flew towards the city that was supposed to be the entrance to God's domains. Tianyun immediately saw many cultivators flying around the vicinity, and most of them weren't even human. Tianyun saw a rock race that looked like a bunch of rocks stacked together to create a similar outline to a human. Still, Tianyun saw many humans flying around. Tianyun observed the people around him with his appraisal eye and noticed that some of them were at Divine King stage cultivation base. But most of these powerful cultivators weren't from human race. It was from some other race that Tianyun didn't know about. Tianyun even saw several small spirit ships around, and concluded the ship was the main transportation for this place. Did heaven-creating Divine King come to this place too? Tianyun said to himself as it was the only natural thing for someone like heaven-creating Divine King. Tianyun didn't know about his whereabouts, so he didn't know why heaven-creating Divine King never returned to the three realms. There was a chance that they might be in trouble too, either trapped or busy with something else. There was no way the three great Divine King would disregard the three realms and abandon them forever. This place is amazing, so many people with a good cultivation base. Three realms is nowhere close to this, Tianyun said to himself. Tianyun looked around excitedly before walking again. But suddenly, he was stopped by a cultivator. Hey, are you going towards God domain too? A young cultivator suddenly asked Tianyun. Tianyun observed the young man with his appraisal eye and noticed that the young man wasn't just an average cultivator either, as he was at the second layer Divine King stage. He would surely become a king if he came to the three realms. Yes, I am. This path only leads to God's domain, right? Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Tianyun thought that the young man wanted to tag along as traveling alone could be depressing. It was a common thing to tag along with others while traveling a long distance. My name is Lei Zhengyu. Can I tag along with you to God's domain? I already flew for quite a while, and it's starting to get lonely. Lei Zhengyu said with a smile on his face. Alright, I don't mind. I've also flown quite far before I arrived here. Tianyun said while smiling, returning Lei Zhengyu's politeness. Tianyun then immediately introduced himself and chatted quite a bit with Lei Zhengyu to familiarize himself with him. Tianyun learned that Lei Zhengyu came from a poor family. His cultivation was the strongest among his people, and he came here to strengthen his cultivation base further as it was hard for him to do so in his home. Although Tianyun also had almost the same kind of experience, Lei Zhengyu came from a place that wasn't too far from God's domain. Clearly, as Lei Zhengyu thought that he was stronger compared to Tianyun, Lei Zhengyu immediately led the way toward God's domain. Come on, let's go to God's domain. Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. Yi Tianyun nodded and followed Lei Zhengyu from behind. They immediately entered a passage that was supposed to be the entrance to God's domain. Yi Tianyun knows that God's domain didn't have any other entrance, so it made a lot of sense if he saw so many people coming in and out of God's domain. When Yi Tianyun entered the passage, he was hit by unknown energy that tingled his spine. Yi Tianyun then observed the surroundings with his appraisal eye, but he didn't notice anything unusual. When they kept going, instead of seeing beautiful scenery, they were greeted by a hall. Yi Tianyun clearly never expected such a thing. Yi Tianyun also looked around and noticed that every exit was guarded by a pair of guards. You all have to stand in line. If you resist, we will resort to violence. One of the guards said coldly. A divine king cultivator for a guard, Yi Tianyun said as he was shocked upon seeing the guard's status with his appraisal eye. It was clear that they could easily become a king in 3 realms, but instead of searching for another place to rule, these people chose to be a guard instead. Chapter 887. Yi Tianyun also saw some Saint King cultivators serving as a guard outside, but surely he never expected a divine king cultivator as a guard. This place was truly the peak of cultivation as everyone had a high cultivation base. Star Monarch level, go to this place. Don't go below what you are required. A stronger cultivator appeared in the station. His cultivation was much stronger than anyone Yi Tianyun had ever seen. It was obvious that he was someone with a similar level of cultivation to General Long Tae. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for successfully entering a new realm, God Domain. Deducting 50 million CPs to full level up. What? Yi Tianyun was surprised as the system suddenly deducted 50 million CPs on its own accord, successfully promoted the system. Changing the data of major system, combat power system, comprehensive attribute, and leveling up the appraisal eye. System is back online. Change is successfully made. Many notifications suddenly appeared in front of Yi Tianyun, letting him know that the system was undergoing some sort of change. The one thing that Yi Tianyun noticed was that his cultivation was no longer Divine King. Divine King stage was a cultivation system based on mortal domain, and it was no longer usable here in God domain. He noticed that the system had changed the cultivation stage to Star Monarch, 9 Refinement, Earth Monarch, Heaven Monarch, God Monarch, Heavenly Venerable, Heavenly God, and God Emperor. However, just like the previous cultivation stage, each stage consisted of 10 layers. Creator Artisan received some changes too. It changed into Divine Forging Master, Divine Alchemist, and Divine Rune Master. Each of them had 9th layers to them, too, meaning that the creator level wasn't really the highest level one could achieve there. All aspects of data began updating, and now, the data on the guards immediately changed as Yi Tianyun took a look with his newly upgraded appraisal eye. Ji Yu Yanlong. 2nd layer Earth Monarch. Equipment. Lower grade Divine Tool Equipment, Martial Arts, Dragon Transferring Secret Art Rebirth Level. Combat Power. 20.000 Star Power. Lei Zhengyu. 3rd layer Star Monarch. Equipment. Lower grade Divine Tool, Martial Art, Combat Power, 1.300 Star Power. Yi Tianyun then looked around to see the change that the system had made. The Combat Power now used Star Power as its unit. In addition, Weapon and Martial Arts grade were also changed. A Heaven level Martial Arts were changed into Rebirth rank, and it seemed to be the most common rank in this place. Surely, there would be stronger martial arts, but the data was too large for Yi Tianyun to process all at once, so he just had to look out for it in the future. Congratulations to player Yi Tianyun for receiving the God Domain gift pack. Yi Tianyun was surprised when he received a gift pack out of nowhere, but it was understandable as the system deducted a whooping 50 million CPs from him suddenly. Yi Tianyun immediately opened the gift pack without any hesitation. Successfully opened the God Domain entry-level gift pack. Reward. Basic level God Domain Gacha, additional draw chance, X200 Express card, X50 CP's card, X50 Mastery card, X50 SP's card, 9 Refinement Earth Monarch gift pack. Required the 9th layer Earth Monarch to open. Nice. Yi Tianyun said happily. The content inside the gift pack was definitely worth more than 50 million CPs. Although the crazy mode wasn't upgraded, at least the appraisal eye was. After all, appraisal eye was the most important thing for acquiring information. Nevertheless, Yi Tianyun didn't feel deceived this time as he could investigate the God Domain to receive so much new information that he could use later. Little brother Yi, What are you doing? Don't hold back the line and hurry. Lei Zhengyu, who stood next to him, patted him on the shoulder and asked Yi Tianyun to get going. Yi Tianyun nodded and resumed walking while Lei Zhengyu followed close behind. He found out that out of so many people in this queue, none of them were human except for Lei Zhengyu beside him. It was awkward, but he wasn't surprised. Human race was a race that was compatible with almost every race, so it was easy for human race to marry other races and conceive a child that was no longer categorized into a human race. Yi Tianyun was still a little bit overwhelmed as he saw so many people at the Star Monarch level, and he couldn't compare them to the cultivators in the three realms. But it was a given as everything here was fairly new information for Yi Tianyun. The place was also too crowded for Yi Tianyun's liking, but it was also a given as everyone from around mortal domain would come to God domain to further their cultivation. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu's turn to enter the God domain. Ji Yu Yanlong walked in front of Yi Tianyun and looked at him coldly. You are now inside the God domain. This place is called Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. I will now give you the opportunity to join the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. If you accept this opportunity, you have to follow Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's orders. Ji Yu Yanlong said coldly. It doesn't matter where you came from or what others used to do to you, or even your status in your previous realms. Once you join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, you have to obey our instruction or face the punishment of death. Ji Yu Yanlong said coldly. Ji Yu Yanlong exerted his aura a little bit to intimidate Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu. His cultivation level was too strong that Lei Zhengyu was obviously shaken from fear. Yi Tianyun looked around and noticed that everyone else was also experiencing the same thing. Unlocking the God Domain questline. Receiving a new main quest, Breakthrough to 9th Layer Earth Monarch. Reward in completion. 500 million CPs, 500 million SPs, 500 million mastery points. God Domain's first quest popped up. Yi Tianyun only had to break through to 9th Layer Earth Monarch to complete it. It sure sounded easy, but wasn't this too fast? Chapter 888. My first quest is to break through to the 9th Layer Earth Monarch. Yi Tianyun said as he was surprised by the difficulty of the quest. He was now at the 8th Layer Divine King stage, and he should reach Earth Monarch level pretty soon. But still, this was his main quest, meaning that he had to complete this quest before he could destroy the evil spirit race's homeland. Obviously, he would eventually get the quest to destroy the evil spirit race homeland later. He already knew that his cultivation level was too low, and because of that, the system also made sure that he could build up more strength before he fought the evil spirit race. Meanwhile, the cultivators around Yi Tianyun were also shocked as they were surprised by the word Ji Yu Yanlong had just said. They were kings or someone revered in their territory, but it seemed that they wouldn't get the same respect here. But of course, they believed that they'd stand on top of everyone once they obtained resources to cultivate from the God domain. Ji Yu Yanlong has already seen through everyone's thoughts, which was the reason behind his cold attitude to everyone. I know that you aren't convinced by my word, but there is no telling how many geniuses have come here from so many realms before, but there is only a few that could hold out to our rules. Ji Yu Yanlong said coldly. Your cultivation before coming here may be amazing, but I assure you that it was nothing special here in God's domain. It doesn't mean anything here, so let me just say in advance that your path to breakthrough here will be life-threatening. Ji Yu Yanlong said confidently. Nevertheless, it was your own choice. You can either join us or turn around and return to your own realm. If you join us, you have to understand that you have to obey every command without question. There are a lot of people with cultivation than me, and those people won't hesitate to punish you harshly if you disobey the orders given to you. Ji Yu Yanlong added without any hesitation. Now, are you willing to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and swear to never betray Heavenly Edict Divine Territory? Ji Yu Yanlong asked confidently. But what if we want to join other gods' domain? One of them asked Ji Yu Yanlong. It was an expected question as there was more than one god's domain in this universe. But the most important thing that God's domain had was their unequaled resources. Their resources was way better than any mortal domain out there. Even so, God's domain had its own grade as well. For comparison purposes in the future, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory was actually a first-grade God's domain, which meant that it was the lowest grade out of all God's domain. God's domain had 5 grades to them, and a grade above Heavenly Edict Divine Territory would be a second-grade God's domain. Obviously, there would be a precaution. If you join another god's domain with the same grade, you have to leave tributes of the same value with the resources that we have already given to you. But if you join a higher grade god's domain, you don't have to do so, but you have to return the favor someday. Yu Yanlong answered without hesitation. I know what you are thinking, but I suggest you at least cultivate until 5th layer Earth Monarch before thinking of finding a higher grade god's domain. They wouldn't look at you otherwise. Yu Yanlong said coldly. Everyone immediately looked at each other as they didn't expect that God's domain would have such rules. I will be helping you pick up a cultivation that would be easier for your talent to grow. Yu Yanlong said without any expression on his face, but his words were somewhat warm-hearted. I am willing to join and swear my loyalty to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. One cultivator said quite loudly. Me too. Another one joined in. Many of the cultivators here today choose to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. They didn't mind Heavenly Edict Divine Territory rules, as the rules in the mortal domain were not that much different anyway. Tianyun was also willing to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory as he believed that other gods' domain would also have similar rules. I forgot to tell you, but you have to reach a certain level before you are able to join our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. If your level of cultivation doesn't meet the requirements, you will become an outer disciple. You would be demanded to reach the required level first before you qualify to become our member. With that said, let me see your cultivation level, Yu Yanlong said confidently. They all nodded their head. This is an expected requirement as a weak cultivator was nothing but a deadweight. Yu Yanlong immediately walked towards the nearest cultivator and took them to the front as they would be undergoing an assessment. As everyone walked up to form another queue, Lei Zhengyu was pushed back rudely. Human race brat, stand back. A tree race cultivator was the one pushing Lei Zhengyu back. Yes, a lower life form like you should stand at the back. Another tree race cultivator said as they cut the line. How dare you? Lei Zhengyu said in anger as his fist started to release a little bit of lightning. What, do you want to pick a fight? The tree race cultivator said coldly. Tianyun immediately reached out to Lei Zhengyu and stopped Lei Zhengyu before he could do anything stupid. Calm down, Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Oh, we have a wise human over here. Now, find your own place, understand? The tree race cultivator said coldly. Their place would be a slave market. The human race is nothing but goods anyway. Another race chimed in. Little brother Yi, we can't let them look down on us like this. Lei Zhengyu said as he held his anger. You misunderstood me, brother. I didn't mean for you to lower yourself in front of a trash. What I meant is that you should throw out the trash that tries to cut your line. Yi, Tianyun said as he pulled the tree race cultivator in front of him and kicked him towards the nearby wall, slamming him to the wall quite hard. The branches on the tree race cultivator that Tianyun kicked were snapped horribly. Sometimes you don't have to talk to people like this. After all, it's a waste of time talking to a trash anyway. Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu, that was still at a loss for words. Tianyun couldn't stand these people anymore. If they looked down upon the human race, they should be ready for retribution. Chapter 889. Tianyun's word was quite merciless as he basically said that he would trample those who looked down on him. But it would be expected as the tree race cultivator was mocking Tianyun's race. Meanwhile, Lei Zhengyu was still dazed because of what Tianyun just did. He thought that Tianyun was that compromise and make peace type of guy, but it turned out that wasn't the case at all. A mere human race dared to do something like this. I will kill you myself. Another tree race cultivator roared in anger and rushed towards Tianyun. It was truly an embarrassing scene for these tree race as they were humiliated in front of so many people. That is enough, Yu Yanlong said as he let out his aura, creating a terrifying air pressure to stop the fight. Nobody dared to move as they didn't want to get into Yu Yanlong's bad side. Aren't you all an energetic bunch? If you want to duke it out, wait until the assessment is over. I don't care how you solve your problems, but I wouldn't like it if you mess up this assessment. Yu Yanlong said coldly. I understand. The tree race cultivator nodded slowly before turning his gaze towards Tianyun in anger, but he didn't do anything after that and walked back to their line. Tianyun didn't care about these tree race cultivators. He just wanted to proceed with Lei Zhengyu. Yu Yanlong then looked at Tianyun from top to bottom and smiled faintly. He didn't say anything else and moved along. Brat, see me after these assessments are over. You hear me? The tree race cultivator said as soon as Ji Yanlong left. Xu Shang, let them be for now. I doubt they can even pass the assessment from the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory anyway. The other tree race cultivator said with a frown on his face. Surely, Heavenly Edict Divine Territory assessment wouldn't be an easy one. Being at the Divine King stage didn't guarantee that a cultivator would pass. Right, you fools won't pass the assessment, Xu Shang said coldly. Other races also had the same look on their face as they all looked down on the human race. Tianyun just looked at them coldly as he didn't have the time to deal with these people right now. Either way, he wouldn't be able to change these people's minds by himself so quickly. Ji Yanlong guided them until they finally reached a hall. A huge great array was built in the center of the hall. A holy divine light was even illuminating the great array, soothing everyone that gazed at the light. The assessment is nothing special. If you stay here for more than 2 days, you can officially join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. The light in the middle is nothing special either. It's just an energy that comes from God's domain, Ji Yanlong said as he stood beside the great array. Because this is your first time coming to God's domain, you have to undergo a special procedure to make sure that you can adapt to God's domain environment. After staying here for more than 2 days, your basic energy would transform into star energy. Ji Yanlong said with a smile on his face. The longer you stay in this room, the more basic energy you can transform into star energy. It will be for your own good in the future to stay here as long as you can. If you fail this test, meaning that you got out before 2 days' time has passed, you will be only eligible to become an outer disciple, Ji Yanlong said solemnly. Ji Yanlong explained in detail, informing all the newcomers about the assessment, but people didn't really understand how hard it could be to stay in one room for only that long. At the same time, Tianyun thought of using his appraisal eye to see what the assessment was all about. Upon glancing at Lei Zhengyu, he was a little bit surprised as Lei Zhengyu's data was already converted into a star energy. He knew that they hadn't stayed that long for the data to change that rapidly, but Tianyun didn't question it further. Sir Ji Yu, what's the longest time a cultivator can handle here? Tianyun asked curiously. Look at that, a human brat is looking to break the record. Xu Shang mocks Tianyun for asking such a question. The other race also looked at Tianyun in disdain as they looked down upon the human race. The current record is 10 days. It was the current heaven monarch of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the heir to the next territory lord. Ji Yanlong said solemnly. If you can break this record or get any close to this record, you will be immediately welcomed as a direct core disciple, Ji Yanlong said confidently. It was a great temptation for anyone as becoming a direct disciple meant easier access to many resources. Tianyun nodded his head as he wanted to break this record. If he wanted to earn his chance to destroy the evil spirit race, he ought to get everything as soon as possible. He didn't have to keep a low profile as it wouldn't reward him anything, especially in a place full of discrimination like this. If he wanted a favorable environment around here, he had to prove to everyone that he was extremely powerful. If there is no more question, you can start the assessment now. There is no time limit. After you go in there, you will immediately start the assessment, and you will be considered failed out as soon as you faint or choose to give up, Ji Yanlong said solemnly. Everyone immediately prepared themselves as they wanted to stay for as long as they could. 2 days. I hope that you don't faint so soon in there. But if you fail, I think I would have an easier time killing you later, Xu Shang said with a smirk on his face as he stood beside Tianyun. If Tianyun failed to join Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, the difference in status would be greater than they were now. If he just became an outer disciple, Xu Shang would be able to do anything to him as no one would care. Whatever, less talk, more action, Tianyun said as he was too lazy to give Xu Shang the attention he wanted. Tianyun then turned his attention to Lei Zhengyu. Our human race has been ridiculed for too long. We have to stay inside for more than 2 days, Tianyun said confidently. That is a given, little brother Yi. I will let them know that human race wasn't as weak as they thought, Lei Zhengyu said confidently. Chapter 890. The participant immediately stepped inside the great array and the light immediately illuminated them. As soon as they did, the cultivators immediately felt that their body was being boiled as their energy was being converted into the God's domain energy. The cultivators that was still waiting for their turn to enter the great array could clearly see those who already entered the great array were writhing in pain. The truth was the cultivators' energy was being squeezed out and was slowly refilled. It was to squeeze out any mortal domain's energy and replace it with the god's domain energy before transforming their body. This roughly took 2 days to complete, which was why Yu Yanlong said that they had to stay inside for at least 2 days. The entire process was painful as their energy was being forcefully drawn out of their body before shoving in a vicious energy into it. Still, these people were at Star Monarch, which was the top expert of their territory. Certainly this much pain wouldn't deter such a strong cultivator. Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu looked at each other and went inside the great array. Yi Tianyun instantly felt the violent energy entering his body from the top of his head. Yi Tianyun quickly meditated and began stabilizing the violent energy inside his body so that he could convert the energy inside his body safely. His basic energy was a spiritual energy, so he still ought to convert it to star energy. Yi Tianyun was reminded of the evil spirit race's energy in the past as their energy was much more violent. Now, Yi Tianyun realized that the evil spirit race was using the star energy. No wonder the evil spirit race was stronger than the human race as their energy was far superior than the energy that the human race used. Even though Yi Tianyun had the crazy leveling system, he still ought to adjust his physique to create a harmonious energy inside his body. Yi Tianyun has always been proud of his physique. He had the dragon god bloodline that was already upgraded to 8th grade and now, his arms that were equal to middle grade divine tool rank strength. Therefore, Yi Tianyun thought of this assessment as nothing more than just a physical fitness test. If it just came down to perseverance, he would never lose to anyone. Now that his crazy mode couldn't help him complete this assessment, everything really depended on what he has gained over the years. Be sure to hold on to something, Yi Tianyun said to Lei Zhengyun as he began to swallow the energy all around him using his heaven-swallowing divine secret art. Others tried to slowly transform their body to accommodate the god's domain energy, but not Yi Tianyun. He wanted to be stronger at a much faster rate to protect his loved ones. In less than a day, people were starting to scream as they fainted in the Great Array area. These people had completed their star energy absorption, but failed to transform their body to accommodate it. Yu Yanlong didn't quickly drag them out of the Great Array area as there was no harm in them resting there. He just ought to wake them up and deliver the bad news. Not even a day. Yu Yanlong shook his head as he felt that the current participants of the assessment were a little bit too weak. They even boasted that they would last for more than 2 days before, but it turned out to be nothing but an empty word. Team leader Yu, are these the new recruits? A cultivator came, and judging from the structure of their body, the cultivator was from the tree race. Yu Yanlong himself wasn't from the tree race. He was from the dragon clan and he already attained the captain rank on Heavenly Edict divine territory. It proved that he wasn't someone to mess with. Team leader Shu Yuan, aren't you in charge of monitoring the other entrants? Why are you roaming around right now? Yu Yanlong asked as he wasn't truly a fan of being around Shu Yuan. I came over to take a look at the new recruits you're in charge of. Shu Yuan said as he began to check out the participant inside the Great Array. Those two are pretty good, there is no need to assess them further after this. Shu Yuan said as he saw 2 tree race cultivators among the participant. He then looked around some more and saw Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu on the side. His proud face immediately turned into a frown. Team leader Yu, why did you let a human race join the assessment? Shu Yuan said annoyedly. Team leader Shu Yuan, I am an official. There is no rule on Heavenly Edict divine territory that forbids me from allowing the human race to participate. Yu Yanlong said indifferently. You have a point, but it was just a waste of time as they won't even able to stand inside the Great Array for more than 1 day. There is no meaning in putting trash into the fray. Even if by one slim chance, they manage to join Heavenly Edict divine territory, they will be nothing but an embarrassment later. I don't want any human race joining our faction, Shu Yuan said stubbornly. That is irrelevant, team leader Shu Yuan. What if your seedlings fail right now? Aren't they just the same as another trash? Yu Yanlong said indifferently. Are you saying that the seedlings of our tree race are trash? I have evaluated so many human race cultivators during my time here, but none of them turned out okay. They are just a waste of resources. Team leader Yu, it was clear that your judgment is impaired. Shu Yuan said stubbornly. But the thing is, I don't think those two are bad. If you have no other business here, you're welcome to return to your station now, team leader Shu Yuan. Yu Yanlong said indifferently. Team leader Yu, I have heard that you have a bad temper. Now, I will not return. I want to make a bet with you. If those two human race cultivators can last longer than my seedlings, then I lose and I will give a secret arts from my own resources to one of them, but if they can't last longer than my seedlings, I win and you have to give 2 of your secret arts to my seedlings. Xu Yuan said with a smirk on his face. Ji Yu Yanlong frowned as it was a sacred ritual to have a chance of choosing a secret arts from anyone. Each captain could only have one chance after a minimum 10 years of service. It was their chance to join any special treasures pavilion in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. This treasure could be a martial art, a weapon, or even any equipments, but the fact that all of them were special couldn't be rebutted. Now, the chance of choosing a secret art in the captain rank could either be used immediately or could be relinquished to any newcomers of their choosing. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid that you will lose? I know it, even team leader Ji Yu thought that human race are nothing but trash cultivators, right? There is no way they would win our little bet. Xu Yuan said tauntingly. Shut up, it's on then. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he turned his attention towards Yi Tianyun. He knew that there was something special about Yi Tianyun and smiled as he knew that Yi Tianyun could last longer than those tree race cultivators. Chapter 891. Xu Yuan was happy that Ji Yu Yanlong accepted his bet. After all, he was certain that human race wouldn't be able to best his own race. He didn't like Ji Yu Yanlong supporting a human race out of all races out there. Now that Ji Yu Yanlong accepted his bet, his disciple would have an easy time in the future. You accepted the bet, no running out of it later. Got it, Xu Yuan said with a smirk on his face. I will never go back on my words. Ji Yu Yanlong said indifferently. He already knew how Xu Yuan's way of thought, and thus he chose to believe in the human race cultivator. He felt it before when he first saw Yi Tianyun and he believed that Yi Tianyun would be able to surpass the tree race cultivator no problem. Well, let us see what happened next. Xu Yuan smiled in satisfaction as he got what he wanted out of Ji Yu Yanlong. He already thought that he was winning, so there was nothing he should worry about. Meanwhile, Yi Tianyun wasn't aware of what was happening outside of the Great Array as he kept absorbing the star power inside the Great Array, converting the energy inside his body at an alarming rate. He could feel his power rising as he kept absorbing it without any consideration to others. He didn't see any problem in his body as his body was like a boundless sea, and accommodating so much star power didn't really affect his body in a negative way. While others began to suffer from the changes that happened to their body, Yi Tianyun didn't feel any pain at all. As time went by, cultivators began to collapse as the day began to change. They couldn't even hold on until the next day as their body couldn't handle the transformation. It meant that they couldn't join the Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. In fact, they wouldn't be able to join any other god territory as they also had the same exact requirements. However, Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu survived the next day. Xu Shang and Xu Han, the cultivator from the tree race, also passed to the next day, but they didn't seem to plan on stopping any time soon as they pursued more power. I thought they would only last for 2 days, but they stubbornly persisted. Xu Yuan said as he shook his head in disdain. Ji Yu Yanlong didn't say anything as he continued to watch over Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu quietly. On the 3rd day, more people failed. A total of 340 cultivator entered the assessment, but only around 30 people remained inside the Great Array. As for those who already regained their consciousness, they left the Great Array without saying anything as they were quite ashamed that they couldn't last for 3 days. They were definitely shocked as they were bound to be hailed as a god in the mortal territory, but they couldn't hold a candle to the god territory cultivator. It was definitely a heavy blow to their ego. The 3rd day passed and Yi Tianyun still persisted without any problem, and so did Lei Zhengyu and the 2 tree race cultivators. Following the 4th day, more cultivators began to fall, but Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu still stood strong. Xu Yuan's expression started to change. He began to have a bad feeling as the 2 human race that he despised so much lasted this long. It was also because he noticed that Xu Shang seemed to have a hard time holding on any further as his body began to shake. What is this? How could those 2 hold out for so long? Xu Shang opened his eyes from his meditation and still saw Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu meditating. Xu Shang gritted his teeth as he tried to endure another day. He didn't want to lose to a human race, and if they lost, they would be extremely ashamed of themselves. On the 5th day, Xu Shang screamed as he could no longer withstand the transformation to his body and fainted. But as he already survived for 4 days inside the Great Array, he would be welcome to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory no problem. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan's face completely darkened, His heart beat really fast as he was furious of Xu Shang for his inability to withstand the star energy longer than a mere human race cultivator. I still have one more cultivator in there, Xu Yuan said as he gritted his teeth nervously. They gambled on which race would be able to last the longest, so it didn't have to be both of them anyway. Xu Yuan prayed that Xu Han wouldn't lose so quickly like Xu Shang did. It took around 10 years for any disciple to receive a secret art from a master. Although 10 years wasn't necessarily a long period of time, it would be better if they could get it faster. Ji Yu Yanlong looked at Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu, but he was especially interested in Yi Tianyun as he felt that Yi Tianyun could hold on for days. At the very least both of them seemed more stable than Xu Han. Soon after the 6th day started, Xu Han's body shook badly and he fainted. The bet was over as both Xu Han and Xu Shang had fallen. On the other hand, both Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu still stood strong. Team leader Xu Yuan, I am sorry but it seems that you have lost the bet, Ji Yu Yanlong said as he smiled victoriously. He didn't expect both human race cultivators would persist so much longer than the tree race, but nevertheless he still won. Alright, I will stand on my word and give you my token. Xu Yuan said coldly and threw a token towards Ji Yu Yanlong. Xu Yuan immediately left the scene after that without even checking up on his fellow race. Instead, Xu Yuan looked at Yi Tianyun and Lei Zhengyu's face intensely as he ought to remember their faces in the future. Ji Yu Yanlong watched as Xu Yuan left but didn't say a thing. He still had to see how long Yi Tianyun would last inside the great array before he stopped. Finally, after the 6th day end, Lei Zhengyu began to sway and finally fell on the 7th day. You have persisted for 6 days. Ji Yu Yanlong said to Lei Zhengyu. He nodded as his eyes were bright with anticipation. It was clear that he got a good recruit this time. At the 7th day, the cultivators has already dwindled down to almost nothing, as only less than 5 cultivators remained inside the great array now. It also meant that Lei Zhengyu had squeezed himself into the top 10 recruits in Ji Yu Yanlong's area. No one would doubt a human race after this. Now, the 5 cultivators who were still holding out inside the great array would receive massive power as their physique would be perfected by the star power. Yi Tianyun soon opened his eyes and looked around. He finally noticed that only 3 other cultivators were left inside the great array. There are only 3 left, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face, and he closed his eyes again as he continued to meditate and devour the star energy that the great array gave. Chapter 892. The remaining 4 cultivators inside the great array felt a burden that they should break the record themselves. But they knew how hard it was to break the record. Well, except for Yi Tianyun. Finally, Lei Zhengyu woke up at the end of the 7th day and got out of the great array on his own. He looked at Yi Tianyun and smiled excitedly as he noticed that Yi Tianyun still persisted without any problem. He is clearly a powerful cultivator. There are only 3 other cultivators beside him in there, Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. Although he couldn't hold out for that long, he was still excited to see that Yi Tianyun could do so. Now, what are you going to say about this? It's clear that me and little brother Yi are far more powerful than both of you, Lei Zhengyu said coldly towards Xu Han and Xu Shang. They were clearly meditating to control the star energy in their system as they waited for the assessment to end. It was clear that they already changed their perspective of human race as they were in awe of Yi Tianyun's persistence. But clearly, they couldn't stand a blow to their ego. Even if you persist longer than us, our ability is far greater than you. If you spar with me, you will see which of us is more powerful, Xu Shang said coldly. Well, before little brother Yi can spar with you, why don't I do so in his stead? Lei Zhengyu said as lightning sparked in his eyes. He was a special thunder attribute cultivator, which also going in tandem with his personality. You asked for this, Xu Shang said coldly. He felt ashamed that he couldn't hold out longer than a human race, but he couldn't allow a human race trample on his pride anymore. Well, it's better if we can wait until the end of the assessment as I want to see little brother Yi breaks the record first, Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. You are dreaming. The record is there for a reason. He will only last for 1 more day at most, Xu Shang said tauntingly. Now that the 7th day was over, the cultivators inside the great array began to crumble. They couldn't seem to hold out any longer, but that wasn't the case. For Yi Tianyun as his form was still stable. Others thought that Yi Tianyun was just bluffing as they thought that Yi Tianyun was definitely about to faint. Well, we'll see about that, Lei Zhengyu said confidently. He knew that Yi Tianyun was really calm, and there was no way Yi Tianyun would bluff about something like that. Meanwhile, Tianyun continued to absorb the star energy around him, altering his body further. But he felt that there was no part of his body left to transform, as it seemed all parts of his body were already accustomed to the star energy, but Tianyun wouldn't stop there. He knew that the next step would be transforming his major meridian line inside his body. With the raging star energy entering his meridians, Tianyun's meridian lines began to expand slowly. Tianyun knew this progress shouldn't be wasted, so he ought to keep going to reinforce his physique even further. Then, Tianyun's dantian began to expand as the energy inside started to condense. He felt like a planet-sized star energy has accumulated inside his dantian. This is a planet-size energy. Can star energy withstand the condensation? Tianyun said as he started to wonder if it was safe to do so. But he was eventually convinced that the star energy was meant to behave this way. Tianyun began to imagine life growing inside his dantian. The planet-size energy inside his dantian felt like it was making its own world, starting from plants, trees, flowers and topography. There would be no animals inside it, but it felt almost magical. Tianyun began to wonder whether he could transfer his consciousness inside his dantian, but he knew that it was the work for another day. At the same time, the 8th day has already come to an end, but Tianyun was the only cultivator left inside the great array. Everyone else has already fallen and rest on the side. The last one to fall was a beautiful cultivator. She lasted for 8 days and she already felt so much change on her body. But when she looked at Tianyun, she felt unwilling to leave the great array as she didn't expect anyone to stay longer than her. I already said that little brother Yi would be the last one standing. Now, he will definitely persist more than 1 day. What do you have to say to that? Lei Zhengyu said to Xu Shang while laughing tauntingly. Xu Shang was bothered by the fact that Tianyun was the last one standing, which was beyond his wildest dream. Jiyu Yanlong himself was also shocked that he received 4 recruits that could withstand 7 days inside the great array. Moreover, 2 of them could withstand the 8th day. Once the recruitment was over, he would definitely get a lot of rewards for this. I knew it. That brat isn't a normal cultivator. Jiyu Yanlong said as he smiled in satisfaction. If Shu Yuan was next to him right now, his frown would further make his ugly face hard to look at. Jiyu Yanlong himself could only persist for 5 days in his assessment days. The treatment he received in the past would be definitely different than the treatment that Tianyun would receive in the future, because Tianyun would immediately be recruited as a core disciple, which focused on training to further improve their power. But still, Tianyun ignored all the excitement outside and soon days passed without any problem. The 9th day, the 10th day, and now that he was already on the 10th day, as long as he persisted through this day, he would have the same record as the current record holder. It was incredible. Tianyun would be treated like a royalty once the assessment was over. His status would be equal to those successors of Heaven Edict Divine Territory. It was incredible for anyone to last this long, and thus, no one in their right mind would do anything to drive the recruit away. No one really knew for sure what awaited Tianyun in the future, but clearly it was far better than any of them would ever dream of. Chapter 893. Jiyu Yanlong was excited beyond belief. He would get more benefit from Heaven Edict Divine Territory if anyone among his recruit broke the record. So, he silently watched over Tianyun as he continued to meditate. Everyone was also doing the same thing as they watched Tianyun silently. Many of them couldn't imagine that a human race would be this capable. They had pride over their bloodline as they thought that their bloodline would be so much better than those from the human race. However, how could a human race best them? The strength of the cultivator was different as they received various bloodlines from their parent. But, human race bloodline was so much inferior to any of the other race, so the human race was always mocked as a trash cultivator due to their cultivation being so much lower than any other race. Furthermore, the innate ability that one would have was also affected by the bloodline that they had. In other words, the stronger the bloodline, the stronger the innate ability would be. Can he really reach the 10th day? The cultivators that watched Tianyun meditate on the side began wondering how long Tianyun would stay inside. If Tianyun could endure the 10th day, he would be the record holder for the longest cultivator that stayed inside the assessment grade array. As the time went by, it was finally clear for everyone that Tianyun could really endure the 10th day. He actually passed the 10th day, a cultivator said with a shock on their face. They thought that Tianyun would faint sooner, but as the 10th day comes, Tianyun didn't seem to be showing any sign of fainting. Yu Yanlong's eyes were full of expectation as one of the recruit he was in charge of reached the 10th day. Yi Tianyun has become the second cultivator that reached the 10th day. I already said that little brother Yi would definitely reach the 10th day. Now, you have the proof in front of your eyes. Now, he could withstand the star energy twice as much as you can. Lei Zhengyu said happily, taunting Xu Shang. Xu Shang still couldn't believe what he saw right now. How could a mere human achieve something that they couldn't? It was such a shameful display, so he remained silent. They would surely be antagonized later, as Yi Tianyun would surely receive a status way beyond what they would get from Heaven Edict Divine Territory. But the reality was clearly way beyond what they expected, as Yi Tianyun survived through the 11th day. But that was not all, as Yi Tianyun continued to withstand the pressure inside the Great Array like it was nothing. The 12th day, the 13th day, Yi Tianyun didn't show any sign of stopping. If they couldn't see the steady stream of energy being absorbed into Yi Tianyun's body, they would have thought that Yi Tianyun was dead, as there was no way anyone would last this long. Is he a freak? How could he stay in there for 13 days? How could he last for so long? A cultivator said worriedly from the side. That is right, there is no way a human race would be able to do something like this. Another cultivator said enviously. None of them believed that a human race would be able to last for so long inside the assessment Great Array. Now, the only possibility left was that Yi Tianyun wasn't from a human race. But the fact that Yi Tianyun had the sealing heaven-defying king's bloodline eliminated this possibility. In the three realms, it was an extraordinary thing to have one of the three great divine kings' bloodline, but Yi Tianyun now realized that it was an ordinary thing here on the gods' realms as divine king cultivator, that was called star monarch here was relatively common. There's no doubt that he is indeed from the human race. Although I could sense that his aura was mixed with others' power, but there was no doubt that he was from the human race. Don't try to undermine others for your own lack of achievement. Yu Yanlong said solemnly to warn the others of their position right now. The cultivators immediately fell silent, as they knew that they were in the wrong. The human race that they belittled earlier had broken the record while they were left with mediocre records. Finally, on the 14th day, Yi Tianyun slowly opened his eyes as his body was fully converted to accommodate the star energy. In his Dantian, the planet-size energy has already created its own world with towering trees and various plants growing inside. Well, I am done here, Yi Tianyun said as he woke up and stood up on his own. Although Yi Tianyun could just absorb the star energy as express, he wouldn't do that as he deemed it too slow for him. Nevertheless, in order to transform his body to accommodate the star energy, he also turned them into express, which was none of the other cultivators was capable of doing. Is this the first time in God's domain that a cultivator fully transformed their body to accommodate the star energy? Yi Tianyun frowned as he felt something was off. He could surely transform his body before coming to God's domain and fully adapt to the God's domain energy quicker. Furthermore, if they failed, they could just enter the Great Array once again to try transforming their body again, and they would get it in the end. But why no one went with this idea before? Sure, it would take some time, but it would be for their own good at the end. But clearly, it wasn't any of Yi Tianyun's business. Yi Tianyun stood up in a depressed mood and walked outside. He immediately noticed that all the cultivators that entered the assessment were waiting for him on the side with a surprised expression, and Yu Yanlong was no exception. Yu Yanlong himself was surprised, not because Yi Tianyun could withstand 14 days inside the Great Array, but more because Yi Tianyun could walk out without fainting. This was the first on Heaven Edict Divine Territory's history. Why didn't you faint? Xu Shang asked with a perplexed look on his face. Why would I faint? Yi Tianyun asked indifferently. Chapter 894. Let alone fainting, Yi Tianyun even walked out of the Great Array on his own without any problem, something that no one had expected. Little brother Yi, are you alright? Lei Zhengyu said as he immediately came to Yi Tianyun's side as soon as he walked out of the assessment area. I am alright, but hey, I am impressed that you could last for 6 days. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu. Although he has been meditating to absorb the star energy, it didn't mean that he didn't pay attention to his surroundings, but he simply didn't care about what happened outside of the assessment area, so he just ignored them altogether. Little brother Yi, you flatter me. You are now the record-breaking holder with 14 days of record. You even change the way those guys look at you. You are the real glory of the human race. Lei Zhengyu said aspiringly. Is that so? Yi Tianyun said with surprise as he looked towards Xu Shang. Now, didn't you say that we have an unfinished business before? Yi Tianyun asked Xu Shang coldly. Yi Tianyun wouldn't just let those who had taunted him for a beating walked away, and right now wasn't an exception. You staying in there for so long doesn't mean that you got the power to back it up. At the end, the difference between skill is what would set us apart. Xu Shang said as he taunted Yi Tianyun further. Since Yi Tianyun had inside the Gred Array for 14 days, Xu Shang was quite sure that he could overpower Yi Tianyun very easily. Sir Ji Yu, I wonder if we can have a duel right here. Yi Tianyun asked Ji Yu Yanlong respectfully. I don't see any problem. I'll allow you to have a duel here, but you're not allowed to get injured. You are our new Descrim of Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and you would receive a special treatment later. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Alright, that should be easy. Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. I doubt that. I want to see how you will walk away unscathed against me. Xu Shang said furiously. Xu Han, who was standing next to Xu Shang, was also furious by Yi Tianyun's word. They easily changed their view of Yi Tianyun, but it was all expected as they would receive a special treatment from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory if they could beat Yi Tianyun, the record holder right now. But the other cultivators looked at them with ridiculing eyes. If the record holder that could withstand the star energy concentration for 14 days could be defeated by those who were only able to withstand the same energy for 5 days, there was no point in staying inside that assessment area for longer than a few days. Nevertheless, the cultivators gave them room for the duel. Ji Yu Yanlong would become their referee for now. Ji Yu Yanlong agreed to let Yi Tianyun proceed with the duel ultimately to further assess Yi Tianyun's strength. If he deemed it dangerous later, he could just stop it effortlessly. Now, I'll give you the chance to make the first move. I don't want people saying that I don't give you any chance later when I beat you up. Xu Shang said coldly. He still thought that a human race was trash and there is no way he would lose to a trash. Alright, I will take that chance right away. Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Yi Tianyun stepped forward and immediately disappeared from plain sight. With a terrifying speed that not even Ji Yu Yanlong could follow, Yi Tianyun flashed to Xu Shang's side and kicked Xu Shang elegantly. Xu Shang was sent flying towards a wall, followed by a loud sound as he smashed the wall. Xu Shang screamed from the top of his lungs as he felt his body shattered like glasses. Even if his body were covered with a thick bark, it couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's power. Xu Shang finally fell to the ground while spitting green bloods before fainting. My power increased just fine. It felt a lot more powerful compared to when I came here. Yi Tianyun said with a satisfied expression. He immediately used his appraisal eye to check his own status. He noticed that his body was stronger and many aspects of his meridians and dantian were reinforced. His combat power even transformed to those of star power instead of the usual combat power. He now had 6.300 star power, which was equal to 630 billion combat power. He observed Xu Shang and noticed that Xu Shang only had 2.300 star power as he was at 5th layer star monarch rank. He then shifted his focus at Xu Han and noticed that he had 3.200 star power at 8th layer star monarch rank. No one here could go against Yi Tianyun, but as he observed Ji Yu Yanlong, he knew that he still had ways to go as Ji Yu Yanlong had 20.000 star power at 2nd layer Earth monarch. This gap between their combat power wouldn't be closed so easily with Yi Tianyun's equipment. Surely, there was a sky above the sky. The more Yi Tianyun fought, the stronger his opponent later on. But surely, it was good for him as he could improve himself continuously. I didn't expect the difference after integrating the star energy would be this much. Yi Tianyun said as he was shocked by his own growth. Before he entered the assessment, his combat power was around 3.800 star power, but after he finished the assessment, it raised exponentially to 6.300 star power. It was way better than consuming a bloodstone or any other power booster. But still, that 6.300 star power was his base power. Yi Tianyun still hasn't used any of his power enhancer. He hasn't activated any of his bloodline's power, let alone equip any of his usual equipment. In any case, Yi Tianyun was really shocked by the difference in power after the transformation. The god's domain was really amazing. Chapter 895. Xu Shang was still alive even after Yi Tianyun's attack, and that was because Yi Tianyun had no intention to kill him. If Ji Yu Yanlong let Yi Tianyun kill his opponent now, Xu Shang would have already become a corpse. Everyone was stunned by Yi Tianyun's skill. Even if Xu Shang's cultivation wasn't the best, he shouldn't be easily defeated like that. Yi Tianyun's power was way beyond everyone's wildest imagination. He was too easy for you, little brother Yi. Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. He almost rushed over to hug Yi Tianyun, but he knew this wasn't the place for such a behavior. Ji Yu Yanlong flashed in front of Yi Tianyun, but he was also surprised by Yi Tianyun's power. Even he didn't expect it to end this quickly. I know my eyes haven't gone rusty just yet. Ji Yu Yanlong nodded as he appreciated Yi Tianyun's power. He didn't even look at Xu Shang's condition as he was the least of his concern right now. Nevertheless, he still could feel Xu Shang's aura, so no one was killed here. But even if Xu Shang was crippled from Yi Tianyun's attack, he still wouldn't care about it. You are too heavy, Xu Han said as he lifted Xu Shang and carried him away. He already checked Xu Shang's vital sign and found out that Xu Shang was dying as all the bones on his body were shattered. This is just a duel, how can you be so cruel? Xu Han shouted towards Yi Tianyun furiously. Cruel, how would I know that he would be so fragile? He offered to give up the first move to me, and I'm sure you heard it too, right? But how would I know that he would break with just a light tap? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Sir Ji Yu, it was obvious that he attacked my friend with an intent to kill. Xu Han shouted angrily at Ji Yu Yanlong. Well, as long as he didn't die, Yi Tianyun didn't break any rules. Ji Yu Yanlong responded faintly. Ji Yu Yanlong was being honest. It was the same thing all over the place. The rules in this place only stated that killing was not allowed, so if the opponent was left with serious injuries, it couldn't be helped. Xu Han was left speechless as he didn't know what to say to avenge his injured companion. Well, since I now understand how fragile the tree race is, do you want to avenge your companion? You also said that human race was trash, right? Why don't you fight me instead? Let us see who the real trash is here. Yi Tianyun said coldly to Xu Han. Yi Tianyun knew that Xu Han also held the same belief as Xu Shang, so it wouldn't hurt to deal with him right here. It's on. Xu Han stand up in anger. He thought that he could win against Yi Tianyun, and the reason Xu Shang lost was only because he was too careless. He quickly pulled out a divine tool and pointed it at Yi Tianyun. I will make the real difference between us clear right here and now. Xu Han said coldly. Well, if you are ready, then can we start now? Yi Tianyun said indifferently. Come on then, since you are just a trash, I will give you the chance to go first like Xu Shang did. Xu Han said coldly. Xu Han's body was immediately covered with a thick armor and countless vines came out of his body, giving an extra cover. His aura pulsated with a strong vitality, showing the signature bloodline of the tree race, a super healing ability and strong defensive power. This was also the reason why the tree race was usually arrogant, as they thought nothing of their opponent attack. Prepare yourself, Yi Tianyun said indifferently as he flashed from his spot. Xu Han was confused as he saw Yi Tianyun disappeared, and suddenly, he felt that his chest was shattered. He was sent flying towards the wall and slammed it hard. Xu Han screamed as he vomited blood and eventually fainted from the pain. Like Xu Shang, Xu Han's bones were all shattered and the armor that he took pride in was destroyed. Xu Han fell to the ground unconscious, unmoving like a corpse. But everyone could feel his aura faintly, meaning that Xu Han was still alive. Now, everyone realized that it wasn't a fluke at all. Yi Tianyun was definitely far stronger than both of those tree race cultivators. Anyone else wants to mock human race? If so, I am ready to accept any of your duels. Yi Tianyun said as he glanced over towards each cultivator on the side. Did you feel confident right after only defeating a few tree ants? A rock giant suddenly came out. His body was covered with a strong defensive aura, even more powerful than that of Xu Han's. This cultivator was called Yan Feng, and with each step he took, the ground shook. Yi Tianyun already took note of this guy before. He withstood the assessment grade array for 6 days. His race would absolutely took advantage of their powerful defensive capability, there was no doubt about it. I wouldn't say that I am confident only after defeating those two. But if you want to, I can be your opponent. Yi Tianyun looked at Yan Feng indifferently. Say no more, I want to witness your skill myself. Yan Feng said as he took his stance, challenging Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun looked around and the first thing he noticed was that no one seemed to be scared or showing respect to him or Lei Zhengyu. It was obviously a mistake to let this duel continue. I change my mind, I'm no longer interested in this child's play. Yi Tianyun said with a sigh. Is that it? Is the human race scared of us, the rock giant? Or are you human just want to bully the weak? Yan Feng taunted Yi Tianyun to accept his challenge. Who is the one being bullied here? It was clear to me that you all want to beat me somehow. Using me as your stepping stone so that you can get a better status here on Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. But if you are so sure about this and don't mind lying on your bed for a year, I will be your opponent. Tianyun said with a sigh. He was really tired of dealing with people like this. Brat, you are too arrogant. You really thought that you are invincible after defeating those pathetic treants, don't you? Yanfeng said tauntingly. Tell you what, if you crush my armor, I will admit that I lose. Yanfeng said confidently. Tianyun assessed Yanfeng with his appraisal eye and noticed that the armor of this rock giant was comparable to middle-grade divine tools. If he pushed it with his aura further, it would definitely reach the high-grade divine tool. Alright, I hope that it would shield you completely from my attack. Tianyun said with a sigh. I have prepared myself. Don't be a coward, come on now. Yanfeng said confidently, but before he could say anything else, Tianyun disappeared and reappeared right in front of him. Tianyun landed a punch on Yanfeng's chest and it crushed the rock that was Yanfeng's armor and even shattered the entire huge rock body inside. I am so sorry, it seems I punch you too hard. Tianyun said indifferently as he patted the dust on his trouser. Chapter 896. Yanfeng was pulverized in one hit, no different than Shu Han earlier. Yanfeng was even more focused on defending himself compared to Shu Han that was deemed being caught off guard earlier. Everyone was obviously shocked to Tianyun's power, for he easily defeated a 8th layer star monarch cultivator. He even defeated a rock race cultivator that was well known for their impenetrable defense out there. He is too strong, a cultivator whispered. Yeah, I have seen a rock race fight before and no matter how hard his opponent cut on his body, he received no injury at all. The toughness of rock race defense was powerful that every race knows about it. Another cultivator said with surprised look on his face. Has he already reached the Earth Monarch level? Another cultivator said curiously. Impossible. If he already reached the Earth Monarch level, we wouldn't miss it. His cultivation was around 7th layer star monarch at best. Another cultivator said with a frown on his face. Tianyun became the hot topic among them as they were confused about the reason why Tianyun could be so powerful. But they obviously had no intention to fight Tianyun any longer. They didn't want to spend the next year staying in bed from the injury of fighting Tianyun now. Even if they didn't die, the injury was still serious enough that they wouldn't be able to move their body. Anyone else wants to challenge me? Tianyun said coldly. The cultivators around him couldn't help but take a step back as they were intimidated by Tianyun's aura. They were scared that they would meet the same fate as those 3 cultivators earlier. A dead silence enveloped the area. The woman that was meditating the whole time even looked around because of the sudden silence, but when she grasped the current situation she went back to her meditation. She wanted to prove that she wasn't to be underestimated here, but she didn't have any intention to attack Tianyun at all. Little brother Yi, you really are something else. Rock race is one of the races with the sturdiest defense out there, but they couldn't even hold a candle against you. Lei Zhengyu said excitedly. Lei Zhengyu himself was also a good cultivator, but his cultivation wasn't as good as Yanfeng earlier. If this fight is over, then I officially declare that those who pass the 2nd day are officially recruited to Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and those who pass the 7th day would be immediately recruited to join the core disciple. Ji Yu Yanlong said solemnly. Everyone looked at Tianyun and the mysterious woman on the side. Both of them would be joining the core disciple instead of the regular disciple. Many cultivators were jealous of Tianyun's feat right now as joining the core disciple would surely come with extraordinary benefits. Those who were able to withstand the Great Array for more than 5 days would be recruited to join the Inner Palace disciple, although it's not as exclusive as the core disciple, their future is still equally bright. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he smiled at the cultivator that passed the 5th day mark. Ji Yu Yanlong then guided them through a long walkway where Tianyun saw many cultivators came and went. It seemed that they could take on a quest from somewhere in this hall. If Tianyun wasn't mistaken, this place would be a quest hall, a place where the cultivators could gain a contribution point for the faction to gain influence. Everyone obviously wanted to receive a better treatment, so many people would return to this hall sooner than later. Official disciples, get your token over here. Inner Palace disciples, get your token over there, and lastly the core disciples, take your token here. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he pointed his finger towards the respective token that each group of disciple was supposed to take. Each of this token was specially made with their name engraved on it. Yi Tianyun then took a look at his token and noticed that it was made with a special material. This token had a similar feature as the storage ring that Yi Tianyun used. It could store many items in its large storage space, and what was unique about it was that the owner could sense the token's whereabouts easily no matter how far it was. Your token serves as your identification, be it for a rescue mission or a simple quest. You can take those missions with this token. Keep this token with you at all time, because if you lose this token, no matter what status you have, you will be removed from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. Ji Yu Yanlong said solemnly. There is more to this. If you deliberately lose this token, and it's found by anyone from Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, you will receive a capital punishment. Ji Yu Yanlong added solemnly. The cultivator's face suddenly changed as they realized the importance of the token. This rule was surely a strict one, too strict even. But Yi Tianyun didn't feel the same way. He knew that no one would be able to take his token away from him unless he was already dead. Then, you all should go to your respective chambers to begin your assessment in your own disciple ring. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he showed the official disciple and inner palace disciples room. You two come with me. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he called over Yi Tianyun and the mysterious woman earlier. Little brother Yi, congratulations on becoming one of the core disciples. I wish you good luck, as I don't know how long will it take before we can meet again. Lei Zhengyu said as he waved Yi Tianyun goodbye. Although they didn't know each other that long, they were still the fellow human race that were able to join the despite God's domain faction the discrimination they faced. You too, brother Lei. Don't ever forget the dignity of human race. Yi Tianyun said as he smiled at Lei Zhengyu. Both of them finally parted ways, and Ji Yu Yanlong immediately led Yi Tianyun and the mysterious woman outside of the hall. Yi Tianyun saw many prosperous buildings in the distance and many cultivators that came and went inside those respective buildings, even though Yi Tianyun didn't see anyone with a high cultivation base. Most of these people were around Spirit King stage cultivation, and it was obvious that these cultivators belonged to the outer disciple. Yurong, you have a good grade this time. Your father would be very happy with your achievement. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he talked to the mysterious lady. It's quite alright, but I didn't reach the 10th day record and I don't even get the first rank. Ji Yu Yurong said with a somewhat disappointed look on her face. Well, at least you managed to join the core disciple. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Uncle gave me too much credit. If it weren't because of your guidance, I would never reach the standard. Ji Yu Yurong said gratefully. Yi Tianyun was a little bit startled as he never noticed that these two were relatives. Chapter 897. Yi Tianyun looked at both of them from the top to bottom and noticed that both of them had several similar characteristics now that he observed carefully. Both of them owned the Dragon Clan bloodline. The possibility that they came from the same place was higher. But Yi Tianyun never expected something like this would happen in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, and Yi Tianyun knew that Ji Yu Yanlong didn't have the power to bring in anyone he wanted inside the God's domain without any proper assessment. The star energy inside the God's domain was very rich. The cultivation progress was definitely better than when he was at the mortal domain. The spirit energy inside the mortal domain didn't even come close to the star energy. No, it was your own effort. I merely give you several pointers, that's all. You even produce a better result than me back in the day. If you continue to work hard, you will have a chance to become an elder in the future. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Of course, uncle, I will work harder in the future. Ji Yu Yurong said with a smile on her face. Ji Yu Yuanlong then turned his attention to Yi Tianyun. Now, I believe that you heard me earlier, but let me introduce you again. This is Ji Yu Yurong, my niece. Now that you two know each other, you should take care of each other in the future. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Hello, I am Ji Yu Yurong. Nice to meet you. Ji Yu Yurong said politely as she bowed her head. My name is Yi Tianyun, nice to meet you too. Yi Tianyun said politely. He was relieved that at least he didn't encounter another racist cultivator. Ji Yu Yanlong nodded and took them immediately to the teleportation array outside of the main hall. This teleportation array would take you to the hall where core disciples gathered. Be sure to keep your eyes peeled there. Many of them want to reduce the competition there for sure. Especially you, Yi Tianyun. You just made a new record today, so I won't be surprised if that draws too much unnecessary attention towards yourself. Ji Yu Yanlong said solemnly. With your level of cultivation and power, your future would be infinite. That fact alone would make those who were jealous of you would want to get rid of you even more. A piece of advice: keep your head down, keep a low profile and hope for the best. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a small frown on his face. Thanks for your advice, Sir Ji Yu, I will do my best. But I see that you aren't repulsed by our human race, why is that? Yi Tianyun asked curiously. It was a long story, but long story short, I have some human friends that I treasured. They aren't here at the moment, but I hope that you got to see them in the future. I was assessed at the same time with them and became Heavenly Edict Divine Territory disciple together. They already left Heavenly Edict Divine Territory and now, they have joined a stronger faction. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Now, this is my gift for your trouble. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he handed 2 tokens to Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong. This is Secret Art Token. After you go to the core palace to report, you should go to the Secret Art Palace immediately and choose your own compatible treasure. Ji Yu Yanlong said with a smile on his face. Yi Tianyun nodded as he understood that the token was the prize for Ji Yu Yanlong's bet with Shu Yuan. Secret Art Great Palace. Alright, I will go there later, thank you very much uncle. Ji Yu Yurong said excitedly. Yi Tianyun wasn't very familiar with the god's domain's norm just yet and so he just nodded his head as he should see it for himself later. Thank you very much for helping me, Sir Ji Yu. Yi Tianyun said as he expressed his gratitude. You don't have to thank me for this, it's your reward for doing your best. After all, this thing got here because I won a bet against team leader Shu Yuan. Ji Yu Yanlong said sheepishly. Regardless, I'm in your care so far, Sir Ji Yu. And I am thankful for that, Yi Tianyun said with a smile on his face. Well, you already break the record, so I myself will get a lot of benefit from that. So, off you go, I can't go inside as that is strictly for core disciple only. Ji Yu Yanlong said as he patted Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong's shoulders. Well, another piece of advice I can give right now is that you both have to choose your treasure inside the Secret Arts Great Palace carefully. This opportunity is rare, so I don't want you to regret your choice later. Ji Yu Yanlong said before he bid his farewell and left both of them in front of the teleportation array. Ji Yu Yurong immediately walked inside the teleportation array, leaving Yi Tianyun behind. She didn't have anything else to say to Yi Tianyun, so there was no need for her to wait for him. They weren't close with each other to begin with, so there was no sense in wasting time with him, at least for now. Yi Tianyun himself didn't have anything to say either and so, he just followed inside the teleportation array without a word. After they teleported in, they didn't see a palace at all, instead it was a huge city. It seems that we've teleported quite far from the previous place, Yi Tianyun said as he looked around, but he didn't see anything familiar with this place. You really don't know anything about Heavenly Edict Divine Territory, do you? Heavenly Edict Divine Territory has countless planets as their base and there is only one city inside each of the planet. The place we come from earlier is called Gate Protecting Star and the place we are in now is called Heaven Nucleus Star, which is solely dedicated for the core disciple to live in. Ji Yu Yurong said as she walked forward. Still, there are many other planets that you can visit via the teleportation array or the spirit ship. Ji Yu Yurong said indifferently. Yi Tianyun looked all around him in awe. This planet was a big planet, but it only had one city. This was terrifyingly big to walk around in. This is interesting, I will be sure to have my own place here soon. Yi Tianyun said as he felt that he ought to have a home to effectively get more resources in this place. Chapter 898. Your Identity Token, a guard said as he stopped Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong on their track. From the guard's aura, Yi Tianyun concluded that he was at the first refinement Earth Monarch, which was stronger than a Divine King Cultivator. But Yi Tianyun knew that a Divine King Cultivator or above was common in God's domain. Yi Tianyun and Ji Yu Yurong immediately took out the token they got earlier and handed it over to the guard. But when the guard checked Yi Tianyun's token, he was shocked. You lasted for 14 days inside the Great Array, the guard said with a face full of awe. This would become a common occurrence as Yi Tianyun's achievement was really that crazy in the first place. It was the highest record in history. For further proof, Ji Yu Yanlong also provided Yi Tianyun with evidence in case people began doubting Yi Tianyun in a recording disc. This recording disc recorded Yi Tianyun while he was inside the Great Array, so no one could argue that he was cheating. Is there anything wrong? Yi Tianyun asked as he didn't want to waste too much time there. He was already familiar with these kinds of expressions, so all he wanted was to move on. Staying for more than 10 days wasn't that uncommon at other gods' domains, but in Heavenly Edict Divine Territory's case, Yi Tianyun was certainly the only one who did so. There is no problem whatsoever. Please step inside. The guard's attitude completely changed all of a sudden. Yi Tianyun just shook his head with a sigh as he couldn't believe he would be treated this way, but then again, he was secretly enjoying this kind of treatment himself. Ji Yurong just sighed heavily, hoping that the guard would also treat her that way, but her feat wasn't that rare here. Immediately after they entered the city, two old men suddenly appeared in front of them. Their hair was all messed up, and their eyes were brimming with excitement. You are that human boy that lasted for 14 days, right? This is incredible, one of the old men said excitedly. This is truly remarkable, only a few people could achieve such a result. I didn't expect one of them would reach out to our Heavenly Edict Divine Territory. The other one said excitedly. Hey, boy, come with me, you will be my disciple. The old man said excitedly. What are you talking about, old coot? He will be coming with me. The other said annoyedly. You are not making any sense. I am stronger than you. The first one argued annoyedly. Are you sure about that? Do you want to settle this right here and now? The other one said angrily. Both of them began to quarrel like a child in front of Yi Tianyun to make sure that Yi Tianyun became their disciple. Sure enough, their quarrel eventually drew everyone's attention, and there was quite a crowd eager to see what would happen. The elders were fighting over a human that lasts 14 days inside the Great Array. Is it even possible to stay that long? A cultivator said confusedly. That is not possible. The record only shows a cultivator that stayed for 10 days. How could anyone stays longer than that? Another cultivator said confusedly. But the elders said the same thing just now. They wouldn't be lying now, would they? But I am not quite sure myself. He is just a mere human. Another cultivator said with a frown on his face. How is a garbage race like the human race could possibly last for 14 days? Another cultivator said in disbelief. The discussion among the cultivators continued as it was hard for them to believe that a cultivator could withstand staying for 14 days inside the star energy Great Array. Moreover, it was a human race cultivator too. But there shouldn't be any reason for them to dispute this, as the elders themselves said it out loud. The situation was unbelievable right now as this was the first time the elders fought over a cultivator. Not even the top 10 cultivators in the core palace were ever sought like this by the elders. The cultivators began observing Yi Tianyun as they wanted to understand what made Yi Tianyun that special. On top of that, they wanted to know how could Yi Tianyun last inside the Great Array for so long. The crowds began to grow as more cultivators gathered to see Yi Tianyun for themselves. Yi Tianyun was the one who was the more surprised as he didn't expect two old men at Heaven Monarch level would be fighting over him like this. Yu Yanglong, 3rd layer Heaven Monarch stage. His extremely firm and fierce power can burn everything. Weakness. Extreme cold attribute. Combat power. 250.000 star power. Ming Yueching, 3rd layer Heaven Monarch stage. His extremely cold attribute could freeze anything he wanted. Weakness. Extremely hot temperature. Combat power. 220.000 star power. These two elders were the polar opposite of each other, but Yi Tianyun was a little bit curious about why their combat powers would vary that much while their cultivation base seemed to be the same. Yi Tianyun inspected even closer at the detail of these two elders' information, and he found a relatively small character at the bottom. Yu Yanglong breakthrough to Heaven Monarch stage after establishing the 8th Refinement Earth Monarch, while Ming Yueching reached Heaven Monarch stage after establishing the 7th Refinement Earth Monarch. Different rank breakthrough would have this huge of a gap. Yi Tianyun said to himself as he was a little bit surprised by this information. He realized that he needed a better understanding of things in the god's domain as his knowledge regarding the mortal domain didn't apply here. Forget it, let him choose for himself who he wants as his master. Yu Yanglong said annoyedly. Sure, I respect that. Let him choose his future for himself. Ming Yueching said as both of them immediately turned their attention toward Yi Tianyun. Now, choose who you want to be as your master. Ming Yueching said respectfully. The cultivators around immediately gasped in surprise as they had never heard a cultivator choosing their own master before. They were always picked by the master, and none of them had the option to choose out of their own accord. Meanwhile, nobody paid any attention to Ji Yurong as she was only a cultivator that lasted for 7 days, a common occurrence inside this core palace. The elders weren't keen on paying any attention to her as they were solely focused on Yi Tianyun alone. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.